One touch was enough, got you thinking of 3 words that you can't say. Too soon to be real, things you shouldn't feel, got you walking my way. Hey, you didn't see it coming, surrounded, I got you spinning out. Inside, you know it's too late now, too late to let me go. Tell me, is it fun here under my sun? No sense testing your fate. With every turn, the lesson you learn is there is no escape. Hey, you didn't see it coming, now I'm all you ever think about. Inside, you know it's too late now, too late to let me go.
Landon 3.0's train barrels onward into day 2 as our Swiss bracket has yet to eject any teams. That will change, however, today as we crush out 100 million more games of Rocket League across our 2 streams. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we continue into day 2. I'm LeafX, and of course, I'm hanging down here in the Swiss pit where the teams are still duking it out, mono, whatever it is. And we'll be hanging out with them over in the mix zone later after the matches are done. You can see players are busy with their scrims right now. Genji is standing beside me, and their opponents that will be hitting the field in about 30 minutes over here, Oxygen. And Snasky has patiently been waiting by because I wanted to just chat with someone before we got the day started here. Snasky, yesterday, maybe a bit of a rough start for you guys. You feel like you're on the right foot today?
Yeah, I mean, we always have a bad day in every tournament, so we just decided to get it out of the way early, and now it's good. Now we're good. That's
fantastic. Now, obviously, you guys have a big journey ahead of you. Also, another team is watching you very intently because their Worlds, aka KC Worlds, is on the line here. Does that weight of knowing you got to get at least into the finals there stand on your backs?
No, we're not thinking about it at all. We just care about winning this major, and if we get to Worlds, as a result of that, that's great. But we just care about winning every single tournament we go into, and yeah, we can't really focus too much on making Worlds. It's too much pressure,
And one final thing here. I got some time between the next game, so maybe I'll get a quick gym session. What's your favorite workout in the gym?
Oh, it gotta be chest. Chest for sure.
Fair enough. You know what we should do is get the day started. We got a little bit of chatting to do before the matches start, so let's get day 2 on the way.
The sun has risen in London. It's time to get the Rocket League fired back up. 2 broadcasts with 8 matches apiece in store for you. If you like Rocket League, we've got it in spades. It's going to be a great time, and a lot of players here getting ready to go, trying to play their way into the bracket. This is the most difficult, most painful, most sobering day of the tournament as well, because we lose 8 of our teams today, gentlemen. We have 30 minutes or so until kickoff between Genji and Oxygen to kick off round 3 of the Swiss. Welcome back to London, folks. I'm Wavepunk. I got Bates here. I got Gibbs. I got Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be here. It's a good day 1. We got 4 regions, top 4 at the moment. That's my dream. Although some of you might not believe me when I say that. It truly is. I want to see 4 regions top 4. We've never seen it before in playoffs. We did get it today in the Swiss. So, yeah,
and we got it in Copenhagen as well. There was 4 different regions, 2-0, but obviously top 4 in Copenhagen was a different story. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Okay. You got your G2, the North American representatives in the 2-0 here?
Listen, it's good that G2's 2-0, but they weren't tested yesterday in my estimation. They got a good test, though, going up against Falcons, arguably the best team in the world later on stream.
Yeah, we'll see them again a little bit later on. I'm excited to watch G2 finally on the main stream. Let's show you guys where we're at on the season. We're coming up to the end here. We're kind of on the back half. We got the Major 2 event here. That's what you're watching right now there, June 20th through 23rd in the middle of your screen. And then at the bottom after this, the only thing left to do on the season other than London is to go to Fort Worth and crown a world champion for the 11th time in the history of our game. You can get tickets to be there if you want to, folks. Make sure you hit up that tickets, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. Come hang out with us September 13th through 15th. Will be some of the best Rocket League action you've ever seen. I hope. The players got to kind of deliver.
The players always deliver. There's always at least one key match that is just amazing to watch, but the fans always make it more than anything, right? The fans are going to be chanting for all these players. There's going to be a lot more teams in front of a crowd because we have the 3-day event as well there, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
It'll be a lot of fun. I'm not talking about that one, though. Let's talk about this one. We still have 16 teams alive right now. These are the contenders for the London Major. 4 of them will be playing for their tournament life as soon as our broadcast begins here, or as soon as we kind of get gameplay underway. We'll have 0-1 or 0-2 matches there. 4 teams trying to just stay alive for round 4. But yeah, lots of teams, very international competition here. Bates, gotta love seeing all the players there and competing for points, but also a prize pool here of $75,000. $75.
Don't confuse the Americans back at home. That's $75,000 for those. Listen, looking at the points, not too many people care about that. About 2 teams care about getting first or something like that. But most people do care about the money because there's extra change in the pockets. Everybody can use some bread, especially in this economy. It's expensive out there.
Well, folks, we'll get to see who gets to take home that money a little bit later on because the bracket is tomorrow. But we do have the Swiss halfway through. We're going to get through the rest of it today. If you don't know how the Swiss bracket works, we'll walk you through it here real quickly. If you win games, you play against other teams that win. If you lose, you play against other teams that lose. So you can see those teams down there at the bottom. They have yet to win. They're playing against the other teams that have yet to win. If you lose 3 before you win 3, you are eliminated for the tournament. So that bottom box is playing for tournament life. Meanwhile, the top, you win 3, you're done. They're going to get through. 2 of those teams are going to get through right now at the start of our broadcast. It'll be a pretty intense situation.
It's going to be a very long day. If you go to that 2-2 round, we're obviously going to have 9 matches on the A stream. So that is plenty of time for these players to play, and they'll have to grind through about 8 hours of Rocket League. So if you are 2-0, you just want to get through now. You want your day to be short so you can get some rest and get ready for that playoff bracket.
Okay, so we can see the round 3 is what we're about to play. We played rounds 1 and 2 yesterday, though. Lots of Rocket League action. We'll show you some of the best highlight moments. I'd highly encourage you to go back and watch some of the matches. There was a lot of fun upsets, a few intense Game 5. We hadn't even had a Game 5 overtime at one point. Let's talk about Furia, though. What a surprise. Is it a surprise here? Is this a team that's surprised? Because for some people, they were power ranking them lower.
Yeah,
Swiss, no. This is expected in Swiss, I guess. But I think people are power ranking them lower because of their recent struggles in South America and losing to Vitality pretty poorly 4-1 in playoffs. But I mean, these guys are the Swiss demons. They have yet to lose in Swiss on a LAN set in this season.
There's only 2 teams that made it to both 2-0 rounds. That's Furia and Falcons, who we'll talk about in a little bit. But Furia, so much pace, and that is what you want to see. And against Gentlemates, the reigning major champions, Furia looked absolutely fantastic throughout that match. Game 1 went the way of Alpine, but after that, it was all Furia, and Yan was on another level.
Yeah, he was on another level the whole entire day. I mean, started off against OG. They had no answer for him, and then he continued that throughout. Drafinha was good as one, lost, stepped it up. But then you got Falcons going up against the SSG squad, and I had some questions for Falcons because I wanted to know how good are they going to come out, and they came out firing once again. They had to go up against the LJ special early on, but they calmed in. They closed in the gap, all 3 players. The Twins, they had the synergy, and then TRK, when they went up against BDS, he didn't have his best series against SSG, but against BDS, he became the best player in Falcons, as he should be.
And what a run for them. They were down 2-1 versus Space Station. They bring that back, winning in 5, and it's exactly like Copenhagen. Then playing against the tournament favorites in BDS, Falcons take them down in 5.
Yeah, Falcons, I mean, what this team is doing to EU1 seeds in round 2, maybe BDS should look to draw more games, dodge this matchup, because it's not looking good next season. EU1 seed, you do not want to match up with Falcons in round 2. It's not bad, it's Game 5 overtime, but they want to get that win next time.
Yeah, for sure. No, and those are just 2 of the big stories that came out of yesterday. We saw OG reverse sweeping to stay alive and to put themselves into the 1-1 round. That was
Power
an intense
against
matchup.
Oxygen.
Power upset.
Unbelievable
right now.
upset.
If you're interested in watching Power's run, they're starting off their day on the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports against SSG. So they'll be playing there in the 1-1 round, see if Power can continue that story. But if we had to pick one player from yesterday, or if you guys actually had to pick one player from yesterday, they put up a poll on the Twitters, and you guys have voted player of the day from yesterday, Roas.
Yes, Roas absolutely deserved this as well. He was involved in 2 goals per game. That was number 2. The only one better was Beast Mode, but the quality of competition that the Falcons had to play against was so good. Space Station, the NA3 seed. A lot of people think they're on the cusp of a top 8 team. They could be top 8 here. And then, of course, when they go up against BDS, the number 1 team, the tournament favorites, Falcons delivered. Roas, he delivered again. The offensive presence, and he always has that defensive mind as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the new thing for Roas, isn't it? Is getting him forward, getting him into the aggressive end, because he was on the older versions of Rule 1 before. He was the defensive anchor. But this guy's got ridiculous mechanics going forward. He really can do it all.
He can indeed. Well, there was incredible Rocket League. We showed you some highlight packages, give you kind of a taste of what happened yesterday. But let's walk through some of the best moments of what happened yesterday. Kind of walk them through in slow pace, give people a lot of time to appreciate them. We've alluded to SSG a few times. You talked about the LJ special earlier.
Oh, it was a special.
Can we see the cherry on top of that LJ special?
Ooh, I like that. The cherry on top. LJ was nothing short of sensational yesterday, and in my estimation, he hit the goal of the tournament so far.
Yeah,
look at him right here, going up against the Falcons squad. Great defensive team, just gonna play it all the way through. One touch, low boost, bang over the top right corner, shot a slider. Nothing you can do right there for the Falcons. You're just not expecting it coming. Right here, you guys see a perspective from Roas. He grabs the boost. Now listen, this is one of the best defensive players in the world. He sees LJ popping off the wall. He's comfortable. He has Clears rotating back in behind him, and TRK should be there as well. He sees LJ coming off. I'm just going to force right here. Oh, wait, he actually threw it right on top of my head. I don't believe that Roas actually thought that LJ had the potential to get that type of power off the Musty right there. Otherwise, he would have jumped up and challenged it and contested in my estimation.
I don't even think Ross played it too badly. Like, he forced him. But, I mean, when you get forced, you go top bins with it. I mean, all right, fair enough. But,
and, like, the speed of that shot, like, Killers is like, I can't defend this either. Like, no one on Falcons could. So LJ, he had a monster performance in that match, but Falcons, they did battle back. And my play is also from the Falcons, but this time they're going to clip on BDS. And this is a team play. This is a double fake team play, pass and play by Falcons, and this is what you love to see. We always talk about their mechanical skill, but the game presence of the Falcons is great. Right here, we'll see the fake by Roas and TRK. That's always a half volley shot. No, instead he fakes it, he passes it out to Killers, and Killers slots it home, and we'll see it from TRK's point of view. He doesn't have a lot of boost, but everyone expects a half volley shot here, a power shot to the outside post, but he fakes out Monkey Moon. He goes for the pass low to Killers, and then Killers, he still has to slot that. Monkey Moon, he does what he can. He puts himself up to block a few of the angles, but there's so many options available. But Killers, near post shot, a full team play by the Falcons, and that's why they're 2-0.
Yeah, you gotta say something. Exotic, like Monkey Moon, absolutely no favor. So always in a bad position. Exotic said, I have no boost. Good luck. You're in a 1v2.
Yep,
But I mean, when you hit that, like you hit the fake into the shot, like there's that moment of having to readjust as a defender of, okay, he's faking. This is where I need to have my
that's
attention.
the shot, but
and you're looking for that there. It's slow. Your reaction slows so much down with that extra pass. I remember watching it live with you, and the moment he went for the pass instead of the shot, I was like, oh, this is a goal. This is completely over. What a play. Fantastic moment. Johnny, I feel like you're in a...
I thought I'd switch it up. I thought I'd switch it up today. Do something we don't usually do. Let's take a look at the kickoffs, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, you got
Kickoff from Gladiators. So they're down by 2 goals here. They pull out the double kickoff, the bot kickoff, and get a goal against G2 to pull it back within 1. Atomic gets dunked on big time there. Does not get behind the ball enough, and G2 were not prepared for this one. But this is actually 3 seconds later, they do it again, and a mistake from G2. They actually cheat from the very back spawn. There are 3 different spawns when you're spawning at the back, and that's not the one you want to do it from. They did figure it out the next game, though, so Beast Mode gets a key bump onto Max as he's cheating here. You need to get that bump, or otherwise Max is through on goal. So they did stop it with this bump strategy. Really good play by Beast Mode with the slow cheat. But yeah, still not ideal. This is how you counter it, though. You need to get way high up on the ball like Simas did here. Top Cougars against KC. Back in the open qual where KC were eliminated. When you do that, you can get a much safer touch that doesn't stay in the middle. You can block it out to the side and get a team play going with the counter attack.
So my question is, when is the Merc hitbox going to become meta to block these kickoffs, all right? Just get the giant hitbox, just go right behind the ball so nothing happens. But it is interesting because we used to see like all these kickoffs going to the side to just try for that. Now we got 2 players going for kickoff, and while it does work sometimes, that also brings 2 people with no boost.
It's counterable.
Yeah, so.
I mean, it worked pretty well against G2. I'm sure they've been doing their homework, and they'll need to, because that's a popular strategy for Falcons as well.
Wait, Gabe, you just brought up an excellent point. What happens if after you scored a goal, you could quickly change your car, your preset? And so then you could adjust based on what you just did. So you're on a 1-0, and you know the kickoff's coming. Let me switch to the Merc.
Or if you're up 8-0, then you bring out 3 Mercs, you know?
It's like hero FPS. You can go back into your base and swap characters and come back out.
Yeah.
I don't
crazy.
I feel like we're describing a different game at this point, but my goodness, that'll be fun stuff. So hopefully you'll learn something from that. Yeah, the kickoff's continuing to evolve 8 years into this game. Nothing's changed, and yet somehow we keep finding new ways to play it. Gotta love it here. Now, we just gave you a kind of a down low on how everything works. Now, you're basically a Rocket League expert. Speaking of Rocket League experts, there's someone around this building somewhere who's given us 3 hot takes, and we're going to try and identify who they are without knowing who they are, and then we're going to grill them about their terrible takes. So let's take a look at take number 1 and see what this is here. Beast Mode will be the best performing player at the event.
That's like 15 of 15 talent are going to say that, right? Like Beast Mode, that's...
I'm already thinking it's EU talent or CJ.
Because they're throwing them off?
Yeah, trying to throw us off the trail here.
I like it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. I think that's a good ball. Let's get some more information
I'm smelling
here.
coal.
Cole sounds good. Let's see. What's our second take here? 4 regions will be represented in the semifinals.
Again, could be anybody.
That's not a very hot take.
Yeah, that's not a hot take, but like the EU scent is being
You've got to be big
off.
on Furia for that one, because Furia did miss it last time.
Furia is kind of the most questionable
so maybe
of the
Jorby?
4.
The playoff question mark, yeah, Jorby potentially.
Okay. Let's see. Maybe statement 3 will make it real clear here. So we get into it. Neither team from the Copenhagen finals will make it back.
So Beast Mode's the best player, but he's not in the Copenhagen Major finals. Give me Stacks.
Stacks.
Give me Stacks? Do you think Stacks does?
That would be such a mind game. He was the first one in Copenhagen. Okay, we got to vote for Stacks. You gonna stick with Cole?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
All right, I'll go Stumpy. Let's mix it up. We'll go Stumpy on this one.
Let's go. I'm gonna go Herc. Just it's got a gut feeling. Let's just see here. Let's see who it is here on the other side of things. We were close.
None of you were even close.
We had him in the
mentioned
middle.
you.
We had him at halftime.
It was the semifinals one. I wanted to kind of give you the little hint. I didn't want to be like, oh, South America. You know, that was way too obvious because none of you.
So, okay, Jorby, I've got a question for you. How badly are Daniel and Atomic playing that Beast Mode's the best player at the event, but they don't make the final?
Well, I mean, you can still be the best performing player at the event and not make the final.
No.
That's
because G2's going to run into Furia. Because they're going to run into a hot Furia.
Daniel and
never
Atomic must absolutely have the worst tournament of all time. That's
How would you have the worst tournament of all time? They could make it to the semifinals. They could be looking great. They could go 7 games, John.
All right, Jorby.
hits them.
So your prediction winner for this entire thing is Furia, right?
It is.
I believe so. Tell me how they're going to do it.
Furia, they're going to take down Vitality today.
Okay.
Don't know who they're going to match up against in the quarterfinals. Doesn't matter. Going to crush them. And then I'm hoping that they get to play G2 so we finally get revenge and I get to pick on T-Base a little bit more.
Imagine
It'd be great. For all the heckling he's been doing to me over the years about G2 against Furia, it'd be great to get him back. I think it's going to happen this time.
Well, Jorby, what's your first match of the day?
First match of the day?
What's the first one you're casting?
Oh, I'm casting Chiefs Gladiators, third on the mainstream.
On the mainstream, folks. Jorby, we'll see you a little bit later on. Thanks for taking the time.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right. So, well, you know, some opinions, some takes. You know,
I at least said his name while we were talking about it. So I'm going to
we
give
did.
myself
We, you know,
a half a medal.
Yeah.
You know,
Finalization chain didn't make sense.
The Stacks is still the first time that it was like it was not even on our radar when he popped up there. So Stacks is still kind of the king of that game. Folks, we got a lot of fun games going on here, and some of them hopefully help you understand a little bit of what's going on with all the teams, with the drama here. If you're tuning in for the first time here and you're like, I'm not quite sure who is good, you guys keep mentioning a whole bunch of team names. We've power ranked all of the teams across all the casters. Everyone did a power ranking, and we've averaged it here. We're going to do this every day. So here's how the power rankings has updated from yesterday. Yesterday, BDS was the top team. They've dropped 3 spots here.
Outrageous.
What? 3? We need to have a conversation, Johnny. We need to have a conversation.
BDS number 4. They lost in overtime game 5 to Falcons, and now they're number 4.
So you have them where? 2?
I got Falcons 1, BDS 2.
So you still have them above G2 though?
Oh, yeah, they lost to my number 2, or my number 1 lost to number 2. Why would they go below number 3?
Yeah, the G2 didn't get. Well, Bates said it earlier. They didn't get tested, and yet now they're the number 1 team power ranked after what we saw yesterday. That didn't matter.
Realistically, they should have been the number 1 team power ranked coming in. But I mean, people, you gotta give preference to EU because EU does win all the lands.
Sure.
So it makes sense that BDS would be number 1 team. But there's no. I keep saying that G2 is the only team in the world that has been to every grand final this season.
You're not wrong.
So they should be the best team in the world. That makes sense. And then Vitality reigning world champions.
But I don't see Vitality 2. I think Falcons at least have to move up above
G2
Vitality.
Mickey brackets, I'm telling you, this team, they've got some serious Mickey bracket allegations. They can score a point against that today if they beat Falcons. That would be the most quality win they've had in Swiss by far, here or in Copenhagen. But yeah, they've got some Mickey bracket allegations. That's all I'm saying.
Love seeing Furia jump up a bit there as well after kind of being a little underranked yesterday. Power as well. Yeah. Big win there against Oxygen. So keep an eye on those region leaders, region champions, seeing how they do in the power rankings. Speaking of other fun games, we had all the players or all the casters as well as our statistician Direct draft a team from all the players who are here. And you can see Leaf at the top doing very well. But Direct also, you know, I mean, hey, you guys, he knows a thing or two.
Yeah, but Leaf with Beast Mode, he's like way above everyone in gas rating. It's like 3.5, and no one else is like above 2.8.
I'm moving up. I've made a gain here.
Man, how low were you that you're moving up?
I was in Dazzering spot, so I moved up 1. Your T-Base is plummeting. Well, you were first, now you're
I actually feel like I'm just leveling out because you got to think about it. Leaf. Beast only plays 6 games, and you would think he's going to play more than 6 games a day, and he's playing against Falcons.
Leaf's going to drop.
So his averages are crazy. So you think Beast Mode's averages are going to go down. Same thing with Oski's averages for D-Rec. So they need to level out. So while my team's leveling out and becoming consistent, Leaf and D-Rec expect to see them towards the back half.
I just need Archie to pop.
I need Chicago today to have a good day in the 1-on-1s. We'll see if he can pull that one off. Folks, we also been making a battle of who can predict the best here. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Gives up at the top. Chat though.
Chat's doing
good
very
job,
well.
Chat.
And Chat's got G2. I don't know how we pulled that, but all right, I'll take it. But Bates, what's happening, man?
Look at the EU OC EU synergy, by the way. CJ Cole, myself, Shogun, and Stumpy have all got the same points. And so section 104.
Incredible.
So we can't be separated.
That's fantastic.
Coin's sitting perfectly at 50-50.
That's right. See, it's just really me versus the coin. That's the only thing everybody cares about.
Let's not look at the bottom line at all. We can get this graph out of the screen. We don't talk about that. So yeah, we'll say it's early in the tournament. We got 3 more days for those on the bottom to kind of catch up. And today there's a lot of coin flippy sort of matches.
It's a swing day. Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure.
We'll see how that one goes, folks. Lots of action to get to, and we are close to kickoff. So let's get you caught up on where everything's going to be happening. 2 streams happening all day. We let you know this is the last day we have the 2 streams. So on the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports, or the alternate stream on the YouTube, you can catch these 4 matches for round 3. They'll have Furia versus Vitality, Twisted Minds versus Mobula, OG versus BDS. Can OG find a way past BDS on that one? Power versus Space Station, folks. We'll see those happening on the alternate stream. Here on the main stream, though, for round 3, 4 other matches, we'll get to see some drama. Falcons versus G2. One of those teams going to be undefeated into the playoffs. Chiefs versus Gladiators. One of those teams going home. The Gentlemates of Alpine versus Team Secret. And to kick things off, let's start off with Oxygen again. They were the first match yesterday. They're going to play a different team with a yellow logo here. This time going up against North America, Gen G.
Last time around, Oxygen played Power. That was the one huge upset I felt like throughout the first day.
Yeah.
They didn't look like the same team we saw in Europe. And then they go up against Gladiators later, and they only put up 2 goals per game. So Oxygen, slow start. It's a brand new day, and we know what happens in Rocket League. When there's a brand new day, these teams can look completely different, Johnny. So we'll see if Oxygen can show their worth. They're an EU4 seed. They're expected to be top 8.
Yeah, and this interesting thing for me, after the loss to Power yesterday, Oski tweeted that they were playing to not lose, which it explains a little bit of what was going on the pitch. They were just trying to, just play solid Rocket League, wait for Power to mess up and collect a free win. But Power really showed up, and I mean, if you give Power that kind of space and if you give them that time on the ball, they do gain confidence, and they're I think they're underrated, honestly, Power. If they can get a foothold in the series, they're a legitimate team. But Oxygen can't afford to do that today. They've got to start just with an aggressive, a mindset and get into the Gen G half. Gen G do also start slow.
Exactly, and it starts with this young man right here. In my estimation, he had one of his worst LAN performances of the day.
Yeah.
In general, his whole entire career yesterday, he was not himself. Only averaged 267 throughout the whole entire day. Very low goal participation. He wasn't up in the sky. He wasn't creating plays. He wasn't making it awkward for either the Gladiators or Power. So you expect to see him come in a little bit more aggressive here, especially because the Gen G squad, who looked pretty solid yesterday.
The defending Copper Box champion, only one here back defending a title he won 2 years ago. He's on a different team, though. Archie, captain of Hero of Oxygen.
Yeah, and Archie, he has had some insane LAN performances before. We'll see if he can do that. On day 1, he was kind of invisible at times. Oxygen, like as a whole, outside of Oski, was invisible. So that is why they had that slow start. So if Archie, if he pops off, then Oxygen can definitely go 3-1 here in this Swiss.
We'll see how Oxygen handles a different golden opponent, the Tigers of Gen G, sitting on the other side. And we talk about how Gen G oftentimes has a slow start in Swiss of any form, online or on LAN. It's day 2, though. They're going to continue to ramp up.
Listen, they are going to continue to ramp up, and I think Gen G looked pretty solid yesterday. I had some questions, especially about FK. We've been hyping him for the past 2 years, 3 years, 4 years of his career, basically his whole entire career, the moment he hit the stage. And he hasn't yesterday got the results that I think he would want, but he did perform, and he was truly one of the best players in North America yesterday. He was absolutely lights out in both his series, and I think Abjack was filling in the cracks as well. But to me, Chronic didn't also have his best day. Same way, kind of the same likeness as Joyo, where the shots just weren't falling, where he seemed a little hesitant, not confident in his ability. And you expect to see, I like to see the smiles. That means he's feeling better today. I want to see that throughout the series.
But Gen G, the offense has to wake up. I feel like First Killer is trying to do a lot, but it's not really working. They played 9 games, and only 3 times did they score more than 1 goal in those games. So Gen G, I think they were very passive at times. I feel like Chronic was a deep third man, and he was just kind of waiting for things to develop, but nothing ever came to him. So if he moves up just a bit more, I think he had a bad day yesterday. So if he pops off, I think Gen G, they can definitely be one of those teams that makes a major run.
I think Gen G yesterday, to me, they looked very almost tight on the pitch, so they weren't really getting spread out in offense, and I want to see more from them in offense, getting the ball moving laterally more, because they're going very direct all the time, and it's a bit predictable. And we know that they can, create the multi-pronged offense. We've seen them do it many times this season. I'm definitely worried about the start of this series, though, for Gen G. They lost game 1 in both of the series yesterday. They almost went 2-0 down against Secret. They did go 2-0 down against Vitality. And Oxygen are the kind of team that if they can get a good game 1, I mean, we've seen them blow out so many teams this split online in Europe. So Gen G cannot afford to give Oxygen a good game 1 here, or they could run away with it.
I've been keeping an eye on the coaches in the back every time we see him on screen and thinking back, did that player play in Season 5? Chrome. He was on Evil Geniuses in the Season 5 the very first time we played in the Copper Box. Didn't have the best performance, but very few players have made it that far. Snasky, he was in the scene, but didn't quite qualify for that one.
Okay. But so Oxygen is one of those teams, like in Europe, it was either 3-0 or 0-3 a lot of the times for them. So game one is very important to them. Again, Gen G, slow start last time around. Like, I think First Killer was playing fantastic yesterday. Apparently, Jack, he began to back him up a lot more. And with that Vitality Series, I think they can learn a lot by their game 3 and 4 win. But we'll see if that will help them versus another EU team in Oxygen.
Johnny, how important is game 1 of this series?
I think it decides it, honestly. I think the winner of game 1 is going to win the series, because if Gen G do lose game 1, and I'll spoiler a little bit here, I expect them to lose game 1. They're slow starters. Oxygen are not going to come in with that, passive mindset. Let's just wait for Gen G to beat themselves like they did yesterday against Power. We know they're going to come in all guns blazing, and that's the mindset that we want to see from Oxygen. If they can put it all together on the pitch, I think they might run away with this, with Gen G being a slow starter.
How do you know that they're going to come in all guns blazing?
Just a mindset. What kind of mindset do you think they're going to have for this? They went in yesterday. Oski tweeted it. We were playing to not lose. They were playing safe. They were playing carefully. They're not going to do that against Gen G. You're going to see pre-jump reads. You're going to see, everybody get up quick for everything. That's what they do against the big teams, and it doesn't always work. But I think it should work against Gen G if they're showing up in the form they did yesterday.
I think I would agree. But I'm a little hesitant about Oxygen at the moment, because I think they know. Leaf asked Snasky about the world's chances. And Snasky said it's not on the radar, but it's impossible not to be on the radar. They have to know, they have to be privy to it. If all the teams who have pressure on them, they have the most pressure, because they know they have to go the furthest. They have to go all the way to the top 2. So each series matters to them, every single mistake. Now, honestly, I think that's why they might play a little bit too tight yesterday.
But it's so far, I think that it's so far away. Like, they've got to make the final. They're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about Gen G. So if this was the match to qualify them for Worlds ahead of KC, I would agree with you. I think they would have massive pressure on them, because they'd be thinking, oh my goodness, we beat Gen G, we make Worlds. But that is so far away. That's not going to be on the radar right now. I think that they're going to be fully focused on Gen G, because Gen G is an opponent that deserves your full focus.
And at the same time, for that squad of like a Gen G, they also want to make a finals. Like, they know they qualify for Worlds, but First Killer, he's never won a title. They would love to do it now and get that monkey off their back to go into the World Championship as favorites. They know they can. Every time they show up on LAN, even when they're not having the best online performance, they find a way to perform and be a top 4 team.
First Killer, one of the best players to ever play the game, but that has not won or held a trophy at this point. We'll see if they can pull it off. See the players who are making their last moment fist bumps. That means we are very close to game starting. So we'll make our predictions. You guys have been voting in the chat. Hashtag OXG, hashtag GGM1. Keep those predictions coming here. And Johnny, start us off. Who you got?
I said it already. I'm going Oxygen here. I think versus the field, I think Gen G are better right now. I would expect them to have a better record against most teams of this tournament than Oxygen. But this matchup in particular, I'm leaning Oxygen, because I think they could just get a hot start and get the momentum that we know they can play very well with.
So the European goes with the European team. That makes sense, right? But I'm going to go Gen G, because Oxygen literally showed me nothing yesterday.
Okay.
So I need to see what they can do. Gen G at least battled Vitality, so I think that was better of them on day 1, so I got to go with Gen G.
I'm going with Gen G simply because I do believe that Chronic is going to make the adjustments. He won't play as passive, and I think that's going to be great for Gen G. Joyo, I haven't seen him yet, and I don't know if I'm going to see him this series, so I got Gen G.
I hate the argument of we haven't seen the players yet, 'cause it's a new day, and that's the same argument I'm making about Gen G here. They're continuing to ramp up. I think that they're going to play better today than they do yesterday, just because they seem to always do that. I do have Gen G on this one, but man, am I down the middle on it. My brain feels like I should have gone the other way. We'll see how the coin feels about it.
Yep. It feels like Champions Field.
I went Oxygen on this one, so we'll see. Split on the desk between the coin and Johnny and 3 analysts.
That coin is a European.
I did power rank Gen G above Oxygen, by the way. I did power rank them above, but matchups sometimes flip that. This is close. It's a close one.
Okay, well, how does chat feel about it? We've been we're thinking of both sides here. There's an argument to be made for both teams, and chat could be pretty split here. I feel like 62% for Gen G. North America's waking up. Gotta appreciate that. Also, Jack, one of the 3 English players here playing on home turf. You know he'd like to get a title on home country here. So let's get into the game, folks. Enough talking on the desk. I'm excited to watch them rock league. I know you are too. Gen G, Oxygen, both trying to prove that they are stronger than their numbers demonstrate, folks. It's EU versus NA to kick off day 2. Oxygen versus Gen G. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Friday is Step Up Day here in London. 2 teams who definitely need to step it up from rather pedestrian performances yesterday, both 1-1, trying to get to within one win of the playoffs.
This is a big day. 8 teams saying goodbye to their chance at playing in front of a London crowd. And really, for me, Stacks, looking at the 2 players that I have my eye on, it's Chronic and Archie. Archie, one of the 2 players yesterday to not score a goal by Joyo. I was going to start talking about Oski as well with how many goals he put in, but Oski get off to a hot start.
Oski with 11 goals yesterday, only 1 assist, so he's already doubled his total. Here, his 2nd assist of the week.
Very quick start.
Yeah, it's a very quick start, 14 seconds in to game number 1. You know, for Gen G, they've got to weather this early storm out of Oxygen. I didn't know that I'd necessarily have to take this one out of my hat here, but Oxygen, this split, outscored teams 43-21 in the first minute of games, and they're off to another hot start here.
The question is, we do see a demo right into a goal. Oski, who was the player for Oxygen yesterday, makes a big play with this demo into the goal with 0 boost Stacks.
Just unreal how quickly they've come out of the gates firing.
And it was so true. Yesterday, watching that power series, they were timid. We know that all 3 of those players have the ability to make plays, but they were playing, just like Oski said, not to lose. Now they're playing to win, and they have come out swinging against Gen G.
They open that opportunity up with a physical play as that one's loose in front, and First Killer will score.
And if you're a Gen G fan, that's exactly what you're looking for. Fireworks of a game, and you love that challenge from apparently Jack. He gets the late flip into the 50, gets back down to the ground, and gets a demo. Apparently Jack was brilliant in the midfield yesterday. That time, he was serving as that front man. Huge play from Jack. He's so clutch for Gen G.
Both teams very almost timid, which you wouldn't expect with all the experience on the field. Double there. Not going, but the follow-up from Oski does. And it just continues to pour in for Oxygen, their early game fireworks.
Oh, and apparently Jack, you could see, didn't get the perfect touch he was looking for. Even lost control of his car after getting that touch. It leaks right out. And Oski will punch that in. Oski, who had put up insane numbers yesterday. He scored pretty much everything for Oxygen. And he's having another good start here. Archie, though, still looking for his first goal of the event, and Chronic was the other player that I was going to mention before. Only a goal yesterday, and we know what he's capable of. So both of these teams, I think, have a little room left on the ceiling of their gameplay.
Well, if they're left without any goals in this series, it won't be for lack of effort. Plenty of opportunities abound for both of these squads. The net will be available for them. As Chronic trying to scramble for this ball. Got it down in front. One more challenge. Now First Killer needs one more touch to get that central. Can't. Apparently Jack on target, but nothing behind it. So while there are shots, not many threatening. This one is from First Killer, and it's saved. Follow-up hits the crossbar, and this is set back. Chronic has it pinball around, and even he can't buy a goal. Jack steals it at the end.
What a brawl! This game has been something else. That double tap, you were thinking surely First Killer will score. Even on that one, Joyo almost got it out, but Captain Clutch, apparently Jack, there to make another big play for Gen G.
Yeah, less of a goal steal, more of a goal secured. Is that one hanging perilously over the goal line? Now it's on to Oski, who has been brilliant, but he has needed help from his teammates. He's gotten minimal so far to this point. This one brought to the side and a big clear downfield. Jack is racing down there. It's all on Archie, though. His presence hasn't been felt in the scoring department, of course, but he's made himself useful in other areas. He's been a great table setter. Oski in there as well at the midfield line, and almost centered by Archie, but nobody there for it.
Good back pass as well. Joyo got a little touch, wasn't able to possess it. But this Oxygen team looking much different than the one we saw yesterday against Power.
Both teams with a +1 goal differential, but very different paths to get there. Chronic looking for First Killer through traffic. Instead found Oski, and he's a hard man to miss. just barreling right through the midfield and a 4-2 lead.
And another hat trick for Oski. How many hat tricks has he had this event? That's a question for Direct. Oski, he has been lights out. His scoring instinct has been on point.
Well, maybe I could say he needs help, and maybe he doesn't. Maybe he can.
I mean, that's
just
at
carry
least his
this
third,
team.
That's at least his third hat trick, I'm sure, Stacks. He has been putting up the numbers.
It's hard to beat that. Killers, beast mode. They've been great as well throughout the first day of Swiss. You wonder if they can repeat those efforts. Oski has shown he can. As Joyo sweeps that out, he's got the full tank of boost, but then he gets demolished by apparently Jack.
Oh, here we go.
First killer lining up a double. Oski's got that one blocked away. And Archie's 50 goes netward, but just a little wide.
And Chronic panicked a bit on that touch, gave the ball away. Oski takes two players out of the mix. Apparently Jack trying to get this ball downfield, ran out of boost. The deflection wasn't there for first killer. It was a nice idea. So close for Gen G, but they're still trailing by 2 with less than a minute to go. Oh, and that one off the elbow and out! Gen G, they can't buy a goal right now.
Opportunities abound, but still nothing through. Only the 2 very early goals out of Gen G. Another opportunity blocked way out on the wing. And back on defense goes Chronic and Gen G. It's been a very familiar position for Chronic so far in this tournament. First killer blocked by Joyo. It's going to be on Chronic to re-trigger the counter. And apparently Jack's shot goes high, and boy, those shots have to be on target. There are no rebounds available. First killer's got a save, but they're playing a lot of defense. Down 2 goals with only 10 seconds left. Apparently Jack from the wing can't get this ball downfield. Stuffed back in by Oski, and Chronic will make a save for really no consolation at all. It is all Oxygen in the second half of game 1 and a 1-0 series lead.
Hey, maybe we can ask Gibbs or CJ to hand one of those medals to Johnny, since they have so many. Because I mean, his analysis looked on point in this first game.
Yes.
We saw it from Oxygen. They came out scoring, like you mentioned the stat about their first minute start. They have that start here. Looking good. Oski, his hat trick confirmed, 3rd hat trick of the event. Meanwhile, Archie is still looking for his first goal of the event. Oski, brilliant. And then on the other side of the ball, as we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay, Gen G was close so many times. One of them, they did get bailed out by apparently Jack, the one that was bouncing around on the goal line. He does hit it in, but they had multiple opportunities that they weren't able to put in. Even first killer on a couple double tap opportunities. One of them, he certainly could have scored, and he wasn't able to put that in right away. Did get scored on the rebound. But you expect Gen G to be able to come through in those situations and to hit those shots. And I think this could have been a very different game had they done so. Personally, Stacks, I think Chronic was the one question mark for me, because he had a couple plays. You know, you even saw miss boost on that one play rotating back. He just wasn't playing the game we know he can play.
I think it was Bill Murray who once said, you know, in the Olympic swimming events, they should have just a normal person in one of the lanes just for a point of reference. Right now, you'd have Oski, the Olympian, with his 14 goals so far this week, and Archie still looking for his first.
Making everyone look like they're dog paddling out there.
Apparently Jack's shot got blocked away. 2 defenders got a piece of it, and Gen G are once again sent packing in the early stages of game 2.
The ball has spent almost as much time on Oxygen's goal line as it has in their half, but still Gen G aren't able to put those in.
Another shot from first killer. This one blocked by Joyo. Follow-up.
Another block.
Joyo stopped that as well. So now Chronic has to get involved in the offense, whether he wants to or not. And he can't get that one through the corner. Got a piece of Joyo, but it's Archie and Oski pinching that back out around the corner, then back downfield where apparently Jack has to turn on it.
See what Jack does with the ball. He had plenty of space. Opts to just go for a 50 on the air dribble, and first killer has to half flip back and gets bumped off the ball. Another situation where Gen G, they've got time, they've got space, but they're not able to effectively start that attack.
We are seeing Oxygen play a little more physically than we've seen throughout this whole season. And they're not racking up demos, they're still getting the bumps, and those are just as disruptive against Gen G. There's only like 100 other teams in the world that are more physical than Oxygen, but they're doing just enough to frustrate Gen G, though. Oski and Joyo ran into each other here, so it's going to be on Archie trying to score his first. No, Joyo's follow saved away by Jack.
And Jack's got the boost. Good 50 from Oski. We're seeing Gen G have these situations where they've got boost all the way back on their own half, a little bit of space. They've got some options that they can make, or take rather. And now scoring chance. First killer shot gonna be too high. Rebound! Punched in by Jack. Looks like he got some help from a defender. But good patience and execution from Gen G.
Well, boy, if we had $1 for every Gen G shot that was high over the crossbar by just a slim margin, wouldn't have to pay us to be here. We'd be feasting right now. So Archie's got that one through, but right to Chronic, and first killer, clever challenge on the wall. Gen G have a lead, but how long can they hold that? With all the opportunities they've had, not able to find the back of the net. That's got to come back to haunt them sooner or later, as that bump in the air creates an opportunity for Oxygen.
First killer tried to slow it down. Joyo, not enough boost to make a powerful shot. Jack gonna try going coast to coast, flip reset, pass out to the middle. It finds its way over to first killer. I think maybe even first killer surprised that that ball came through.
Archie, another attempt denied. Right, maybe trying to set up rebound, second, third, fourth chance opportunities for Oxygen. They haven't had that early flourish that they usually rely on to try and bury a team under early pressure. Now they have to play from behind. Joyo's been a great catalyst for them in their comeback efforts, few and far between as they've been this season. As Archie's lob forward is met by first killer. He's going to have company, though, in the form of Oski. You don't really want Oski out on the wing. You want him central, waiting for Joyo or Archie to center that ball to him. It just hasn't happened here in this game.
No hesitation from first killer there. Everyone on Oxygen thinking it might be a pass to Jack, but Jack must have called that off early. And that one off the bar and in. First killer does the job himself as we take another look at this one.
Well, Oski's so awkward coming out of the corner, and first killer just waiting.
And it's the trademark, apparently, Jack play, where you pretend like you're going to play the ball and then immediately veer off, get boost, go for bumps. Jack created the space for first killer to then shoot from. And finally, for Gen G, who have been plagued by those shots that were just too high, just off the bar and out, this one goes bar and in. And this is an excellent response here from Gen G in game 2.
Well, Jack has never been averse to getting his hands dirty, playing that physical game, and kind of getting in the heads of his opponents. Fills that role very well. Now Archie trying to wiggle his way through. Joyo shot dead on, blocked out by first killer, never turned into a shot. Now Archie got it central, and no assist, as Oski could not line it up.
And Oski is retreating all the way back on zero boost. Does get that challenge. Joyo with a lot in the tank, shut down by Chronic at the midfield. Gen G happy to melt this time off the clock. Under a minute to go.
Gonna be difficult for Oxygen to get a foothold here in this game, where all the opportunities have seemingly belonged to Gen G. On another day, they probably could be up by 3 or 4 goals. They'll have to settle for 2. Archie, flip reset, no. And Joyo stuffed by first killer. Chronic in first, trying to combine on a defensive effort. Jack's got that one away, and once again, Oxygen sent way back to the drawing board off that deflection, and Joyo can only watch the ball for a moment. He's deleted off the field. Down to 15 seconds now. Gotta hurry. Oski got bumped away from the double. There's Joyo, and in!
Oski mixing it up, creating chaos. You can see first killer got the bump. Chronic wasn't able to deny the backboard bounce. Joyo there to put it in, and now all eyes on Oxygen. What kind of kickoff strat will they have?
10 seconds. Oh, they go creative. Crisscrossing in front. Oski
Heavy
can't
touch.
chase that one down, though. It got too far away from him. And now the final few seconds. Oski, this is the guy you want on the ball.
Flick.
Jack got a piece, and now Chronic holding everything in his hands. He'll bring it down, and Gen G level the series.
Oh, and that bump was at the end. You see the ball floating down towards the ground. I just think it was first killer. It's tough to see, but somebody had flown right at that player from Oxygen trying to keep the ball airborne, cutting off their approach. That actually helped ensure that ball was going to hit the ground. You never know what's going to happen at 0 seconds. So well played by Gen G at the end of that game. And really all game long, fundamentally sound defense. Excellent 50s on their goal line. And Gen G able to come out on top. And I really think First Killer, he was the MVP in this game for me. He was all over the place.
Yeah, there are plenty of opportunities generated, not just with the ones, of course, that found the back of the net, but even a couple of shots that went high, draw the defense out, and then Jack, of course, critical goal for Gen G, not just in this game, but in this series to get them right back into things. And now, instead of facing an uphill 0-2 deficit, things are all level here, 1 apiece. And I think the pressure shifts back now to Oxygen after, listen, they looked great for the majority of game 1, but then it just kind of looked like just another team out there in game 2.
But at the same time, Gen G was, had made a few mistakes. There was the pass right to Oski that ended up being a goal. Multiple missed opportunities. I think Gen G very easily could have won game 1 as well. So this, that game 2, going to be a lot of wind in the sails of Gen G. And like you said, Stacks, now all the pressure is back on Oxygen.
Some teams can wait to kind of prey on the mistakes of their opponents. Don't think either of these teams are necessarily in that category. They're gonna have to create their own chances. Oski barreling through. Will Oxygen have more first-minute heroics? It's gonna be Archie looking in the direction of Oski. Nothing brewing there, though, so now Joyo, all eyes on him, and Jack was not going to give him the time of day. Barrels right in after him. Another aggressive play. Jack couldn't line that up. It would have been a world if he scored it. First Killer trying to float one in, and Joyo's got that away.
Immediately, Gen G tightening the screws. And there's another shot. Oski with no boost, barely able to tap it out. But now Joyo flip reset, back to the ball, shot on target. You see the low save from First Killer to make sure he doesn't get dunked. That was brilliant defense from First Killer.
You're seeing a much more selfless First Killer than we would have seen earlier as well. He's matured a lot, I think, over the last couple of years. I think there are a couple times already in this game where he would have taken a shot and said he's opted for the better option, letting Chronic take a shot very early on in this game. Now Archie trying to get the preset. And the shot easily saved away by First Killer. I mean, I know they make it look easy. Would have scored on maybe the other half of the field. But now Archie. All day to play this ball. First Killer shadowing him. Chronic underneath that, so apparently Jack has to bail him out. And both teams waiting for someone to blink. And again, that's not going to be a very profitable plan for either of these sides. Eventually, somebody's got to make a play.
You wonder if Oxygen will start to slink back into their shells, especially after that last game. Well, Oski gets up and over. It looked like First Killer might have been going for the demo on Oski, but well done by Oski to get up in the air quickly to get that touch. Oski again trying to take that downfield. Archie, who's still hunting for his first goal, pushes the ball in. Gen G now trying to get out of their own half.
Well, they've played more than 9 games now, 9.5 games, Oxygen, without Archie scoring his goal. So the only other player without one is VK Salen. Archie can't convert here either, as Chronic stands tall in front of the net.
Joyo is trying to work with that 100 boost. He is a dangerous player. You've seen his clips on Twitter. The shots that he is capable of hitting are insane, but Gen G is not giving any space to Oxygen.
Well, what can Archie do here? High center. Joyo's there. Archie demolished, though, behind the play. It falls to Oski. Chronic not letting this ball get central. Oski bounced out of the way, but that ball bounced away from Chronic. He didn't have that read. Things just not lining up timing-wise for Gen G. Eventually, somebody's got to touch this ball. It is sent back out of the corner. Archie going to have a go, and then he can't stay with the play. This is the Rocket League Championship Series. Both teams making it very uncomfortable for the other side.
And we even see it on that play. Every time Oxygen does manage to get it up and over the defense of Gen G, they're at least landing the bump. It's happening every time. It happened multiple times just within that short period of time. So Gen G, their defense is fundamentally sound. If you're either playing the ball or you're playing the player, and they're bumping players off those balls so well.
Well, Jack has first killer to his right. First killer, double tap, blocked away by Oski. What a read. Maybe one of the higher quality scoring opportunities for either side in this game.
Oh,
and then that one ricochets in. First killer credited with the opener.
Oh, this is heartbreaking for Oxygen. Joyo, he's just waiting to see what happens, and Archie helps with a pinch in the corner. That is a play. You do have to be careful in those situations. Archie, that time, with an assist there for Gen G. And this game goes all the way to the final minute scoreless, and for that to be the goal, that is so devastating to the mental of Oxygen.
For all the talk about how Oxygen is great early on in games, they do seem to excel at the end as well, and they almost got an equalizer right at the last.
Oh,
now they do! Oh, no!
The corner pinch sneaks through! So Oski pinches that, and apparently Jack was in position. I was thinking he was going to be able to get that touched out. And that, Oxygen catch a break thanks to that pinch from Oski. And we've got a ball game once more.
The one defensive lapse right at the end for Gen G, and now Oxygen looking to kind of squeeze it in here. It is Archie at the side. First killer's got it away. He's not going to hand this one off to a member of the opposition easily, but Oski looking to break their hearts right at the end. Chronic will bring it down, and we'll have overtime to break a 1-1 tie.
And even that last play from Chronic, a great example of how well Gen G has been able to challenge quickly and shut down those solo play attempts. So the ball gets through, double tap from Chronic, and Gen G win game 3 in overtime. They score their second, and with Chronic's second goal of the tournament, it comes at a huge time for them.
Another clutch goal out of Chronic in this second half of the season. It's been few and far between here in London, but when they've needed them, Chronic has picked his spots, and what a spot to pick here in overtime of game 3.
And that is why I said that I'm looking at Chronic and Archie, because I feel like when the margin is that tight, that both of those players statistically underperform. You expect more from them. Yep. If one of them can show up and make plays, it might be enough to get their team over the top. And that play from Chronic might just be it.
As you mentioned, only his second goal here in London, but it is a big one. It gives Gen G a 2-1 series lead over Oxygen in a series where, I mean, listen, both teams are making a beautiful game look not quite so beautiful at times. But I think a lot of that has to do with the staunch defense we're seeing on either side. Even though both goals in this game, you could look at and go, boy, these are kind of defensive breakdowns. They have frustrated each other going here into game 4.
It's been really interesting to see how Oxygen, you know, a lot of times they're playing the ball. They're getting the touches to the corner. Meanwhile, Gen G says you can have the back, you can get the ball to the backboard. I'm just going to bump you off the play. And it's been so effective. Both teams' defenses, like you're saying, playing really well. But the big question mark is Oxygen's offense. They had the good start early on. It looks like we're going to get a tech pause here.
We are.
But Oxygen offensively need more than just Oski to be making these plays. And I think you can start putting the spotlight on Archie. There is so much pressure on Archie to contribute offensively, because that is the part of Oxygen's game that is lacking at the moment. They need to figure out a way to break through.
In their last 2 series now, this is, I believe, the 3rd tech pause that Gen G has faced, and things seem to be happening over on their side. The Oxygen seem to be perfectly fine, and, well, as we finally look in on Gen G, they appear to be fine. So, quick little water break, and we will get things set up for another lobby for these guys. Again, very, very early on here in game 4, so very similar to one of the pauses yesterday against Vitality, most likely starting from a full 5 minutes.
But you know what? Maybe if Gibbs and CJ heard me, maybe they and they gave a medal to Johnny. Maybe they need to go take it back though, because he also mentioned that whoever's winning that first game, they're gonna run away with the series, or at least win it. Maybe he didn't say run away, but
right.
it couldn't be more opposite, at least so far. The Oxygen, the good start, the win in game 1, they look dominant. Oski getting what we did get confirmed is his 3rd hat trick of the event. But in games 2 and 3, Gen G defensively have been shutting down everything Oxygen's been trying to do. You saw multiple times Joyo, Oski had time on the wall, had time in front of net, but they're just getting bumped off every single time.
Yeah, Oski, after that hat trick, only a couple of assists to his credit. Not much else offensively out of Big Oski. So now, after this reset going into game 4, you've got Oxygen trailing 1-2 behind Gen G. Both these teams, 36 points in their respective regions. For Gen G, that was good enough for 2nd in North America. For Oxygen, they needed every one of those points just to get the number 4 spot for Europe.
And I think it's a nice time to remind the audience that Oxygen is one of those teams that has a shot at making it to the World Championship. And their road is so long, though. They have to make the grand finals to knock K-Corp out of Worlds and take their spot. Meanwhile, Gen G, they're sitting pretty. We know they're going to be in Fort Worth competing, but when you're first killer, the 4th killer curse, always top 4 it lands, but never the winner. This is the team for him.
Yes.
This is the chance for him to finally get that title. We've seen Gen G do it before. Apparently, Jack Chronic and Nolly and First Killer, everyone's saying, oh, he's the best in NA. He's a generational talent. He has to make this team better. Well, how do you make a team that's won a major? If you're bringing in First Killer, who's that generational talent, certainly they should get another one.
Right, and not just a major. After that, you bring in a team, or you bring in First Killer to a team like this to win the World Championship.
You're exactly right.
And they haven't looked like, they've looked like a team that, on a good day, can win a major. And so if you can win a major, then sure, you can do it at Worlds. But I don't know, it seems like there's a little bit missing there. Early on in games, it feels like, especially early on in series, there's like this adjustment period, this feeling out period that maybe drags on a little too long, and a team like a Vitality or BDS could kind of run away with a series against them.
But and that kind of also was what we saw this season in North America, where Gen G was doing really well and they were getting to finals, but they just couldn't hold a candle to G2. But then they figured it out and they were able to win it all in those online qualifiers in North America. We know that if you can win it all in NA, you can make it to finals at LANs. You can win majors. You can have a real shot at the World Championship. But the Gen G that we've seen even in this season in NA is when they are feeling it, they have the talent and skill to win a major, to win Worlds. But there's just been times where they've been just off and haven't been able to put it together. They've looked uncomfortable. But the Gen G that we know has that ability to, that level, if they show up at the right time, that could be the difference. But Oxygen is no easy opponent. And we know that, Johnny was saying, and T-Bait's also saying, surely that pressure, I'm curious which side of the fence you fall on, but that pressure does have to affect at least the subconscious of Oxygen, knowing that they're here with a chance and every game matters.
Well, I think if they end up at 1 and 2, then yes, the reality of that pressure will really set in. I don't think it's quite there for them right now, but there is that kind of what if we lose here? What if we fail here? Because now it is do or die going into round 4, then going into round 5. Round 4, there are a lot of teams that they could face that are probably going to be well within their range that they can beat and would probably be favored against. Because again, you're going against teams that won from the 0-2 round. But after that, round 5, that's where the pressure would settle in. That's why it's so important to come back here against Gen G. Archie's still yet to score a goal. Oski's got 3. Joyo's got 3. That's it for Oxygen. As First Killer going to work, and he can't line it up. Oh, first killer redirect is in!
Oh, so this was, I was gonna say, Stacks, the perfect kickoff for Gen G. First killer had him there. If that shot was on target, it's in. But then the redirect in front of net, the bicycle kick from first killer. And things going from bad to worse for Oxygen Esports.
Well, Oxygen sees another early goal. Unfortunately, it's not theirs. Oski trying to stay with this play. Falls down to Archie. His shot generates a rebound on the weak side, but instead it's first killer who stays with it. Joyo is nowhere near. This is centered for Chronic and sent out by Archie. And see if maybe Oxygen starts to get frustrated. See if they start overextending a little bit. And if Gen G can capitalize on that, it'll be a very quick end to this series.
First killer keeping the ball in at midfield. Oxygen feeling the pressure from this slow start. Joyo can't get it up and over. Apparently, Jack, the defense has been so good for Gen G over and over again. And now the deflection high to prevent this shot. Gen G survive again.
And Archie's got to be wondering, what do I got to do to not just get a goal, just to get a shot? Apparently, Jack trying to get in the way of Joyo. First killer follows up his own. And it's a 2-0 lead for Gen G.
First killer lobs it downfield. Apparently, Jack makes Joyo panic. You see, Joyo had 0. Archie had 0. First killer upfield, ready to punch that in. His second goal of the game. Gen G are in their rhythm.
Two teams that came in on a +1 game differential. It's going to look real good for Gen G if they close it out here. Trying to secure a 3-1 victory in round 3. Joyo playing close to the vest. Gave it away to first killer just about. Look at how everybody's bunched up in the corner, though, for Oxygen.
And because apparently Jack is stealing their boost, being a menace over there. You see, finally, Oski was able to get that corner boost, but Jack is playing upfield, making life difficult for Oxygen.
Well, Joyo going into the bag of mechanics, and then Gen G just goes right over top of everybody, and Oski has to go all the way to the back again. They've done a great job of keeping Oski from in front of their own net and forcing him to kind of trigger counterattacks and making somebody other than Oski beat them.
That's
which
devastating for Joyo. He missed his wall dash and then immediately got demoed after falling off the wall.
And make somebody other than Oski beat you, because right now Oxygen have proved that no, Oski's the only one that's going to beat anybody. Joyo shot blocked away again. He didn't have anything behind it. Actually might have been trying to center that ball. Didn't matter. Got nowhere near the intended target. Oski to stay with this, and apparently Jack back on the prowl for Gen G.
Apparently Jack has been the boost king. He steals another one. Every time it looks like you see him on the field, he's racing somebody to the 100 boost and winning the race.
All right, they got to get Oski on this ball as often as possible. Joyo shot. That one whistles wide. Archie on the weak side, no boost over there. And apparently Jack doing just enough to slow down Joyo. Chronic missed. First killer just got a piece of that ahead of Oski. And Oxygen frustrated again deep in Gen G territory.
Great play from Joyo, though, to get that extra touch. I mean, even taking that first touch up and over the defender, but now Oxygen forced all the way back. Precious time ticking away. Still haven't got their first goal.
Joyo talked about yesterday having world-class teammates around him. They need to be otherworldly at this point to get Joyo and Oxygen level in this series. Joyo trying to go to work here. Chronic easily stops him. Archie with a full tank. Out of the corner, easily sent away by apparently Jack. Everything has been easy defensively for Gen G. A couple of times they've been tested a little more than usual, but it hasn't amounted to anything. Joyo from his own back line with a minute to go. Archie running underneath. Almost a demo down there. Now Oski again can't get this ball central. There's really nobody to pass to. Archie was out on the wing. Joyo waiting for a pass that's never going to get there. And Gen G just feel like they have a chokehold on this series.
Because they have a chokehold on all the boosts. You could even take a freeze frame of the boost on that last push from Oxygen when they're in a position where they have the possession. They just don't have the boost to make the play.
I mean, it almost feels like at times watching a basketball team play without a shot block. Archie's shot there is blocked away. Now Joyo opening there and sent away by Chronic as he recovers following the demo. Now Archie denied his first goal yet again. And First Killer will have it away out towards midfield. Only 10 seconds left. Oxygen's got to score here to give themselves a shot at a kickoff goal. And there will be no time. Oxygen out of time and out of this series. Gen G, 1 win away from the playoffs.
And I hate to say it, Stacks, but it looked easy for him in the home stretch. Oxygen, after burning hot in that first game, completely fizzled out offensively. It seems like if Oski's not scoring, then nobody is.
I mean, Gen G during that series reminds me of like an American football fullback. You need 2 yards, I'll give you 2 yards. You need 5 yards, I'll give you 2 yards. They scored 2 goals in all 4 games. 1 was an L, the other 3 all winners for Gen G, including the overtime winner out of Chronic and with the number 2. Just his 2nd goal of the tournament. That's all they needed out of him.
Huge play from Chronic on that one. I mean, he was the other player that was relatively quiet. Both of these teams coming in. Chronic only a goal. Archie, no goal coming in, no goal going out. But Chronic hit that big time overtime winner. And that was a massive. I mean, but I think who do you want to talk about on Gen G? Apparently, Jack was stealing all the boost.
Yep.
He was landing bumps. You know, he was clutch as well. First Killer, you saw the flip perfectly on kickoff. Gets the flip reset Musty that eventually leads to a goal. Had the redirect. First Killer was scoring goals. He stepped up and was that star offensive player, I think, for Gen G. An excellent team effort. Great adjustment as well after a disappointing game 1 for Gen G, but they made that look routine. They made that look easy in the home stretch, Stacks.
Yeah, they get 5 goals out of First Killer, a couple out of Jack, 1 out of Chronic, and that's all they need as Gen G Mobile 1 Racing gets the Mobile 1 High Performance replay, and it's really just a Jack and First Killer highlight reel. They are 2-1 in the Swiss. 1 more to the playoffs. Leafs standing by with our winners.
Hanging out with First Killer here in the mixed zone of Gen G. Congratulations on the win. You guys look calm and collected.
Thank you, Leaf.
Yeah, and just even in your tone right now, it feels like, did you guys know that win was coming? I don't know. You just look like it was expected.
I think, yeah, we felt super confident yesterday. After Vitality series, like, we felt really good in the second half of the series. We felt like ourselves again.
Right.
And today, I don't know, we just woke up. We felt really good.
Good.
Super happy, and I don't know, just took it.
Did you guys even need to, like, scrim or anything? You're just like, no, we're good.
We had a scrim, yeah.
Johnny was mentioning on desk before that they expected Oxygen to come out full swing with pressure because yesterday they said they felt hesitant. Did you feel that pressure at all at the beginning?
Honestly, in the first game, the only reason they won is because we were just letting bad goals in.
Right.
I didn't really feel much pressure from them. I feel like we had control of the game the whole entire time.
Now, is there ever any potential when you guys are feeling good, you're like, yeah, we're on it today, that you can get overconfident and maybe lose it? Has that happened to you guys before?
It definitely has happened before. Definitely online. This last split happened a lot. But right now, every time we would feel really good, we just remind ourselves, like, just stay calm, keep the ball close, and just, like, keep playing our game style.
Is there someone on the team that takes charge? Is it coach? Is it the players? Who kind of takes lead to make sure that you stay in that perfect slot?
Chrome has been really good with that. He just reminds us after every game.
Yeah.
Sometimes even goals like that. We just need to stay calm. And Jack, most of the time, he just keeps like a calm tone so that we don't get like panicky.
Right.
Or whatever it is. So yeah, we just calm.
Was he sitting in the middle? Is there a reason you guys keep him in the middle? Is that strat? Because he talks a lot then?
I think it's because he talks the most.
Yeah.
We just keep him in the middle. He also gets really loud when he's feeling it, so
Yeah.
we just keep him in the middle.
That's fair enough. That way you only get the one ear from each of you that's getting perforated when he yells, right?
Yeah,
Hey, we got a deep dive. I'm going to get a look at the screen here. One play you made here, you had a musty and it missed. But immediately afterwards, you stayed in the play. Can you walk me through, is that your decision? Does a teammate call out to stay in the play? What goes on in comms there?
For that one specifically, I kind of just went for the musty. I landed in their net, and I was just rotating out. So I just happened to be there. But normally, you always want to just have someone there. You don't want to, like, leave a gap.
Gen G's, like, really good at keeping someone on that post, too. Like, you guys have always done that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just curious, because, like, I just want to be off for boost. I'd be scared to be caught out. Like, if you do flip and it misses, now you got 2 players on offense. You ever worried that might happen in a position like that?
I think it's different when we have the ball.
Right.
It's like, obviously, if they have the ball in their corner or they have possession, then you don't really want to have two players close. Mainly just one person just forcing or whatever.
Right,
have
yeah.
your second just kind of spaced back. But in that situation, it was completely fine.
Yeah, well, very evidently, you got a goal out of it. Anyways, thank you for your time, man. Congratulations on the win, and hopefully the confidence keeps with you guys going on.
Of course.
And thank you guys for sticking with us. We have a long day ahead of us. It has just begun. One out of the way, and up next, reigning major champs Gentlemates. They did lose to Sam already once. Will Team Secret make it two?
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy T-Bates here, and I'm back yet again with another version of T-Bates Debates. You send in your takes, I rip them apart. Some of you ask for advice. I got plenty of that to give. Let's have some fun. First tweet we have here is from Sam Sonic. Sam Sonic says, do you think we will see Resolve GG progress further next time? Because I surely do. Well, Sam Sonics, let me teach you a little something about life. You start from rock bottom, and that's exactly where Resolve GG is. So once you're all the way down here, the camera can't see me anymore. You can only come right back up. And that's exactly what Resolve can do. So it's either gonna stay down there, or you're gonna keep elevated. Which means that your take covers the whole entire diaspora, from one end, the end, rock bottom, all the way to getting better. So of course they'll get better. That's easy, that's simple. Why'd you even ask me this question? From Random 40, nice name. Hi, at T3Base. I just need to know why NA is going to have 3 top 8 teams at the major. Or Random, you're probably expecting me to go, I can tell you what, we'll have 3 top 8 teams, NA's the best, and yum. I'm not giving you that. I'm here on T-Base Debates where I only give the facts. And the facts of the matter is, we'll have 3 top 8 teams. We got SSG, we got OG, we got G2, and we got Gen.G Mobile 1 Gaming Racing. Matter of fact, Random, I'm surprised. You should have said why NA's gonna have 4 top 8 teams at the Copper Rocks this time around. And it's just because we're simply the best region in the world. It's not like we haven't won a land in about 3.5 years. It doesn't matter. That's just because we're the best and nobody needs to know about that. Next question. No disclaimers. Gon_22. How can I do an IRL flip reset with my car? Well, I personally wouldn't advise you to do an IRL flip reset, because that means that not only will you hurt yourself, but somebody else will be hurt in the process as well. That's simply not possible. Now, what you can do is you can go watch the professionals over there on motorsports who flip their cars and their motorbikes all the time. They can get the job done. They might not do a flip reset, but at least they can do a flip. But you, Gon_22, I'm assuming you're just a regular human civilian. You should stay nice and controlled and make sure you don't get any tickets. All right, next question. Ooh. All right, this one's already gonna be great. Hi, T-Bates. I have a friend who refuses to admit that G2 is the #1 team in the world. He has watched both NA and EU teams compete, but for some reason does not think they are at the top. How can I convince him to accept the facts? Pick unrelated. Well, Tall L, what I would say is that if your friend does look something like Johnny Boy, or maybe even is Johnny Boy, one, you have a great friend, because Johnny, he's a great guy. The last time I was in London, he brought me all around. He made sure I was nice and comfortable, and he wants me to go to Glasgow and Edinburgh and everywhere else in Scotland. So if your friend is Johnny Boy, that's great. You know somebody who's very famous. but +1 for Utah, L. +2 as well, because now you have an important job to convince a man who is absolutely delusional that he's delusional. And some would say that's nearly impossible. So here's what I would do for you. What I would do is I would tell your friend that Daniel's actually transitioning over to EU. He's about to move over, and G2 organization, they're going to move with him. So be smart at time. They're all going to take flights. They're all going to move and start playing from France. And once you convince him that they play from France, then he'll admit that they're the best team in the world. Until then, he's not gonna budge. And it doesn't matter what they do. So if G2 wins this LAN, I guarantee you that your friend, Mr. Delusional, is going to say that for some reason G2 is still not the best team. So you need to convince G2 organization to move over to France. I know they're based in Germany. Move the NA team over to France, get them to play there, and then your friend, Mr. Delusional, will finally concede that G2 is the best team in the world. All right, next tweet from Squeeps. Ring ring. Hey there at T3Bates. Congrats on that law degree. How can you use that big brain of yours to teach me how to not fall on my face when analyzing RL gameplay at the major? Insert clip. AJG's on the back wall. I just want to credit him right here. Y'all see him? Oh, no!
He's all right, Chad. He's okay.
You think you're funny. Well, what you want to do is not have a big box. Sorry, I'm traumatized. A big box right underneath your toes that is making you have to stretch out. Also, what you also don't want to do is you don't want to be a small person like me. I only have such length in my legs to actually stretch out, and that was another obstruction in my way. It was all designed for me to fail. And another thing you want to do is make sure you rehearse. People like Johnny Boy sabotage you and make sure that not to rehearse because I have a feeling that everything's going to go wrong. And it did go wrong. Everything went wrong. I hurt myself, literally. I could have been injured. But you know what? I wasn't. Follow those 3 principles. Don't listen to Johnny Boy. Grow, and don't be short. And in 3, rehearse. All right, everybody. Thanks again for watching another version of T-Base Debates. Hope you enjoyed your time. Make sure you send in your tweets to be featured next time around. And as usual, 1, 2, toodaloo. Catch you next time.
Game 1 went exactly as Johnny Boy predicted, and then things went quickly off the rails. Gen G able to take care of business against Oxygen. They are now 1 win away from playing in the bracket. Oxygen, they will look for that second win a little bit later on today. Yeah, I mean, Johnny, you got to sit there and watch the match. How'd you feel about it after? Give me your timeline through the match as you're watching Game 1 to Game 4.
I had you in the first quarter, I can't lie. It was exactly as I expected for all of 5 minutes, and then actually Gen G played exceptionally well. They came back much sooner, and I think that's great for Gen G that they're moving in the right direction from day 1 to day 2. They're getting into the series earlier. I mean, they do still have a bit of a slow start, though. Game 1 was not theirs. But big problem for Oxygen. This is looking like a long day ahead of them, and a great day for Vatira's hate watching party, because Oxygen are struggling. That was not the closeout performance, and not the ability to ride the wave of momentum that we're used to seeing from this team.
Yeah, Game 1 was not good, and especially from Chronic again. A couple of miscues on defense, and I was like, oh, we're gonna have the same Chronic that we saw from day 1. But the Game 3 overtime winner by Chronic, I think is going to show a lot not only for this match, but going into future rounds, that confidence boost that he will get out of that, because that was a key moment throughout this match. Because if Oxygen goes up 2-1, that this might have been over.
Well, I think that this replay package doing a good job here. Game 2 also super important there. You saw the own goal, kind of forced own goal in Oxygen, and then Oski had one really big whiff in front of their net there in Game 2. That was a 1-goal game. He makes that shot, or if they don't hit that own goal for some reason, that game goes very differently. And if Game 2 goes in Oxygen's favor, man, Johnny Boy looks like an absolute genius, right? So a series of unfortunate events here that were followed up by the Game 3 overtime winner, and then here that shot is. This was
such a great shot.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. The rotating into goal 2 decisions from Appjack to clear the way there.
That's the thing. You see Chrome right there. He's really trying to hype up Chronic because he knows he has to get involved more. And then First Killer doing First Killer
bicycle
things.
kick.
Oh, what a shot there. 1.25 goals per game. Shot 41% as well. First Killer on land, you know he's going to perform.
Now, he's been the best player of Gen G the whole entire tournament. He was the best player on the pitch, even with large Oscar ball. And now FK, he's on one right now. And they're looking good, man. I will say that how loud when we slowed it down, because Appjack's shooting has been a little questionable. Also, Chronic shooting has been a little bit questionable too, but he did clutch up. And then I just got to say, their energy, especially Chrome's energy, when they score, you can hear Chrome from across the arena. He's making so much noise, really gassing up the guys. But then looking over towards that Oxygen side, man, it's just it's flat right. It's something's missing.
2 days in a row now, which is worrying. Because one day, fair enough. You're against power. You're the heavy favorites. Sometimes that can put unnecessary pressure on you.
Yeah.
But day 2 to come out like this, that's a real problem, because this could be their last day if they don't fix this. And they won't even make crowd. Joyo not making crowd in London would be a disaster for the London fans. So they've got to get it together. They just got to come out confident, because they've still, even after a game on win, they've still not looked like themselves.
They did 3-0 Gladiators. Very likely they will face one of these 0-2 teams that wins later. Unless it's Gladiators, then they might get bounced out of that. But their game differential isn't that bad, so they should win their next match. But you never know, because they've been incredibly flat.
Okay, well, we can show you guys what's been happening around the Swiss. 2 matches went down at the same time while we were over here watching Gen G take care of Oxygen. Power managed to get a game off Space Station, but Space Station kind of padded their stats in the other games there. There were some pretty strong blowouts. Space Station looking strong now at 2 wins. We'll see them in round 4. A few other matches, though, to get through on our stream, as well as the alternate stream. You can check the action out at twitch.tv/RL Esports. They're going to be playing with OG and BDS next there. We'll see how that one goes. Can OG continue the momentum from yesterday after their reverse sweep win in round 2? Find out against BDS. That's a tough order. Over here, though, we're going to see some Falcons G2 a little bit later on, and the Chiefs Gladiators will play for their tournament life after this next match. The current reigning defending major champions, Gentlemates Alpine, taking on the 2nd seed from South America, Team Secret.
And Gentlemates Alpine, we gassed them up all the time. Gibbs talks about 20 of 21 or 21 of 22, some of those type of ones. That's how many games they won when they scored first, 1 goal each apart over there in Copenhagen. And then yesterday, they were up 1-0 against Furia in Game 2, and you're like, oh, we've seen this story before. This is exactly what they're going to do. But they faltered. Furia came right back, and they took the momentum from them. And then moving on throughout the whole entire series, you really didn't see Gentlemates have any semblance of offensive pressure.
They are land players, obviously. They won Copenhagen Major, but I think there was always question marks because of how close those wins were. Could they do it again? They made history, the only EU4 seed to ever win a major. So, but now they're coming back down to earth a bit. They didn't win any of the regional tournaments in Open Qualifiers 4, 5, and 6, and now they've dropped their first land match. So can they bounce back, Johnny?
Yeah, they're definitely going to be in their heads a little bit about that one. I mean, these are experienced players, but you've just taken your first loss on LAN of the season. That's got to hurt. They were perfect before then, 7 series wins in a row, and now they've taken 1L to a very strong Furia. So let's see how they bounce back. Luckily for them, they are likely to win this one. It's a heavy favorite matchup, and even I'm going to say right now, I won't tell you what we've predicted. Every single caster that is not on the desk right now has gone Gentlemates with their predictions. So across the board, everybody's saying Gentlemates. Over in the B stream, everybody's saying BDS as well. So this is a great matchup to bounce back with, I would say.
Well, they did. Their first loss was to Furia, and they are now playing Team Secret, a team that would argue they are as good as Furia, and their results would show it, even though they come in as the number 2 seed here, Gibbs.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot. When we talk about offense, it's about KV1. You gotta just make him be quiet. Like, if he's quiet in this series, then it's over. This is a 3-0 very, very quickly. But if KV1, like, if he begins pretty hot, then those offensive numbers begin to roll. We talk about it all the time with the mates, is they love their 1-0 games. They go up 1 goal, they sit back and play defense, but if it's the opposite, if they're trailing, they can get into some trouble, Bates.
They sure can get into some trouble. We saw them go up against Team Secret yesterday. Not Team Secret. Team Secret went up against Chiefs yesterday. And then when Chiefs won their games, they won both 4 goals apiece. So it breaks me question a little bit. Like, once a team starts rolling, like Gentleman starts rolling, maybe Team Secret can't necessarily bounce back, but they did end up scoring immediately. I think KB1 came off the kickoff in game number 5 and just seized the momentum from a surging Chiefs, and that ended up leading them to this matchup right here. They're going to have to replicate their South American brethren, though, in Furia, in order to beat this Gentleman squad.
Yeah, problem is, though, it's tough to replicate Furia. I don't know if anyone can really do what Furia does. Just the roster they've got and the way that they play is just super unique, and I don't think Team Secret have that kind of firepower.
And this is a World Championship clinching match for them as well. If Team Secret win, that is 2 wins in Swiss, and they will clinch their World Championship spot. Right now, they will have to play a tiebreaker versus Complexity if they lose 2 in a row here today.
Well, and this is kind of what, Johnny, you were alluding to with Oxygen, you know, in the last match, saying like, oh, if this was the match to get into Worlds, I'd say there's some extra pressure, but it's not. They got to make it to the grand finals. This is the case for Team Secret, though. This is the match.
They got 2 shots at least, so it's not as much pressure.
I don't think they're going to feel too much pressure here, Secret, because they are massive underdogs. So they're probably just going to go in here and, you know, just try. It's almost like a warm-up. Just if they win it, wow, that's amazing. But they can't feel too sad about it if they don't. They'll have 1 shot later on today to get that second win, clinch Worlds. And at that point, I mean, if they could do that, they're 1 match away from playoffs. So just 1 step at a time here, but this one's kind of a gimme for Team Secret. They're the massive underdogs.
Hashtag M8, hashtag TS in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win. We'll go down the line. Johnny, you said everybody that's not on the desk picked Gentlemates. Let's see if it was an entire sweep of the talent team. Who you got?
I have also gone Gentlemates here. I think that they are, you know, not their Copenhagen dominant selves, but it should still be good enough to beat Team Secret, who didn't look great yesterday against Chiefs. I expected a much more one-sided win for them against Chiefs yesterday. So, yeah, I have to go Gentlemates.
And that's the big detriment, is I thought they would 3-0 Chiefs, and they didn't. So Team Secret, I can't pick them here. Have to go with the mates.
Yeah, I think going on with a game 5 against the Chiefs is very telling. Gentlemen, they are the reigning major champions. I understand they lost yesterday, but you expect to bounce back for them. I got them in a sweep.
And a sweep as well here. I mean, I'm maybe a little bit less I'm a little more hesitant here with the Gentlemates. I do also have the Gentlemates here, but again, this is the first time we're seeing them play on land after a loss. Yeah. They did get to sleep between it. It shouldn't be a problem. They should, on paper, beat Team Secret here, but we'll see what happens. So the entire talent team has predicted Gentlemates to take down Team Secret.
The coin will too.
Coin went with it went with Oxygen, went with the underdog in the last pick, and came up the wrong side. We'll see if it can predict the favorite this time. Nope, it comes up Team Secret on this one. I know it kind of looked like I did.
I was a little questionable. That flip.
I can flip it again.
No. You got it.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I saw it.
Okay,
it was legal. It's good.
I did not flip it over again there. Coin loves its underdogs. We'll see. Maybe it's the only entity in the building that predicts Team Secret here. That just tells you how big of a favorite, though, Gentlemates is in this matchup that everybody is going.
I mean, they're major champions, right? You have to give them, like, it's 1 land loss. They will bounce back.
Okay, Chad has them as well here. So everyone in the world believes Team Secret can't do this, but we don't play matches in people's heads. We play them on the pitch. Let's get into it, folks. A best of 5 to get that second win here to go moving forward. It's the Gentlemates versus Team Secret.
Incredibly important series for Team Secret. All they have to do to get out of a tiebreaker is beat the defending reigning major champions in Gentlemates. Easy, right?
Yeah, how hard could that be? Well, now that I think about it, that's going to be pretty hard, Stacks.
It is going to be pretty hard. It is a team that when you look at them and their performance in the online qualifiers, the numbers don't look like necessarily a major champion, but when you get them here in this environment, I mean, listen, their performance didn't look like major champions or even major contenders going into Copenhagen.
It's true.
And they won it all.
And they had all very close games as well. They were, I think somebody had a crazy, I'm not sure if it was like every game, but almost every game was 1-goal games.
Yeah.
They were winning by very thin margins. And even throughout the playoffs, people were thinking, okay, it's going to end now. Okay, surely it'll end now. But no, they went the whole way. And I mean, you can't really be that surprised, Seiko, a world champion already. And, that was an incredible run. But Now just, speaking of the World Championships, Team Secret, they have just one more series that they have to get under their belt, and they will qualify for Worlds. The desk, everybody predicting Gentlemates over this one, but Team Secret, you can't count them out. I mean, we've seen teams that have had close series before that with Team, so they're saying, that it was close with Chiefs. Certainly, Team Secret aren't going to have a chance, but I don't know if I'd necessarily believe that, Stacks.
Well, we talk about teams and having their opportunity to play their way into Worlds, and whether or not that pressure rested on the shoulders of Oxygen, it certainly does weigh on the minds of Team Secret. They have the reigning major champion standing in their way. They do have another life. They'd like to not use it here. Gentlemates, Secret, as we get ready to kick it off on Manfield.
And last series, we talked about Archie. We talked about Chronic, who were struggling in the scoring department. I think the one player now that you look to step up their game is Mata. Mata is so electric. He scored one of the best goals that we've seen on land before. And, oh, man, we know he's got that ability.
Yeah, and boy, if he had converted that, then I think everybody would have fallen out of their chairs. Here's Mata going forward here. Not a lot of scoring so far, but he may have one here. Oh, it's just a little bit wide. Juicy had to track it. Another ball centered, and Seiko's got this one away. A team like Gentlemates, I mean, it's almost like they've made a living this season on just kind of letting you come in, waiting for that one mistake when you overextend, and then playing over the top, and then all of a sudden you're down 3 goals to them.
Now they are a consistent team. Itachi has been playing at the highest level for quite some time. And Juicy is looking for Seiko. Seiko, the drop down. That one off the bar and out. Lovely play, though. I like that setup from Gentlemates.
Yeah, so where Secret gets a few opportunities very early on in the game, Gentlemates bring it right back at him. Seiko, power play opportunity and a double tap.
Wow. What a start for Gentlemates. They had the 3-person passing play. That time the demo into a double tap that beats out Brad. Brad was trying to do the squishy save on 0 boost. The overwhelming pressure for that whole minute ended up being the reason Team Secret gave up that goal. Gentlemates, they were squeezing Team Secret early.
Falling behind, usually
double.
A very bad time for teams as Seiko lines up another double.
Is this game 1 or a training pack for Seiko?
It is free play right now. A double tap exhibition from the former world champion.
Double tap. Back to back for Seiko.
It's going to become mundane at some point. You have to be like, hey, you need a 3rd touch to really impress us. He's trying to line up another shot. That one he lets go. Juicy can't follow up. Itachi has all day to play this. I mean, Team Secret.
Have they left their half?
Stuck inside their own net.
This has been crazy from Gentlemates. This level of domination, we still have not been able to get this ball past half field. What is going on? Oh,
and Juicy again. They're just overwhelming Team Secret right now.
KV1 had to jump over the bump, and then Brad's thinking, okay, I'm going to take this into a dribble, but didn't see Juicy. You do not have that much time, Brad. Wow. Gentlemates. We're not even 2 minutes in, 3 goals for Gentlemates in Stacks. I'm legitimately wondering how much time the ball has spent in Gentlemates' half. It can't be that much.
If it's more than 45 seconds at this point, I'd be surprised. Mata at least trying to keep that in just a little bit deeper. Brad to center, and KV1 shot is sent aside. Mata to try and center again. An opportunity blocked out this time by Itachi. Now Brad will try his luck, and he just meets Itachi. Another demolition. And it's a little strange to see Gentlemates, the more physical of the 2 teams, just going on world rankings for these 2 teams in that respective category. Gentlemates 123rd in the world in the second half of the season. Team Secret,
that's got to be pretty good.
2nd.
Yeah, it was Itachi from Gentlemates that landed a demo that led to a goal. So, I mean, I guess it shows you sometimes stats aren't everything.
They are decidedly not. the Gentlemates we see online and the Gentlemates we see on LAN are two completely different teams.
And you know when stats are everything, Stags, is when you're competing in fantasy.
Yes.
And I am sure whoever has the Gentlemates players are feeling good right about now.
Right? Yeah, anybody who's got Juicy right now, 2 goals and an assist. And there's still 2 minutes and change left here in game 1. I mean, you'd like to kind of hold on to something for Team Secret where you think maybe there's something that they can find to get themselves back into this series. It is only game 1. But right now, they look completely outclassed by Gentlemates. And I mean, when they're playing like this, who wouldn't be?
This has looked so easy for Gentlemates. They start out the game swarming, get a couple goals. I mean, get a couple double taps from Seiko very early on. Pure domination. You wonder if they'll start running out the clock, and it's Itachi doing favors for his fantasy team.
Unreal. Seiko denied his second goal of the game. Itachi gets on the board. Everybody shoots. Everybody scores for Gentlemates Alpine. 5-0, just inside 90 seconds remaining. And, I mean, we've seen some ref pauses in other series so far this week. We would actually need a ref stoppage at this point. This is not a fair fight.
No mercy rules in Rocket League. At least not in this event. In London, you play to the whistle no matter what. But this game 1, I think you can already tell in the books, 5-0 as we approach this final minute. Gentlemates have been brilliant. A flip reset goal, why not? Juicy flip reset for the hat trick.
That's a pretty one too. Just a quick little flick. Doesn't need to follow it. Perfect placement. Hat trick for Juicy. 6 now for Alpine. Gentlemates have been anything but gentle here in this opening game.
Yeah, to put in for a name change. You're right, Stack.
Absolute bullies right now.
They've been anything but. Might add another one. That one pinched out by Brad. Mata will try to push that down, but Gentlemates, they have been so dominant in this first game. A little bit of possession. Finally a chance. Maybe Team Secret can get something going. That shot does go in. Mata pushing that forward. And the dunk by KV1. And I mean, it is not much, but it is something for Team Secret to point to as they look towards game 2.
They're one of the more resilient teams that we have here in London. They're a team that even when they concede an opening goal, granted, they've conceded 6. This one, we're not even talking about this game. But when they concede an opening goal, they still come back more often than most teams do to win that game. So playing from behind, not really a big concern for Team Secret. The bigger concern is the fact that they're playing from behind in the series against Gentlemates. And again, of course, you have all the world implications kind of hanging over their head. Yes, they've secured a tiebreaker with complexity, but they need one more to avoid that entirely and punch their ticket directly to Fort Worth. If this continues, they'll need to do it in round 4 or 5, but KV1 adds a couple at the end, and Team Secret make it a 4-goal margin.
Couple goals at the end from Team Secret. It was a really strong start there for Gentlemates. We started out with a pair of double taps from Seiko. Juicy getting a hat trick. Itachi, I mean, you know, he's looking like this is routine for him. And that first game, routine indeed for Gentlemates. But Team Secret, they did get too late in the game. And I think they learned their lesson a little bit. We saw before, which we might see in the Mobile 1 high performance replay, a few times where Team Secret was not playing as fast as we know they can play. There was one where Brad was trying to take it down and do a dribble, got dunked on by Juicy right away. I think we need to see Team Secret play with a little bit more urgency and also just quicker in general.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot let a team like Gentlemates, we say the same thing about BDS and Vitality, you can't let them just bury you under overwhelming pressure very early on. It's so difficult to play from behind against these teams. They have so much control. They're better front runners than maybe anybody else in the world. And when you give yourself that 1 or 2 or 3 or 6 goal deficit, I mean, it's chalked at that point.
Yeah, it's really difficult. But the first goal that we saw, the play from Mata on the ceiling, that was a good step in the right direction.
Yes.
We need to see them have more of that confidence, make those plays off the ceiling, trust in their mechanics, and also trust that they can be as fast and try to pick up the pace a little bit, because I think trying to slow it down, playing the counterattack game is not going to work against a team like Gentlemates.
6 goals from Brad and KV1 coming into this series, and Gentlemates got that on their own in game 1. Game 2, clean slate for Team Secret as they try to bounce back against what may be the best team in the world, though Team BDS might have something to say about it. That shot goes high and wide. Now KV1 only as far as Seiko, and infield pass on the defensive end. Just trying to play that possession game. And again, they're not in any hurry to move forward. They're going to let Team Secret feel like they have a chance, try to kind of shoot their shot in the offensive end, and then go right over the top. It's what they did for most of game 1, and then they just overwhelmed them. Itachi lost that one, and Juicy can bring it all the way to the corner. He didn't need the boost.
Interesting decision there for Mata to try to take that instead of leaving it for his teammate in the corner. Resulted in Team Secret not being able to keep possession, but now we see KV1 push that towards net. Itachi stretching save. This is a much different Team Secret, but Brad bounces off the wall, couldn't land on his wheels. Already though, the adjustments from Team Secret, they're not giving Gentlemates as much space. They're able to retain that possession. See what they do here. Big bump from Juicy. Seiko double tap pass, and that's cleared off the line by Brad.
I'll often say you don't need to play perfect to beat anybody, but the margins are very, very slim for Team Secret. There are just some mistakes you really can't afford to make, and maybe more than most other teams. They're going to have to play as close to perfection as they can. Itachi has Juicy running underneath to his left. Juicy takes over. Rebound opportunity. KV1 waiting, and the shot goes right by from Itachi.
And this was smart. Itachi, instead of going for a flip reset, gets that extra touch. The defender was playing the flip reset, and then it leaks out, forces a double commit, and the rebound opportunity for Itachi, who started that play. Itachi reading the defense as good as you can on that play.
Yeah, KV1 completely stuck without boost on that play. Had no play to make, and it's really, can I help you? No thanks. Just looking as it goes right on by from Itachi. Now KV1 has that taken away, and Juicy almost ran into that. Would have needed to go up to the backboard to finish the play. It's Seiko looking to center, and Itachi wisely stays back to deal with that ball from Brad.
Itachi's been back a few times, and now we got a shot opportunity for Juicy. A quick 1-2 bang-bang play. And Gentlemates Alpine, they are looking in form.
Again, just caught him coming forward. Throw it out to midfield. Juicy just faster than you. 2-0 at the halfway mark. And then this is what happens to teams when they play Alpine, right? Okay, great, now we have to chase the game. We're down 2 goals, so you throw caution to the wind, and that's when they run it up.
Yeah, they're that good. This is a scoring opportunity. I think KV1 surprised there that ball made it through. Chance for Secret to get one on the board here. Mata, the flip reset pass attempt. 50'd by Seiko all the way downfield. Brad trying to contain it at the midfield.
Itachi hasn't used a modicum of boost in the last about 10 seconds. He's still got a full tank just waiting to get involved in the play as Seiko very proactive. Juicy couldn't line up a centering pass. And Brad now, as Mata has to put on the reverse lights. Now he'll finally take a shot up in the air, and again, just gets demolished for his efforts. Juicy redirect, Gentlemates up 3.
Are you sure those stats are accurate stats? 123rd with demos?
123rd.
Are you sure?
That is the data that Alifoni has given all of us.
Juicy getting the demo up high near the ceiling and then getting that little redirect in.
They average 2.47 a game, or rather per 5 minutes. There are some people that prefer the per 5 minute stats. Either way, again, very different team from online to on LAN. And Gentlemates Alpine are just making it look like a practice session.
They haven't broken a sweat yet, Stacks.
No.
Team Secret have a lot of work to do.
It's hot up here.
There are fans, but there is some hope left for Team Secret. Mata taking this airborne, and 2 of these goals now have come from Mata's mechanics. That time he gets the flip reset pass. Really nicely done. And a cleanup there for KV1, so there's a glimmer of hope for Team Secret. But time is winding down.
He has been the bright spot for Secret, trying to add to his total. He's got all 3 goals for Team Secret. Mata from the corner, giving that one away to Juicy. KV1 trying to scramble back with no boost. Midfield wasn't available for him. Had to go get his own back corner boost. That means Brad can't take it. That's going to be vacant for a while. He's trying to run forward with Itachi in the way. Now with 1 minute left, Secret find themselves at least back into the game. Just a small window of hope. Seiko taking his time. Drop down to Itachi. Nothing behind it, but the follow-up from Juicy goes wide. Can they bring anybody back central? No. Running forward, Seiko all the way at the back. Mata's going to try and challenge him, and nope, Seiko just waits him out.
Itachi booms it downfield, will stay on it. Drop down pass to Juicy. Juicy's shot is weak, but doesn't really matter. Gentlemates wasting time off the clock, but this could be off. That bump lands on Juicy, would have been a shot, but Juicy does well to defend it and almost gets a double tap opportunity on the other end.
Final 10 seconds for KV1 and Team Secret, and they have no forward momentum whatsoever. Mata will at least try to send this one in the general direction of the net. That's blocked away as well. Gentlemates Alpine closing in on a dominant sweep.
I think T-Bates was the one who called it being a sweep as well. And the confidence is surging for Gentlemates. And you can't give them any more confidence than they already have. They were a team that came in as the 4th seed in Copenhagen, underdogs by all accounts. Win it all. Win the whole thing. They know they can do it again.
Yep.
And to let them get out with a start like this, it seems like the cat's out of the bag now, Stacks. There's no getting it back in.
Yeah, and again, you got a team that in Gentlemates, they just feel so comfortable in this environment. And that's a rare breed. I mean, this is, I don't want to say the perfect team exists. This is pretty darn close. You think about the maturity and the growth of Juicy from last year, where he kind of got panned a lot. He kind of got clowned on by a lot of people. It's like, oh, he's just kind of there, and does he really belong on the stage? No, I think he does, and he has proven it, especially in this series. 5 goals, 2 assists. Another MVP-worthy performance every time you turn around with Juicy on land.
But at the same time, Stacks, has Gentlemates been tested in this series or in any of these games? We might see another goal off kickoff here. Oh, good pinch save from Mata. But Gentlemates haven't really been forced into much adversity. They've been in control since the kickoff.
Oh, there's a window there as Itachi couldn't get a piece of that ball. Brad with very little in the tank, though, after he gets to the ball. Now Juicy running forward, and that forces Mata back to his own line. See if Team Secret can just even keep Gentlemates off the board for the first couple of minutes. Generate a little bit of confidence. Mata all the way back over to Brad. Having to work greater than the sum of their parts defensively. Mata try to set up Brad. It's netward, but just a little high. Seiko's got that over the bar, and back the other way they come. Maybe.
Oh, this is a good ball. Brad, the double tap and the bump attempt, but Itachi, Old Faithful there to clear it off the line once again.
I mean, they've been burned so many times on these, long, quick counterattacks, James. I don't know that you're ever going to see the third man from Team Secret coming up past midfield when they have these opportunities. And I just don't know that you can really apply enough pressure to Gentlemates without that. That demo certainly helps as Brad gets the opener.
Is that the answer to the problems that Team Secret has been having? Mata gets the demo, even lands, forces Itachi to jump up as well. Heroic effort from Mata, clearing the path, and Team Secret have a lead. Can they hang on to it?
Team that average almost 6 demos a game in their home region, finally using physical play to get on the board first. They have that lead against Gentlemates. Now KV1 playing with a lot more comfort, a lot more confidence. Brad thought about it. Itachi beat him. And Brad has that one guided back to the corner. Juicy, center ball, and the demo, Seiko ties the game.
That qualifies as revenge for Gentlemates. Juicy getting the touch, doesn't rotate out, immediately goes for the demo. Perfect read from Juicy on the development of that play, landing the demo, and that yields a free goal there for Gentlemates. So the lead short-lived for Team Secret.
Fun while it lasted, and now Team Secret has to go back to work. Problem is that work is defensive work. Loose ball in front. That's guided out towards the side, but everybody was scrambling back to the net. So it's a free ball for Gentlemates. And now Itachi swatted out of the way. Mata just had no time to play with. Seiko tried to bounce that through traffic and is going to force Itachi back to his own corner boost.
Oh, that's a heavy touch.
Boy, that got away from him very quickly.
Got bailed out by Juicy. Juicy going to look for the double, well defended by Mata. Sent back in, KV1 high up off the ceiling. Itachi trying to bump him off the ball. Brad will launch that downfield. It's a mistouch from Juicy though. Rebound comes out off the backboard. KV1 just enough boost to touch it down, but Brad had gone for the mid boost.
Well, we do see all three forward for just a moment, but KV1 running back. He's picking up pennies and using all of it just to get that ball out to midfield. Now on beyond, and it's Seiko over to Juicy. Gentlemates working on the counterattack. Juicy again, blocked by Mata. Itachi thought about turning on it, forced Brad to dive in, and that gave the ball away to Seiko. Over to Juicy, and what a save by Mata right in front.
It's still dangerous though. Itachi stealing the corner, no one's home. Easy goal for Itachi.
Just swarming the zone. You try to break out, you've got no boost. You got no chance defensively. Shot after shot, opportunity after opportunity. They make you burn so much moving laterally that when you finally have a chance to break forward, it's like, okay, surely my teammates got the touch, right? Not against these guys. Chance though for Team Secret, still a minute 45. They've proved to have quite a bit of fight at the end of these games, trying to play the role of comeback kings. Brad, blocked by Juicy. KV1 still over there. That bounces hard out towards Mata. And KV1 burned so much boost, going nowhere near the ball, and that's a bad break for Secret. So could this be, but what a save by Brad getting back in time.
Low boost pass, that was what you want. Seiko had a chance to double that in, but the defense there for Team Secret. They keep themselves in it. They're gonna need that goal to tie things up.
Juicy trying the solo effort against Mata. Itachi with no boost, he'll steal 100 out of this Team Secret half. KV1's got to scramble into action now. Seiko couldn't get that ball center, but it goes past Juicy all the way back to Itachi, and it doesn't matter for Gentlemates. They're content to win just about any game 2-1. They're content to win a game 1-0 if the opportunities don't present themselves.
This is good for Secret. KV1 off the sidewall. It bounces off Brad, awkward ball, and Brad gets the corner boost steal. This is a legitimate chance here for Team Secret, forcing Itachi up. He's low on boost. Brad with plenty in the tank. KV1 rotating back, but they're caught out. Team Secret. Their hand was in the cookie jar when it came clamped shut.
Well, you got to be forward. You got to press the issue. This team does it better than anybody else in the world from long range. Gentlemates 3-1, still 31 seconds left. Not quite as deflating as it could have been, but they've really got to send bodies forward now. Brad challenged by Itachi. That drops down into an opportune position there for KV1. Mata has that challenged out to the corner. KV1 try to center, and it's just not happening. Down to 10 seconds, and the only question now for Gentlemates is, do they want to add another? 5 seconds. Juicy just hands it off to Mata. It'll be little consolation if they add anything, and they won't. Gentlemates on to 2-1.
A strong performance and the expected result. The desk talked about it before. All the analysts on the desk and in the green room going with Gentlemates Alpine on this pick. And it was a one-sided affair. It was a really tough game, I think, all around for Team Secret. They never got going. The speed, the consistency, everything was working against them. You saw Seiko starting out the series with a pair of double taps. Juicy had a hat trick. I mean, and then the demos, they're 123rd in demos. Yeah, throw that in the trash cans.
Yeah.
Gentlemates Alpine, they were able to get those demos in some key moments. They didn't use them a lot, but what we didn't see was a lot of demos from Team Secret.
No, we did not. And that's how they got here, is on the back of very physical play, demolitions, trying to put teams in very awkward positions defensively where you have to play 2v3, sometimes 1v3. And it just did not pan out at all for Secret. They could not catch up to Gentlemates collectively to put them in those positions. They get outscored 12-4. I mean, there's your storyline. Gentlemates just ran wild from the very beginning of this series, 6-2 in game 1. It was a 6-0 lead in that opening game. You never felt like, maybe when Team Secret had scored first in game 3, you thought, okay, maybe. But even then, it still kind of felt inevitable that Gentlemates were going to bring that one back and control the game as they did the rest of the series.
And maybe it was inevitable with how good Gentlemates are. They're the Copenhagen Major champions. They are such a strong team. And so I've heard people, say this, and I agree. They just play a play style online. They're consistent. They bring it to land. They play the same. They're consistent. They were consistently beating Team Secret to the ball, and then you can't be more consistent than hitting double taps back to back like you're in a training pack.
Yeah, it did look like a practice session at time for Gentlemates, but they still got some work to do. They're not in the playoffs just yet. Team Secret has some work to do if they want to go directly to Worlds, but Gentlemates are victorious in a sweep, and Leaf is standing by.
Itachi from the Gentlemates joining me in the mix zone. Itachi looked like a fairly breeze of a win, very easy.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a good match. Like, they're playing good normally. We screamed them, and it's a good team. But yeah, today I think it wasn't their best level, and we played decent.
Right.
I'm proud of us. So yeah, it was a good game.
So talk to me about Secret then, because you mentioned that they're a good team. You respect the play that they usually bring. What do you think they maybe were missing in today's that you were able to exploit?
Like, the thing with them is that in scrims they're really aggressive. We see that they play with a lot of confidence, but obviously when you play a LAN in a big stage, it's hard to do it on LAN. So yeah, today they didn't have that confidence. So we just play our game and it worked.
Right. Well, you see your teammates on screen right now. Talk to me about how great you guys are feeling right now. I mean, is there any underlying, worry or anything that you won't be able to repeat the win of last time? Or are you all feeling good?
No, to be honest, we're all feeling good. We have winners in our team. We all won.
That's true. It's very true. Yeah.
And we know how to win. It's just about the mentality. Of course, you need always a bit of luck, a bit of everything in a tournament to win it. But I think we have the good mentality. We trained hard for the rest of this tournament and for everything. So yeah, I think we have everything to win again, to get that back to back, and I hope we can do it.
Well, does every goal matter to you? Because I know some teams are pretty calm when they score, but even when you guys were winning, you were still getting loud for every single goal.
Yeah, of course. That's what we keep saying to each other. Even if we think we can win, we are winning the game like 6-0 or 7-0, we have to celebrate every goal. Every time if we can bury our opponent more, we do it. So of course we always need to celebrate, to keep the hype, to keep everything.
Right. Again, and for today, I mean, I imagine that you feel, okay, a little hiccup yesterday, and now it's just going to be smooth sailing. You feel like, in your mind's eye, that you guys are clear, next win, and you're through.
Yeah. Like yesterday, it was like today, we had a good mentality. We were feeling good, but in the field, Furia played good. They had great chances. We had it as well, but we didn't it was unlucky. Like, we could have played better, but it was good. But today we just kept the same mentality, and I think we can get that last win.
One thing before I go, I want to point out, I was talking the other day about socks on or shoes on, shoes off meta. He switched now, but he had slides.
No, I have
the slides meta, right?
I have them. True. Like I just switch them on stage, but I keep my slides because
Yeah.
the buff. Yeah, I can't win without them.
That's the secret right now.
Yeah, I have to keep them. It's
One more
important.
thing for the green suits out there. Let them know it's another major win on its way, right?
Yeah. In French, I can say it. Or...
Yeah, just be kind.
Non les gars, merci. On va arriver. On va tout donner pour arriver samedi et vous vendre du rêve. Voilà. Merci les gars pour le soutien.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congrats on the win, and one more to go. And thank you guys. I have to keep saying it because I really appreciate all my friends hanging out with. And soon we'll have you here on the weekend. That's going to be great. But we have a lot of Swiss games to get through. So much Rocket League still to go here on day number 2. So please stay tuned for after the break.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
The Gentlemates came out and put the Major in defending Major champions. Absolute domination over Team Secret. Statting their pats. That's the second time I've tried to say that. Patting their stats here.
Same thing.
In the second and the third round of the Swiss. We will see them play in round 4 for a spot in the playoffs. Meanwhile, Team Secret still trying to figure out how to put it together. I mean, was there a shining light? Was there a silver lining in some way for what we just saw from Team Secret here against the Mates?
It was EU3 versus SAM2. It's an expected EU3 result. You know, they're expected top 8, probably even a top 4 most of the time. So, and obviously they're major champions. So Gentlemates, they bounce back, and that's what we expect.
Yeah, it seems to be at the moment that like the top of Europe's kind of struggling to really put it together for the time being, but the rest of it is doing very, very well. It seems like the floor of what we've got is pretty solid for the time being, and it was a very, very good last 30 minutes for Europe.
Listen, I have nothing to say about Secret at the moment. It was a very disappointing series from them. You expect them to play with a little bit more heart, a little bit more passion. It kind of just, I don't know, Gentlemates came out hot and Secret just kind of let them roll.
It did feel like
over
they went in knowing they were going to lose.
It's just like the energy, the attention. Like you need, if they won that series, they don't have to play complexity, and they need. And I know they know that. So you think they would come out guns blazing, nothing to lose here, because they are playing with an extra life to get one more win, and that just didn't happen. They just didn't have that energy that I would like to see. But Alpine, on the other hand, they look just great.
Let's talk about Juicy for a little bit. This guy had some amazing goals in this series. I think we'll see some fun redirects here in a moment. Why is it this one here? Seiko to.
This is starting good for you here, mate.
This connection there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good goal. It's a
that was a fine goal. Not the stylish ones that
but Juicy, yeah, he put up some numbers. He was definitely the offensive carry in terms of goal scoring ability. So he was the MVP last time. He actually put up tons of numbers, goals plus assists as well, just racking it up. I think it was near 3.33 or something per game. So that was 10. Like, he was involved in 10 goals, which is insane. So
in 3 games?
Yeah, exactly. So Alpine is looking fantastic, and Juicy, yeah, maybe he's trying to get another MVP for himself. Patting the numbers here.
Listen, MVP is determined.
Versus Team Secret.
It's determined on Saturday and Sunday. But there were good numbers. But what I was trying to say is that Secret, now your back's against the wall. You got to win that next series. If you don't want to play complexity in a tiebreaker, you expect to see a more sense of urgency right there. A little bit more. We got to put everything on the line so we don't have to play them.
This is a difficult day in these Rocket League tournaments because they lost that match. They got to get re-racked and reloaded, get their brains ready.
And not only that, they don't know who they're playing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So they're going to find out, and then they might have to play right away. So it's going to be hard to plan for that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something that happens to all of these regions as well, because you look towards everything, you know, you've got your APAC, your SSAs, these teams that have come in and they win all the time. That's all they are used to, is win, 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 win. You get to these and it's like, okay, cool. So we're expecting to see you in the 0-2 round or the 1 and 2 rounds, and they're just not used to that. They're not used to having these losses, especially in the Swiss stage. They are used to, oh, hey, we lost once this weekend, and that's the one that we eliminated from.
Yes, for sure. Well, hopefully that pressure, them being used to the pressure there will help things move forward for Team Secret there. But on the B stream, we had some other results go down. OG versus BDS, 3-0 in favor of BDS. OG did manage to force an overtime in that game 3, but that was kind of BDS from top to bottom on that one. They'll see Twisted Minds versus Team Mobula next on the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RLEsports. Go check out that game if you want to see it. Meanwhile, on our stream, 2 more matches before we are done with round 3. All excited to watch G2 versus Falcons, but before we get there, a match with a credible amount of tension in it for both teams. This is not a match where you feel relief after you win. You just feel dejected if you lose. Playing for their tournament lives, it's Chiefs versus Gladiators.
Yes, and Chiefs, they're also playing for their World Championship lives. They need 2 wins in Swiss to get there, so they're going to have to win back-to-back matches. It all begins here, and if they don't, Pioneers will advance. So the Pioneers fans watching this one very closely.
Yeah, from what we saw yesterday, Chiefs will need just a little bit more, because it was very flat what we had for them when they were on the field. A couple of occasions where they did get up there and sort of look like they were going for the pace, but they are against a player and foe that will be chasing them this entire time. If they're expecting free time on the ball, they're not going to get it. They're going to have to play with some pace.
Yeah, he will be chasing them. And Chiefs, I mean, we saw them against Secret, and we saw the highs and we saw the lows. And the games they won, they scored 4 goals. And the games they lost, they were basically non-existent on the offensive end. And now, seeing the Team Secret I just saw play against Gentlemates, like, oh, maybe the Chiefs are not as good as I thought they are. But they are going against a Gladiators squad. And I think both these teams are near about the same level. So there's no excuses here. It's about who's the best in this one individual series.
And it's a pseudo rematch. It's OCE2 versus APAC again. We saw this in Copenhagen when it was Pioneers versus Elevate. Most of us picked Elevate then, but Pioneers, they came out on top. So we'll see if there's any different opinions now. But the Chiefs did go to 5 yesterday, so they had some life in them. Gladiators, they really didn't do a whole lot yesterday, but now they're going up against opponents that are more like on their level.
More on their level as they get up for a nice, good old team hug right here. That's what you love to see. You love to see the synergy. You love to see the smiles. This is what they're going to have to bring to the table. Talk about Hunter. I think Kaka and Finn have both been really, really good. You want to see Hunter kind of help them out and just be as best possible unit as possible.
And on the other side, while they get their mental straight here, the Chiefs are going to be facing off against the Gladiators. First time seeing them here on the mainstream.
Yeah, so they made it here as well. They made the World Championship in their final open qualifiers, grand finals, winner go home at that point, and they did advance in dominant fashion. So Gladiators, they are the true #1 of APAC, and they are playing to just get experience and more prize money and get ready for that World Championship. There's not as much pressure on them, but you know that these guys want to prove everyone wrong.
Yeah, and that's the player that was at the front that I really want to see a lot from here. Max Yu, he's so fantastic when he is on form. The man from Singapore looking to try and stamp his authority on this series, but this is the pacemaker in this one. If he is at pace, if he's getting those 100 boosts in the midfield, then he's going to cause an awful lot of problems for the Chiefs. If that is not the case, though, Foe does tend to go a bit invisible when he's not quite at the same pace as everyone else.
But Gladiators, they were not here last time. They picked up Foe, so that was the big roster move, and now they are the #1 team. So Virtuoso, he's been in APAC for a very long time. We've seen him with a couple different orgs, but he always finds a way to lead APAC.
He always finds a way to lead APAC, coming from the EU region, joining APAC, and then you got Maxu on the end. He's also a really, really great player. And looking at this Gladiators team's run, I mean, they haven't won a game yet, but they also have played some pretty quality competition. I mean, played G2, then they played Oxygen, and they kept G2, I think, 3-2 in one of the games, in game #2. And then against Oxygen, every single game, for the most part, I think it was 2-1, 2-1, 1-0, or something like that. So they kept Oxygen very, very low scoring. If I had to rate both these teams' 2 competitions so far, Gladiators have had a tougher road against better squads. So taking that into account, they might have a little more confidence against this Chiefs team.
You'd hope so, but I feel like the road to the 0-2 round almost doesn't matter. It's just when you get there and you've not won a game against anybody, you just are thinking about the team that's directly in front of you. Former world champion Marky Duda behind this Gladiators roster, trying to see if he can get them through to round 4.
I mean, it's just a mentality shift, isn't it? Because these teams, as much as they would like to sort of talk big and say, okay, yeah, we can definitely take on the G2s and the BDSs of this world, they will kind of know in the back of their mind, okay, we're just trying to get a couple of wins here for an easier seed later on in the tournament. Yeah. Then they get to this round. This is the one they're thinking, that's beatable. We can beat that other team, and I can guarantee you they are both thinking the exact same thing about the others. Now you got to go and improve it.
And this is your springboard, right? You get this win and you try and take that momentum and get upset later on, because you're going to play a team that came off a loss as well. So that is what you're hoping for. Go into this round and just get momentum, win it cleanly, and then go into that next round, keep that momentum going.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag CHF for the Chiefs. Hashtag GG for the Gaming Gladiators. We'll make our picks up here on the desk. And I feel like this one, you could go either way. There's definitely a case for both teams. So I'm excited to see what the picks are going to be. Finally not going to have sweeps up here on the desk, I feel like. Shogun, maybe. We'll see.
I may have already seen the sheet. You might be a little bit disappointed on that one. But I'm going to start us off here by going for the Chiefs. I believe that they're going to have a little bit more to them. Finally, come on, OC #2. Can we stop talking about it just only being power? I want them to try and get that win.
Yeah, this feels like power ranking teams 14 and 15, right? It's very, very close, but the Chiefs did go to 5 yesterday, so I think they have a little bit more life in them, so I'm going to go with the Chiefs here.
Yeah, that's right. Shogun touched on it. The whole entire prediction sheet, they all picked Chiefs besides one person.
Really?
That was me. Gladiators are going with them right now, and I'll tell you why, because they got Europeans playing at APAC. So you got Europeans with Maxu, and then you're going to end up getting a W. I got Gladiators. They had a tougher road. I also think they're the better team, and OC is currently a 1-team region, and they're not playing them on your screen right now. Give me Gladiators.
Okay. We got one for the Gladiators. I did also pick the Chiefs in this situation.
I'm confused. Wait, did you only see one on there? Because there was a different name I saw under Gladiators earlier on.
Oh, maybe he swapped to Gladiators then.
Do you want to know who that was?
Who?
Stacks.
Stacks is trying.
Oh, gosh.
Why are you laughing about Stacks picking the same
both
team
at
you
the
picked?
bottom of the leaderboard.
He might have run away, actually. He might have caught up and then decided to get away from that.
Yeah, I think he might have switched over, but I switched over as well. What's the... Oh,
the Gladiators.
The coins got the Gladiator too.
For the coins.
Oh, dear.
Loves it is a coin flip match, so, you know. the coin maybe knows a thing or two we don't.
Picking a lot of upsets.
It has been picking upsets, but I mean, this is a very narrow upset, as is indicated by the chat. We are very, very split down the middle. You could make a case either way. Let's let the teams make the cases for themselves, folks. This is where the rubber meets the road. You have to win here, or you go home in London. Chiefs trying to get those wins so they can play at the World Championship. Gladiators trying to stay alive here. Let's play some Rocket League.
Lots of hopes on the line, survival on the line for both of these squads. Chiefs versus Gladiators. And Gladiators, a couple of tight matches earlier on. Chiefs, same deal. Neither have gotten the win yet.
Yeah, nobody has quite found success here in London, so this would be a first for either one. And well, somebody wants it more than most. It's Maxu off the kickoff.
Breaks down off the kickoff immediately for the Chiefs. Kaka just a little slow to the ball, trying to lose that 50 back to his teammate. Maxu plays the standard kickoff, bounces it right off the top of his hood. Not how Chiefs want to start.
I mean, if you're Gladiators, that's exactly what you want though, right? Classic, standard Rocket League. You want to go kind of down to the basics against the Chiefs, not go too crazy against them. I feel like that's the plan coming into this one. Though low on boost, pinch around the corner. This one gets sent up into the sky though. Virtuoso's challenge could have kept that in their favor, and it does for now, but low boost and a pop-up means Chiefs might have their first transition.
Kaka gets stuffed initially. But Gladiators, I had the pleasure of casting their last two matches against Oxygen and G2, the two games that they had. Really were able to keep it close in both of those series. But the biggest question mark for me is Maxu and Virtuoso seem to not be on the same page a lot of the times whenever they're kind of supporting each other. You can expect, though, to be on that front line, constantly trying to break open the attack for Gladiators.
And it is fair to make mention, I feel in my opinion, that Maxu, Tho, and Virtuoso, though they have not been together for a very long time, it is a very different experience playing in your region versus compared to the rest of the world right now. And I feel like that is where sometimes that miscommunication starts to come into play, because maybe you have two different ideas of what you want going on here, but for now they look very much in connection. The attempt to go for the demo play off that one, not as successful as they would have hoped, but it's a great plan nonetheless.
Now Hunter flashed the flip reset. Gladiators first and second man came back, but hang on, Maxu. Simple air dribble and Hunter catches it again. Hunter just on offense, also getting the soft touch on defense. The Chiefs not feeling too much pressure from this Gladiator attack. They do get the clear downfield. Getting a hold of the ball is a different story. Kaka happy to take that ball out. They punch Tho out of the way. And a nice touch out to his teammate, but Finn won't get anything out of it. He gets bumped out the play. Tho off the ceiling, expends the tank, won't get a second touch.
Doing the best he could to try and get that breakaway there, and Virtuoso is up next. Kaka and everyone on the rest of the Chiefs just trying to align themselves defensively, as Gladiators have had extremely consistent shots on target. Finally a breakaway from Finn. Can he use a reset to get forward? Not quite. It's just too much boost, not enough in the tank though. 2:41 on the clock. It's still a one-goal lead for Gladiators.
Hunter again challenging with authority on Tho. They're able to force that ball to the weak side of the rotation. Hunter knows he's got support coming the other way and can take that aggressive challenge. This time it actually pops straight back out to Gladiators, and the shot not on target, too committed from Chiefs. And Finn had no boost. A big opportunity for Gladiators to get insurance, but wasn't able to put it on target.
Here comes Finn. Great attempt to try and find Kaka off that one. Sends it back to himself though. Off the sidewall, it's a midfield clear. Chiefs though, doing a great job of just anticipating these half clears. That one almost slips through, not quite. Kaka up next, up into the air, taking his time. This one down to the ground. All three players of Gladiators are there, but it is not enough. Kaka through to tie up the game.
There's not really much structure to Gladiators defense. Right before this possession, you had Tho and Maxu sitting in the same spot. Then you have sitting high Virtuoso on the wall. Tho gets on the wall. Nobody's covering the net there. Tho underneath. Someone's got to be covering the underneath there, not on the near post. Thinking about that threat. Got to find a way to cover the center of the net. Gladiators didn't really have a solid structure at all. Really easy for Chiefs to punch through it and find the right side of the net.
And it all goes back to what you were saying. There's moments where you can tell they're just on different pages. And although you would think it works out, it's not quite where they want to be at. Although on the other end of things, Chiefs seem to be working out extremely well together. despite it just being a tied game, they look very much in control with the plans they have pushing forward. You see players going up for those demos. Finn already on the cheat up, trying to get these shots in place. The bump coming through for Kaka to go up next. Maybe a waterfall down could be great there, but Virtuoso with a save.
I'd like to see a little more creativity from Chiefs on offense. Finn in the corner, he just slapped the ball up to a fully boosted Tho. Could easily carry it out. Now you got Hunter, really mechanical here. Got the touch out to Kaka, and that's how you break through. Hunter has been on that point on the last couple of attacks, using his mechanics, getting back to the 50. See Virtuoso not expecting that follow-up touch. He goes underneath. Hunter gets around the ball, pops it up. Double commit comes out, doesn't matter.
It's a great play that is credited to communication, and that is kind of what is just missing on Gladiators right now. Chiefs, they have a plan, and it's working together to get around that Gladiator defense, and it is solid. 1 minute left, though, in game number 1. Chiefs find themselves in a lead. It's Gladiators looking to respond. This one tempted to get left for Virtuoso. Instead, it's a big clear of field. He was just far back enough to make the save, and Maxu with the bailout on the second shot there. And Chiefs racing back home as Gladiators attempt to make a strike.
And nobody's ready for Gladiators. Tho and Virtuoso were all trying to find boost. I don't even think they were expecting Maxu to actually have the ball on the midfield. He gets bumped on his attempted air dribble, but right back to Tho, back to Virtuoso, and the Chiefs defense nowhere to be found.
Solid pass and play, very nice, clean, and clinical. The flick over one, and Tho just lurking on the wall to make that pass over to Virtuoso. It was a clean beat out, tied game at 23.
And Hunter went for the challenge, and he was beat on the play. I think from his position, he thought he could get to the challenge, but he was last back. Kaka was rotating back with no boost. He needed extra time. We're taking the aggressive challenge, but when you have two players barreling down on you, sometimes you just have to go. Unfortunately, you had the step behind, and Gladiators and the Chiefs tied up here in game number 1. Finn with control through the midfield. That's the low 50, but is there an opening? Well, Finn finding a way back to the line. There is one more touch out for Gladiators on the clear. We go to overtime.
Very intentional kill on that ball too. Chiefs just looking to reset as we head back into kickoff here. Dead ball, attempt to go back. It was a bounce off one. And somehow Chiefs remain in control off the ceiling. Here comes Hunter forcing his way through. It's extremely low boost for Virtuoso, which means pressure could be high here. That's a big clear, but it's gonna go wide.
Gladiators have to continue to face Hunter and his mechanics in front of the box. It's constantly flip resets. As soon as Hunter gets control, he just wants to break through on the flip reset 50. Chiefs fully confident as well. But here's a nice pass and the shot from Virtuoso, a laser. A beautiful infield pass.
Absolutely clean on that one. That was probably the most signs of life I've seen in a second here from this team. Maxu absolutely beamed it 144 kilometers off that assist. And there you have it. Gladiators are going to take game 1.
That is a laser indeed. 144 kilometers per hour. Sheesh. Virtuoso. But Chiefs, I really thought they were the better team in this game. And then overtime happens, a couple of counterattacks. Gladiators end up fighting their way through. They get the infield pass. They caught Hunter back by himself with no boost. He was forced into a situation where he felt like he had to take the challenge. Nobody was back in net. So the Chiefs defense breaks down. The slow rotation means the counterattack is lethal for Gladiators. And I really thought with the way Hunter was playing on offense, controlling the ball well, this play right here, that touch underneath to give up the shot. I mean, Chiefs were really looking decent, but then the breakdown right here, you see the bump out, and was in position to play his first man touch. Didn't happen, and he's like, what do I do? Do I turn around here? I got no boost. You have to take the challenge. Then that pass as well. Excellent stuff from Gladiators to take the game.
They looked so clean. I think the beginning Gladiators were a little off. They were trying to kind of situate themselves around this Chiefs defense. Chiefs catching them off guard a little bit, but finally towards the end you saw it. Gladiators able to bait out that third man just a tiny bit, so when those long clears came in, all you have to do is send someone just a little bit past third, and you're just waiting there, and it's a free shot, free pass. We saw it twice towards the end. And well, guess plan comes through. Gladiators headed into game number 2 with a lead on this one. See what they can do.
Virtuoso to receive. Drives right around Finn. Able to stuff the 50. Tho comes right back. Virtuoso with a good start for Gladiators. Hunter tried to play it quickly. He ran into Tho. deleted him at least. No 50s just yet. Finn plays around Maxiu, and a good quick challenge from Tho will stop that push quickly, and Hunter has no bite, gives up the ball. Kaka forced to hold down third, and Chiefs are able to rotate back. Kaka needs some boost. Finn got a canister as well. Hunter will be the one to take it off the ceiling. Nothing there for Chiefs. Good defense for Gladiators.
It's nice, patient game for now from both ends. Kaka taking his time over Virtuoso. The bump, though, Finn tried to finish that one. It looked like a solid plan. Instead, falls into the hands of Virtuoso. It's the back pass and upfield clear, though, from Chiefs to keep them in control. And then here, of course, Finn tries to bail him out, but Virtuoso just seems to be too fast right now.
Those first 50s keep turning into bumps, and that just creates space. The second man is never really ready to respond to that bump. Where's third man on some of those possessions? Have to keep a closer eye on it, because those bump plays, or the bump 50s rather, keep finding a lot of leeway. Kaka off the ceiling, nothing. Tho keeps the touch tight, and there's just nowhere for Chiefs to attack the ball. Tho wraps it back around, heavy touch on the Maxiu, but a free ball back to Virtuoso, and he skipped it off his car.
Yeah, this one goes right back into the hands of the Chiefs. It's a free shot opportunity if they want it. They take it, but it is wide. An immediate transition back from Gladiators gets stolen from the Chiefs off the ceiling and down, collected by Maxiu. Here comes Hunter with the challenge. Great 50 there, but Tho ultimately in control. It's low boost for Finn. Doesn't win the 50 off of it, but it was a good plan. And here comes Hunter, one that's kind of been all around for the Chiefs off this one. I think once he wakes up a little bit higher on defense, a little bit more aggressive, this could actually become more interesting for Chiefs.
Bounce up for Hunter. There's nowhere for him to go, though. The ball bounces away from him. And again, heavy touches from Gladiators, preventing them from truly commanding this game. The Chiefs haven't necessarily protected the ball the best themselves. Kaka had a good progression there, but that's just a time-buying touch from Finn. Having to handle a heavy ball. Maxiu air dribbles over one, got the pop out, back to Tho. Tho manages to get that touch over to Virtuoso, but Gladiators still have to work, and Tho gives it up to Kaka. No play again for Gladiators.
Here comes a shot off the backboard.
Whoa.
Attempt at a double is denied and immediately sent back upfield. And Maxiu, even on low boost, just trying to keep this ball pushing forward. Finn denying every touch. Here comes Tho around the ceiling. You saw Maxiu already trying to go for the bump and open up some space, but Gladiators still denied on their offensive pressure efforts.
Aggressive challenge from Maxiu in the corner. Virtuoso keeps giving up that ball at the end point. The Chiefs keep getting the ball back. The free shot comes out as everyone getting tied up by on Gladiators. They got demoed on the respawn. They start to stabilize, and Tho flips it by. See what Gladiators can do with the ball on offense here. Maxiu on the wing, and a heavy catch again. He's got to work extra hard to get back to the ball and can't.
This has been also very solid rotations defensively from the Chiefs, which is what you want to see in this game number 2 if you are a Chiefs fan, at least. On the opposing end, Gladiators trying to pick up the pace on defense. Maxiu from one to the other on the ground, sent off for his efforts. Virtuoso, nobody there to bail him out. He tried to go for the bump play, but the follow-up from Tho, she's a bit too slow, but Maxiu will not be just fast enough in time to finish this off. And Gladiators go up by 1.
There's too much space initially. Maxiu, way before, had a long clear. He had the flip reset right in front of the box, pushed it out to the side, and then Virtuoso followed it up with a nice air dribble bump, taking out a defender, and then 2 players lost sight of who was supposed to be tracking the ball in that moment. That gave an opening for Gladiators. Shoot it right over that last defender. A nice job working off of that first touch. Chiefs gave too much slack, and Gladiators pulled them off the table.
Yeah, Chiefs definitely got to be a little bit more aware of their spacing, especially once the Gladiators have control of that ball. Any bit of space can turn into a quick play for them. That's a shot on target. A demo opens up the net, and Kaka will be the one to finish it off at 33.
You know, if you're having trouble, just take them off the pitch. Then it becomes a whole lot easier. Missed the first shot, no problem. How about I demo the guy in net, and there you go, Chiefs, you're on the board.
I was waiting for this one, too. I knew at some point that these demos were going to start to come out. Gladiators probably was looking a bit too consistent defensively compared to game 1. They looked a little bit more off, and I think Chiefs started to notice that the rotations were coming in a little bit too clean. So like you said, you take them out, it becomes way too easy to find yourself in that net. But 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's a tied game. Another demo for efforts coming through, and Gladiators are up in the air.
Virtuoso recovers off the ceiling, got the 50. Maxiu positioned for the different touch and hit hard off the wall. Gladiators full bore at the ball. Hunter tries to get there. We have another overtime looming unless Hunter plucks Maxiu off the wall. Maxiu takes flight himself and takes us to overtime.
Well, there you have it. Another OT between the Chiefs and the Gladiators in game 2. This could be huge for the Chiefs if they're able to take this one away from them, though. Here comes Tho.
Oh, jeez.
Center
Yep.
shot on target and through Virtuoso once again. Gladiators take game 2.
All the Chiefs on the same side. Kaka, Hunter, same side. Finn couldn't protect the ball. Nobody has boost. And as soon as Finn gives up the ball, both of his teammates are turned around. Boomer to the net. Easy. No problem for Gladiators. A complete breakdown in the rotation. Chiefs losing sight of the game at the end in overtime again. When they have that, where was that structure they had on offense early? It's gone. They don't have it. They're not handling the ball well. Ball security is at a premium in this lobby, as in no one's able to afford it.
It's a luxury item now.
Apparently, but I mean, that just gives you the chances. And if you know that, you can adjust and you can pull off. Let Chiefs come forward. Let them give up the ball. At least fake the challenge. Fake challenges become so huge in this series because you know that he can't beat you. So once you see him on the ball, just take him out. Or like Chiefs did earlier, just go for the demo off. Give yourself some space. There weren't that many opportunities. Chiefs really focused on trying to control the ball, but hard to do. And they haven't, it's been a struggle for sure. Not just for Chiefs, but for Gladiators. The difference being, Gladiators able to move with authority when it comes to the counterattacks, and they've really punished Chiefs.
Yeah, the one thing I do got to give credit to the Gladiators for is what their patience has looked like. They originally in that game 1, it felt like they were almost overdoing everything. They wanted to be like, okay, we're going to control pace of play. We're going to go really, really quickly, and it didn't work out, right? Game number 2, though, they said, let the ball come to us. We're going to keep it a little bit closer. But if we see them closer towards that mid, hit the ball, boom it forward, everybody just full send towards that net, catch them off guard, and it has worked out incredibly for them. Now, match point for Gladiators. Chiefs looking to reverse sweep.
The Chiefs have that World Championship bid on the line, and I mean, their major life is on the line now on triple match point. Basically triple tournament point, if you want to look at it that way. But they've looked good at times in the series. Hunter in particular, I've been impressed with him on the ball. He definitely looked the best in the lobby at times, but being able to capitalize on those plays has really been a struggle for the Chiefs. And Gladiators also fighting for their tournament lives. Maxiu leading that charge as first man. Tho's actually taken more of a backseat in this lobby. He's not cutting rotation as often as he was in previous series in this tournament. Maybe a different approach when it comes to the Chiefs. Maxiu has been at the front more often than not.
And it could also come down to vibes if Maxiu's very aware that he's kind of feeling it a little bit more offensively. The fact that Tho can sit back and be that more defensive player for the Gladiators could be a really good thing. And also, it's a good thing for me. Tho's on my fantasy team. I need the saves. So do what you gotta do, man.
That ball skips high, and all the talk about ball security, I do think being stable is a good focus to have if you are Tho, but the stability rocks a little bit. Kaka finds the Chiefs' goal.
A little bit of a catch out there too. Those demos, again, we talked about them before. 2v2 on this one, but it's solid placement. It's the drop down pass on the ground for the Chiefs to get around the Gladiator defense.
Yeah, Maxiu jumps because he sees Hunter in the air. He's thinking top bin shot, but Hunter, he didn't know how much boost Hunter had by the time he got to the ball. So Hunter turns his car around and have to defend a shot quickly. That's Finn on the save. Hunter drops it down. Had to use a lot of boost just to get to the midfield. Virtuoso's happy to do it. He doesn't have any faith that Hunter's going to beat him to the play here. And he's got the boost advantage. He knows how much he just used to get the ball downfield. Like I said, with ball security being at a premium, just stop in front of the ball and watch him cough it up.
Exactly. I feel like at some point the mind game almost becomes more impressive than the physical.
Oh,
and
nice
that's what
touch.
Chiefs have got to do if they're going to continue to extend that lead. Mechanics and mind games is the name of the game in game number 3 here.
Oh, that extra touch to get over Maxiu, beautiful. And then Tho on the outside thought he could catch up to him. I don't think he thought Finn had an extra touch again in him, but that was a great touch from Finn, who has had trouble getting those solid first touches in the series. He gets one when they need it the most. That's some big insurance in game 3.
I will say, despite the lead, I do agree. I believe it was with Gibbs who said that this is a fairly close matchup. It's fairly even, and you do got to take note. Chiefs have taken all their matches in Swiss so far, I believe, to game 5. So it's not
just OCE things.
It's just an OCE thing. They said, okay, we'll give you 2. We're gonna defend these last shots like our lives depend on it as we head into the second half of this game 3.
Maxiu almost absolute thievery on that ball. Oh,
Ooh, that's a scary back pass.
Full faith, though, had it. And Maxiu wins a clean touch. Finn has to race back. Maxiu going for the double. He leaves it. Free goal for Tho.
That is such solid communication, because what happened is that third defender thought Maxiu was going to be the one to go for the double off of it, so he forces the challenge out of him. And Tho says, no, I'm right behind you. You place it center for me. I got a free net, and he does.
And that touch right before, again, Chiefs on the midfield. They missed the challenge, and Maxiu just goes right around him. Chiefs took the high angle on the challenge, completely missed, and then opens up that space for Maxiu to make a decision like that, leave or fake the double tap, and give his teammate a free goal. Gladiators not gonna go quietly here in game 3. They'd love to end it quickly, but a huge touch from Finn down the field. Maxu beats Kaka to the ball.
Nice big clear there too. Virtuoso up next. You already see Tho beating down, but he doesn't even need him. Virtuoso off his own 153. He's just beating records now.
I mean, Virtuoso just threw the hammer at that ball. 150.
I think it gets like a mini double off of his card too, so it's like almost like an unintentional pinch towards that net.
It's like in the same spot where he got the 144
the 144 too.
Yeah. Dude's a box 50 merchant, I guess. Crazy. And they've tied it up all out of nowhere. Despite that effort from Finn on the full air dribble, despite the efforts of Hunter here, as he pushes the ball downfield, goes for the bump, trying to open up space for Finn. They still get a free touch. Kaka's shot way too weak, right into the dirt.
Incredible goal line save there from Tho. An immediate follow out through past one, but not past Hunter. Maxu trying to bail him out and keep this play possible, but 2 Chiefs players means it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get this ball back in the control of the game in Gladiators. Maxu all the way around the corner, and pretty much they're just keeping this away in this last few moments.
Gladiators can't lax too much. Virtuoso gets bumped off the play, leaves a free ball in front of the box. Nobody was there. Kaka had no boost. He had to wait. Hunter, you see, he's got nothing either. He will collect his own corner. Get that one out. Interesting decision there from Kaka to take the inside push there instead of letting his teammate come up, take second man, so you could grab that midfield. But hey, I'm not going to criticize if you keep the ball. Here's Kaka coming across with the pass, and no, Finn was he was late, and he doesn't even make contact with the ball. He hits his own player. And Gladiators, they're just happy to tug along with him.
That's so unfortunate, but honestly, the plan is in motion. You see the Chiefs getting a little bit more consistent with these attempts to pass to each other forward. Here's another one. Hunter's up next, denied off the angle. Maxu and Virtuoso each getting a save off this one. 2 up in the air to keep it off. 5 seconds left before another potential OT. Could it get stolen away? No, off the backboard. Finn tried his dearest to keep it up, but it hits the ground.
Maxu, the zero boost hero, jumping into that pass at the last possible second and a dive for it. But Chiefs on the kickoff, they have not had success in overtime. Every game has gone to OT, but Gladiators have stuffed them every time. Maxu and Virtuoso working in the corner and almost got the dunk. Maxu not gonna get it, though, goes for the demo. But there's a free touch for Hunter. He's feeling the pressure, jumped early, mishandled the ball, but he's trying to make up for it, and he slows down Virtuoso. Lets the rest of Chiefs come in. Finn makes a nice move, and it's punched back over to the corner. Gladiators survive on defense.
I gotta give credit to Virtuoso. He's played such a patient game to get around this defense so far, and he's doing it again. This one attempted to clear out, instead goes from one end to the other. Kaka up next. trying to see if Finn is going to be able to be there to keep this ball, but Tho says no. It's these quick challenges from the Gladiators that have been able to keep Chiefs at bay. Finally, they're out of their own half. You see that second man, it's Finn consistently going up for the demos, but nothing coming to fruition.
Chain dash demo too, that was fun. Maxiu got the challenge again, and Gladiators break out, but they're not able to stop Hunter just from clearing it back downfield. The touch off the backboard. Here's another shot from Finn, denied by Tho. Not quite over though. Kaka, decent catch. Going across, Tho with barely any boost in the tank. Gets it downfield, and Maxiu was ready. Stuffs the 50, no free clear for the Chiefs, but nobody's there, and they actually do get that clear. Hunter bumps Virtuoso, trying to open up that space again, getting physical. Like you were talking about earlier, Herc, when they find those opportunities, just trying to pluck Gladiator members off the pitch. But here's Virtuoso, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Comes for free. Here's Tho, slow pop, shot denied.
Sent off into the corner, but pressure is not going to stop here. Kaka setting it upfield. Hunter spots him, sees him off the ceiling and down. Finn has the opportunity, but it's taken away. And this one to float towards that net. Gladiators again just trying to reset on defense. Chiefs finally have the pressure. Can Kaka fake it? He tries to carry it down, but it's just not enough.
Just took him too long to get to that reset, and that first touch was so good. But Gladiators were ready for it, and Kaka continues to try to just carry the ball, but where's the thought there? He just had to buy time. That's a huge 50 from Finn, but again, the follow-up's gonna be a little slow. Tho gets a chance at it. Hunter has to wrench the ball away from him. Now Kaka, another chance. Virtuoso's already there. Backboard easily defended, and Gladiators are hanging on. Tho with a full tank. Virtuoso just got a canister, a free touch, one touch, and he's not gonna get the follow-up. The most open, the net spin, and the counterattack kills him. After all of that, Maxiu ends the Chiefs tournament.
Every demo counted, but when it mattered most, it was what we saw time and time again. A beat out on that third man with a long clear to an open net, and there you have it, the hugs coming through. Gladiators finally find their first win in London.
Wow, Gladiators was not easy at the end there. And just the Chiefs offense, just the rotations, second man, just always playing the loss, always playing the loss. So as soon as first man wins the 50, they have to catch back up to it. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Sure, you win the next 50, but you just used more boost. Your teammate just rotated wide, and Gladiators are ready for it. You keep giving Gladiators too much time to respond on defense, and then they tried to bump them off. They had those good ideas, and then that one touch, he tried to go for the double. It was cut off. It was an awkward angle, and then of course Virtuoso's sitting downfield and does what he's always done in his career, which is just delete you and watch the ball roll into your net.
He's a walk-it-in kind of guy, but you know what?
Like a bowler.
Yeah, like a little bowler. I do got to give credit, though, to the Chiefs chat. You guys got to give it up for them. They came in, they showed up. I gotta give credit to OC as a whole. I feel like as time and years have gone on, they are attempting to close that gap. And it is, you can see it. This is a much closer matchup than I think most people would have anticipated. I know the scoreline or the series scoreline doesn't quite show it, you know, when you're looking at a 3-0, but these were all OT matches, last second match wins. And well, for now, Gladiators get to continue on, but we're gonna say goodbye to the Chiefs as we continue on in the London Major Swiss stage.
We have a lead.
Back down in the mix zone with the game of Gladiators, Tho himself. Sigh of relief, I think I saw you guys have there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially last game, we're just under pressure quite a bit. So we felt like we just had to get out of defense, get that solid chance, and we did, and we won.
Yeah, honestly, it looked like there was a few chances that the Chiefs could have scored there, and then it went to overtime 3 times in a row. Does that get exhausting every time you have to go into overtime? What do you say?
Nah, I wouldn't say so. We definitely feel like we got a hand over them. We feel like we're definitely like good players, good enough players. We can have it. So we definitely feel comfortable even in overtimes.
Because I know in the back of my head, whenever I'm going into overtime, especially if it's multiple ones in a row, I'm like, oh God, can I pull through again?
Yeah.
But it's I'm glad to see you guys did. That's for sure. Now, when it comes to being in an elimination position like this, it's very scary. Before the match starts, is there anything you do specifically to just try to push that out of your head? Or does that maybe help push you forward, knowing that you're on the line?
I mean, especially in this series, I think it was different because they had to make worlds. We already made worlds, so we don't really have pressure. So we didn't really feel pressure. We were just like, let's enjoy it, let's try to win, and that's it.
It's still got to creep in, like, the pressure, though. Like, it's still got to be there in the back of the head.
Maybe a little bit, but not as much as they had, of course.
That's fair enough. Now, going forward, what's the game plan for the squad? Because, you know, you breathe a sigh of relief, but the journey's not done. You guys still, to get into top 8, still have 2 more to go. And you've had a hard journey up to this point so far, even.
Yes. I mean, we take it game by game. We try to just play our best and see how it goes.
Do you feel, I'm going to ask you about your game in a second here, but do you feel like having those harder matches to start, but this was G2 and Oxygen, you guys had to start off. Do you think that helps you get in the right mindset now going forward? Because those are really good teams to play against.
I definitely think it did, because we lost every game, of course, but every game was kind of close, I would say.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I would like the practice. I would just hate getting defeated every time. Now, tell me about your game as much as you can. I know we always ask, and you can't say too much. But in general, before I let you go here, what would you say kind of the premise for you guys as a squad is when you hit the pitch?
I mean, of course, I can't say everything, but I would say, like, sometimes we just play, like, really divey. We don't really play smart. And as soon as we start playing smart, we can actually take games of teams.
What does smart even mean?
Just not diving for every ball.
No ball chasing?
No, no ball chasing.
Oh, man, that's my favorite, though.
Yeah, doesn't work.
Fair enough. Anyways, thanks for joining, though. You got the dub. Quite a bit of a journey left to go here, but I'll let you go and celebrate that one, at least for now.
Thank you.
And as I said, lots of games still yet to come. We've got 2 down. We have 100 million billion more to go. And I hope you guys join us throughout the day. Go get some water, stretch the legs. Lots more Rocket League coming your way.
Come on, guys, get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
I'll get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment, here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow. No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is a low rank, judging from the core design and the mechanics.
That's a good angle. Yeah, but that's just like, she's like obviously just like not real.
Okay, the drip is not. Yeah. The drip is not dripping.
Yeah, I feel like the shot's a little lucky maybe, but he's in the right spot for it.
Well, he was supersonic. He went for a demo.
Gold. No, plat. I'd give this plat.
Plat?
Yeah.
I mean, this is good tracking though. Like he
Yeah,
went
that's better than
supersonic.
Actively goes for the demo.
I guess he's got champ.
Gets it.
He's got champ trail.
So no ball cam. But he's got the champion trail. This is like an OG.
I mean, I guess we can give this diamond 1.
I'd give him champ 2, I think.
Yeah, let's go champ 2, middle of the champs. I'll go diamond 2.
Yeah, diamond 2. Champ 1.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad, yeah.
I'll take that.
I honestly would never have guessed champ 1. Like, that's like a clip anyone can do.
Ooh, that's actually good from me. That's pretty good, okay. Okay, alpha boost, good car design.
The drip is dripping this time.
Oh, so this is SSL? Yeah, no, not SSL.
Oh.
Change my mind.
Could we have an instant replay, please?
This is definitely higher rank than the last Gladiators.
Okay, Fennec, potential alpha boost.
This is like high GC or like SSL.
Yeah, he's got a good goal explosion. Like, I think this guy's invested in the game.
Oh.
One guy backflips when he tries to jump there. So do you think like part of it? Jump 2, jump 3? Yeah, I think that's a good guess.
I'd give this champ 2. Champ 2.
Grand champion. GC1.
Defense is bad.
Defense is brutal, yeah.
Yeah. Was GC1? We're one rank off.
Okay, grand champ.
We said champ 3. Yeah. That's one rank off. That's not bad.
I mean, the other people in the lobby weren't doing anything. So.
For him. For him, bro. For him. Jesus. Nah, this guy does not got it.
No, but he's like good at points and then terrible at others.
Wait, what? Oh, never mind. It is gone. A complete 180. I thought it was going to be a bit better.
Okay, then.
I'm not sure what to think of this, to be honest.
Wait,
we're diamond 3 and below. I'm guaranteed on that.
I think it's like platinum below.
I don't think it's going to be high, you know. It's going to be like diamond.
I'll go plat 2. I feel like this is like low diamond.
I think low diamond?
Let's see.
You did not see what I saw.
Oh, it was.
Ooh, what is it?
How is it plat 2? It's not a plat 2. What do you mean? It is a... He's like, can't even like hit the wall. We're actually pretty good though.
We're flipping nasty, bro.
A historic win for APAC as the Gladiators take down the Chiefs. The Chiefs have been eliminated from the London Major, and the Pioneers of OCE have clinched a spot in Fort Worth, Texas for the Rocket League World Championship.
And I believe this is the first time APAC has taken down OCE as well. So an historic moment for the Gladiators, and the entire desk, except for Bates and all the other casters, pick the Chiefs, but the Gladiators on top. Bates, how does it feel?
I don't know what y'all are watching. And also, Gibbs, I'm so surprised by you.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you got Maxu, but you also got Tho, who has been good in EU for the past about 3 years, and then he switched on over.
It's because of the Game 5 of yesterday. Chiefs were playing pretty well versus like a team secret.
They lost the secret who you just watched get absolutely.
I thought, but I picked my pick in the morning, all right?
That's what happens. You didn't go back on it. That was the problem. You didn't go back on it. But yeah, I mean, it was a good series, I guess, between the two teams. They're okay.
Stacks did the exact opposite. He had Gladiators, and then about 40 seconds before the start,
I love it because I went backstage and he was like, "Yeah, don't you slander me? Okay, I changed picks." And I'm just staring at him as the results come. He's like, "So what are we gonna do when we come back to this? Is slander if I mention it that you switched over from this one? Because yeah, that was the wrong decision." And it is a victory for APAC.
Listen, fun fact, it's not slander if it's true. But so, Stack, stop flip-flop-flop, and maybe we would have got a prediction right. But Gladiators, they were just a more consistent team, I think. I think also that they took advantage of Chiefs overcommitting a couple times, especially in Game 3. I mean, that was a game winner, but right here, too. Virtuoso just slams it all the way across the field.
A lot of clutch plays by Virtuoso. Game 1, they were trailing late. Gladiators tied it, won it in overtime with Virtuoso with 2 goals there. He gets that overtime winner as well. Again, here, the Chiefs up 2, and Gladiators fight back. So yes, it was a 3-0, but the Chiefs had their moments, but they just couldn't finish, and Gladiators 2 comeback victories with the 3-0.
It felt like the Chiefs, if they were able to maintain just a standard normal rotation and kind of keep things in just like at the vanilla playbook, things were great. But the moment they had like send 2 upfield, or they're like, wait, which one of us goes? There was always a double commit, and that ultimately resulted in a loss there. So congratulations to the Gladiators. Big win for them. We'll get to see them in round 4, and we can show you how things have been going. Team Ovula has been keeping things spicy over on the B stream, but I do believe that match is over. Yes, it is. Twisted Minds able to close things out despite losing Game 2, giving them a scare there. Not quite able to close it out, though. So we will see the rest of these matches continuing down at the bottom there. Furia versus Vitality and Stride versus the Falcons, the last 2 matches of round 3.
It's time for the main event now. Now we're getting to the juicy matches here. I mean, the matches before this is pretty good. But now we got the best of the best going up against one another, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons representing MENA. They're 2-0. They might just be Swiss merchants at the moment. Going up against G2 Stride, the best from North America. One of these teams can only come out victorious, Gibbs.
Well, the Falcons have already taken down the best of Europe, so why can't they take down the best of North America? Falcons look fantastic. Last time we were in London, they made it all the way to a grand finals. The org wants to do it again here, and honestly, this is a coin flip, Shogun.
Yeah, when it comes to the Falcons, they really can just run teams over when they're on the field, but it has always sort of been their MO. They go in and they either blow their opponents out of the water, or they get stuck, and things just fall apart very quickly for this team. So it's up to them. Can they start strong and maintain it, or will they hit that brick wall?
And that's what I liked when they played Space Station as well, because Space Station won 2 games back-to-back versus Falcons.
Yes.
They were up 2-1. Falcons battled back and won that match. So Falcons have faced some adversity so far, which is a good thing because, as we'll talk about later with G2, they really haven't.
Yeah, this is remember, Roas put a player of the day by the Rocket League community. To see him here on the stage for the first time today for day 2.
Very good to see him, and also TRK. I mean, he had a little bit of a slow series going up against SSG. He didn't need to do much. I remember the Twins, they had the synergy going, the 200 going against SSG. That's all that needed to be done. Going up against BDS, he established a foothold. He was the best player for his team, and that's what they need. When all 3 of them are on, they can beat any team in the world, and they proved that beating BDS, the tournament favorites.
They have a fantastic offense, but they have to go up against the #1 defense I consider in the entire world, and that is G2.
I mean, the question will be, can G2 deal with the 50s of this team?
Yeah.
And also, will Falcons maintain that style? Because whilst we looked at that SSG game yesterday, they were really good in the first few games at taking the 50s, bringing it to the next player. And then SSG tried to speed things up, and Falcons just went, yeah, we'll play that game with you.
Yeah.
And that was a bad idea.
Well, on the other side, making their mainstream debut here midway through day number 2, best team of North America, G2. They have made it to every grand finals this season they have been eligible for. A unprecedented run in the history of the RLCS, especially in the open era since we started playing these formats, trying to make it 8 for 8 here in London.
They sure are trying to make it 8 for 8, and they're already playing better than they did in Copenhagen. Copenhagen had a couple little hiccups over there in Swiss, but now they're starting off strong 2-0. Some would say they've had a little bit of a Mickey run, but listen, you can only play who's in front of you. This team is arguably one of the greatest, if not the greatest talent collection. I don't know what you want to call it. You got Daniel, Beast Mode, and Atomic all on the same squad, and Baby Dan is his first time on the A stream this time around.
My goodness, the cameraman's got the hardest job here trying to actually get a shot of where you can get Daniel's face on the camera. You're going to go from over the top of the monitor, the side. Like, that is hiding everything. He is not giving up any of the secrets.
But G2, they proved they were the best in North America. Yes, they have lost to Gen G 4 times in a row, but Gen G could not make it to those grand finals against G2 in the last 2 open qualifiers. They took those ones home, and G2, they outclassed everyone else in North America. It's just when it comes to the international play, we saw it last time. They did very well in playoffs versus Europe until that grand final. So that is that one thing that is missing. They want that major title.
And this young man right here, I feel like people have forgotten about him a little bit ever since G2 added Beast Mode and Daniel. That's all I hear about the talk. But Atomic, listen, he was a part of the original machine, and this is the machine 2.0. He keeps the thing going. He makes sure that the ignition keeps on running. He is the keys that make sure that Beast Mode and Daniel can be available, that they can take space up in the sky, and he always sets them up. That is the reason G2 is so good, because in my estimation, he is the best maestro in the game, best midfield playmaker, and he just makes Beast Mode in the middle just score so many goals.
And that player right there might be the best player in the world right now. Beast Mode has been on fire ever since Gamers 8 last year, where he dominated everyone in 2s and 1s. He's coming out, and he looks like the best player on the field every single time. We see him going off the ceiling. We see the pre-jumps out of G2. They're freestyling on opponents. They feel confident. I don't think they can freestyle on Falcons, though. So that is going to be a major question mark here. Falcons had a lot of great team plays.
Yeah.
We talked about it like in the pre-show. They had a lot of good fake passes and all that. So if Falcons can control the pace just a bit, G2's not going to freestyle.
G2's been cruising at altitude. The Falcons know how to fly that high. They're going to try and bring them down a little bit. Can they figure out how to fly in the canyons? We'll find out here in just a moment. Let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag FLCN, hashtag G2 in the chat. We'll make our predictions up here on the desk. I'll start things off and say that I have felt very torn about this because I love supporting my North American boys, and I think that G2 are one of the strongest teams in the world. But I also thought Falcons would lose to BDS, and they clearly proved me wrong yesterday. I feel like I have to pick the Falcons in this spot right now, especially given the quality of the opponents that G2's been facing so far. I feel like Falcons better warm-up, maybe, Gibbs? Maybe?
Sure, that's possible.
I got Falcons on this one. Let's go to the end over here.
Yeah, you can probably tell from my face at the moment what I think about that one. I've got G2 over in this. I think that they are just too strong. I think when it comes to this sort of stage, they are far too good. And Falcons, I don't know, it can go wrong, and it might do in this one.
Falcons took down the best.
He looks so proud of me.
Falcons took down the best team at this tournament in BDS. And then on my power ranking charts, #1, I had G2 Esports, or G2 Stride now. So I am going to go G2 here. I think
the G2 fans hate that.
Are the tournament favorites at this point. And it's going to come down to who wins this match, but I have G2 because their defense is just too good.
Okay.
I feel like a European right now. Now I know how Johnny and Stumpy on the field. I've never felt more confident in a team before in my life. Give me G2 Stride. They're absolutely going to come out here and listen. They're going to prove to the world that they can freestyle against Falcons.
Falcons. Coin went with Falcons here. So Coin is like 4 for 4 on underdogs.
Coin is a contrarian.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, is there
Coin contrarian?
What is it's for the Falcons to beat G2? We talk about what the G2 needs to do to beat Falcons. What does Falcons need to do to beat G2?
I feel like it is that midfield game of when you are on defense, you have to use your 1v1 abilities to get out of that pressure. G2's going to pressure all the time, so Falcons have to get out of defense quickly.
Okay, in midfield, the key to victory here for the Falcons. We are split on the desk, and as split as can possibly be in the chat. You guys know this one is going to be a great one. Let's get into it. Final match of round 3, and maybe this is a preview of the grand finals. We say it every time these teams are on the pitch. G2 trying to make it to their 8th grand final of the season. Got to take down the Falcons here. Let's get into it.
#1 teams from their respective regions about to face off in what in another universe could only be described as a grand final. This is arguably one of the most insane matchups we could be getting today, Jorby.
Oh man, we've been building this one up, and well, every time we try to build this up, usually it delivers, and I am more than excited for it. Falcons, one of the best teams in the world, coming from the Middle East against G2, the best team in North America, almost encapsulating an incredible season with a major win last time in Copenhagen. Didn't work out for them. And G2 haven't really been tested in Swiss so far. They've played against Power and Gladiators. Falcons not been the same. Des talked about it. They had to take down BDS, who a lot of the talent have winning the entire event. But we'll see, because G2 are a force to be reckoned with as this game is underway. First 30 seconds, not a ton for either team just yet.
Yeah, not too much going on, although Falcons are trying to make the most of what they can with the few opportunities they've had. Far and few between, though, in this first 45 seconds. A demo finally coming out. You see Killers going up. It's a pass and play to break past the defense. Falcons already around G2.
Love Killers faking the touch, going for the demo, and you saw Daniel, he got warped by Killers. It's only taking out one player, but you don't always have to hit the player. You just got to get him to hit the brakes. Daniel had no boost, no way he could recover off it. Beautiful job from Killers opening the space.
And I already had decided I felt like this game one was actually going to be a lot more telling of what the series would look like compared to most series. A lot of the times you feel that game one is a bit of a warm-up, but both of these teams are, I feel like it is fair to say, they come in with the energy they want to keep for the rest of the game, and that is exactly what they are doing.
Yeah, Killers, he's got all the energy right now. That first touch baits in beast mode to challenge it. Killers doesn't go for the challenge, goes up the wall, pops it right over him, and Killers is all over the place in the first minute.
I talked about this yesterday too. I felt, you know, Killers and Ruas, although as incredible as they are on offense, the moment TRK starts to get extremely involved is when this Falcons roster starts to become so much more difficult to hold back. You see him lurking in the mid there, prepped and ready to go. Great win on the 50 off the backboard, but Atomic takes it for the clear. The cheat up attempt to turn this into a play for G2, not quite what they want. Bumped off for their efforts in 3:25. Falcons holding this up 2-0, potentially 3-0, but this one's sent off.
TRK just stuffed the ball, and it was again a Killer's push that totally stuffed G2's rotation. Atomic boostless. Daniel able to get back to the ball, feathering on the catch. Falcons, great job when you got Killers playing first man like he is. G2 constantly on their back wheel. Atomic with a full tank. That's a heavy touch. Easily challenged by Ruas. Falling down. Leaves the double. Killers puts it in. Falcons all over G2.
Falcons know what the plan is. That is work together in teams of two to break away around the G2 defense. And unfortunately, this is the second time they've caught Daniel. Not caught Daniel off guard. They forced him to become off guard.
It was Atomic's heavy touch too. Opened up that gap for Ruas. And then Ruas again, it's not just the move, like Atomic gives up the touch, whatever. G2 are able to get back. Ruas still has to make a play, so what does he do? Fake the double, get it to the twin, no problem.
The Twinner G coming out once again. Game number one, 3 unanswered goals for G2, looking to close that gap. Beast mode trying to drive this one forward, but Ruas, easy catch off the backboard. Flip reset to pass over to Killers. He's just gonna try and slowly roll it up.
Jeez.
He meets that one up in the air, off the ceiling, and G2, they just can't keep control of this ball.
I mean, he left the ball. Nobody from Falcons was ready for it. Ruas was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He tried to recorrect himself. Killers was like, fine, I got the midfield boost. Look, I read that touch. No problem. It doesn't really matter what Falcons are doing. They're winning every touch right now. G2 have no answer. Beast mode, TRK just crashes right into him. Ruas faster, Ruas down, and Atomic pops it over Killers. Man, what an opening statement from Falcons. G2 have these 2 minutes to really get things figured out. And Daniel Tried to find a way to pluck TRK off the wall, but the touch quality's not there right now for G2.
I will say there are some solid bumps starting to come through from G2. There's another attempt at one right now. And so there's a level of aggression that G2 are trying to put on field to force an open opportunity.
There you go.
Here. Not the quickest touch from Daniel to get down, but again, in the back, you are seeing these bumps come through. This could be a floater, a force shot on through, not quite in. Another could clean it up, and it does. Beast mode puts G2 on the board.
I mean, you called it perfectly, Herc. You saw those bumps coming through. TRK got Goomba stomped, and that you didn't see that on the replay, but right when it happened, then G2 started to press. Daniel faked the first touch. Atomic went up. Beast mode comes in on the reset, dropped it down, and Roas had to come back to defend the shot because it was coming in hot, and he had to wrap around quickly with speed. That's a tough touch to make at that speed, trying to get back on defense, and Beast mode just pops right around him and puts it in. There's the G2 we were all expecting to show up, trying to respond to this Falcons team.
It's a faster G2, which is what they want. I feel like G2 plays a lot more clinical when they're at the speed that they demand, but Falcons on the flip side of things here, forcing their own pace of play to stay clean. Still a 2-goal lead for themselves. Atomic over to Daniel. Daniel gonna take this to the ceiling, back down to himself. He did have enough space, but still, Ruas does a great job of anticipating where G2's second touches go, and it's an easy collect and an attempt out to transition.
You're fully confident on defense to receive that, but he just dropped the ball. Beast mode, top shelf. This game is not over.
Beast mode is the player everyone has been waiting to see wake up. He is the offensive monster of NA, and dear Lord, that placement could not have been any closer.
Killers has to be so upset because he's like, dude, the one touch that gets like an inch away from me, you're gonna upper 90 that? Are you serious? And now it's a question mark. Our Falcons came out with authority to start this game. Everything they were doing was working. The G2, the ship is finally steady, but a little hopeful on the rotation, and you better get punished for that. Roas will score.
Look at this one. So you saw Falcons just kind of lurking a little bit in the mid, but that bounced 50, and Ruas just immediately turns around, says, no, I'm gonna force the challenge through, places it back left, and then makes G2 too awkward to make the save. 17 seconds, though, to hold on to this ball. Maybe they can extend this lead here, but it might be too little too late.
I question the aggressive positioning there from Atomic and Beast mode. Both of them trying to play Daniel's 50, and then they end up getting burned for it. If Daniel does get that 50, maybe they can play it. They took the risk. It didn't work out, but neither did the start of this game. Falcons, they were able to hold off G2 at the end, but they're not as dominant as you thought they would be after those first 2 minutes. G2 definitely going to force Falcons to respect the rest of the match.
I absolutely agree. I think G2, they are very confident in their ability coming into this matchup, but they are coming in with a lot of respect for what Falcons did yesterday. I think a lot of teams are as well. And you made mention to it before, right? G2's matches yesterday, not as respectfully difficult as the bracket and groups that the Falcons had, but now this matchup, it is insane. This is an extremely level team. Again, it's #1 from your respective regions, and the
two favorites for the tournament. A lot of people have these two teams in the finals. You said it at the start. Wavepunk said it. Like, this is a grand finals matchup.
Copenhagen.
I mean, there you go. They deserve it with how well they play. And I mean, G2 though, they're showing you why they also are one of those favorites, because despite those 3 goals going in at the start of the game, despite the double tap fake, and despite Killers just doing whatever he wanted in those first few minutes, they were able to settle down, find those touches, and actually take the space. Atomic didn't give up a free touch, and as long as G2, again, sometimes it's simple, Herc, it's just secure the ball.
Yeah.
Because especially in a lobby like this, what happens when you don't secure the ball a couple inches away from you? Killers doesn't, Beast mode top shelf. Atomic loses it, Roas double tap fake for Killers, easy goal. That is the margins in this lobby. It is so thin. You have to be perfect on your touches. No one is gonna let you get away with it.
Yeah, everything's just got to come down to being as clinical with your game plan as possible. I mean, we've seen G2 do it what feels like a million times now against everyone in NA. And then, of course, on the flip side of things, Falcons on LAN have done that to what feels like everyone. It has taken the absolute top dogs of the world to stop this team from becoming a monster. And now they're coming into London going, you know what, if we can take G2 down, things start to look a lot more plausible going up against the Vitalities and the BDSs of London.
You know, TRK, the only remaining member of the last Falcons team that were at the second Landon, a team that made the grand finals, but they just roll up the next talents in the Middle East and just keep on rolling. You grab the twins, and TRK happy to just watch Ross Killers do their thing. Now, you gotta have all 3 of your units on point. I loved G2's physical game as well near the end there, really forcing Falcons off their mark. Not always the option to go for the physical game. Sometimes in a position, it just depends where the ball is. Do you just shoot? Where are they sitting? Awareness, name of the game, always is. We have a slight pause, and we thank you all for your patience. It's such a fast series, okay? I think we're so fast, Ethernet cable's getting ripped out somehow through the digital ether. That's not actually what happened. Don't take my word for that. I'm just soliloquying, as T-Bates would say.
Soliloquy. I love it. All right, new words every day of this weekend. I've learned a couple interesting
soliloquying is not a word, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Queeing is just soliloquy.
I don't know. Shout out to the guy on Twitter, though, that DM'd me and let me know it was last-ditch efforts and not last-stitch efforts.
Well, it depends. You know, if you have a gash on your leg,
yeah, then it's your
you need a last-ditch effort
to put you back together.
And there's an important artery down there, so technically you might be correct. If you ask Gibbs, that's the best kind of correct.
Yeah. Well,
Falcons and G2. G2 got to the grand finals against Gentlemates. Talked about how they haven't really been challenged just yet. Beast Mode was scoring tons of goals against Power. Against Gladiators earlier on, it wasn't as clean. But since then, I mean, when you get up to the pace of play, Rocket League is such a matchup-oriented game at the top. And sometimes a team might trip you up when they don't do something when they do something you don't expect. But we'll see. I think it really was simple issues for G2 at the start. Giving up the ball doesn't get more complicated than that. The Falcons, with the Middle East, been tough to get up there. You know, all the conversation right now over on the other stream, we have Vitality versus Furia.
That is an insane matchup. I do got to give credit to Fury. I think both you and I, after seeing what they were capable of yesterday, felt like they got the power. Oh, Jorby's always knew. I'm slowly getting on the Furia train.
No one believes just yet because it's Swiss. You know, and that's fair. That's fair. You know, Furia are Swiss merchants. I don't know how the series is going right now. Don't spoil me.
Yeah,
I don't want to know.
Spoil it.
All right, I gotta focus over here. But just to talk about South America and the Middle East, it has been such a breath of fresh air to this esport, and having two teams that feel like they could contend for a title with the best teams in the world. Right, Falcons beating one of the best European teams that we have. Furia being able to do the same thing, shut out Gentlemates for 10 minutes, and seeing players and teams from all around the world be able to step up. It's not just an NA versus EU conversation.
Exactly.
I think Mina versus Sam is a little bit more fun of a conversation to have lately.
I think it's a fun conversation. It would be an insane matchup on LAN, but I think it's like you said, for those of you longtime fans, right? For years, it has been NA versus EU. And now teams are coming in from Mina, stepping up to the plate, looking like they can take down the monstrosities like the G2s of the world. And well, they're in an attempt to do so with a 1-game win in the series on the board.
This would be one of the most impressive Swiss runs by any team if Falcons not just take down BDS, one of the favorites to win the tournament, but also the other favorite to win the tournament in G2. They had a great start, but G2 had an answer. Oh, he barely got the save. It doesn't matter. Killers is there, and Falcons pick up right where they left off.
Falcons doing exactly what we've seen in the past, forcing the touches through. This one almost went out with Atomic's touch. But again, what Falcons have been so consistent at is following each other up, whether that ball might not go in. Somebody is there just in case, and that is what keeps them so consistent.
Beast Mode saw an opening. Couldn't beat TRK to it. He got a perfect catch out to Rawas, who dumps it out. A midair pass to Kaliers on the reset. The aerial acrobats finding a way through. Beast Mode only looking for the bump, but it opened up the space for Roas. He cuts off the clear angle and goes for the dunk. He knew that G2 were coming on the right side, so he blocks off the path, orients his car. There's no way Daniel was getting that ball out.
This is what I'm talking about. Falcons are just too consistent. It's the placement of the cars. It's the passing plays to each other. Everything is so connected and clinical with their ideas to get past G2. And now, only a minute into this, G2 already at a 2-goal deficit, trying to find some sort of an answer.
Ended up being a dead play there. TRK just didn't have enough in the tank. Killers has been such a force so far. He'll get the catch. Not a catch, actually. He just booms it downfield. Ross forced to do that as he has to collect the midfield boost. Heavy touch from Beast Mode again. Where's the touch quality from G2? This simply cannot keep happening if they want to get out of Swiss in 3 games. He just drops it down in Beast Mode. That one a little more understandable. You're expecting it to come down. But G2 really struggling to get a hold of the ball. Falcons are doing what they want right now.
And I do gotta admit, Daniel playing a little bit more passively than we've seen in the past is probably not where G2 wants to be right now.
Oh, when your touches aren't working out, you lose that confidence, right?
Exactly.
So you can't take that aggressive position. Beast Mode can't be all over the pitch like we watched him do this split in North America.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's a confidence thing right now, and it's Falcons forcing them to be uncomfortable, which is something G2 isn't quite used to. Also, another pause is going to come through. We'll come back in just a few short moments, but this might be a good thing for G2, a quick second to breathe.
I think it might depend on what's going on.
Yeah, that is a huge factor in what just went down.
We'll see what's going on right now, but yeah, we had an extended pause between game 1 and 2. And a pause called here. Not sure who called the pause. If we get that information, we will relay that to you guys. But according to production, we will not be too long. So you don't have to sit on your hands too much. So, why don't you get up real quick, grab those pretzels. Grab some chips. Or don't go too far, though, because it's not going to be too long. Plug that controller in. There you go.
So from what I'm hearing, it was a controller issue. And, well, I don't know how comfortable someone would be throwing themselves on keyboard in this situation.
And on Falcons side, too. So
yeah, which
not
is
something G2 fans out there can have their copium on. It's like, oh, we had controllers.
I mean, I'm sure everybody brings the backup controllers or the backup cords or something like that, but you want to play with your original right now. Everyone just kind of sitting and waiting. The good thing is they don't look too upset, so it is still comfortable.
That's the hardest part about these tech pauses. I've talked to players and coaches before about having to sit through these, and it's anxiety inducing because you just want to get back in, especially if you're winning and things technically are going wrong on your end, like for Falcons right now. Like, you have the rhythm, you have the momentum, and these little things that sometimes are out of your control are preventing you from being able to keep that rhythm. And so you might be right, Herc, that maybe G2, this is exactly what they needed, but I just need to see the simple mechanics have to be better from G2. Their touch quality when they have space. That's the thing. Some of these touches, they're not even getting pressured by Falcons, exchanging them courts.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, did they bring a backup court? Of course they did. Lovely coach over here making sure he's got a new one, which means we should hopefully be getting back into this matchup very quickly, especially you get a fresh cord off this one. A lot of
USB-C, lightning speed.
Wrapped around with threads. Well, if you missed it and you're just now tuning in, Falcons versus G2. Falcons took game number 1 in this best of 5, and currently at just under 3 minutes, Falcons are up 2-0. So G2 not looking as hot as most NA fans would be hoping.
Our Killers is like the sun at the center of our solar system. The dude is on fire right now. I've been so impressed. Even when he's been tasked with buying time, he's always had enough in the tank to just wrap around. He beats that the first challenger to the ball and then buys his team time to go get their boost. And TRK, I mean, his name hasn't really been called that often when it comes to the space giving plays, but he closes down space quickly. He's able to challenge the ball with authority. And it really just comes down to the same things. I feel like I'm a broken record when I say it, but I genuinely believe they won't have as much success if G2 just play better. And that sounds so stupid, but like sometimes Rocket League is stupid. And you just need to hit the ball well. And that's all G2 have to do. And then there's a lot more steps they have to take beyond that.
Yeah.
But you can't give Falcons this much leeway.
I absolutely agree. I think right now, with the way G2's been playing, Falcons just
That's a great
have
shot.
way.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You guys aren't able to see what we see. It's where people are
Oh, you're right.
paused.
I did that. My bad. My
Where
bad.
people are paused, they're like halfway up in the air. Daniel's like 2 inches off the ground.
It's like what was the post-game screen when it freezes and you're like mid-twirl. That's what Daniel looked like. None of you could see it, but look, you can look at Daniel right there. Got the RLCS cap on.
Which you guys could get
2001
here
haircut.
tomorrow. I believe that hat's going to be a merch shop. So
Oh, is it?
I believe so.
Oh, very cool. I have one.
I got one too.
It's a cool cap.
We can all twin, guys. Also, the 2001 hair reference is insane. I've been seeing Daniel doing the Bieber hair flip all day.
The Beaver's a few years after 2001. But hey, it all starts to become the same the farther you get away from it, right? G2
Oh, goodness.
and Falcons underway again. And hopefully no more technical pauses. We get to the halfway mark of game number 2. The name of the game is simple for G2. Protect the ball. Beast mode rolls around. Killers getting around that first touch. Atomic, it's a dump pass. Daniel is playing deeper back. He was ready for this counterattack. Good positioning.
Great positioning off that one from Daniel, the one player that the Falcons have been able to force off guard, get past him quite a number of times. Starting to clean things up here. Ruas, great positioning. Atomic, greater save. And here comes Killers trying to float this one down from himself. Reset to attempt the shot, but Atomic remains strong.
That's why Clears has wings on his car.
He's different.
Or a gyroscope or something. I don't know, but how is he able to just feather his way around so cleanly in the air and still get a decent opportunity off that flip reset? Continues to impress.
His control genuinely is otherworldly. I don't know if it's considered a hot take or not, but his control, quite literally, in my opinion, is up there with Zen.
I think a lot of people are on that. I mean, you know, a lot of people in the community also backing Falcons in this event, thanks to the Twins and how effective they are. Killers taking front and center stage for the team, and TRK will take front and center stage on the ball. Roas going, leaves that double. He didn't really have a follow-up touch, but Clears avoids the bump, bumps Daniel out. Will force Atomic to have to make the clear, but he went for a heavy touch. Following it up, though, was the more important part. TRK keeps it away. Beast mode read the touch. And G2 doing a lot better here, reading the push from Falcons.
They're also doing a lot better with how quickly these challenges are starting to come through. You saw Beast mode already up, anticipating the shot opportunity. 1 minute left to go. Atomic back to the backboard. Ruas has it read. Beast mode going to keep this one in favor of G2. Around the corner, Atomic over to Daniel. Daniel shot off target. And Atomic and G2 work together to keep that pressure in their favor.
There's really nowhere for Daniel to go, but the bounce was a little risky because Atomic had to go chase it down. Beast mode didn't have any boost and needed some time. But Atomic was able to get back. Still a little risk attached to it. He's got no boost now. Will do his best to give this ball to Daniel. Killers is ready for it.
30 seconds left. G2 gotta score here. You gotta start to catch up. Otherwise, Falcons could be headed to match point. And attempting to hand G2 their first loss in the Swiss. 12 left on the clock. Atomic up to the mid. TRK has it read and cleared. And for now, Team Falcons can hold on to their wins in the Swiss stages. This one hits the ground. Falcons go up 2-0.
Has to be a really frustrating game for G2. Not only, Falcons having to contend with keeping their rhythm during those tech pauses, but G2 also clearly not feeling confident right now, doing their best to try to create space. But once the touch quality gets better, now you have to contend with second and third man on Falcons. Now you have to start reading those touches, and they couldn't break down the defense. That play in particular where Beast Mode and Atomic were in the corner, Atomic got the leave back to Daniel, and Atomic was coming back. Daniel just ripped the ball off the ramp, and then Atomic had to buy time. It was a completely chopped up play. Beast Mode had no boost, and Daniel wasn't able to protect the ball or really buy time for G2 to get set in that scenario. So those kind of breakdowns, now that, step 1 is getting better in the awareness, step 2 and 3 have to follow suit for G2, but that definitely has to be a frustrating game, one that got chopped up a couple of times.
I mean, you know what? There's a first for everything. G2 very rarely has been put in a position where their backs are against a wall and they got to attempt a reverse sweep against a team that honestly completely matches their caliber. And I'm sure that
They're
that is
exceeding it right now.
Yeah, it's completely exceeded. In all fairness, you know, you want to be respectful to what you're seeing, but it is in truth, Falcons are just outplaying G2, and it's something we've seen in the past. I will say the fact that yesterday SSG did take Falcons all the way to Game 5, which felt a little interesting, and you would think G2 would be able to do the same, but again, it is coming down to forced confidence issues, although after a save like that, you gotta be feeling a little good about yourself.
One save, G2 would love to play that high-flying, aggressive offense that they're known for. Part of their mark as a team, their identity. They haven't been able to play that game. Daniel just trying to go for a bump again. That's a couple times G2 have really played that. Go for the touch, immediately follow up with a demo, and the last 2 times they've done it, Falcons are ready for it. Avoided him twice. Killer's last game at the end, he did it, and that time, Roas there avoids the demo. And Falcons actually drop the ball, but G2 respect it completely, and the demo puts him right in the spot. Beast Mode will carry it out. That just shows you the respect Falcons have in this series and how G2 have been struggling.
I did talk about this, exactly what you were just making mention to yesterday with Cole on broadcast, how the Falcons can become so quickly adaptive, but also aware of any patterns that a team against them starts to try and place out onto the field. Once you do it twice, they anticipate it to be coming in a 3rd time. So anytime G2 has tried to do any sort of a play on them more than 2 times, Falcons immediately become ready for it. So it's forcing G2 to become so much more creative offensively to get past the Falcons defense, and you can see it with the passes coming through. Back pass over to Daniel, and a huge open clear from TRK almost into the net, but Beast Mode catches it.
Daniel received that pass into the corner. You had Falcons completely stacked, and Killers, he is absolutely chewing them up. Thanks to Roas and TRK getting that flash out. Roas gets the demo on Daniel, and Falcons are absolutely crushing G2.
G2, you would think, would anticipate these demos a little bit more, but it is so hard to know where and when they are coming. Falcons looking incredibly strong and clean. G2 just trying to catch up and match the pace, but they are falling behind. Killers all the way up. Falcons go 2-0.
It almost feels chalked at this point. Atomic came up expecting Daniel to play the ball. Daniel goes off of it. Killers is acting like Daniel's not even there. He just plays it. Atomic is now completely out of position. And where's Beast Mode? Nowhere. I mean, this is crazy. This should not be this easy for Falcons. It should not. There's the demos. Do G2 have this? Air dribble pump, but you can't cringe on them either.
No, you can't. I mean, realistically, G2 just haven't even been able to follow up their own demos. You saw a second person trying to attempt to finish it, and here it comes again. Atomic trying to lead the bump play. You're just not fast enough. Falcons have outpaced G2 in every which way possible on the field, forcing it to become harder and harder for G2 to catch up. And at this point, G2, they are grasping at straws. They're missing the ball now.
Beast Mode, he went for the bump on Roas. They don't have any confidence they're getting these challenges.
It's all gone.
They're just trying for bumps every time, and Falcons, they're like Neo. Easy dodges. They can slow down time, apparently, just avoiding everything.
That might be a before 2001 reference for some people.
It might be actually at 2001. Like, that might be the year. Someone fact check me there. Oh my goodness.
Well, they're all
what
good.
a save.
Y'all fact check. We're gonna watch and see if G2 can actually catch up. Ruas said no. You guys have time to keep looking these things up. Killers back up to the backboard. Atomic, at least this time, was able to get the read. Ruas infield pass over to TRK. And Falcons 3-0.
Oh my God, kicking the dirt in their face at this point. Beast Mode takes the widest angle possible. Atomic doesn't get the pass out to him, and that pass coming back from the corner from Roas, that was ridiculous. And then the shot to the right side. I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're G2? That last play they had on offense, that was the best they had looked. They opened it up with a demo. They had the shot, and guess what? Roas, one of the best defenders in the world, if not the best defender in the world, is there to shut you down. Killers forcing them out, and Falcons are truly showing you right now why they are one of the favorites of this tournament. and why they just may be headed to the playoffs after 90 seconds.
A minute 27 to go. G2 at a 3-goal deficit and potentially no more wins in the series. Falcons, as the day and the weekend goes on, have only gotten stronger. Killers over to himself, tries to redirect this one as an infield, and G2 finally can catch this one.
Rolas happy to just stop, force Daniel to beat him to the punch. He does. Beast mode playing tight. He's got to avoid Rolas on his way. Atomic clears the path with a demo. But there is Rolas again with a perfect 50-50. Atomic has to hurry back and avoid TRK and avoid more flying Falcons as it comes right back. And they miss the ball! Atomic and Daniel get tied up, and it's a freewheeling goal for TRK!
Team Falcons are them in the London Major. They have made the top of the top teams around the world look silly.
Took down BDS, and they're making G2 look a little lesser than we were expecting. And, you know, I can't give all the credit to Falcons. I don't think G2 have played too well in this series. I think it started poorly, and it got worse. And the Falcons, though, they look great, and that's the problem. That's why it's 4-0 against what Gibbs was saying, the best defense. And G2 has been non-existent. The touch quality hasn't been there. The rotations have not been there. They straight up whiffed the shot just a few seconds ago. And Falcons, absolutely stellar performance throughout Swiss. That one goes in. Why not? You've earned it. A top 8 appearance, another playoff shot at a bid for a major championship.
Yesterday, Falcons go 7-0 on SSG. Today, 5-0 on G2 in Game 3. Looking to go 3-0 in the Swiss stage. 4 seconds away
Put it
from
in.
claiming playoffs. Killers, one more to keep it going. Team Falcons, they have demanded respect from the world, but not only that, they have officially earned it from every single person.
I mean, if you were still doubting Falcons, you certainly can't now, all right? If you're doing that, look, you're waffling, all right? But there are no waffles. Falcons absolutely pancaked G2 in this series. On to the playoffs. G2 will have to go to round 4 and try again. And I gotta say, I wouldn't want to play G2 after that. I know they're gonna be pretty upset about how they performed. And I don't know, an angry beast mode is not something I would want to contend with. But man, Falcons, killers. MVP of that series. Absolutely insane stuff. So impressed with him. He's so good at the game. I love watching this team play. They were absolutely insane. I'm like dancing around over here. Great stuff.
Oh my goodness, it is so much fun to watch this Falcons team right now. They look so good, and it's like I made mention to before. As every series goes on, they seemingly get better and better. They adapt faster and faster to these teams. You made mention to it. They notice the patterns so much quicker that no one can seem to catch up to them right now. It is a valid thing to have them in your top 4, your top 2. Some people might even want them to win the whole thing overall, but Falcons are here for revenge on their name from Copenhagen. They want to see the crowd in London, which they will. And guys, there is so much more underway. This is just the beginning of day 2.
Oh yeah, Falcons get to another crowd day, and saw the shot on Sathu earlier, but you see, you know, despite some of the issues after game 2, we see the admin saying, you know, the rules. This is what you can say. This is what you can't say. Hold the mic this way. Also, good job. Good job, team. And look how
nice
happy.
Smiles overall. Honestly, I gotta give credit to you, man.
Salute to you.
Salute to you. He was so much quieter at the beginning of day number 1, and as time went on, people were wondering, all right, when is TRK starting to get involved in this? And he said, okay, the Twins have their training moments. I want to get involved in it. I'll start feeding them the ball a little bit. And like you said, started to close the gaps on a lot of these teams, which makes this Falcons roster disgustingly dangerous now.
Absolutely. Wow. And then Rolas at the end of the game, I mean, he had like G2's only offensive shot that they had that looked like it was going to go in. Rolas stuffed it. And then another attempt where they bump TRK out of the way, and Ross jumps back to challenge beast mode on his own backboard, and it just pops pinches straight back out to the midfield. Dude can do no wrong, and that's got to be terrifying. I would be terrified of this team if I was any other team in this tournament, unless you're Furia, of course. That's my personal opinion.
Well, for most people around the world, if you are a G2 fan, you will get to see a very angry and prepared G2. For now, though, we get to talk to the winners of a 3-0 Swiss stage on Team Falcons.
By golly, I'm not sure we know what happened there, but I do have Killers, and maybe he can explain that to us, because that was just a slaughter going on that field right there. G2 stood no chance. Tell me first off, with G2 being touted as NA's best, what was the experience like playing against them in the first place?
خبرنا اول شيء يعني فريق جي 2 معروف انه هو اقوى فريق طالع من امريكا الشماليه ويعني يعتبر من اقوى الفرق اللي مشارك معنا في هذا الميجر فكيف كانت التجربه وكيف كانت المواجهه امام الفريق في السيريز
هو الصراحه ضد جي 2 كنا متخوفين شوي بما انهم من المرشحين في البطوله وانهم السيد الاول في NA وبس الحمد لله مع كثره التدريبات اللي دربناها وشفنا ريبليات لهم قدرنا نلعب ضدهم صح وفزنا الحمد لله.
At the start, we were a little bit scared just because, you know, number one seed in NA, and as well, they were touted to be one of the teams to maybe clinch the title, clinch the major in general. So we were a little bit on edge, but going into it, yeah, honestly, same here. But, you know, they were practicing as much as they can. They watched as many replays of the team as they could, and they managed to get themselves the win at the end of the day.
Right, well, that was going to be my next question is, did you guys prepare specifically for G2? And maybe you could tell me why you think they fell apart, or was it just you guys dismantling it because of the replay watching?
طب هل تقدر تحكي لنا عن انه هل كان في تجهيزات مخصصة لفريق جي 2 ولا هل حسيت انه مثلا يمكن هم ارتكبوا اغلاط كثيرة في المباريات ولا انتم استغليتوا فرصكم؟ احكي لنا شوي عن المباراة انه كيف قدرتوا تتغلبوا عليهم خصوصا انه كانت النتيجة 3-0.
الصراحة ضد جي 2 زي ما قلت لك قبل شوي ان جهزنا لهم بما انهم السيد الاول في NA وقدرنا نشوف ريبليات لهم وقدرنا نفوز.
Like I told you, we just wanted to watch as many of their replays as possible. They are still number one seed in America, so you know we beat them this time, but we'll see what happens because they're still 2-1. But yeah, we're very hopeful. We're very happy that we managed to get the win at the end of the day, and we're on to the next step.
That's a lot. I mean, again, one thing I've seen the Falcons do all the time is respect for other teams, and it seems even though you won, the respect is still there. Finally, though, yesterday, Turk said the respect was on Gentlemates. That was the team you guys were afraid of. Has that changed coming into day 2?
امبارح في المقابلة سألنا ترك إنه مين الفريق اللي ما حابب تواجهه وجاوبه كان جنتلميتس. بس هل هذا الجواب بتغير بعد الأداء اللي قدمتوه في مباريات اليوم؟ أو كيف الشعور بعد مباريات اليوم كمان؟
شوف بما أن جبنا بالسويس
3-0
بالسويس تدربنا كثير الصراحة أي تيم بيجي ضدنا وإن شاء الله بنقدر نلعب ضده زين وما في تيم معين إن نكون خايفين منه إن شاء الله.
At the moment, I want to say like we practiced and we put our heart and soul over the past couple of weeks going into this tournament. And right now, there's no specific team, there's no specific region that we're afraid of. We're going to take it one opponent at a time, and we'll see what happens on the field.
Keep playing like that, and you guys are going to keep doing it. Congratulations on the win and through into the next day. I'll give you one too there. Thank you. And I'm not sure, but we might still have the B stream going on, so if you want to check that out, remember twitch.tv/RL Esports. We have so many Swiss games still continuing on here on the A stream, there on the B stream, wherever you are. Have both of them open. So much Rocket League. Woo.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow! No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front! We are going to Champions Field!
Third man out there, what's the third man? Vitality 4-1!
You can see they knew they were 2 goals down, they threw everything at it. Third man, Drafinio, so crept, he launched himself at the pass. But in the end, Vitality's defense holds strong. Alpha gets the easiest goal of his career. And a 4-1 lead is huge now. Only a minute 19. It's going to be pretty tough, especially with how disciplined these kickoffs. You can see it there. It's the double back corner with the fake. And that will make Furia's task here in Game 3 pretty tough. Match point is looking destined right now for Vitality.
Vitality, these 50s recovered by their second man. Alpha does his best, but that's what's been so good out of Vitality is the pressure that they can build slowly but surely. And Furia not able to land those big physical plays, the bumps, the demos. What's made their job so much easier? Drafinio can tuck this one in. 46 seconds though, and they trail by 2.
Okay, they do get one back. Still a lot of time on the clock. And getting to work. Great 50. We just saw Radosin there getting caught out front post. Just creeping up a touch. A little bit risky considering they had a 3-goal lead. This time Furia, such an aggressive kickoff. Zen's missed it, and in the end it's worked out. Radosin can turn and launch it downfield. It's only 35 seconds now for Furia. They need to find one right now. Lost trying to control it. Zen again. Just being a nuisance in the back half. Radosin, no boost. Drafinio's pre-jumping. You can see Furia, they know that they have to go right now.
And Vitality aren't really sending anyone until they see Lost a bit awkward. Vitality know they can just play defense here because it's taken every breath out of Furia again with a moment. Drafinio pass to Lost, who gets bumped out of the play. And maybe if that would have went in, Furia could have played a kickoff to tie it up, but maybe that's some cope. Couple of seconds left, and Vitality will go to match point.
Huge game number 3 for Vitality. They just did so much damage in the first 2 minutes. The Golden Hornets 1 game away from the playoffs, from the top 8 here in London. Furia, well, they're going to have to repeat what they did in game number 2. They found a way to respond from game 1. It was an intense overtime, but they just got rattled early there. A couple of mistakes, and you could see the misplays. They weren't working together as a team in defense.
Vitality are like, okay, maybe we don't have to overcook. Remember, they had like a double or triple fake like right on their first attempt at an offense, and then Furia, all they did was demo, and Vitality are like, okay, let's just stick to the basics, go off the ceiling, win the 50s, be ready to read how that 50 results, and then play off of that 50. And Vitality have supported each other well to break down Furia's defense slowly but surely. And Furia haven't had that fire. Like, they have the shots, but Vitality's defense hasn't been really touched.
And a win here for Vitality if they can get the job done in 4. That'll secure them with the #1 seed here in London. So a huge result for them if they can get the job done. They've still got the Panthers to get through here. Furia, they're not going to go down without a fight. Game number 4 is upon us. Here we go, Utopia Dusk. Let's see what these boys from Furia, what the Brazilians can do right now.
With Vitality hoping to get to playoffs and contend for the #1 seed. We'll update you on that later. But Alpha with the hat trick already sets up Vitality to take a swing at Furia with a double commit, and Furia playing against their back wall. And now with Yan with the demo, he's looking for bumps, and Drafinio's still working on possession. That's not going to happen, so Furia need to take the right steps as Yan assesses this against Alpha. Zen in the net. Furia regained possession as Drafinio plays the 50 against Radosin, but it's Vitality that win it.
Great start though for Furia. They've got control. Yan goes the double ops for the shot off the ceiling, but Drafinio can keep it in. He stole the 100 boost, which is huge as well. You see all of Vitality front post. Again, their structure isn't exactly A1. It's not textbook, but it's getting the job done. Redirect, and that's just going to be almost on target for Zen. Furia momentarily leading off with their just, again, the positioning, the structure. You can't afford to be doing that against the world champs. They're always going to bite it. Pretty lucky in the end that Zen didn't get the shot. They are able to get some attack, however, with a nice bump. But again, you see Zen launching it downfield, and he finds Alpha.
Zen collides against Yan, and at 50 goes all the way down. Radosin with a quick touch to the side once he saw Lost hunting, and Lost has had these great moments to strike when Vitality are even just the slightest bit awkward. As Vitality also trying to control their boost as best as they can, while Furia decide to just fight for possession. And Lost against Alpha waits for his moment. Vitality outnumber them, and with the demo, Radosin can't bump Yan out of the way. And Furia stabilized.
Yeah, he did so well, but he just couldn't find that finishing touch. Alpha now getting the 50, has 100 boost. Look how many times Vitality are all front post. And again, doesn't seem to be troubling them in the defense. Alpha now off the corner, beats one. Has to get the dunk on Drafinio. Radosin so aggressive. Vitality, wouldn't they love the first goal almost? Radosin finding magic with 0 boost. Yeah, now eating Alpha and launching it downfield. Furia, they had so much pressure at the start of this game, but it's starting to swing to Vitality's end.
Into the second half, and Drafinio from up high. Yan off the backboard. Drafinio recovers, but with low boost, he does what he can. But Yan puts on the cape for Furia.
Such a smart touch from Drafinio. He just knew how awkward they were. He had 0 boost, so he launches it onto the crossbar, and Yan's ready to pounce. He has 100, and he strikes over Zen. They get the first, a huge start to this game.
Furia just needed a start and need to put a stop to Vitality. Drafinio wants insurance. The 50 forced to the side. Yan up and almost wanted the bump onto Radosin and adjusts the ball. Drafinio, the third man, just has to get this to Lost or Yan or buy time. The Furia's demoed. They need to reassess. Yan harassing Radosin, shoving him off the ball. But Furia aren't exactly owning the real estate.
Furia, though, they're in control, and they've got that huge lead so far. Now ball's in. Vitality's caught water rotation from Lost. He had no boost, but got the doink downfield. Zen now takes it up. Yan's got a pre-jump. He's been beaten, but he finds the bump. And Drafinio with a huge touch. You can see Alpha. He didn't believe him. He was going to jump regardless. A nice demo releases Zen. Over to Alpha now. Vitality surging forward. Alpha doesn't get the touch. Zen with 0 boost, throws it on net. Won't worry Furia's defense.
Yeah, even when Furia got demoed, just slowing down Vitality, who wanted to pick up the pace. Alpha off the ceiling. Yan was ready. Lost with the following touch. And you need perfection out of Drafinio as well, because if you give up a goal, it is tied, and you do not want to go into OT against Vitality. Minute 10, low boost for Drafinio. Lost on fumes as well. Furia not able to steal boost like they did in game 2 and 3. His Vitality don't seem to threaten until maybe Lost can creep up. Yan steals the corner. And with even the second touch off the ceiling, he's chasing this Lost. With the assist, has Alpha on the brink. And Yan against Zen. Drafinio stepping up. Furia just need that second goal to really seal this. And Zen can't get there.
The open net and Furia, they didn't need to score. There was 40 seconds left. There's no one back. Third man, where are ya? Because Zen gets the easiest of redirects. It was already in off Alpha. And they have opened the door for the world champs to take it in for.
That's my bad for saying Drafinio needs to be perfect. That is tough to demand at the stakes that we have. Qualification on the line, and Furia losing the lead, and Alpha robs them of that lead at the 26-second mark.
They dead set stolen this game 4. It was Furious for the taking. We should be heading to Champ Field. We should have game 5, but they've let it slip. Alpha again. The heroic effort. And not a kick, no, not like this. Team Furia, what are you doing? You had a chance. It was yours. And the second kickoff goal of the series, it's the same kickoff. It's the close cheat. And it's Alpha 54 once more.
No way. I was commending Alpha for his involvement off the ball, and then he gets a hat trick, and then two goals just like that. He's just doing everything. And now Radosin takes the shot. It is just a hemorrhage.
4-1, just like the result from Copenhagen against these two sides, and Furia have capitulated before our eyes in 30 seconds or less, in 20 seconds of Rocket League. 4 goals on the board, 4 goals have been scored, and that's heartbreaking. I know they're still 2-1 now, they're still well and truly in this, but what does that do for them? Congratulations to Vitality with that win. They'll be the #1 seed, the world champs are back. And they will take the playoffs. They'll be into the top 8 in front of the crowd here at London 3.0. And they will join Falcons in the playoffs.
I've never seen a collapse that fast before. I was just like, my jaw was on the floor. I said, Furia, you just got to keep a solid third, man. Jerfinho needed to be perfect, and as soon as that open net happened, it seemed like focus got lost, and then 2 kickoff goals happened, and then you blink for a second, Furia were in the lead 1-0, and all of a sudden Vitality win the series. Congratulations.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. Stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside.
You know, guys, I think Gentlemates take it again.
Gentlemates? Nah. Gen G's going to take it 4-2 this time.
That's a close guess, Johnny. It's going to be 4-1, though. We're going to see Juicy with a great flip reset about 2 minutes into game 1. After that, all Gen G. Chronic, 2.2 goals per game. Gen G wins 4-1. And at the end, Itachi will sneeze.
Sure, Gibbs. Whatever you say.
Goes over to take the ball. He's got it into the middle. Juicy with the flip reset. What a start. They are going to take the lead. Couple of stats coming in here. Chronic is at 2.2 goals per game. He is absolutely dominating the field.
Wow, Gibbs. If only Itachi sneezed, though, right?
Oh, bless you, Itachi.
No. Lucky guess.
This is just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Man, I just cannot shake this feeling from earlier. Like, is Gibbs scripting this?
I mean, I'm not salty about losing to Gibbs again, obviously, but it is a bit suspicious that he keeps beating me.
Yeah, nah, there's no way he beat you. You're way too clever.
See, that's what I think, but what's going on?
Who's really pulling the strings here?
Guys. You really think Gibbs can script real life? That is ridiculous. Look, let's drop it. Let's move on. Let's have a good show. Yeah? Okay. All good? All right, have a nice lunch, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I think he's right. There's no way anyone could script all of this. Gibbs might just be smarter than you.
I'll never live this down.
Come in.
My lord, they're starting to suspect. But I threw them off the scent.
Well done, my child. Keep my secret. And I'll give you third in the prediction league, behind me, of course.
Thank you, sir. You're so generous, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Excuse me.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I have stolen Wavepunk's spot. I put him somewhere and I'm not gonna tell you where. He's gone forever. No, they gave me a little spot here to hang out with some friends here while we just get the next round all good to go. And oh, look who joined me here. Fairy Peak. You guys just came off a win, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And thank you for introducing me here.
Yeah, no, of course. It's always a blast to have you. So we're going to get your insight in a little bit here. We'll see if it gets smarter and smarter as we go down. I'm not sure it does.
Yeah, well, he's coming off a win. Reddles,
neither of us.
You're not coming off a win.
Neither of us lost a Swiss match this weekend. So I don't know what you're talking
undefeated.
about.
How is it here? Just coming, hanging out, doing a little some teams or some, we'll say team streams, but your own stream, I guess.
It feels good. It feels good. It's second LAN in my career where I've been here and not been playing. It always feels a little weird. I get a little bored, but it's been good. I've been enjoying the good gameplay. You guys look good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Do you ever wish you're back out there right now?
Always.
Yeah, okay.
Always. Not a second
he's sleeping in the green room to just try to pass the time and not think about it. Right?
Peeking the curtains.
I don't envy the pressure of these players, but the way Vitality are looking, I don't know what you're doing, Fairy Peak. That was a pretty good series. But we're here to just recap. I think we're just chatting and talking in between the rounds.
Let's get their insight on this. This is why we wanted to have them on here, is because maybe we can get some insight from people that don't usually give it, like us, and take a look at some recaps from the past Swiss here while we get the next round ready, because it was interesting, that's for sure. It was a lot faster, Fairy Peak, than I thought. So on the main stream, look at these 3 O's here.
Oh, I mean,
yeah, he's like, whoa.
I mean, I said to my team that either Falcon will win 3-0 or like G2 will win 3-2. So.
Okay. You can't allowed to get 2 predictions.
You're allowed to do 2. Like, no, I'll take that. I think.
Yeah, it's alpha prediction.
Yeah, but this is crazy, Reddles. Like, this was nuts.
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I will say this G2 team, you can say what you want, one of the most talented teams in the world. However, with Gen G being in the little slump they've been in the last couple of regionals, and with NA being as weak as it has been, they haven't been tested. I think the second round against Power was actually, you know, say what you want, it might have been lucky to move on to the 2-0 match, but you didn't get tested still. So they're, you know, 3 months, 4 months out from having a match, an official match where they're playing a team that's just as talented as them and is in good form. And, you know, this kind of showed Falcons were all over them. It wasn't close.
Yeah, well, I mean, compare it to Falcons, who got to play BDS in that round number 2. So you'd feel like, you know, with the matchups, they'd had a tougher run. And it showed there. I mean, a 3-0.
Yeah.
Ferry, you expected a 3-0. Why did you think that Falcons could 3-0?
I mean, for me, Falcon is a team, like, if they get confident at the start of the series, they're just gonna lock it in, and, like, they will never let a goal in. Like, they will just 50-50 out of you, like, for no reason. Like, you think you're not gonna get scored on, and then just 50 you, and it's in, and you're like, nice.
Yeah.
So I think it could have been like that. But if G2 went to win the first game, I think it would have been closer.
And then we got Oxygen and Gen G on the screen. This is a fun one. I mean, Oxygen has such a run to make, and it definitely took a bit of a slowdown here, Reddles, with Gen G in their way.
Yeah, if you asked me a week ago, I would have told you Oxygen take this, and it's not really that close.
Right.
Seeing the teams, you know, day one, you have Oxygen losing to Power, and you have Gen G having a really close series with a good vitality. I think Gen G, talking to Jack last night, they were very confident for this matchup.
They looked it today too, CJ. Their faces were just clear.
Yeah, and even talking to Jack in the media day, he had that look in his eyes. He had this weird air of confidence about him. They did a boot camp. Jack's obviously been back in Europe since the end of the NA online season, but he said they're pretty much firing on all cylinders. Their scrims have been going really well leading up to it, and I guess they showed it there against Oxygen, who, I mean, look impressive online. We talk about Joyo really stepping up throughout the EU split. But I don't know, Ferry, do you think that that's the same Oxygen that we saw online, or are they underperforming?
I don't know. They're not playing that well. I didn't see all the Oxygen matches, but like, I mean, they can't be 1-2 right now. like if they play as good as they played in the regional in Europe, they will be at least 2-1. But like, I think they are not in a slump, but like they're not confident.
And now this one here, Gentlemates versus Team Secret. It went the way I thought it might. Gentlemates yesterday, Fairy Peak, they lost to a SAM team, and I'm sure they didn't want that to happen again. So they took down Team Secret quite handily 3-0. Yeah.
I mean, Gentlemate is like, if they win first game, it's like a bit like Falcon. If they win first game and they're confident,
it's just gone.
It's just like 5-0, 5-0 every game.
I just wonder how you shut that down, though. Like, I mean, like if you're facing them and they take game 1 against you, what do you do? Like, what do you tell them to do, right? Do you just give up?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to step up. But like, I think like Team Secret isn't good enough to like step up and like win the game after they lose game 1. Like, I think their best shot to win the game is like to win the first game, get really confident, and maybe like snowball on this.
Just win first one, Reddles.
Yeah,
Very important.
To piggyback off what Ferry said, I think the Secret team, a big thing about them is South America, you have a lot of teams that are go, 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 very chaotic, and Team Secret is one that they play a little slower, they play a little bit more calculated, but when you're playing Gentlemates, who I think is, you know, one of the smartest teams in the world, you can't out-calculate Gentlemates as this team.
Yeah, and then we had this series, which I had the pleasure of casting the other series while this was on, but I was watching on the other monitor, and Chiefs, they looked disappointing. Talking to Jorby about it, they had glimpses, but just so many misplays. They looked like they were trying to do too much. He had Hunter and Kaka going for so many solos, and this can be a problem. I feel like it's kind of rare for OCE Reddles, but when we are playing an APAC team, these guys, Chiefs, probably think we are the better team. We should just be mechanically better, but you've still got to rely on your structure, and that's what Gladiators did.
Right. I think it's tough for an OCE 2 seed, especially, to come into a match thinking we are not the underdog anymore. And when you have that thought, it's dangerous. It's not always like, hey, we can out-mechanic these guys. When you have a team that's a little lower than you and they're playing confident, it's not as easy as it seems.
I just wonder, CJ, as well for the mental, if you can talk on it too, is just for this region in general. I mean, they poke fun at themselves, you know, when they lose, but you know, it's got to still weigh a little bit.
Yeah, it's got to hurt. I mean, you talk about I guess both OCE teams. OCE not really performing for a while now. Obviously, Power getting the win over Oxygen, but unfortunately, they will be going home. Well done to Pioneers. They make Worlds as well off that run, and yeah, then we had few other series here on the alternate stream.
I want to ask Ferry, are there any surprises on these results here on the alt stream for you?
Not at all.
Not at all.
For me, the only match who could have gone both way was Mobula against Twisted Mind. I think they have like really like the same level.
Okay.
So it could have been like it was close anyway. But otherwise, except for us, because I'm not gonna speak for us, two other matches were pretty clear for me.
Right. Reynolds, you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. I think the only thing that I would say is Twisted Minds. I'm a huge fan of SMW. I think for those series, I do think they're pretty close, but SMW just clear head and shoulders above everyone else.
All right, I want to play a little game because we're just hanging out right now while we get the next ones ready. It's a little game called Were You Watching? And I know you've been busy, so you might not have been watching as much here. And you were sleeping for some of it too, right?
I was sleeping in the green room. I did take a little nap.
I'm going to ask some questions here, just 3. Won't be too harsh on you guys. And see if you can get the answers if you guys were watching yesterday. Let's start off with the ball. That was a new thing going on this weekend. The ball is brand new. It was very exciting. It was very divisive at the beginning here, but it was exciting regardless. My question is, with the introduction of the ball, what was the text on the decal on the ball?
The entire message.
What did it say on the ball?
Definitely
and you guys
says
play
London
along
Major on it.
It says London Major?
It must say RLCS.
I think it said RLCS London.
Okay, 2 answers. How
I
about
really
you?
don't know. Maybe like RLCS London Major?
Okay, RLCS London Major. We have 3 different answers. RLCS London.
Can I go RLCS London Major 2024? Is that too many words? There's no way. I want to go there. I want to go there.
I don't know if we have a graphic to show it here because we may as well put it up. We have 3 different answers here. Okay, we have to reveal the answer down here. And the drum roll is...
Oh, it just says London?
No. Wait, what's in the blue text there? 2024 and RLCS.
Oh, I have not
I think that was
seen
Fairy
that.
Peak got that, right?
Yeah.
Look at you, and you guys don't see that though in the game, right?
No.
How did you know that?
What's up with that?
I mean, I just
Got the
guessed
answers
it.
or something right there.
Okay, well, I'm writing this one down because right now Fairy Peak is winning. You guys got to step it up for the next one here. The next one, this should be easy. If you guys are watching the stream, it was very obvious, and you might just be able to deduce it just based off players here. But yesterday, after a win, a player broke out into maniacal laughter. Who was that? It was like very obvious maniacal laughter.
Well,
it's not like you just look at someone laughing.
There's an obvious answer to this, and it's Com after the reverse sweep. So I'd say Com, but I'm not sure.
Oh, no, I missed this,
didn't watch
guys. I missed this.
Do you want to throw a guess? I mean,
I'm
it
trying
sounds
to
like
think.
CJ's guessing too.
What did I miss?
Yeah.
It was like someone waving at the camera.
Someone just went laughing like crazy, like back and forth from the gut, bellow laugh.
On
It was a player. It was
on
a
the player?
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it was Chrome.
You think Chrome?
I mean, against us, he logged so hard. We heard him like...
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa, bit of beef there.
OG Furia is the series I missed yesterday, and I could see Com doing that, so I'm going to go with Com as well.
Okay, so we got 2 comms there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's reveal the answer because yesterday, it usually is the player you would expect. It is Com. He went ham. And the reason for that was the coach said, we need the energy levels up. And Com said, okay, let's take that to the next level then. And that's a player, I mean, what is it like having a player like that in your team that just takes it to the next level? Like, sometimes you need that energy, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's good because like I don't know how to say that, but like it's good for all the players because I see a player like laughing, like trash talking a bit the other team, so like it just get you a good mood.
Do you ever have to tell your players to like, hey, pull it back a little bit?
Maybe rather than 1 or 2 times.
Definitely reduced it.
All right, last question here. This is a fun one. After my own heart here.
Oh no.
Out of all the players that appeared today on the A stream, how many had mustaches?
Oh, that's tough.
And we were a little liberal with this because there are a couple mustaches that's like they're trying.
Is that, did you say on the A stream?
On the A stream only.
Okay, I was going to say Banana Head, but he was on the...
It might help to just throw out a number. Maybe, you know, how many players do we have total today on the screen here? I'm not sure.
Yes.
I'm just gonna get 5 because I really don't know.
5?
Yeah.
Only 5 mustaches.
I reckon it's 7.
A lot of people are players are really
What's a
young.
mustache like? Some of these players are rocking.
That's what I said.
Like this is just a little bristle, you know.
Well, this looks like you just like forgot to shave.
Yeah,
so that's half a mustache.
So it's not that doesn't.
I wouldn't count it. Yeah, it's the intent behind it.
Okay, I'll say 4 then. I
was
think
going to
it's
go
less.
4. Dude.
Actual mustache.
All right, now I'm not going to go 4. I'm going to go 6.
You're gonna go 6?
Yep.
You guys are all very low on your numbers.
Really?
Yeah. Remember, these kids are growing up and they want to show off that they're able to start growing it. Let's reveal the answer here because looking at the answer I got, the total was 1.
Oh,
2.
God, that's Hunter's is border.
It's all
There's no way.
4.
Man.
Okay, that's
a nice
5.
Oh, again.
6.
That
7.
Yeah, definitely.
8.
Definitely.
9.
Definitely.
10.
No, that's borderline.
11.
That
yes.
12.
No.
What?
Where?
13. 14. You guys are really low. 15.
What?
It's there. It's there.
Everyone has a mustache.
Yeah, right? 16.
He shaved
16.
No, whoever did this is wrong. And also, I think there's a debate. If you have a full beard, does it count as a moustache?
Yeah, we actually went over this. We were very particular. Yes, a full beard counts if you have the mustache.
I don't know, chat. Let us know what you think.
Yeah.
I think some of those were not.
I agree.
The honest truth is that we had to kind of be liberal with it because we figured, well, I want to show that they're trying, and I want you guys to get here at this point eventually.
Get involved.
I was like that at first. There was nothing coming.
The one
through.
land Vatira doesn't make. We start talking about mustaches. The one land.
That's wonderful. That's awesome. Hey, let's take a look. I do believe we have our round 4 matchups all ready to go. So we can take a look at who's playing who off the bat here. Well, you guys, you don't have to play anybody, Fairy Peak.
Yeah.
You're done. You're through. You're on through.
Number 1 seed.
That's very nice and easy. And Falcons.
Oh, we are number 1 seed then. Yeah.
Nice.
That's beautiful. There you go. And Falcons, of course, are going to be joining you. They just came off a 3-0 win over G2 and the rest of the matchups. So are there any specifically Reddles that stick out to you right away?
All the 2-1 matches are pretty nasty, to be honest. But the one I'm actually looking forward to is OG Secret because, if I remember correctly, I think if Secret loses this, they have a tiebreaker with Complexity to make Worlds.
Yep.
If they win that, they are into Worlds and Complexity is out. So that's high stakes. For a lot of these teams, all the NA teams are already guaranteed Worlds. It's a major, but Worlds is what's the most important. So I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, CJ, I'll get your thoughts.
I mean, I think there's a few NA fans that are looking forward to seeing G2 Gen G. I don't know, they've played each other 5,000 times, but every time they play, people get excited for it. Furia to bounce back against Space Station, I think that's a great matchup for Furia. And then obviously you got the EU boys, you got BDS versus Gentlemates.
Well, why don't we stop talking and get the matches going? So thank you guys for joining on camera, Fairy Peak. I appreciate it. Congratulations on making Day 3 into the top 8. That's wonderful. Reddles, thank you for joining as well. CJ, you're pretty cool too. Anyways, we got round 4 on its way. I'll give Wave Punk back his spot. We'll see you on the other side.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
3 rounds down, 2 to go in our Swiss here in the copper box, and it's been some crazy action so far. Highlight games to close out round 3, and we've got some storied rivalry matchups for round 4. We'll get you caught up on what's happened and what you can expect here in the next few moments. I'm Wavepunk. Welcome back to the desk. We got Bates, we got Gibbs, we got James. James on the desk. We got some classic, some OG.
Oh yes, this is
OG majority here.
I mean, we were teammates. No, welcome here, Bo. Yeah, we got to experience that golden moment.
Oh my goodness, we're just missing Axel Toss.
Yeah.
And then this is the desk from season 5 when Justin hit the...
Just exclude teammates. That's fine. Just make me feel terrible.
No, it's honestly though. That's why I saw people commenting on it on Reddit. Come on, teammate, quit it. But so much history has been made here in London. It feels like a second home. It feels like a second home to Rocket League Esports. And I mean, that skit was incredible, by the way, Gibbs. I didn't know you were such a good actor.
I'm waiting my Oscar in the mail. Yeah.
Guy's been rigging stuff since the...
Hey, that's
special stuff happens in London. Just imagine what's going to happen with
exactly. One of your best moments of your entire life was, with that goal by Justin.
But it takes it away a little bit to know you planned it. I'm just saying. I can't believe it, folks. Let's see how the Swiss has been going. Show me some graphics production. I don't even care what it is at this point. I think we're going to show you matchups at this point. And let's just take a look. Let's take a look. So here's what's going on the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports. They're starting things off with Gladiators versus Power Tournament lives on the line for those matchups. BDS going to be taking on Gentlemates. That one will be a nice highlight match, a European Grand Final rematch there. And then following that with the NA rivalry rematch of G2 versus Gen G.
Bates, G2 Gen G, that one's going to be special. Gen G's won 4 in a row versus G2. And after what we just saw to G2, I don't know, question marks.
G2 might have to go back to round 5 again, just like they did back in Copenhagen. Might be okay.
On the main stream, we'll see Furia play against Space Station. We'll see Oxygen take on Twisted Minds. But to start things off for our round 4 matchups, OG Esports trying to bounce back after taking a loss against BDS. They're going to get Team Secret here for round 4.
And I think Secret is going to breathe a sigh of relief a little because OG likes to slow the game down. And that's what we've seen a lot from Team Secret as well. Both of these teams very methodical. They're very methodical. We've seen OG thrive in situations where they have to play defense on low boost in those really tough situations. I think they haven't been as on point as we saw them throughout the North American online qualifiers leading up to London, but they still have life left in this tournament. I think you cannot count out Secret. I think we haven't seen the best from them yet, but this will be an interesting game to see how the slower pace pans out.
And OG, obviously, they just had to play BDS. BDS is one of the best teams here for sure, and they didn't look good games 1 and 2, didn't score a goal, but they did force overtime in Game 3, lost that one 4-3. So maybe found form a little bit too late for the BDS match, but coming into this, it is possible. Last time around in Copenhagen, they went out in this round. They went 1-3. That was against the NA team, Luminosity. So now they get some international matches to see how they fare.
I just feel like they just haven't played as well as they did online the whole entire London Major so far, and it's bringing me some question marks here. I mean, they had the reverse sweep, Twisted Minds, and I felt like they gave it their all right there to end up getting that W. And when they played BDS, I also felt like they were just throwing everything they had at them, but nothing was enough, really and truly. But in saying that, they are going up against a Secret team that really hasn't shown me anything either. So 2 teams, a lot of questions to be asked. They will be answered in the series.
Yeah, and I think for me, OG, they've just had such a tough run of opponents as well. And Secret isn't that much easier either, even though they haven't been performing at the level we know they can. So this is, a bit of a tough draw for OG.
Yeah, these are the 2 teams that just lost to Gentlemates and BDS. Both got swept in round 3 by those 2 teams. So this is going to be quite the battle between 2 teams trying to bounce back after a tough loss. Team Secret on the other side of things. I mean, I remember we were talking about it when the match happened, Bates. We asked you, what was the silver lining here for Team Secret? And you're like, there wasn't one. This is a difficult loss to bounce back from. OG might be their best draw, though.
OG might be their best draw, and given the circumstances of the matchup, I think they might be a little bit happy for this. If they win this, they don't have to play Complexity and Tiebreaker. If they lose, they'll be playing Complexity at some point after this major to then qualify for the World Championship, and now they will definitely feel that. So going into this, game number 1 is essential. If Secret comes out slow, OG comes out hot, all the pressure's on them. They'll be thinking about the whole entire series.
And me and Sex were talking about it when we commentated the previous Team Secret match, but they would average about 6 demos a game. Against Gentlemates, they didn't land almost any demos at all. But OG slowing things down, I think they are going to be more of a hittable target than Gentlemates was. So we'll see if Secret brings that game that they are known for.
But the nerves are definitely going to play a factor, because if they lose here, we don't know when those tiebreakers are just yet, but that turns into, oh, we win here, we're going to the World Championship. Obviously, we're still in this tournament, but they can probably take some time off, you know, have a little vacation, get ready for the World Championship. Instead, they'll have to keep in top form until that tiebreaker is played. So very important for them. KV1, he's the offensive monster on their team. Didn't do anything last series, but neither of these teams did. They both got swept. Usually a 1-1 team will have to play one of those 0-2 teams that won. Both these teams have zero momentum coming into this.
You gotta feel like the veterancy on this team for OG will make a difference in this specific matchup. Tournament lives, coming off of a sweep, they've got to, I feel like that mental's got to be strong.
And I mean, even just think back to that match they played against Rebellion, the tiebreaker match. They thrived in that situation. And people were saying it's because, I mean, look at the experience that this team has. They're coached by Torment, who's a world champion. You know, Com has won a major. Nolly has won a major. JNAPS has won a major. They know how to operate in those super stressful situations. And I don't even think it's really that stressful. I mean, they're definitely playing for the prize pool and the money and everything, but they've already got worlds locked up. I think OG
they had
is
their
going to be
nervous match
feeling
already.
good. OG has got to be feeling good.
They got to feel good, but they got to play it right now, folks. So let us know who you think is going to win. #TS, #OG, and we'll make our predictions up here. James, start with you.
I think that experience is really going to aid OG here, so I'm going OG.
I think I have to go OG as well. Both teams, no momentum, but again, that veteran-ness of OG, I think they finally get out of that 1-3 round, so I think they will at least advance to 2-2, and then who knows at that point, just one key matchup away until a playoff run, it's possible for OG, so I'm going to go OG as well.
2 points in my prediction. 1, I genuinely believe OG just better, so I'm going to go with them. And 2, I love storylines. I love it when it's just you versus me, mano y mano, and I want to see Secret versus Complexity for the World Championship qualification. Is going to happen after this match is over.
Okay. I have OG as well. And we're going to try a unique coin flip here. Leaf is going to throw me the coin from off screen.
Oh! The flip? Wow.
That was actually
And it comes up OG, held it up, logo first. That one was, we are freestyling out here.
Risky.
Okay, Leaf.
We have like
we're like G2.
around.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Never mind.
To be clear, it does have both teams' logos on the coin there.
Was that the same coin?
The same coin as what?
The one that he threw.
Yes.
Camera cuts.
There's only one. There's only one of these, folks. It's just part of why he's throwing it to me. OG is the favorites on the desk. They are the favorites in chat. The coin even went with them in this situation. It's been predicting underdogs all day. Something might be in the water. Whenever we have a full desk sweep like this, things go the other way. Team Secret going to be trying to put the upset on OG here and survive to round 5. You gotta win here. The loser of this match is over in the copper box, folks. Let's find out who's gonna move forward. OG versus Team Secret. Kickoff round 4.
World's permutations on the line here for Team Secret, but Johnny Boy, their opponents OG, they just want to do a little bit better than they did in Copenhagen.
Yeah, one round further, one round closer to playoffs. Nolly would be one of the players looking to play in front of that English crowd, the home crowd. They're starting off with a double fake kickoff and the passing play out wide. This is brilliant from the get-go for OG. Chance on target, and it's in. Well, what a play by OG. They have planned that from the get-go, and they've made it work.
OG's attack has been somewhat stuttering so far in this event, but that is exactly the beginning they wanted to this one. There was a mistake on the backboard there from Brad, but OG won't care one bit. You start off like that, you get an early goal, especially when it's from your own play. However, down the other end, KV1 shoots straight away. Com has to be aware the shot was flying in. KV1 then follows it up again. So after going 1-0 down, Team Secret seem to have been shaken into life somewhat. And you got to say credit to them in that regard. It's easy to fade away after a disastrous start such as the one they had.
Yeah, Team Secret, they've been struggling with this tournament. They've not been the, hot Sam 2 team that we've been hoping for. It wouldn't be the first time. That's a good double save there by Com. Wouldn't be the first time that the Sam 2 teams come in and played exceptionally well. But oh, what a play by OG. Beautiful pass and a perfect finish by JNAPS.
Starting off on fire, OG. Here's Com all the way from the back wall, and JNAPS just waited, sent it when it was towards him. And there was the finish in the end. Nolly with yet another assist, the man that OG looked to make these assists, to make these passes, to link the play. And if OG can do better than they did last time, it would be a big achievement for them. Torment, their coach, was saying they just want to make it out the Swiss. If they take this series, not only will they guarantee doing better for themselves, but Team Secret will have at least one more series this season, Johnny.
Yeah, I think that's all the neutrals want. Well, no, if it keeps going like this, Team Secret get on the board. KV1 with the first. And this is huge for Team Secret. A quick response.
And KV1 as well shouting over to the OG side. So no love lost between these two teams. The one meant quite a lot to KV1. One or two errors for the first couple of OG goals, and suddenly Team Secret show their own fangs as Motta tries to take out JNaps. Instead, he just has to rotate backwards. JNaps out wide. And here is Motta. Can he get involved? Man who had so much hype coming into this event has been quieter than Team Secret would have liked.
In your fantasy team, Cole?
I did not mention that, Johnny. We did not mention my fantasy team.
You're a little bit of bias from me there.
No, I don't know what you mean, mate. Don't know what you mean. I'm talking neutrally. Here is Brad. Lovely pass from Motta. What a ping. Brad gets it over to the backboard. In comes KV1, but the save is made.
Oh, just look at what Motta's doing here. You're going to love this goal. He almost got the ball middle. Phenomenal stuff by Motta. But Motta, he's a LAN experienced player, and he scored some of the best goals we've seen on LAN out of South America. Nolly, ceiling clear. Oh, more downwards than forwards, but it's worked out well. Bounces over your man there, Motta. I don't have any players in my fantasy team in the pitch right now, so...
That's why you're having such a good time, is it? You can just sit back and relax and watch the chaos unfold.
Yeah, this is, you know, good for me, but I've got some on the B stream right now. Hope Maxiu scores tons of goals over there for my fantasy team.
Motta sends it long. Brad is waiting underneath it. There's another touch from Motta. In comes Brad. This ball's going to fall across the goal line. Team Secret so close to equalizing. We were just waiting for KV1 to arrive and really spring the trap. Here's Motta now. Team Secret have well have truly woken up. OG having to shepherd a little bit of attacking against them. KV1 sends that one into the corner. Chain dashing from KV1. JNaps does the same. OG, after going a couple of goals up, they look a little bit slower than Team Secret.
It's been the passing for OG that's really given them the most success going forward. We obviously had the passing play straight from the double fake kickoff. Another goal from a pass forward. So look for OG to keep using that. Oh, that's a big miss in defense. Ball bounces down. JNaps is going to clear it, but that was a huge chance for Team Secret. I don't think they expected it, though, to bounce down untouched.
OG, who earlier on against Team BDS, I think they got 3 own goals, or at least 2 proper own goals, and one that was just slammed towards their net and easily put in by a Team BDS player. So as long as they can avoid those shaky moments in defense against Secret, they'll be doing better than they were earlier on. Com tweeted out saying that they finally figured things out between themselves and they're ready to take the rest of this competition from a fresh start. And so far, the opening to game number 1 it seems to be going in that direction, but since they've been pinned back to the back foot, Brad's arriving from KV1. It's a good block from JNaps. Motta waiting in the center. JNaps still sending it forwards. We'll have to put this one into the middle where his teammates are arriving. It's even at the moment. Team Secret, though, to me, still looks slightly more likely.
Yeah, Team Secret are pressuring the midfield well. OG defending the midfield now pretty well, but that passing play that they had earlier on between the players not really coming to fruition anymore. Com looking to maybe get an aggressive run forward. That's something that could work against Team Secret, you'd think, with this team being one of the more defensive South American teams we've seen. And obviously Com having an affinity for off-the-ball play. Team Secret need to keep moving in defense. Here come OG again. It's Nolly with the shot up high and in, and he's happy with that one.
Yeah, they'll love it as well. The 2-goal lead returns. In comes Nolly to the ceiling. Lovely touch. It's all him. The Liverpudlian desperate to play in front of his own crowd. It's a long way away from that from OG, but this is where it would begin.
Yeah, a long way back now for Team Secret, who have struggled a little bit more than we thought they would in this tournament. After an opening game win against Gen G, they ended up losing 3 straight, going 5 with Chiefs, who are eliminated from the tournament, and then starting off today swept by Gentlemates. So, I mean, it's been tough going. Losses to Gen G and Gentlemates are not losses to be ashamed of, but they were one-sided. Team Secret have not shown that level to compete with the top teams. OG have done so online this split, beating Gen G once, going the distance with G2 a few times. Now, can they produce that on LAN? We'll have to wait and see, but right now, they're beating the teams ranked below them.
So far, this game has been their most complete performance. They've been solid defensively in an attack. They've actually shown some teeth. Here comes Nolly again. He's peaking at the right time.
Just adding insult to injury. What a reset.
Oh,
a rebound by
lovely.
Nolly. He really had to catch up with that one as well. Get around it and then slam it back on target. But Nolly scored a couple of brilliant goals here. A ceiling reset and now a flip reset rebound all in the same game.
Something we've been yet to see all tournament from Nolly. He was the one everybody turned to. We know what com's all about. We know the experience JNAPS has, the excellent finishing. But when it comes to those goals out of nothing, force plays, mechanics, Nolly is the player that mainly they turn to. And suddenly, OG are looking more like their online selves with a 4-1 battering in Game 1.
North America regaining. It's North America 3 and 4 really that's been a step up compared to Copenhagen. They had to play each other in this position in Copenhagen, guaranteeing an early exit for one of them. But now we could see all of NA in at lowest round 5 of Swiss. We could still see them all. In fact, in the top 8, this is a possibility. OG with a statement game there against Team Secret. Team Secret, like we keep mentioning, can clinch Worlds with a series win here, but that is surely starting to weigh on them now. OG have already got that locked in.
Yeah, it was a tough start defensively there for Team Secret, but OG's just continued to press, which is something we've been screaming out for them since we've been watching this team really here in London, and finally they deliver in that regard. They get the goal, they go for a couple more, and even Team Secret's goal down the other end didn't seem to shake them, especially with Nolly putting out just stunners. Like, not just that one, you can see why Com's so happy, and then the other one as well. It's a brilliant pair of goals from the Liverpudlian.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see too many, braces of that quality this entire event. I mean, we've had a ceiling reset and a top corner finish, followed by a flip reset rebound. I mean, Nolly's really put it together there. That was when Team Secret started to improve. They obviously got caught out a little bit early with the kickoff strat, conceded again, then they scored, started to win that midfield battle. Nolly, though, with a couple of world-class goals, completely took it away from them.
Well, here we go into Game 2. Team Secret going to have to step up themselves now. We know what this team are capable of. They've taken scalps from the biggest teams in South America, even just to get here, making sure that Complexity were not, making sure Ninjas in Pajamas were not. It's Team Secret lining up as South America 2. That is no mean feat. And they're trying to show how mean they can be on the world stage. As KV1 needs this boost, doesn't get it. The touch into the center is a little bit looping, but Motta was alert to the danger. JNAPS here goes to the ceiling. Nolly's the pass in the center. Nolly's the man they want to find over and over again. Certainly it seems that he's blowing hottest right now. Tom is always dependable. He tees up JNAPS, who gets almost the lightest little touch with a great effort. Nolly to the backboard, but it's cleared.
Yeah, it's this OG who are feeling like they're locked in right now. Team Secret not showing up with the pressure of expectation. The chance to clinch Worlds right now. I mean, if you think this is high pressure and a very nervous situation, imagine having to play a tiebreaker for a World Championship. That's what they're facing. Oh, all of a sudden though, Motta will capitalize on a demo at the near post that left the net open. OG looked like they might have control here, but Nolly taken out of the picture. Motta pounces and scores.
Yeah, it's something we've seen from OG so far. We saw it in their last matchup against Team BDS, as I mentioned. Awkward touches towards their own net. That was another one. There was more work that had to be done from the demo, but it's got to be said, Nolly's touch wasn't perfect, and they might double up. They do.
And it's a brace by Motta this time. Kickoff goes back right towards him. They clearly aim for that one. And Nolly's misread it. He had plenty of boost there, but he didn't realize he needed to be taken off with a little bit of backwards momentum as it flies over his head.
Nolly, who can sometimes struggle in the LAN environment. I remember a few events where he's tweeted out the next day sort of saying, oh, my bad, I played poorly, I played terribly. We just have to hope that he doesn't start to get in his own head here now after such a good start to this series. A couple of misplays in defense from him in Team Secret. They're the victors from it. JNAPS up against Brad. It's more good pace from JNAPS. He's been looking like a bit of a thorn in Team Secret's side, clearing the path for his team. Up in attack, playing in front of the ball. Here he is behind though. Motta just breaks through. Could be a third here, depending on who follows him up, but it's no one. And Team Secret lose the attack. At least for now, though. KV1, but Nolly's back.
And they had a real chance there. KV1 running an interference, so the center ball coming through with Motta, but looks like Brad might have backed off to grab boost there. Didn't feel comfortable joining the attack and leaving themselves exposed to a counter. I mean, with a 2-goal lead, I don't mind that from Team Secret. It's the worst thing they could do right now is overextend and give OG a freebie.
We have a slow bouncing ball in the center. Who's going to be the first to claim it for themselves? It's going to be Motta and Team Secret. Motta with his tail up, finally coming online this event. Waits the ball to come to him. He's going to leave that 100 boost to his teammate. A demo opens things up for him. Can he get the angle? Not quite. Almost gets another open. That actually did well not to score the OG. And then he tries to tee up JKnaps. JKnaps almost there. An all-important touch from the side from KV1. Falls to Motta, up to the sky. Gets one more touch over. JKnaps back once more to the backboard. And we can actually have a bit of general play. The ball loose in the center, but not for long. Motta shoots! Motta gets his hat-trick! He's alive!
Oh, he's absolutely farming fantasy points for you now, Cole. Motta on the board. And once again, and what a shot that is. Half volley off the wall. Nobody back for OG. And they have really fallen apart in this game, not really putting up a lot of resistance for these goals.
Cool Cole does not lose the Prediction League and the Fantasy League, Johnny. Not gonna happen.
Not at the same time, at least.
Here's JKnaps, though. Oh, lovely flip reset, almost over the top. Does he get this boost steal? Not quite, didn't spawn. OG Esports, suddenly things have gone disastrously here in Game 2 after such a promising first game. And Team Secret, you got to praise the way they've stepped up.
You definitely have. I mean, Team Secret, they're the team with more to lose here. Oh, 150. Oh, it's Swiss weight room by OG. They're back within 2 here. Com working it forward slowly. And JKnaps, who had pre-jump there, managed to get a strong 50 in the middle of the box. And there's nothing that Team Secret could do.
Couple of goals now the difference, and OG Esports will know there is plenty of time with which to get them. The kickoff, though, is good for Brad. Goes for the must-see, doesn't quite connect, so JKnaps can just take a touch around the corner and fake out KV1. That's more good play from OG Esports. Suddenly they're the ones pulling the strings. Falls to Nolly. JKnaps going for Brad yet again. JKnaps has got Team Secret in his sights.
This is just a bit too slow in the follow-up there by Nolly, giving the last defender a chance to come back and challenge him from off screen. Didn't see it coming. This is a chance at a 2v1 now for OG. Looks like boost running out for JKnaps at a key moment, though. Slowed down the attack, didn't stop it, still had half a chance there. That's well cleared by KV1. Now he's going to try and just take any kind of pace off this, give his teammates behind him a chance to position properly. No unnecessary risks being taken by Team Secret.
Team Secret looking to join the Big Brothers Furia at the World Championships in Fort Worth in a couple of months' time. They have to keep on winning. They have to keep hold of leads like this one if they are to make it. Motta onto the backboard. Nolly is there, can't quite connect with that one, and in comes Brad. And instead he leaves it to KV1. Team Secret trying to kill this game here, but the ball does end up back in the orange half for them. Motta to the ceiling, gets to the side. KV1 was waiting. KV1 could be able to finish this one until in comes Nolly. It's nice defending from OG Esports, but they have to do so much more with it. OG have to get this ball down the other end, and that's loose. You have to do more with the ball when you're desperate for a goal.
Yeah, they're just giving it away right now. They're not fighting those passes out of defense. They're trying one here. JKnaps to Nolly, intercepted by KV1 though. Brad pounces in as well. Team Secret aren't giving any space to OG to even get the ball into their half. Far less create a scoring chance and take it. And that's going to confirm the equalizer. Team Secret now just 2 games away from clinching Worlds. OG have only got Swiss round 5 to play for at the moment, but that's a pretty big prize as well. The Team Secret respond. They're in this. This could be a long series.
Yeah, the biggest 1 and 2 match you will see in the Swiss, when there is the carrot of the World Championship dangling in front of Team Secret right now. This is every bit as much pressure as, you know, a Grand Finals would be, or a Series 5 in the Swiss would be. This, for them, is what their entire season comes down to.
I mean, absolutely. You just want to forget about tiebreakers. They don't want to play one. I mean, as a tiebreak enjoyer, I wouldn't mind it, personally. I've loved the tiebreakers this season. A tiebreaker for the World Championships. I mean, come on. Neutral fans. Is that what you want to see? That's what happens if OG win this. And look what it means to Team Secret, as they can stay alive in the tournament. You mentioned Furia. They could even run into each other if Furia drop a match in the 2-1 round. Team Secret picking up one in the 1-2 round here. Maybe they could be on a collision course. Team Secret, the most recent South American team to win. They took Open Qualifier 6. Came into this tournament in form. Haven't been able to translate that form against world-class teams. Now we're starting to see something from them.
I've certainly got the experience to be able to do that, to be able to turn things around right now. As I said earlier, winning an Open Qualifier in South America, not easy, as we've seen from the quality of their other entrants and at times the quality of Team Secret as well. This could be a start of that. Nolly, the ball's going to squeeze under him. That's tough.
Oh my goodness, well, Brad went for a ceiling shot here. Didn't get much on it right there. Nolly thought he hit the ball, but he pre-jumped right over it. And to make matters worse, I think he flipped his car upside down, so he couldn't even get his wheels on that to try and slow it on the way in. It's just bounced in at like 2 miles an hour. Team Secret will take it. 1-0.
Could be 2 here. Here KV1's chasing down JKnaps. JKnaps does incredibly to wriggle out of that one and get the ball high enough for Com to follow up as well. JKnaps following this one now. After stalwart defensive work, goes to the side where Motto is trying to tee one up, but Nolly says no to that one. Nolly has to shake that one off immediately. Now a few defensive errors he's made. He gets a touch there. Actually, it was Com who gets the touch. Nolly waiting in the center. Nolly might benefit here from a mistake. It's up against Brad, and that will do him the world of good.
Oh, well, they've traded the mistake right back as Mota comes in with all the boost and absolutely no contact. Nolly will put it past Brad, who had no boost there. And these are some nervous-looking goals. Both teams struggling to keep it together defensively.
Strap yourselves in, everybody. It might not be the cleanest Rocket League you ever see for the next couple of games, but my goodness, it will mean a lot to these 6 players. KV1 into the center. Nolly out wide. Com was waiting. Decent transition there from OG. Com waiting again for it, but the pass is a little bit wayward. Nolly has a clean hit. What does he do with it? He gets it towards Com, to the ceiling. KV1 up already. JKnaps waiting underneath it. Has to get a pretty ugly touch. But he gets it for himself. Then he turns it into a pass. Here's another one. Nolly can shoot. Instead to the backboard. Does he sink it? What? Almost. Mota with a giant save until Com arrives. It is 2. And Brad looks distraught.
Yeah, head in his hands there. Boost ran out, but what a save initially there by Mota. Brad just flipped the wrong way. He'll think that he could have got there, but they were completely out of boost there. OG just passing the ball around in the final third. And that's what we want to see from them. When they've been passing the ball, that's when they've looked their best.
It's the decision-making from OG, which is paramount, as Brad sends that one high over Nolly, almost coming in with his teammate. KV1 wants to get this one towards Mota, but Nolly squeezes his way in there. A little chain dash to touch the ball. The confidence is still high, but that's a little bit awkward. Com gets a save in the top corner. That was not easy.
Oh yeah, not an ideal touch as well by Nolly. You know, poking the ball into the curve where the ceiling meets the wall in your own back corner. I mean, that just centers it for the other team. So I'm not sure what he was going for there with no boost. He couldn't follow it up himself. The Team Secret denied by keen defended on the goal line. Out of OG. Demo lands on third. JKnaps has to make a touch here, and he does. That's a huge touch by JKnaps, who had nobody behind him.
If I'm OG right now, I want to see Nolly getting in front of the ball, playing in the far end of the pitch as much as possible, because in attack he's been sublime, defensively not quite so much. So take away the opportunities for him to have to make those awkward defensive touches. As Com does tee up JKnaps, who sends it backwards. Here's an awkward touch for Nolly, and do you know what? He's nailed it.
Back pass. Go JKnaps. As long as he called back pass and comms, it counts.
Even after?
Especially after. That's when I calm all of my back passes.
Well, Nolly was just trying to flick that one over the top of a couple. KV1 misses. JKnaps is in. JKnaps shoots. Big save there from Brad. Nolly still has a chance to the ceiling with him. Out of boost, but Brad misses again. Too many of these whiffs right now from Team Secret. They have to just connect first. Perfection can come later. Nolly towards Com. The pass is almost good. JKnaps beats Brad, but it goes forward. Brad shoots. Nolly will be back, and Nolly can sweep up, at least for now.
That was a brilliant touch there by Brad, but the attack has fizzled. Team Secret could do with some extended pressure against OG, who do not look comfortable in this lobby. I mean, neither team looks comfortable right now. Both looking very jumpy. If you could just keep a team in defense under these conditions, mistakes can absolutely happen. Now Mota is going to curve the ball middle. Ceiling shot slowly on target. Nolly deflects it wide. He's the only player with boost there. Gets demoed. JKnaps picks up 100 though. He should be fine here, but it's looking very awkward. My goodness, it doesn't look safe at either end of the pitch.
Yeah, OG pretty boostless, just buzzing about their own goal, trying to get something on the ball. Motta's steaming in, he must score, but it's saved by Nolly. Then Mota almost again, somehow gets it round the goal. Team Secret remain 1-0 down. OG just have some time on the ball. It's flicked towards Com. Mota in from the side, gets another big save. Nolly's turn now. 30 boost, but he's just charged down by Mota, who's got desperate. He's got bloodlust right now. He wants this ball. He can sense it's turning chaotic. That's when he does his best work, but he just can't quite get the shot away.
I mean, there's no composure anywhere to be seen Demos are raining in. 50-50s as far as the eye can see. It's middle. Mota with the read. Top bins! Team Secret tie the game.
The clean touch was needed, and Mota had it in his back pocket. Brad beat JNaps, all ends up, and what a read and touch from Mota. Credit Brad as well, finishing the job with the bump.
What just I say, no composure. How about that from Mota? I mean, he had a lot of time to think about that shot. Plenty of time to think about different ways to miss it. He just sinks it top corner. Brilliant stuff with a minute to go.
Mota as well has to keep an eye on JNaps here. JNaps is in, up against Com. Brad gets it through them. Brad's now chasing down Nolly. He gets him. It's shot. It's in from Mota yet again.
Team Secret with a lead. OG overextend, but look at Brad just hunting Nolly down the pitch. Nolly on an island, gets taken out. And now OG behind in a game they've led for almost its entirety.
They've taken control. They had it in their hands, but OG Esports have let this one get away from them, at least for now. Brad has to make the save from Com. It was another good kickoff for OG. Nolly in the center. It's a little bit slow, but Com still gets a clean touch. JNaps has one more turn, puts it into the center, but KV1 had taken out Nolly. There was the striker, back now on OG's own half. Brad into the middle now. JNaps up against Nolly. Where does this ball fall? It's Com. He just sends it towards the goal, but Team Secret are going to swallow that up defensively.
Well, you say JNaps up against Nolly, and you're not wrong, because they double committed. Team Secret have got this one in the bag if they could just keep their composure. OG are panicking, but now shot comes in. It's JNaps. Can you believe it? Another tie game.
It's incredible that with 17 seconds left, one goal up, somehow Team Secret are left without a goalkeeper. Mota nowhere near that one. JNaps thrashes him to the ball. I just have got no idea what we're going to see over the next 17 seconds.
If I had to guess, I'll say demos by Secret as they try to counter the fake kickoff here by OG by passing it back into defense. Dangerous game, but looks like they've kept control. OG committing heavily here. Team Secret have got a chance to make something happen in the closing seconds. Com, though, with a huge hit forward. KV1's committed, and Brad likewise, but they do get it safely to the corner. Overtime game 3. Team Secret, just one goal needed to be on the precipice of the World Championship, but OG are not going to give it to them easily.
A situation where you cannot predict what will happen next. It could be absolutely anything, but it will begin with Nolly sending that ball to the side. Brad is up quite close to the OG goal. Nolly will just wait, send this one as far as JNaps as he can. JNaps almost wins it. Out towards Mota. Mota wants to go solo. Couple of goalkeepers in front of him. The ceiling will help him. He gets it over the top, but Com watched him all the way and tracks it sideways.
That's almost brilliant by Mota. If he got that behind Com, it was not going to be easy for OG to clear. Oh, here's Com in front of the ball now. So you think he's going for a demo. He's got the ball cam on. It's been Team Secret with the demos for the majority of this game, though. Running chaos all over the pitch. They could be going for one here. No. Rotations come through. Brad with a huge fake, though. And now the pass middle. Mota is there. Denied by Nolly.
Still, though, could be the assist. KV1 onto the back. It's forward. Com. Someone gets to the post. And he couldn't quite get the save. Brad bundles it home. And Team Secret are on the cusp of Fort Worth.
And they are yelling in the direction of OG. Com has been one of the most vocal players in these scenarios. Last time he played in London, he was notorious for demoralizing his opponents, but he got an earful there by Team Secret after losing in overtime.
God, what a game of Rocket League we have just witnessed. It wasn't the highest quality, but what it was pure entertainment, and what it does is mean that OG have to win the next 2 games or they go home. Meanwhile, we have Team Secret with 2 players over 750 points.
The saves, my goodness, they're farming saves in this game. Look at the noise coming out of Com. I mean, that's why Team Secret are yelling right back at them, and I mean, these SAM teams are not afraid to get loud. Some winning goals come through. That's not even the one to win it all. That was just a goal in the middle of the game. JNaps, so 17 seconds left, tied it. Only then for Brad to slam it straight at Com before he could recover for the series to go to 2-1. I mean, absolute cinema here, Cole.
I mean, that's
game
what it
time
means
for OG.
as well. Yeah, you can see their reaction. And you can see that OG are just focusing on locking themselves back in instantly.
Nolly is fuming right now. He's absolutely fuming.
He has to control that, though. He has to control that fume.
He's saying, admin on, let's go. Just say go. Nolly's face right now, he wants the game to go, and the game is going to go. Here we go, game 4. Team Secret, 1 game away from the World Championship.
Brad starts off well from the kickoff, has some control of the ball. Team Secret, this is exactly what they need. Get the ball right back into OG's half. Do not let OG keep their momentum, because that's what, as you say, Johnny, Nolly wants. He wants to get going quick, and they have got going quick. They have the early lead.
And it's Con with a demo, and then the turnaround to score it. Well played by JNaps, 15 it out to his teammate there. Team Secret can't leave one player alone at the back like that. And both teams, honestly, cannot leave one player alone at the back. You're going to get demoed. You're going to get scored on.
The dream start here in Utopia for OG. All they need to do, all they want to do is survive this Swiss. That to them is success. Well, it doesn't matter for OG. It's just about surviving right now, getting through, breaking through Team Secret's defense yet again. Nolly towards JNaps. JNaps tries to fake. Brad! What a save!
Just floating in the way of the mind game, and then sending the ball clear as well. I mean, Brad, who had 5 saves last game, he's already got 1 inside the first minute. That meant a whole lot to keep Secret in this.
KV1 tees up Motta. Motta up against Com. Com to the ceiling. Anybody following it up? No, it's all Comms. Brad does come in eventually. It's a little bit tricky for Nolly, but he just takes his time, floats towards the ball, gets the 50-50. More composed defending now from OG. Their defense definitely has improved despite losing that last game. They've stepped up their own, so have Team Secret. And Team Secret are dangerous. Motta leaves that one towards Nolly. Nolly's going to be chasing it, trying to go over the pads as much as he can to keep something in the tank, but Motta will not care and can just get this ball away. Team Secret showing patience, not throwing everything at OG. They know that's what OG wants, and eventually the chance will come.
Yeah, Nolly once again fully locked in, dodges the aerial demo, gets it clear for OG to work with. Center ball, JNaps just guiding it into the middle there, just in case there's a defender up for it. Oh, big pinch. Is that on target for Motta? It's going to bounce off the wall and into the back wall as well. You've always got to wonder about those pinches down the line, hitting the back corner. That one did bounce well for OG.
Yeah, it was almost extra awkward because Nolly was waiting on that side boost for it to respawn, so he was pulled way out of position. Then when the pinch came in, he suddenly had to storm back. It worked out in the end for them, just about. And now we have Com, a lovely touch past Brad. Nolly's in the center. Can Nolly get this ball? Does Nolly need this ball? He will eventually. Balls to JNaps. JNaps shoots. A snapshot from him. More shots flying in now for OG Esports. Exactly what they want. There's a touch here towards Nolly. Can he get this one round? Oh, not quite. Maybe just about enough to have a shot. KV1. He was alert. JNaps, no boost. Nolly, no boost. Com 100, but the ball's over him. He has to wait and get his touch a little bit later, where JNaps have got new reinforcements. Brad comes in, though. Anybody following up for Team Secret? It's going to be KV1.
What?
And it's almost gone in. Nolly had to dodge the jump. He had to dodge the bump and just about did enough.
And you know, that was almost a shot turn pass there from Team Secret. It was just team bumped each other. Team Secret on, like we say, 1 game away from Worlds. They're starting to fall apart here, but I mean, can't you blame them? The amount of pressure they must be experiencing is not something that many of us will experience playing Rocket League. Motta with a reset. One more touch save. Brad is there though. Motta looking for the goalkeeper. He finds him. What? But here comes JNaps with the recovery. They're just surviving right now, OG.
How are they stopping these? They're going back towards their own net, jumping at the last second, somehow getting a touch. Now here's Nolly down the other side, but Brad sends it away. The game is sped up. Com, no boost, tries to get the block. JNaps does, to the backboard. Motta misses his touch, but it won't matter because OG didn't read it. Now it's KV1's turn. Both teams taking turns, launching grenades forwards to the opposite net. The ball's rolling somehow. Brad King to the ceiling. Com should get a touch to the side. Will either team sink this next shot?
You know, if anyone here, OG or Secret, it doesn't matter. If either team can find a pass in a position where a shot is available, you know, just threaten a shot and instead pass, it's going to work. Because everybody's just diving for the ball right now in defense. Passing in the final third could be deadly, especially in a situation like this. 1 minute to go, OG up by 1.
To me, it's going to be a fake. Nearly there from Com. If there's a big fake, it is just going to send a defender flinging way past the path of the ball. But you have to get the ball under complete control to do that, and so far they're all struggling to make that happen. One more big clearance comes. We had late drama last time. We might not have it this time. There's a big save, though, from Brad. Com's shot was good, but Brad's save was better. Motta, does he go for the shot? He does. It's going to be blocked by Nolly. Can he get enough distance on it to keep it safe? He does for now. Team Secret, though, looking to start a sustained period of pressure until JNaps wins that one. Nolly can send it forward. JNaps is up, but KV1 takes a good touch.
It's still just that 1 goal lead. But OG have the midfield for now. 30 seconds to go. Team Secret trying to find a way through. Will it be Motta with the 50-50s? He's got Brad in front of him, but Motta does not get the ball past his man.
Into the center it comes. Brad has a chance here. He leaves. Does he leave it for Motto? No, somebody get the ball from Team Secret. It is Brad in the end. KV1 up against Nolly. More good pace in defense. That one's going to fall for Motto, though. Motto, pass or shoot. It's a solo play. JNAPS, he's done. It's in the corner. It's rolling. It's bouncing. Finally, in comes Brad, and OG's resolve is beaten.
Motto fakes out JNAPS, dunks him. Com is doing a chameleon impression of the crossbar there. I'm not sure what he's covered in, but Team Secret just bobbled the ball over the line with 2 seconds left on the clock.
It was a fake. As soon as the pace of the game was changed, suddenly the defense went nowhere. Chance for one more. Motto to the backboard. JNAPS clears it as far as he can. Nolly into the center. Com's still keeping this one up. OT got late drama against BDS. They didn't this time. We have OT. Team Secret, 1 goal from Worlds.
KV1 fakes it out. It's going to go back to Brad here. KV1's got boost and a passing option middle. Nolly spawns there and takes it away from him. Looks like we might be getting into midfield play. No kickoff shenanigans in overtime here.
This one's in the middle. Com has a clean touch here, takes it for himself. I wondered if he passed to JNAPS. It's a good decision so far. The ceiling to the flip reset was closed down well. Com steals some boost. Sharp, aggressive rotation. Motto's bumped away. Nolly there to the backboard. He sunk some beautiful ones in this one. It's going to be a pass. It's the crossbar. JNAPS forces it through. Team Secret are going to have to take the long route to Fort Worth.
And look at Com.
We haven't seen this.
Secret.
Not seen this for a while.
This is fantastic. He's still going.
Oh my goodness.
He's still going. He's staring right at them. And he does not look too happy. I mean, that's what he's like when he's just won a game.
Oh man.
Hate to run into them after a game. Is he typing?
He's typing at him. What's he
He's
saying?
typing to them as well. This man's a menace.
Oh man.
He just bashed his keyboard so hard he had to shake his fingers off.
Oh my goodness. The death stare. In a team with Nolly, known most famously for his death stare to the camera in last season's full major, now we have the Com death stare straight at Team Secret. A penny for the thoughts of what was put on that keyboard, Johnny. I am desperate to know.
I hope he's learned something in Portuguese just to save it for a moment like this.
Yeah, I think that's a question that if OG do win this one, Leaf should not ask what was said in there because I don't think he can say it.
I don't think we were allowed to talk about that on the broadcast. But just look at these reactions.
Man.
Here we go. Well, they've missed the first chance to get into World Championship. They've got one more. Team Secret, 1 game away from Worlds. What is it about these world clinching games? It just brings out a different level of entertainment. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, but they've got to win this game or they're eliminated. This is the last chance for Team Secret. Win, and you make last round of Swiss in London and the World Championship in Dallas. You lose, you're off home to think about a tiebreaker with Complexity for that world spot.
Well, I get the sense that OG would love to play spoiler. They've already confirmed their place at the World Championships. All they can do is break Team Secret's heart en route. And Com seems to have that in his eyes, the anger there against this team. No love lost at all between them, but all the answers will be made here on the Champions Field pitch as Malta takes a pass, but Brad, where's that one gone?
Oh my goodness, they're falling apart. Team Secret with what looked like an open net miss, and then KV1 completely whiffs the ball. That should have easily been 1-0 for Team Secret, but we're still tied after a huge misplay.
Oh man, he's in their heads, Johnny. That's the only possible answer to that. A man of the quality of Brad should be sinking that 100 times out of 100. But he'll have to dust off his hands and go again. Nolly up against KV1. JNAPS here, buccaneering towards the ball. Trying to pick up pads and keep up momentum. Com against Brad. 50-50s as far as the eye can see. Com near, he gets the touch on KV1. Nolly in the end does. But OG a little bit stretched, still 0-0. Nothing's changed since the start. There's a touch there, there's a shot there, and Mota says yes!
That is more like it. Team Secret, even after an early miss, have just kept applying pressure. There's the miss from OG, who have not really got out of their half in this game, and it is Team Secret who are 1 goal up.
And it was Brad who got the assist as well, beating OG Esports for pace. That'll feel good for him individually. In comes KV1, it could be 2 up against JNAPS. Who's following that one is Brad against Com. The real grudge match. Nolly to the side. Com will just take a second. He's not got much boost. OG have been starved since this game started. JNAPS uses everything to get that to the ceiling and nearly follow it up. He's almost bumped out the way by KV1. OG at least had the ball in orange territory. Nolly to the center. Has to keep hold of it for himself. Motta to the side. Motta against JNaps. Com's arriving in now. Does Com get a clean touch on this one? He does in the end. OG have stepped up since conceding. JNaps there. Can he get this one towards Nolly, who was waiting? Not quite. And Team Secret survived this round.
Yeah, they survived for now. The boost isn't really there for OG to continue the attack with too much pace. That's why we're kind of grinding to a halt here as both teams struggle to enforce pressure on the ball. But now Team Secret are breaking free. There was really no point during that attack that OG had a lot of boost to play with.
Brad is tackled there by Com. An absolute dunk there from the American as Motta gets himself around. JNaps waiting for this one. The choice isn't ideal, though. It's just as far as KV1. A poor touch from him. Can KV1 capitalize? So far, so good. Gets it across. Brad didn't quite read it. That could have been 2.
He didn't believe in the center ball coming through there. But, I mean, when you're up by 1, you're really thinking so hard about not overcommitting there. Brad, who's been a defensive rock for his team these past few games, did not want to leave someone alone at the back, and can you blame him? You're up against OG. You never want to do that. We've already talked about it earlier, but we're almost in the final 2 minutes of the game. This time it's OG scoreless. Team Secret had a late equalizer last game. Will we run back the script?
Nolly's going to wait for this one and just prod it forwards, but Motta was equal to that one. Better decisions needed from OG. Team Secret lapping up these poor touches. JNaps, again, as far as KV1. No one's charging it down. No one's blocking it. No one's helping the transition. This Com has to make sure he doesn't trip over his teammate and score an own goal. He wants the flip reset here. No, instead he gets the dunk. JNaps has a chance at the backboard. Nolly's in. He's got a shooting chance, but the flip reset is not there. Com, though, has to avoid being charged down by Brad. For now, so far, so good. Nolly has boost. Suddenly it's OG who have the better resources. Nolly's going to wait. He's going to try and pitch. Instead it's a fake. Wants to get the bump on Brad. Can't quite do it. But OG knocking on the door now, Johnny.
Oh, that's huge defensive work again by Brad. He catches the ball on the backboard, takes it past everybody. That's wasting even more time. The OG are starting to need a whole lot more than they are. Nolly looking for another chance on net. Had a glorious opportunity just moments ago, but he couldn't get the reset in the right place.
Brad in the air. Nolly underneath him. Nolly's bypassed, but JNaps is not. Team Secret looking happy to keep their 1-goal lead. 2 men camped behind the ball, not forcing anything, not throwing people forwards. Daring OG to come back onto them as Motta takes a touch towards the center. Nolly's taken out the game. Com has to get a clean touch here and does. In comes KV1. It's a good shot. It might be in from Motta. And that may be the ticket to USA.
What a 50 mid-air by KV1. Completely stuffs JNaps on the opposite side of the ball. JNaps thought that's going the other way. KV1 at the last second twists his car around and sends it into the middle. 51 seconds. Team Secret just have to hold on, and they're going to Worlds, and OG will be going home.
They can almost see themselves boarding the plane right now, but they have to get there first. These 40 seconds will be slow if you're of a Team Secret persuasion. Coming to the center could be even slower if they score. They don't manage to this time. Com wraps around the ball. How's his touch? It's clean. No, it's not. It's charged down by KV1. Brad King to the corner. Nolly is there. Nolly wants to put this one on target. He wants to get a pass. He wants something, but Team Secret aren't allowing them anything.
Yes, that is make or break now for OG. If they're going to have a chance at playing in front of the London crowd, the most famous venue in Rocket League Esports history, they need a goal, and they need it right now. They needed it about 10 seconds ago. 10 seconds left in the game, and it's Team Secret who are going to make it happen for them. They are going to make it to the World Championship. We will not see OG in front of a London crowd. Team Secret stay alive in the tournament, and they book a ticket to Worlds.
And they are going to love this for so many reasons. It seemed that OG were in their heads. It seemed the pressure was too much. But come Champions Field, come champions. And South America's latest will be joining us in Fort Worth.
Just incredible. I mean, what a performance from a team who have really struggled this weekend. After taking the first game of the tournament against Gen G, they've gone 0-6 against Gen G and Gentlemates combined, scraping a Game 5 win against Chiefs. But they have made it work against OG, and this is great to see. Good sportsmanship from the guys who have just been at each other's throats on the pitch. But these are class acts. OG, we will be seeing them at Worlds, as we've talked about. But that is the last we're going to see from them here in London.
It's been a top turnaround here from Team Secret. They started off slowly. The 1-3 against Gen G, just about getting by Chiefs 3-2. And then the 0-3 against Gentlemates. All it does is lead to here. They have done enough. They will be making it through to the World Championships. And OG, as you say, Johnny, they make it to Worlds, but there's not a lot of smiles on their faces.
Yeah, right now, obviously all they were thinking about was London. Everybody wants to play in front of the London crowd. Such a famous place. So many moments in Rocket League history, including the most famous moment in Rocket League history right here. And Nolly will not be able to play this time in London. Last time he was here representing Carmine Corp, made a top 4. But with OG, they're going to need to wait until Dallas, until they get back on the pitch.
They have to harness that hunger. They have to keep it going. There's a long break now between this major and the World Championships. And OG are going to have to make the most of that break. Team Secret, what do you make of their performance?
I'm so impressed. I mean, we were talking so much about how they've qualified for Worlds. Well, now they're just one series away from top 8 in London. How about that? I mean, they're going to be over the moon with their performance right now, but they can still go one further.
This one might be a little bit spicy. Leaf is over there with Team Secret, our winners, who have just made the World Championships.
That's right. No audience to cheer them on right now, but in chat, please get it going. Congratulations, Brad, on qualifying for Worlds.
Thank you. It's a emotional time being the Worlds again. So happy, so proud of the boys.
I imagine, man. Like, walk me through your emotions right now. What are you feeling? Because, like, it's not just happiness that has to be going through.
It's like happiness, madness, everything. We work so hard. We deserved.
The word I'm going to give you probably is vindication for the effort that you put in, right?
Yeah.
Breathe it in because it's happening. I'm sure it'll sink in later. That's for sure. But that series there, that was an intense series. What were the emotions throughout the series as OG got some wins, you got some wins? Tell me about the ups and downs of the emotions of the squad.
Yeah, of course, we know this series was for the Worlds for us, you know? So it was a bit shaky.
Yeah.
But we figured out really fast because, you know, BO5.
Right.
You can miss a lot.
It's fast.
It's fast, so we figured out fast, so we could win the game 5.
Dude, you're loving it right now. Again, you guys have worked so hard, so you're right. You deserved it. And I want you to give a shout out to your teammates right now, too. They're staying over. I don't know if, guys, you guys just qualified for Worlds. Get on camera. Come on. Get on camera here.
Hello, guys.
These guys just made it through. Team Secret, absolutely phenomenal. I want each of you to just quick tell me, because he said it's every emotion. For you, Mata, in the back here, what emotions?
I don't even know how to say, bro. Too many emotions at a time.
Fair enough. Hey, KV in the back, what do you call it?
I don't know what to say, but I'm happy, of course.
That's amazing. And how you feel about these boys here, man?
I'm so proud of them. Like, it was so many up and down through all these Swiss. We didn't finish yet. We want to playoffs. But I'm so proud of them.
That is so good. Hey, you know, I don't want to honestly take any of our time. You guys need to go celebrate with all your friends, everything. One more time, I got to say congratulations on Worlds. I want you to talk now if there's anything you need to say out to anybody out there, because this is such a big moment. You could, go for it.
Can you speak in Portuguese?
Yeah.
Obrigado a todo mundo que tá torcendo pra nós aí na SAM. Nós amamos todo mundo, meus familiares do Bruno, do Mota, do KV1. A gente ama todos vocês. Pode confiar em nós não vai parar por aqui não. Nós vai dar trabalho ainda. Obrigado por tudo.
That is amazing. Here, I'll take that from you. You guys go celebrate. Congratulations one more time. Again, a massive win. There's not much more to say. You saw it on their faces. You hear them still yelling in the background. A heated match and such an incredible outcome for Team Secret. Rocket League continues on. Let's hope it's just exciting on the other side of the break.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy T-Bates here, and I'm back yet again with another version of T-Bates Debates. You send in your takes, I rip them apart. Some of you ask for advice. I got plenty of that to give. Let's have some fun. From Alaris, how do you stay positive during games? I don't. I'm never positive at all, actually. I'm probably the worst teammate you could have in the game. Because not only am I absolutely fuming when the things aren't going my way, but when you're not doing anything correct, then it's absolutely bad. This is why I don't play ranked anymore, because I don't have time to play with all these people who don't know what they're doing. If you're not great at what you do, then stay off the pitch with me. I don't want you to see you. So in terms of positivity, I have absolutely none. That's only in the game, though. Seb's back. Seb made the last T-Base Debates. Thank you for always sending your tweets. Much love. Sent from London all the way to Canada. You probably asked a Canadian question. Hey, at T3Bates, I'm having trouble with determining who is the greatest NA player of all time. Is it J-Naps, Squishy, Canada? Wow, Seb, you're so predictable. Chat, you let me know what you're thinking. What I'm thinking right now is, you need to answer D, none of the above, but I'll play along, Seb. So I'm gonna go with B, Squishy. You probably were expecting J-Naps, but J-Naps simply doesn't have the World Championship pedigree. Squishy, he's got at least one. Exactly, he's only been to one, he's 1 for 1. J-Naps has been to 2. Unfortunately, Mr. Sniper Man himself, he has been 0 for 2. Then Canada in general, Canada, you're lucky that J-Naps is even at this land, Seb. At the moment, Canada's on the version of being basically extinct in Rocket League terms because none of your players are good. You have a country that's so big, but nobody's good. France is absolutely killing you. That's embarrassing. And then in terms of just the overall greatest, like I said, gotta go with Squishy, but you should have had a D version in there. Though none of these are the best. You know who the best player in the game. You know who the best North American all time is, and it's that man who screeches like a hawk, Captain America, Garrett G. That's the real answer to your question. Thank you for playing. Next tweet here. Let's see what we got from Hunter. What up, Hunter? Hey, at T3Bates, is a kilometer. Well, Hunter, a kilometer was invented by Dustin Kilometer in the year 1467. A kilometer is also the distance in the donut hole. A kilometer is also the wingspan of a bald eagle. A kilometer could also be the distance from LA all the way to London. It's got a lot of things going on here. Basically, I don't really know what I'm talking about. I've just never heard of it. All right. Next tweet here from Botaz Baby. Where do you rate Gen G in the world right now, and do you think they will regain for the major? Gen G's ranking in the world right now, I would say is probably somewhere in the top 10. Yeah, somewhere in the top 10. Where, I don't exactly know. In terms of how do I think if they will regain for the major, I don't know. You should go ask Dazzler. He has all the answers for Gen G Mobile 1 Gamer Race. But in my estimation, I'll say that I think that top 8 floor is a minimum for them. Anything less is just a flat-out embarrassment. A flat-out embarrassment for all them players, and just absolutely disgraceful the fact that they're repping the North American brand. If they're gonna get less than the top 8, they might as well just come back over to Europe and play over here, and nobody wants to claim them. But from there, once they get a top 8, I think they can't get a top 4, but that's their peak. Top 4 peak. Top 8 floor, just that easy. They're making it at least a Saturday, and if you're coming here, and Boats has, baby, you'll see them play. From Go Do MK at World Section 117. That's what I like to say. I don't know if you're American or not, but already I know you're gonna be in Fort Worth, Texas, and that's a good sign. All right, Goldie, let's see what you said. Bates, how can I command a room with the elegance that you do? Oh, that's nice. Someone say I don't command a room with any elegance, actually. Someone just say I'm loud, obnoxious, spontaneous, and all I do is yap, yap, yap. So as long as you're loud, obnoxious, spontaneous, I guess that's how you command the room. Some would probably want me to be a little bit more posh, a little bit more, just reservedness, talking about lovely and how fine the day is. But, that's not how I move. I move aggressive, I move respectful, and I move with a whole bunch of love in my heart. I think that's how I do it. Next tweet, hi at T3Base. During my time in the RL community, I've been repeatedly labeled a fraud when it comes to my opinions, despite my game knowledge being immaculate. Interesting, John. As someone who is an actual fraud, any advice on how to handle the resistance when everyone else except you is wrong? Well, John, what you're gonna wanna do is immediately just delete everything. And once you delete everything, then you don't have to worry about all of them. Okay, you know that you're right and everybody else is wrong. No matter if you're actually wrong and everybody else is right. Simple, clean, to the point, cut to the chase. Don't talk to anybody, delete everything, and you know that everything's good to go. Next tweet here from Daniel. Legally speaking, what is the penalty for breaking Rule 1? Well, I'm not supposed to give legal advice, so I'm gonna say just go look at the rule book. But in terms of what I think about when people actually break Rule 1, I think that you're an absolutely great person. And I'll tell you why, because the rule is stupid. Why do you want to sit there, two cars just touching each other the whole entire game? Nobody wants that. I'm here to compete. I'm here for everybody to compete. Let me think. So I spent all my hard-earned money to make it all the way to Copenhagen and watch the best teams in the world just so somebody can lock in with one another and sit there and I watch a glorified 2v2. You didn't pay to go watch a glorified 2v2. You paid to watch 3v3. And since you paid to play that, you know what that means about the rule? Nobody cares. So more people need to break Rule 1. And disclaimer, by the way, it's actually Rule 2. Rule 1 is keep the ball in the air, but you know, propaganda changes everything. All right, everybody. Thanks again for watching another version of T-Base Debates. Hope you enjoyed your time. Make sure you send in your tweets to be featured next time around. And as usual, 1-2, toodaloo. Catch you next time.
Back and forth. It went all the way to Game 5, but Team Secret absolutely surprised the world here. Chat had OG winning. The desk had OG winning. Everybody except for Jorby.
That's what I was.
And South America.
Everyone except for Jorby.
Dude, we're sitting in the green room watching this. Everyone's thinking, okay, OG's going to win this. Jorby was losing his mind.
He was intimidating. Like, after the match, he was looking at all but just clapping at us, like, eyeing us down. I was like, Jorby, it's okay. We're happy.
It was funny, too, because we're like, I said, you were questioning, Jorby, why do you always pick South America? And I said, he's a true believer. And he's like, no, he's not. He's just picking them because
he's wrong.
He's wrong.
He's wrong. He was
brother.
right once. You know, broken clock is right twice a day. That's why Team Base is only right twice a day.
Not if we're doing military time.
I'm not.
Okay, then once too.
I'm not sure if Team Secret appreciate your candor right now.
But but Team Secret, they played great, right? And I loved because we talked about KV1 and his offensive abilities. It really wasn't him throughout this match. It was Brad and Mata, and they were doing work. And when you're a World Championship team, you need all three members to have quality gameplay. And we saw it here versus OG. But you can say that this was a disappointing result for OG, but Mata and Brad really played fantastically throughout this, and they deserve a World Championship spot.
Listen, you talking about Mata and Brad. Let me give you some stats. You know I like my score per game. Mata had 440.8, and Brad averaged 462.4. And KV1, their stalwart, only averaged 231.80. If you told me going before series that KV1 only put up 231 and Secret won the series, I'd be like, no chance. But they did because they made clutch plays and clutch moments. And that's why they came out victorious.
And I also felt like they had much better utilization of demos this time, catching people from behind, allowing them more space, rotating out. This was a much better Team Secret. The other part of this series that I want to talk about was the trash talk. You could hear Calm trash talking Team Secret, and you see Team Secret yelling back. Well, guess what? We might be in for more fireworks at the World Championship, where we will see both of these teams play and maybe even play again.
And OG, obviously, this is a disappointing result. Another 1-3 international finish, but they are going to that World Championship, so you can erase those 1-3 doubts if you do well there. So we'll see if we get a rematch at the World Championship. That would be a lot of fun. But Team Secret, getting the job done. That they're the first team that was here that could clinch a World Championship spot, and they have done so. So congrats to them, putting in work, and they're still in the tournament. Obviously, they're going into that 2-2 round in Swiss, and who knows? They're on their last life, but they're only 4 wins away from winning this entire tournament. Could happen.
That's crazy.
No, it's the way you word that makes it sound like it's so easy. They're only 4 matches away from winning, guys. Oh my God. Only 4.
Hey,
only
the math
15
games.
It's only 4. It's fine.
Gibbs is thinking about switching the script up, I can tell.
I'm thinking about it. I'll cook later. I'll cook later, all right?
Oh, my goodness, folks. Okay, well, we've had round 4 is continuing on here as we've gotten some matches done on our A stream as well as the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports. Make sure you're tuned in over there. Some drama as Power nearly drop a match to the Gladiators, which would have eliminated them from the tournament, but they do manage to stabilize in Game 4 and finish that one off. The Gladiators are done here in the copper box. We have a few more matches, though, to go. We're going to see G2 Stride play Gen G a little bit later on the alternate stream, as well as they're getting ready for BDS versus the Gentlemates. Two fire matches on the alternate stream, and I want to make sure you have it pulled up.
Yeah, and actually, their whole entire London Major so far, Team BDS and Gentlemates have never seen each other since before Copenhagen. So it's been a while since both of these teams have played. BDS, of course, has usurped them in power rankings and in form. That's going to be a good match.
Over on the mainstream, 2 more matches to go before we are done with round 4, and we'll get set for round 5. We are going to play round 5 today, so these are not the last matches of the day. We'll see Furia play Space Station a little bit later on, but for now, Oxygen, they continue to come back around, this time taking on Twisted Minds. Every time we see them on the broadcast here, Gibbs, they're facing off against a different region.
Yes, these are 2 teams that are fighting for a World Championship spot as well, so whoever loses here will be knocked out. But Oxygen, so far, we haven't really seen the Oxygen we saw through Open Qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. They looked like a pretty good European team. Sure, they were the EU4 seed, but they were taking down mates in the last 2 head-to-head. So you're thinking, all right, maybe like EU3. Again, they were expected top 8, James, but they have not shown any of that so far this week.
Yeah, I mean, in that first online qualifier for the London Major, they were incredible. I mean, Joyo was freestyling. He looked like he was unstoppable. And, you know, even Oski starting things out at this event was putting up big numbers. But I think really where the big question mark for me has been is Archie. Archie's the only player at this event who does not have a goal. And he was the top scorer for Oxygen throughout the online qualifiers. That just can't happen if you hope to have good results.
Yeah, so you expect a bounce back at some point, right? And is this that final match where they can get that done? And I think, like, if they do bounce back here, that 2-2 round, no one wants to play Oxygen that's coming out of the 2-1. So Oxygen, they need to wake up Archie, plus Joyo as well. He really has done a lot as well. So they need to make it to the grand finals to clinch their World Championship spot. Obviously, they're not thinking that far ahead. They're just hoping to make it to the playoffs.
On the other side of things, Twisted Minds, you mentioned it before. This is important for them for Worlds qualification, as well as just for staying alive here in London.
Yeah, so if they win this match, they will at least clinch a tiebreaker versus team anything. So that is absolutely huge for them. And then obviously, if they go any further, they will clinch the spot outright for the World Championship. So if they lose here, their year is done, but if they win, they at least have 2 more chances, either in a tiebreak or that last round of Swiss to clinch that World Championship spot.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on this Twisted Minds team. See Ahmed right here. Last time he was in London, for those of y'all who might be new to the RLCS, he made all the way to the London Grand Final with Team Falcons, and now he's playing for Twisted Minds. He's been playing pretty solid right here. He known for his offensive prowess, his offensive just pure destruction. He hasn't just necessarily done that so far this tournament, but he's been pretty decent.
Yeah, I think you always know what he can do. He has been a light for sure, especially from the MENA region. I even remember back to his Sweden debut, but also SMW. Who was talking up SMW? I think Stax was just not shutting up about how good he thinks SMW is.
Yeah, but they haven't shown it either, right? And this is why it's a 1-2 round. It's teams that have not shown up yet, and they're hoping to springboard up into that 2-2 round and be a threat. But one team's got to win, one team's got to lose. So at this point, Twisted Minds, like Mawson as well, we expect more out of Twisted Minds. We expect more out of the MENA region, but we've only seen it from the Falcons.
Exactly, and then Mawson, this Twisted Minds roster, they put a lot of onus on him. He's got to hold down the back line. He's made some incredible saves throughout all the series that they played so far, and he's going to have to keep on doing it because the opposition on the other side, you would believe Oxygen is going to come out, I'm not going to say guns blazing like Johnny did, but maybe just a little more confidence and just know they got to win because the pressure, the back's against the wall for both of these squads.
Yeah, but we keep saying that, right? Oxygen's going to show up at some point, and they haven't yet, right? They showed up for one game in their last match, and then after that, it was just like completely flat.
Yeah, it seemed like the pressure has not been doing them any favors.
Yeah.
I think they got to change the game plan. I think it's just it's like subconsciously, like Archie hasn't scored yet. See, and he has to know he hasn't scored yet. So if I'm them, I'm trying to get Archie the ball in spots where he can put the ball back. And also for Joya as well, just give him some space, give him some confidence. Because we know what large Oscar can do. He's been doing it, but the other two, just give him a little more confidence. I think they can do something.
Hashtag TWIS in the chat if you think Twisted Minds has got this one. Hashtag OXG for Oxygen. We'll make our predictions before we get into the game. James, who you got?
You know, they haven't been looking great, but I think that they are the better team in this matchup because Twisted Minds have also been struggling. Give me Oxygen. I think this is the time. Archie's going to get his first goal. I think we'll see a good series out of him. But, you know, this is one of those games where I could see Twisted Minds taking it, funny enough.
It's possible. The EU 4 seed last time around won the Copenhagen Major. That's what EU brings. They are supposed to be all top 8 teams all the time. So I'm going to go Oxygen as well. I'm not confident, but they have to show up at some point. So I'm going here.
Oxygen.
Oxygen here. So I also went Oxygen on this one. I feel like it's been, you know, I don't know, like it's not good for either side, but it's not like it's this one-sided.
This is going to be about a bounce back for one of these. And also, it's just crazy that the two teams still with Worlds implications in play run into each other in this situation. This is going to be a good test. And, you know, I, like you, Gibbs, I'm not confident either way. I think this is really a coin flip.
It was a coin flip. The coin went Twisted Minds. It happened while it happened. While you were talking about it there. I don't know. Whichever team is able to get their mental in game, I feel like this is a battle less about Rocket League somehow as it is about can you just play the game like normal and not let the stage and the lights and the drama and the impact of what happens right now get into your brains. We'll see which team is able to have the stronger mental here. Split down the middle in chat as well. Slight favorites there for Oxygen. We'll see if they can get it done. Or do Twisted Minds send them home? One team's journey ends here. One survives to battle it out in round 5. Oxygen versus Twisted Minds to survive in the Copper Box.
Come the end of this series, a team from Europe or a team from Middle East and North Africa will be making it to the World Championships. But interestingly, Johnny, it won't be either of these two.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If Twisted Minds are able to win this. Karmine Corp Glitch, I know there's a lot of Karmine Corp view parties, aka hate watch parties, happening right now. So best of luck to both teams watching and both teams playing. More at stakes in this one series than any other at this event.
It's going to be absolutely massive, but it has to be said that on the pitch so far, neither team has been performing to their real strengths. We've seen so much beauty from Oxygen, the way they've played so far in Europe, that hasn't been translated here to London, and I'll be disappointed by that. Same to Twisted Minds over in MENA. As SMW shoots, it's an early, just quick-fire pace series from Twisted Minds. Joyo flicks it long. Joyo surely the key for Oxygen.
Yeah, last time that Joyo and Ahmad played in London, Joyo was the player coming out on top. In fact, the last 5 games they've played, Joyo was the player who came out on top. But now with different teams and vastly different circumstances, they meet once again.
The team's just desperately trying to stay at this upper echelon of the esport as Archie, who I believe is still yet to score in this event, how he'd love to do that in the next few games. Gets a touch towards, but it's Ahmad. Twisted Minds asking all the early questions.
Whoa.
Archie does nip in. Despite not scoring, he's been doing plenty of good work. Joyo from one end to the other. Can't quite get those mechanics working still. And Ahmad can just slow things down in the corner for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, looked like Mohsen had a free shot to net there. Now SMW trying to join the attack as well. It's been Twisted Minds who are applying the pressure, at least the majority of it early on. Ahmad looks lively for the game here. He's getting extremely involved, and he was involved in so many of the goals that they did get in their one win at the start of the day against Team Mobula.
Ahmad, who had his heart broken by Moist Esports in the grand finals, the bracket reset ending in a 4-0 win for Moist. Now he'd love to do the same to Joyo here, to stop Oxygen's late resurgence towards the World Championships, but Archie gets that one long. Almost a second touch, not quite there, and it is Ahmad. A storied Middle Eastern player into the center. It's saved well there by Oski. He had to be alert. He's been Oxygen's best player this event. A huge flick as well, a mammoth hit. And Ahmad's the first player there. Ahmad certainly the fastest one for Twisted Minds so far.
Yeah, Oski, the most active player, the most effective player for Oxygen, with a crucial save at one end, a threatening flick at the other, but Ahmad equally effective at both ends of the pitch. Now, his teammate's trying to get some work done. Ahmad tested from distance. In fact, it's just gone in. Archie picks it up, top corner. And he wipes the sweat off his hands, as that's going to feel huge for him. He gets the goal for the first time this event.
Yeah, Snasky with the shoulder taps. Well done, Archie. You're off the mark now, son. You gotta love it. I think it's Gibbs that's got Archie in his fantasy league as well, so Gibbs will be pleased too. But much more important are these world permutations. Oxygen getting Archie off the score sheet. He is the player they look to pick up those scraps from the work that the rest of them do. That's exactly what he's done there. It was just a big clean boom, and Joyo now gets a touch. Oxygen starting to look alive.
Yeah, coming into the event, Oxygen were discussed as one of those, slight contenders coming in, definitely like an A-tier team, just underneath the big dogs at the top. And there have been questions about this team. Not the performances we were expecting from them. A very unconvincing loss yesterday to Power, and then an even more dangerous loss today to Gen G. 2 days in a row where they've been underperforming, but now you're starting to see something from them, and Archie's scoring. Could that unlock their full potential? Will the whole team start to show up?
It's the beauty of Swiss. I would say there's always one more match, but at this point there is not always one more match. They have to win this one to stay alive. Archie almost gets a second. Oski now up against SMW, the man that they were talking about on the desk as such a key player for Twisted Minds in general. Sam gets it as far as Joyo. Joyo into the center. Is anybody arriving? No, they're not. Oski was so deep there, couldn't make anything from it. Ahmad doinks it, but it goes loose to Archie. Joyo can take a touch. SMW almost in his way. Joyo underneath him. Mossang clears.
A slight comms breakdown there for Twisted Minds, but chance all of a sudden. Mawson flicks it in, 1-1. Well, no comms needed on that play. Mawson just goes solo by himself from defense into offense and flicks it past Archie.
Yeah, it's an old school flick there, catching the ball on his roof and then catching Archie off guard to bring Twisted Minds their first goal in this series. It's been a tentative start from both teams. A couple of nervy plays in defense for both goals. She somewhat snatched at that one after there was a misplay in defense from Twisted Minds earlier on, but it does set up an intriguing end to game one as Archie booms it forward. Oski is there, Oski to the backboard. Archie gets almost in Joyo's way. Joyo has to turn on a sixpence just to get this ball back into the center. Oski clean first touch. Could he have gone for the pass though? And now we have the counter attack. Mossan over the top of Ahmad. Ahmad almost gets the bump. It's end-to-end stuff, but it remains 1-1.
Twisted Minds still attacking though. It's Mossan off the ceiling, beaten to it by Joyo. And now the attack will go back the other way. Twisted Minds, for now, holding their own against Oxygen. Coming in as the underdogs. This is overall a good start for them. As Oxygen continue to struggle to produce the form we expected of them coming into this event.
Oski into the center here. He's going to get a clean touch. Archie's trying to take out SMW. Oski completes the job. Joyo, a chance to go by himself. He has boost to play with. SMW towards Ahmad. Oski trying to get this block, but Ahmad gets away from him. Archie's in the corner. Joyo's got pretty much nothing, having to rely on boost pads. Ahmad towards the middle, but Oski will get a clean touch. 10 seconds left now. Archie shoots. Joyo, maybe one more chance before overtime. He goes to the ceiling, but it's too far away. It's too slow. Mossan taken out by Joyo. I think both players would take OT right about now, but there is a shot. SMW clears to the side. Archie waiting underneath. Ahmad into the middle. It will fall. No, it won't. Joyo catches it. He keeps it going. A flip reset. 0 seconds. Down it goes.
Well, Oxygen kept it alive a long time there, creating multiple chances. Into overtime we go, tied 1 goal apiece. Oski makes the touch after the sideball bounce. It's going to be Twisted Minds' ball though, after one more contact. SMW picks it up, met by Archie. And now Ahmad and Mossin both jumping. The comms look like they aren't really on the same page for Twisted Minds at times.
Oski does get some boost there, but it falls to Mossin. It doesn't matter how the comms go, and the dunk's that good.
Once again, it's Mossin with a goal out of nowhere. Ahmad masterfully 50ing in middle, and that was come to perfection. They've not been on the same page this entire game, but they put it together for the 2 chances, the real chances that they got, and it's Mossin who picks up both of them, and it's more heartbreak for Oxygen in London.
Twisted Minds just do enough to get past Oxygen in the overtime. And still we remain waiting to see Oxygen look like they did early on in this split after Copenhagen. It's been difficult for them. Mossin, though, certainly the standout there. 690 points, a couple of goals, plenty of shots, and the real difference between them and Oxygen.
Yeah, I think this team, they can definitely be dangerous on paper. SMW and Mossin are players who have had success on LAN, and Ahmad, of course, has a long list of accomplishments on LAN in recent times. No less than top 8 at the World Championship just last season. And when you put them all together, I think clearly they're a threat on paper, but they've been underperforming as well. Two teams who have struggled to bring their A game to London, but now they're starting to find their form. Those were some clean goals by Mawson, confident shooting, off a confident flick as well, 1v1ing Archie. If we think about it, I mean, they were overall the team creating more realistic chances to score.
Yeah, they were. I think over the course of a game, it's fair that Twisted Minds take that first one, bearing in mind as well that Oxygen's goal came from nothing pretty much. The ball rolled to Archie, boomed it forwards, and there was
classic Archie,
miss.
just hard clear into the net. I mean, that's just what he does, isn't it? But they need more than that. They need a bit more creativity. They've got Joyo and Oski to do that in offense, and we've not really seen any of that flair, any of that creativity that we all want to see.
Oxygen looking pretty toothless. Still, based on that first game, you can't say the same for Twisted. They're bearing their fangs.
SMW scores in 14 seconds, sorry. Beautiful 1-2 passing play with Ahmad. SMW started the play, and SMW finished the play. Ahmad perfectly sniping him in the middle. Oxygen are in huge trouble.
It's not looking too good for them. Twisted Minds, though, their journey to the World Championships is looking like it's going to have at least one more leg. So far, so good, but Joyo has control of the ball. He has to get something. It's just not quite falling for him. Oski, though, could be the recipient, but no one's following up. Yet again for Oxygen, they get themselves an opportunity, and nobody is there. Joyo doesn't win the race against SMW. Oski's beaten all ends up to the ball. He has to go chasing back for it with no boost. And look how easy it is in the end, Johnny, for Twisted Minds to take this ball away, get the flip reset, and put Oxygen back under pressure.
The Twisted Minds had questions, I think valid questions asked of them after they dropped a game earlier on to Mobula. Now they're looking like a different level, and you wonder, were they playing down to the level of their opponents before, and now against world-class opposition, they're starting to put it all together. Tough roster, a nasty team to run into. A team who are quite happy to play 5 minutes of 50-50s, as all MENA teams are. Mawson, sealing pass down. Intercepted well by Archie in the recovery, but can Oxygen get the ball up in the air and get the high-flying attack started?
It's crazy to see Oxygen Esports barely even trying to do anything mechanical. Whenever they have an attempt, the ball just rolls away from them. Something isn't sticking there. Something isn't working. But what you would say about Oxygen is all it takes is one mechanical outplay, and suddenly things will start to click. Maybe it's here. Now Archie goes long. Joyo's waiting underneath it. Again, boostless. So SMW can just send that ball away. SMW knocks it out wide now. Ahmad was waiting. Clean first touch to the ceiling. Lines something up. Joyo, nice couple of touches. No boost yet again. Every time we turn to his camera, he's got nothing in the tank.
And it's tough for them to really get too much going on. Look at Archie, though. Ground double there. And Archie does look like the player creating the most chances. I think earlier on he might have had somewhat of an open net, but he didn't think it was going to be open when he took the shot, so did not go on target. Nice save by Oski, landing well on his back wall as we approach half-time in the game. Oxygen have not had too many opportunities as Twisted Minds play a disciplined game. Frustrating for Oxygen fans who want to see this team take this just a little bit further. We were talking about them as potentially making that Cinderella run to the grand final, but they're struggling in the 1-2 round of Swiss. They're nowhere near their goal.
Yeah, the Carmine Corp watch party will be loving life right now, and it's up to Oxygen to try to change that. Twisted Minds, anything we'll be watching on as well, praying that Oxygen can step up. Oski tries to do just that into the corner. Can he get this touch? Almost. Ahmad wouldn't have let him anyway. In there fast, saw the danger, snuffed it out. Gets a chance for SMW. Archie's awkward going back towards his own goal. He does okay in the end, because that was nervy.
Yeah, it is looking nervy for Oxygen, who look less to themselves. Archie to the backboard. Oski's up for it, and it's off. Target almost put in by the goalie there, but he does save it well. Into the back corner. No extended attacks for Oxygen. It's one attack, one shot, and then they're right back to midfield. Can they keep something going here? Mawson pops it middle, but that's going to be easily covered by SMW. So you think, Ahmad, they've got options. They've got everybody coming back to help out defend. 90 seconds for Oxygen to work with. Still scoreless in game 2.
The Oxygen are rotating so deep as well. They're expecting these mechanical chances, but it's not happening. Good save there. Archie, now it's Joyo's turn. Into the corner. Oski has stayed forward. This is what we need to see from Oxygen, but Twisted Minds, more resolute defending. Joyo has to go all the way back to launch yet another attack. SMW charges him down. Oski into the center. Joyo's there. He's got the pass of Oski to the side. So little boost. He steals the 100, but when it's Archie in the air, you're not going to do anything with it. Oski's turn now. He shoots this. Well saved once again from Twisted, but Oxygen are just having a few sniffs at this point.
Yeah, this is looking a bit better for Oxygen, but is it too little too late? 55 seconds to go. That's a big pass in field, and Joyo slams it home. Oxygen do break down the Twisted Minds defense, and it's an infield pass that seals the deal.
It was Oski to Joyo, but it's Archie that opens the door. Just getting that one demo when rotating out suddenly created all this space, and you know that Oski and Joyo have the class to make the most of it. But Twisted Minds aren't lacking in that regard themselves. Here's Mossen straight from the kickoff. SMW there, shoots. It's safe for now. Ball falls to Oski. Joyo's in front of him. Armad into the center. Archie a clean touch. He goes to the ceiling. Wants the flip reset. Gets the flip reset, but yes, he does. He forces it home. It's quality from Archie.
That is unbelievable. He just put it in with a ceiling double, flip reset, and then a backboard rebound as well. Archie doing absolutely everything for Oxygen there. 2-1 lead as they look to tie the series.
It's a goal that had everything from a man who was being questioned. Once again, Archie has the answers, but he doesn't have the game locked up just yet. Oxygen still have 20 seconds left to play. Twisted Minds have the ball. SMW wants it again. Armad into the corner. Time ticking away. Twisted Minds wanted to get something going as soon as possible. Armad almost forces his way through Oxygen's defense, but they get it away for now.
Yeah, good cut rotation there from Ahmad, but the attack comes to nothing. Final few seconds of game 2. Oxygen with a brave fight back and a huge goal. One of the goal of the days, honestly, from Archie. And now they just need to leave the ball. They do. Oxygen tie the series. That was looking incredibly out of reach for a minute there. Quite a few minutes, in fact. But Archie, after going scoreless for 3 rounds, now he's averaging a goal a game. And that second one might be the best goal we've seen today.
I mean, yeah, it might be certainly one of the goals of the tournament so far. And, you know, if I were to say to you, Johnny, that Oxygen needs something mechanical, they need somebody to step up, score the great goal that gets them back in it, who would you say is probably least likely compared to Joyo and Oski?
I mean,
and there he is. There he is.
Archie would be fuming to hear that. I think he'd agree with you, to be honest.
I think he would as well. He said as much.
Yeah, if you hit the nameplates there, you'd think it's Joyo or Oski on that play, but it was just brilliant from Archie. And Oski and Joyo did get involved in the score sheet as well. Assist in field there from Oski to Joyo. But Archie, I mean, what a goal this is.
Love to see it from him.
That's absolutely unbelievable.
Well done.
And this isn't, you know, starting to look not just good for Oxygen in this series, but good for them in this tournament. Because if the whole team's showing up, if they're all involved, they're all feeling confident, then they really can be a threat against anyone. And I think that it's just that opening goal. It wasn't a great goal in game 1 from Archie. That's, I think, the moment that he could just settle down and say, okay, I'm not going to be added to the list of players who've gone to a LAN and failed to score a goal. Now I can relax and we can look to get the win here.
And now we turn to Twisted Minds, who suddenly find their foray forward to the World Championships. It's going to have a few more holes they have to jump over first. Mossen has been so good so far since Copenhagen, making it all the way here. It's the player they may be looking towards, but it's looking tough right now for Twisted. Now they need a moment of magic of their own. It's SMW underneath the ball. It's into the corner. Wants to slow things down, keeps control of it, of course, trying to just beckon Oxygen on. Oxygen eventually take the bait, but by then SMW had run out of boost. It works out well for Oxygen. Oski to the backboard. Mossen saves it, and Mossen should be able to clear long.
Yeah, Twisted Minds don't look too rattled right now. They're remaining locked in. This is a far less personal series, it would seem, than the one we've just seen between Team Secret and OG. But we are into game 3 now. This is where Secret vs OG really starting to heat up, and SMW dunks it on the last man who's in a 1v2 there. And we talked about this earlier on. You cannot leave a player on an island these days in defense. Ahmad forced Joyo to jump there, and he's getting demoed. And he jumped to no momentum. Easy dunk for SMW.
You'll also always struggle in the 50-50 game against a team from MENA. Twisted Minds no different in that regard. Forced home there, and Twisted Minds have a lead, I believe, for the 3rd game in a row. They've scored the first. Actually, no, it was Oxygen that scored the first goal on the first one because Archie got that one, but they turned it around so quickly. Here is Archie towards Oski, puts it into the center. Joyo sniffing about, hoping for the ball. Not going to happen on this occasion, so despite going behind, Oxygen have stepped up. Archie's making a massive nuisance of himself. So the ball falls to Joyo, but the pass isn't quite there.
Yeah, it's maybe not the best idea to score first in this series, it would seem. Hasn't worked out for either team. But overall, in Rocket League, historically and currently, scoring first has a massive impact on winning it. I think it's something like an 80+% correlation. So Twisted Minds from this position have to be feeling pretty good. Low-scoring games as well. So a 1-0 lead will feel like quite a large margin. I mean, 2 will feel like a massive margin, given the fact that we've had 2 2-1 scores, plus some late equalizers in the games before this.
See if Twisted Minds can cause that 2-goal chasm. Ahmad's giving it a go. He goes to the ceiling underneath Joyo. Joyo got the save, just about. And Archie has some boost now. It's just a clean challenge into the center. Oski keeps hold of the ball, just letting his teammates pick up some boost so they can go again. Oxygen playing the patient game, not forcing anything. Joyo's waiting here. Underneath this one, does he go for the ball? He does in the end against SMW. Again, it's not clean from Oxygen. Twisted Minds certainly winning all of these little challenges. The intricate game in front of the Oxygen goal is being won by Twisted Minds. And the clearance is the big. Ahmad goes to the ceiling, he follows it up, gets the final touch. Oski as far as Mossen. He pushes it almost into the top corner, but Archie can take it away.
He wanted perfect placement there, but he only hit the post, and that's massive for Oxygen, who were scrambling from Ahmad's previous attack. And once again, we have a chance for a tie game. It's Oxygen who are looking for it. The second game in a row. Archie, who's scored in both games so far, leads the attack for Joyo to score. Well, that was a heavy commitment from Oxygen. You can't take anything away from them here. They have sent it on that play, and they've been rewarded.
Oh, it's a dunk as well from Joyo, similar to the first goal, with just the extra added bit of spice from Archie. I think it's the towel meta. Every time he does something good, he gets that towel and wipes his hands. I think that's the way to play if you're struggling at home.
It's definitely the way to play in a nervy situation like this. But with every Oxygen goal, the viewers on the Karmine Corp hate view parties, of course, hate towards Oxygen's chances, of course. They'll just get a little bit more nervous as they have to wait even longer to find out if Karmine Corp will play at Worlds. Twisted Minds back into offense here. They're cycling in and out. They're keeping the attack moving here. Keeping high momentum in all 3 players, as Mina loves to do. There's a fake challenge from Ahmad there, because he didn't have anybody behind him. Didn't want to take a 50-50 without backup. An instructional play there from Ahmad. Caught Oxygen off guard. Probably expected a diving challenge, as you often do against the Mina teams.
SMW just pumps it long, and now we have Joyo. Has 100 boosts. It's been rare so far this match. And again, the musty's not quite there. The mechanics aren't quite working for him. He's got a couple of goals, but still get to really spring into life the way we know he can. Oski the same. SMW into the corner. Joyo's been there, around the corner he goes. Wants to force one into the center. Archie, Oxygen's carry so far, just tips that one towards Oski. Joyo has been tipped into it. A chance to go to the ceiling. It's a pass to Oski instead. Great decision making there from Joyo.
Oh, it's just selfless from Joyo in the final third. Everybody's probably thinking Joyo's got eyes on the goal, but no. Ceiling drop-down pass as he slams it vertically towards his teammate, and a slot from Oski. Oxygen again from behind, come back to tie the game, and then put their noses in front.
And now the pressure will really begin to weigh on the minds of Twisted Minds. So close from going out here in London, going out in Worlds, and allowing anything in. But they do have time on their side. They don't have the lead. Joyo, couple of touches, forces a pinch in the corner. SMW tries to get Twisted Minds going again, but Oski gets the read. Oski gets the follow. Suddenly he was dangerous again when it seemed like he was out of the play. Nothing doing for now. Ahmad and SMW. Oski seaming in from the side yet again. Oski now given a free rein. Archie sends it forwards. Every touch is a victory right now for Oxygen Esports. On the cusp of going up in the series for the first time. They have to survive this though. SMW towards Mossen! And Mossen sinks it!
That is one of the best passes you're going to see all tournament from SMW. Fakes the shot and then pings it middle to Mossen, who's got the whole goal to aim at. He can pick his spot there, any part of the net he wants, because SMW has just handed it to him on a silver platter.
We had an overtime earlier. We may well have another one, unless something changed in the next few seconds. Mossen taken out by Joyo. SMW lets it bounce, but will still keep it. That might end up bad for them. Oski's coming in, almost beats the Twisted Minds defender. We do have overtime. Twisted took the last one.
Oh, what a series this is turning out to be. Both teams have so much to play for, and they are matching each other blow for blow. Twisted Minds really showing up and showing everybody what they can do to hang with one of Europe's best. But here come Oxygen. Ahmad with a monstrous save. He can't get back to the ball, though. It's Oski who puts it in. What a save that was by Ahmad. Completely out of boost. but he just couldn't get back to it to get the double.
Agonizing there for Ahmad. Couldn't quite finagle the wave dash that he needed to reach that ball. So in came Oski and in came Oxygen. And they are on the cusp of surviving for at least one more round. It has not been pure Oxygen, Johnny, but they are finding a way to claim these wins.
Yeah, they've done just enough there. I mean, Oski criticized their own play after a loss yesterday to Power, saying that they played to not lose, and there have been moments during the series where it feels like that's happening again. They're playing with a very defensive stance and a defensive mindset, but we are starting to get those big plays in the air from Oxygen as well. I mean, the first goal was a huge commitment from Joyo, just jumping up into the air while Archie's still airborne. But the second one, absolutely brilliant. I mean, which assist do you want to pick out here as the better of the two? Because Joyo's ceiling bounce pass to Archie, or to Oski, sorry, is fantastic. But how about this? Under time pressure from SMW to pick out Mossen in the middle.
Yeah, it's perfect there because Mossen didn't have to check his run at all. He kept out on the same pace and put it home, and shout out Ahmad, so near there, but not quite enough to keep Oxygen out. How do they hold their nerve? Because suddenly winner's tilt becomes a factor.
Well, he got 2 shots at it, so there's no excuse now. Oxygen have got all 3 players playing a lot closer to what we expected them to play. The level we expected them to play, I should say, but Twisted Minds also looking a bit more like the level we thought they would show up in this tournament with, where, you know, a lot of us had Oxygen to sneaking into the top 8 and Twisted Minds on the outside looking in. It does feel like these two teams have been at a similar level, with Oxygen obviously being that one game in front. They look like they are going to be able to do this. Twisted Minds need to win this series, or they will not be at the World Championship.
Ahmad sends that one forwards. Oski gets the touch and the catch and takes it away. Gets the flip reset too. Archie thought about coming in, decided against it in the end. And Archie now into the center. We do have a result over on the alternative stream. Gentlemates have just defeated Team BDS to go through. So interesting stuff happening all around the world, but of course we're going to stay right here.
I mean, that's terrifying. You think Oxygen looking forward to the next round. They don't want to do that right now, obviously, as they almost get a goal in the opening minute. But BDS are going to be one of the teams that these 1-2 teams run into. So, I mean, congratulations, Team Secret, for winning. Congratulations, one of these teams, for winning. You've now got to go and play against BDS for top 8, and that is going to be a tough task. But it's not been easy in the 1-2 round either. I mean, we're looking at some of the most stacked competition, Rocket League competition we've ever seen here. Only KC absent, really, and so many World Championship level contenders.
Joyo's going to try and take out Moss, and he manages to do it, at least for now. Oski charges that one into the center. Archie thinks he can sneak something in through here. Not going to happen just now. Joyo back to the ceiling again. The ceiling has been his best friend, but in this time it becomes his enemy. Instead, it cues up Twisted Minds to go right back to the blue half. I just sense that the first goal here is paramount.
Absolutely, and you know, we talked about the first goal not really working out too well in some of these games, but both teams are playing as if it's next goal wins. Everybody behind the ball. I think Oxygen might be the team who are suffering from that, because we're so used to seeing them have that passing option upfield in front of the ball, looking for redirect opportunities, and Ahmad, pretty famous for that as well, but they're all getting behind the ball right now. Just getting bodies back and making sure not to leave anyone alone in defense.
Joe's going to be able to get yet another clean touch, but as far as SMW. SMW back to Archie again. A bit of ping pong develops. So Archie's the one who wants to keep control of this ball. I've been incredibly impressed with Archie so far this series. He has been excellent for Oxygen. The true differentiator between the two teams, in my opinion.
This is huge. Look at the chance now for
Oxygen. Yeah, he shoots it. Oh, there's a massive demo. Archie gets the spoils, but Oski, a tip of the hat to you, sir.
And it all started with Joyo dodging a demo in defense. That was against 2 players. Joyo wins the 1v2 at one end, and then Oxygen win the 2v1 at the other.
Oxygen suddenly see it in their sights. A path to at least the 5th series of Swiss. It's not all gone to plan for them. Twisted Minds, they are looking at the end of their season unless they can score in the next couple of minutes, and they have to avoid conceding again. They've tried to rush it, and Oski has punished them.
Oh, Twisted Minds have played such a disciplined series here, but in the last few seconds, they've gotten a bit too loose defensively, and a 2-goal lead feels so difficult to come back from. Oxygen have defended well for the majority of this series here. conceding less and less goals per game as we make it one step closer to themselves entering that top 8 of the competition. They're a couple of rounds away so far, but can they get that one step closer?
The big Twisted Minds hope is that will open the game up. Suddenly, this one is slightly more. There's pockets of space to play for that haven't been there throughout this series. Think of it like that, a couple of goals isn't impossible. 3 would be really tough though. Joyo all the way over the top. Mosin is going to turn. He has Armad in the center. He goes for Armad, but Oski, who's done this time after time in this series, these horizontal blocks, comes in clutch yet again. SMW, a minute and a half left. Twisted Minds have to get on the score sheet pretty much immediately because Oxygen are looking so dangerous.
Yeah, Oxygen are just playing this one out intelligently here. They're just waiting for the game to come to them. That's the chance to make it 3. Mosin can't get rid of it. Joyo does make it 3-0. And it's composure from Oxygen on match point while Twisted Minds finally start to crumble in defense.
The mistakes are coming in now, left, right, and center. Twisted Minds can sense it slipping away, and Oxygen Esports can feel their opportunity once more coming. SMW tries to go for a pass for Moss, and he gets it! Oh, but it's wide! So close to Twisted Minds having a sniff. Was that the moment? Another save from Joyo. Oxygen living a charmed life right now, but the longer they survive, the more difficult it gets. Until Archie shoots. That will be that. Oxygen Esports, unless there is an incredible, unprecedented turnaround, will be surviving.
Yeah, Twisted Minds overextended earlier on in the game at their own dismay. Now they're forced to overextend, just trying to get on the score sheet and make this somewhat winnable. But in doing so, they've conceded again and again. 4-0. Oxygen running up the scoreline and keeping KC fans at the edge of their seats just a little bit longer. As for Twisted Minds, the heroic end of their season might be about to come to an end, as the second major seems to be where they will finish off their journey. Middle East anything will be playing at the World Championship unless Twisted Minds pull out an all-time great Rocket League comeback.
And that's to be right now. I think every block that Oxygen Esports make just confirms what we already probably know in our hearts. But Oxygen are going to take this one. Joyo sent it away just to make sure. Oxygen Esports have been far from their best. They've been nowhere near brilliant, but when Joyo is connecting once more with mechanical plays like that, maybe they can still be a threat. Twisted Minds are going to score, but it is, Johnny, too little too late from them.
Yeah, now's about the time you can type GG's. You know, well, you've got a break in the play. Because there's just absolutely no way. I mean, it's theoretically possible to score 3 in 4 seconds, but let's be honest, this is not happening. You'd have to have Oxygen fail 2 kickoffs in a row, just completely missing the ball. And they're just not going to let that happen. Oxygen win it 3-1, and they'll be waiting to find out who they play in the final round of Swiss. Their long journey to the grand final of London continues, but they are still in it with a chance.
Congratulations to anything who with this result make it to the World Championships. Mina's second seed, joining Falcons from this brilliant region. But Carmine Corp, if you're out there watching, and I'm sure you are, there's more waiting, more wondering, more hoping to do. Everything is out your hands. Everything instead in the hands of Oxygen as Archie desperately searches for a fist bump. He got it in the end. And Oxygen, they have a handle on this competition.
You know, at the start of this competition, you say to yourself, okay, Oxygen have got to make the grand final to take away Carmi Corp's world spot, and you're wondering, okay, that's quite a ways away. Let's not talk about that too much just yet. Let's wait until we get a bit closer. But now, okay, we can put an exact number on it. Every match is a must-win, starting off with the one we've just seen. They've won that one. Now they've got to win round 5 of Swiss, a quarter-final, and a semi-final, and they're there. 3 series in a row from this point, requirement for Oxygen to take away the spot. Now that suddenly sounds a little bit closer. Those won't be easy series. The next one is going to be something special. I mean, BDS have just lost to Gentlemates, so they're on the table. They could be one of the potential opponents. You've got one of G2 and Gen G also in the mix there, and one of Space Station or Fury. I mean, none of those matches are going to be easy. So they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to make Worlds and take away KC's dream.
Well, 1 best of 5 and 2 best of 7s separate Oxygen Esports from the World Championship. But if they can get those 11 games they need, we'll see them there. Let's hear from Leaf and them.
I got Archie down here with me from Oxygen as they grab a dub over Twisted Minds. Unfortunately for Twisted Minds, that means they are eliminated from Worlds. But if you want to give you're welcome to anything, because they just clinched because of you guys.
Who?
To anything, Team Anything from Mina.
Team Anything?
Old Rule 1.
Oh, congrats on the Worlds, guys. Well done.
That's fantastic. Now, for you, in a matchup like this, you guys came off Gen G earlier. I talked to Snasky, he said, yeah, you guys are feeling it. Obviously, it didn't go your way. Can you talk to me through maybe the changes that you said we gotta make for this next match?
I think we had good pressure against Gen G, but we just couldn't score. I can't score a goal this tournament. I got 0
got
goals.
one now, though.
I got 2 goals.
Okay, yeah.
I got 2 goals. So hopefully the goals start coming in now. Most important match next round. So hopefully I start scoring. But I don't think we need to change much. We just need to be more confident in ourselves.
Right.
We know how good we are as a team individually. So we just need to be confident, man.
So how do you bust that confidence out? Because, I mean, earlier, I want to bring it up again, is Johnny said that you guys just need to go out the gates because you guys said you were playing a little too hesitant before. Then, of course, Gen G won. Do you feel maybe now you're at that step, or do you still need those moments before your next match?
We still can play better. Obviously, I think we know we can play better than this, but all that matters is we make top 8, and hopefully we can get a win in round 5, and then anything.
Say
can
more
happen.
confidently.
I mean, I don't want to curse myself, so. I cursed myself saying I was going to beat Power, and I lost 3-1, bro. So.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to curse myself again.
Okay, take a look at the screen here. We're going to take a look at something very exciting. It was your first goal. Talk me through the tournament.
This is the best celebration.
Yeah,
I celebrate like I won the World Cup, bro.
Yeah. How was the team? What were they saying to you?
Yeah, everyone's screaming, bro.
Yeah. They gotta lift you up, right?
Yeah, everyone knows that's the biggest goal of all time. Look at that finish as well, top left.
It's going into that's top.
That's a big finish. That's a big
10.
finish. That's a big time finish.
I don't know if it'll make top 10, but it was a beautiful goal.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
And for you guys, again, I want to know what the moment is right now. What are you going to go do with the team? Is this a serious sit down and chat? What do you guys usually do? Or is it straight back to grinding, scrimming?
I have no idea. I have literally no idea when we play, so maybe we can practice a little bit, but maybe not. Maybe we're just going to chill. Turbo chill, Sunday chill.
Okay, I like it.
And maybe we'll have some fun.
Fun is a good idea.
Yeah, I like having fun.
I'll give you that one. Okay, next time I see you on the field, you better be having fun, all right?
I will, sure.
Okay, sounds good. I see the team over there. Joy, can you give me a wave? I love it. Okay, we're going to send you off. Congratulations on the win. And congratulations to Team Anything over at Mina for making Worlds. More Rocket League on the way after the break, so please stick around. Teams will be duking it out as they aim for top 8.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment, here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow! No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front! We are going to Champions Field!
you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
London continues to hold many surprises. Twisted Minds, though, not quite able to give an upset here as Oxygen move forward to round 5. Twisted Minds' story will end here, and we will see Team Anything at the World Championships.
And Oxygen in that 1 and 2 round, it felt like we saw Archie wake up, having some fantastic pass play, some fantastic goals. Game 4, I felt like the whole team woke up, and I don't think anyone that is going to be in that 2 and 2 round wants to face off against Oxygen when they're getting this hot, because that game 4 was dominant from them. So watch out, EU's force back maybe.
And you know what? It was actually nice seeing Archie not just score a goal, score a couple of screamers as well. Like he made sure that he was on, that he was different in this round. And Joyo, he also looked much more activated than previous. Oxygen suddenly looking at the team we thought they might be in round 1, round 2. Took a little bit longer. They took the long route round, but maybe that round 5 was going to be theirs.
They came to London to play a Rocket League. They didn't come to London to play a little bit. They wanted to play all of it. So they go into round 5, get as many games as they possibly can here. I'm joined by Stacks on my left. This is the first time.
Yeah, it's a little bit different
How's the spot feel?
You know, this spot definitely reeks of NA copium. That's fine.
Well, if you're wondering why Stacks is here and there's not just a pile of NA copium here, it's because he's over in the casting booth for the alternate stream. G2 versus Gen G is about to happen, and it's going to be Bates versus Daz in the commentary booth. So if you've ever watched First Touch and been like, you know, it'd be kind of fun if there was like a Rocket League match happening while this is going on, alternate stream, twitch.tv/RLCS. You can go check it out yourself. We got lots of action, though, here on the main stream as well. Let's talk a little bit more about that Oxygen versus Twisted Mind matchup. And I mean, Twisted Minds, they gave us a scare in the middle there, Gibbs. Or not, I was scared. They showed signs of life.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, early on, this was a fight. And I was like, uh-oh, like, Oxygen, they have not woken up yet. It took a couple of games. We see Twisted Minds. They win game 1. That was an overtime. And then they're up again in game 2 late, but Oxygen battle back. Joyo right there with the goal. And then Archie, here we go, off the ceiling. The flip resets into the shot and to the right. Like, that is when he woke up.
Yeah, I also love seeing that when Archie scores a really good goal, he gives it like a sly smile, as if he's like a little bit embarrassed of how good it was. Like, guys, that was really good, but don't look at me. Like, don't make it weird. Like, he was such a good player in that series. Twisted Minds, they fought very well. They fought right to the death of every single game too. Clearly very animated, but they just couldn't take home the dub.
Listen, it's not a very bad day at all when half of the goals you score in an event probably end up on a highlight reel.
Yeah,
so true. Great. I'll tell you what, though, it was great seeing Archie get some offensive momentum because he had a lot of his shots in the previous series today. They weren't even threatening to go into the net. And it looked like he might have even been kind of pushing just a little bit too much, like aware that he had a big goose egg there in the goals column. So that this series, he was able to play a lot more loose, a lot more relaxed. And it showed, and Oxygen was better for it.
Improvements here for the Oxygen boys. We'll see if they can continue to build on that going into round 5, where it will be put up or shut up. That is the death round, the scary one to be in Swiss. We'll see how they do when they get there. Here's how round 4 is going. Still 2 matches, left to go. And we'll see G2 take on Gen G Mobile 1. That one's happening over on the alternate stream with Daz and Bates. Make sure you go check that one out. Should be a riot. Meanwhile, on the main stream, Furia taking on Space Station, former NA brethren, now from the north and the south of the Americas here. SSG gonna try and survive past Furia.
It's going to be tough. Furia, we talk about them. They're lights out on the offensive side of the field. And then it's like, all right, when they get punched, how do they fare? I feel like they fared a lot better here so far. And I think a loss in Swiss is going to help them into that bracket play, which I expect them to make. They have looked fantastic. Lost has woken up. That first series, he wasn't great, but after that, it's all 3 members getting involved.
It's also worth mentioning, too, that the loss that they came from was against Vitality, and they took a game off them. That is a brilliant win. Even if they're coming through as that SAM #1, you have to respect the opponent you're against and take a loss as a learning opportunity. They have clearly done that. And Furia, I mean, Sachs, they were offensively putting up fantastic numbers throughout this event so far. It just depends on can they come up against a defense that might let a few more through than the current reigning world champs.
Yeah, and this is one of the most intimidating teams to face, I think, on LAN. And then you actually get on the pitch against them, and then it's even worse. Again, you've got this great matchup of players that all complement each other. You know, Drafinho is kind of the focal point of everything. It all runs through him, and it usually ends with this man here. Yan, he has run the region for so long. Even when he left for North America, he was still kind of the king of South America, and now he's back to reclaim his throne, and there they are again. They're all loose, they're all calm, they're ready to go.
And when he has space, he looks fantastic. When they played against OG, Yan was in the air by himself. That is not what you want. Lost is the other one. He's just chaos, and he's going to get space for Yan.
They're playing the little warm-up game that we heard about in their interviews yesterday. On the other side of things, SSG, they missed out on Copenhagen. They're trying to make up for lost time here. and push their way through to the playoffs now that we're in London.
So Space Station's a little bit of a weird team for me because round one, they go up against Falcons. They win 2 in a row right in the middle of the series, and then they falter. After that, they've had kind of a dream run. It's that round one, best of 5. If you lose 3-2, it normally kind of helps you for a couple rounds, but now it gets more and more difficult. They beat Team Mobula, and then they beat Power. So they haven't faced anyone truly threatening in a while. But Furia, they're coming out of that 2-0 round. Space Station, when they did play Falcons up to par, LJ was carrying very, very hard. And I expect LJ to do LJ things, but he needs help.
Yeah, he needs help, but then you look at the loss that they suffered against Falcons, that's a quality loss. Again, I'm saying that, like, Falcons, they went 3-0, and they went through by beating G2 and BDS as well. They pulled them through to that 5, but I mean, you're completely right about LJ. He was the tip of the spear for SSG, but you still need somebody to push that spear into the team that you're against.
Yeah, and Hawkster, again, we mentioned it the last time that I was up here with these guys on the main stage. He's been the most improved player in all of North America. I think it's playing out here as well, here in London. As he goes, so too will Space Station go. All the eyes, of course, are going to be on LJ, and he's going to have to be brilliant. But, you know, they haven't had too many games where you look at it and go, yikes, let's forget about that one. You know, so they've got a lot of confidence, a lot of forward momentum coming into this series. I don't know how much that's going to do for them against a very tough Furia squad.
They are considered a top 9 team here. They're supposed to be the last team out, but then because Oxygen hasn't been doing that well, you might slot them into a top 8 spot. So Space Station wants to prove everyone wrong, take down Furia, who's considered probably top 5-ish team. So Space Station, they are a threat. We talked about them, that they missed out in Copenhagen. They were the best NA team, not there. Now they have their moment, and they want to make it count.
You did see, just for a moment behind them, though, they do have championship pedigree there with Sad Jr. He's been around for quite a while. He's seen it all. They're not going to be nervous at all, and I think that's huge for them.
I think even with the championship pedigree of Sad Jr. here, going up against Furia, everyone's been talking about that nobody in London right now, no one else in the Copper Box is playing quite like Furia is with the speed, the poise, the precision. How does SSG deal with these South American champions?
Well, bear in mind, they've dealt with the top of North America. Like they've got to those grand finals. They finally got through Gen G in the quarterfinals. They got that monkey off their back, and they've taken home victories that are going to hopefully ignite them when it comes now to facing off against the top team in other regions. I really think they can do it. It's going to be hard. This is going to be a Game 5 kind of vibes. But they've got Sad Jr. behind him, suited and booted.
We'll see. Hashtag FUR for Furia, hashtag SSG for Space Station. Stumpy, who's your pick?
I'm pretty sure that I went SSG here after doing all of that.
Really?
We did this at the start of the day. Did I go SSG? I did. That's what I thought I had. Yeah.
A lot of conviction there.
Yeah, a lot of conviction. No, because I was scared that I was just bigging them up, and then actually I went Furia. No, SSG, they're a team that I think they should have been in Copenhagen. It was the only thing that stopped them was sort of themselves, but also mostly Gen G. That was their barrier. They couldn't get past. They deserved for that previous one. They're here now. It would be a shame to see them not make it through to the top 8.
I think the best player on the field in this match is probably LJ. There's a lot of talent on the field, but I'm going to give it to LJ. But Furia, they're going to win. I think Furia, just the 3-man presence of their offense is going to be too much for Space Station. Yes, Space Station finally beat a Gen G. They've never beaten G2. They normally falter against those top teams, so I think they'll falter here.
I mean, yes, I do agree. The highest peak probably belongs to LJ, but it takes a whole team. And I think Jan has a better team around him. I think he's got a better support player in Drafinho around him, who's just going to feed him the ball constantly. He's going to be a menace for Space Station to deal with. So I've got Furia here.
I mean, Chicago's so consistent, though, and Hawkster's been improving. I feel like it is neck and neck here. I feel like when you said, I think I went with Space Station here, I took it the same way that I had to deal with it. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know which one to pick here. I did go with Furia, though. I do think Furia has
you teased me. You're going to join
I know.
me.
I think it is. If Space Station were to win this, I wouldn't feel like I'd made a bad choice.
Come on,
We
coin.
flip the coin. We'll see if the coin goes for Space Station. It does. Congratulations, Space
Me
Station.
and
You got a
Lady
coin
Luck.
vote. We'll see. Coin has not had a good day, though.
Congratulations. You got an inanimate object that thinks you'll win.
No, it's a hive mind. It's a hive. They're all connected. All the coins in all of Rocket League here. Split down the middle in chat as well. This one should be a barn burner, folks. Let's get down to the pitch and see how it goes. Furia on one side, Space Station on the other, and they're trying to avoid round 5 here. Who's it gonna be? Let's find out. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Playoffs on the line. Winner takes all. The Panthers of South America against North America's newest challenger. Who will be the first to qualify for their region?
Here we go, Furia coming off that loss against Vitality. It was a tough one. They capitulated in game 4. It should have gone to Champ Field. They've got to regain here. Well, they don't want to go all the way to round number 5, whereas SSG, fantastic game diff. Their only loss is to Falcons. It's a pretty good record.
Yeah, and that Falcons match went all the way to 5, but that was yesterday. Today's a new day. It's been an easier road, you know, against Power, Team Obula there for SSG, so clean play and very convincing wins at that. So we'll see how SSG handle this. Chicago with a touch, hoping to get to LJ, not with Jorfinho. And Desk talked about how Jorfinho needed to be that defensive anchor for Furia. We'll see how consistent he can be.
And it's just all about how they do respond. I mean, if you look at that win against Gentlemates, particularly how Gentlemates just beat BDS, that's certainly the form lines at least are stacking up for Furia. But as we said, Space Station barely put a foot wrong themselves. I've got Furia in this one, but I think you can go either way. Feels like a 50-50 matchup, and you know, seeding is so important. As we said, you don't want to go to round 5. There's some serious teams in there that they could be facing.
Yeah, with BDS, right? Going to 5, like, you don't want to run into EU's number 1.
BDS like being there for some reason. The Swiss stage isn't always BDS's playground, and well, we'll have to see what they do later on. But LJ could strike first and does. Great placement from him. He has been the MVP of this side, and he's stepping up again.
But also, you got to look at this from Hoxer. He baited 2 defenders against the backboard and still gets the drop down perfect for LJ. And this is why I put Hoxer on my fantasy team. What a supportive player for this team. Very consistent on the offensive front to set up LJ. And the desk talks about how much star power is behind LJ and how much success he brings to SSG. Now they're 1 win away to get at least 1 North American team to playoffs.
They keep saying as well, it feels like LJ is the star player on the pitch. There's so many quality players with Fury as well. You have to talk about Yan. Lost has been very impressive. Gibbs even picking him up in the fantasy team, but yeah, LJ just got that star quality about him. He's a bit of a stat padder as well. He's always up there in the stats on land, but great start here from Space Station. 2 minutes now, Yan can get a dribble. Nice from Hoxer as well in defense. Chicago gonna leave that one. It's LJ just taking some 50s in the corner. Space Station, quite a well-drilled team. You know, you can talk about how they're unlucky to miss out of the first major in Copenhagen. Running into Gen G 3 times in a row, but certainly well-structured with Sad Jr. at the helm.
I like this aggression out of SSG to go for these 50s when Fury are on the back wall, and Yan with no boost. Jorfinho can't get the bounce out he was hoping for, so SSG looking comfortable, needing to commit a few more members to get the ball rolling, literally and metaphorically, but SSG with the lead, the double from LJ! Slotted to the right!
You just can't give this guy any space at all. Have a look at the reset instantly. No one on the backboard. And he's just so clinical. He's so precise when he does get time and space. Bottom right corner wide open. LJ gets a brace.
2-0 for SSG. Furia. How are they going to bounce back after that loss that definitely felt like it could have gone either way against Vitality? And you're wondering how warmed up SSG were going to be in the matchups. There's a lot of traffic in front of the SSG net. Mr. Finio to Yan, and he's a bit late, but he's going to make it work. LJ makes the initial stop. Lost puts it up high, can't get it to the corner to maintain possession for Furia. And now they're on the retreat.
The other factor as well we have to look at in this matchup is Furia obviously coming off that loss, off that tough game 4, and all the momentum really for Space Station. Obviously losing yesterday, but nice win over Team Power, and they certainly have the momentum. They've got a win on the board already. We talk about how important it is to, you know, a new day and just losing that momentum from the previous. Right now, Space Station carrying that momentum. LJ picking up where he left off yesterday. And a great start with just under 90 seconds left.
Furia got demoed too and still managed to get the clear, and that's a whiff that lost. Will recover, who's kind of taking up more of that third man position, gets that long clear back to the other side where both teams are taking that moment to reset. Yan with a decent setup, lost. Won't be able to get a tap in from that. Minute left, and Furia haven't scored yet. And they've been known to have one of the most aggressive, relentless offenses in the world. But against SSG, a newcomer at a major, at least for this season, Furia can't do much.
Yeah, and Lost try to set up a pre-jump play. They're going for it now. 45 seconds. Lost tries to get a solo. The flicks just not what he wanted. However, didn't get the touch required. LJ 0 boost still gets a car body in the way of that one. Chicago gets dunked. Hoxer gets faked out. Yan wants to go as well. You can tell Furia they need one right now. As the clock ticks down again, Space Station get out of trouble, and this man gets on the ball. You know he's going to kill time. Shot comes through Hoxer. It's weak. They only need a hold on for now.
Yeah, Lost has to go all the way back to his corner to get some boost, so he's just out of the play for so long, and there isn't consistent pressure from Furia based on the fact they can't steal boost from SSG, and that's just great defense from the North Americans. Hoxer to LJ really doesn't matter. Game 1, the kiss of death from SSG with a commanding start to shut out Furia.
Just super impressive game 1, and honestly, the best part about that, they got the 2-goal lead, and then they just played solid, fundamental Rocket League. The coach would be happy with that one. Being able to hold on, as you said, keeping Furia scoreless is a pretty tough task for any team in the world, let alone, well, NA's number 3 seed, I believe they are coming into this one. So a great start from them. Space Station, I mean, I probably have my doubts coming in terms of them being a real contender at the event. I know they're a quality side, but right now they're stepping up.
And if Yan is starting out with about 100 score in game 1, that's the guy that really needs to pop off, as he usually does. You know, Furia used to be this kind of Yan show with the solo mechanics, and now they have more offensive options, having Jerfinho and Lost become more active. But this is definitely a more quiet Furia than we're used to.
Yeah, it's weird to see, but as we talked about the vitality of the game 4, where they conceded 4 goals, it should have gone to game 5. They were in front. They lost. I tell you what, the bow tie, how's it looking, by the way, everyone? I've had shout out to the one person that's complimented the bow tie. The rest of you, I probably agree with you. It's not.
We look like detectives. Like you're giving, yeah. You're giving Bill Nye or Doctor Who.
I think I'm going to give a science lesson. That's kind of what I'm doing at the moment. But as we said, Furia, they need to step up here. They've come off that tough loss. Looks like they're still feeling it. I know it's been an hour and a half, 2 hours since that series, but I mean, right now, Space Station are just riding on that high of the previous 2 wins.
So you got to hope the detectives are on the side of Furia to find out what is the solution. Because, man, LJ and Chicago are about to just put a pain sandwich on Furia. And I'm seeing Lost just become more of a frontline member than before to try and connect with Yan, who's going to go for the solo couple taps. Lost can't beat Hoxer to the punch. And if Furia can just sync up, get the timings a bit better, we'll definitely have more threat level.
There's no doubt they're the faster team in this matchup, but we haven't seen it. We didn't see it in game number 1. Now we've got to look to the star players. We've got to look to Lost. I want to see the Yan, the Des talking about his impact, his presence in the South American scene, even when he did head over to North America for a season. But right now they need to step up because Space Station are looking phenomenal. Hoxer now, only 18 boost, but you can just see the poise. Still manages to get 2 touches on it. LJ has to back off from the demo. Shot comes through, it's wide though. Double commit from Space Station. Let's see if they can get themselves out of trouble. That man Chicago, who we haven't quite talked about. I know we talk about Jane Apps a lot, the veterancy, but I mean, Chicago's getting long in the tooth as well, and I mean, it's a credit to him. He's still performing at such a high level.
Yeah, Chicago can be hot or cold, and even the most recent regional, I think a lot of people started considering more on their fantasy teams because of the numbers that he started putting up more offensively, because Chicago contributes a lot more off the ball, and Hoxer's been that midfield that connects with LJ as Chicago has the backflip. Lost puts a hand up. Hoxer versus Jerfinho. Hoxer does what he can with no boost. This SSG back pass to LJ with a full tank off the ceiling. Great 50 out of Lost. Jerfinho receives. Lost will disengage after probably not getting the bump he was hoping for. And Yan continues to knock on that door and will do it all himself.
I don't know if LJ thought or expected the shot to be possible here. You can see him go deep in the net. He still had boost, but Yan was so quick to fire it. He went to squishy save, and he couldn't get there in time. That is the brilliance. That's the quality of the superstar in Yan, and the perfect response here to open up game 2.
Just needed to get at least one, because getting shut out in game 1, needing to kind of wake up and smell the coffee. I know it's getting kind of late. It's 8 o'clock here in London, but Furia alive and well. LJ being contained. Yan against Chicago up the sidewall. Lost even trying to assist.
Great
Go for
fake.
pitches. LJ bumps Lost out of the play. Jorfinho is heading back with no boost. LJ has some space to work with. Can't get it to Chicago. Hawks are extending now. Can't get the second touch off the corner. Chicago just slowing down the play, but using all his boost to do so.
Oh, LJ's misplayed as well. He had to go again. He still has boost. Done well to recover, but Furia really stemming the flow there, stopping that attack. That was impressive from them defensively. A much better start here. They look a little bit more warmed up. We're getting that Furia killer instinct again. This Lost can't get the touch. Nice cut, nice intercept there from Chicago. LJ, 100 boost off the corner, and let's get around one. Reset round two as well. Yanza, he's the last one back. Hoxer wants a double. He misses. Follow-up shot. Hoxer can leave it because Chicago's done enough.
It just rolls in. It took everything in the tank from SSG. What a setup from LJ. From Hoxer to Chicago. SSG are a unit. They missed out on Copenhagen, missed out on a chance to really prove they can be a North American Titan. They managed to tie it up. 2 minutes left. Yan already got demoed. So SSG aren't going to be too
I love
pressed.
the pre-jump from LJ. I'm so quick, even in the previous play, setting up that goal. Just being able to beat two players, two Furia members, so crucial to that attack. Hawks are almost finding LJ this time. Chicago can track back on it. Let's get the clear downfield. He didn't have too much boost to go for a solo play. But again, so impressive from Space Station. They were tested early. They fought their way back to that level pegging and, well, Lost trying to get active downfield. All he can do is hand it to Chicago. He's gone the fake, goes to low 50. Now to Hoxer. Limited boost to work with. Still manages to get a reset. LJ's crept up. But look at the positioning. Even when they overstep, they've still got that third man ready to keep the ball in. Back to LJ, but Lost was ready.
Yeah, Space Station are having issues getting some momentum going when Lost is stealing their boost and demoing them off the ball. So SSG have to go for low boost plays. It's a low pass from LJ to Hoxer. Kind of too much for him to handle. As he'll rotate back again with the dribble, no boost. Jorfinho just barely getting into position as Lost now gets involved. Furia want to put on the press. Yan with a full tank will try and test Hoxer's control. Jorfinho to Yan! Oh, it's too wide!
He tried to snipe that bottom corner, couldn't get it to go. They're still in the attack though. Lost trying to keep the ball in, flick over the top. Chicago no boost. LJ had to go. And didn't he step up when they needed him? Yan now. And we got the 100 boost, working it across. Gets the reset, has Jorfinho. Can he find him? Can Jorfinho get bottom corner? You betcha.
What a pass and how you can thread the needle. Furia missed out on the last play and made this one work. And Chicago had no boost. Furia take a lead with 24 seconds left. Able to bite back against SSG after getting shut out. And it's a kickoff for SSG. Hawks had no boost though, so Yan will take full control with the reset. Trying to slam into LJ, bumps him into the net, but Hawkser has their back.
They've got to go right now. 10 seconds left. LJ's downfield. Hawks is there as well. Here we go off the backboard with Chicago. Killing blow. No wide. Jorfinho with the save. Space Station trying to keep this up. Furia want the ground, and they're almost going to get it. Hawks are somehow Lost, still killing it. Yan downfield. Surely Furia get it. There we go. 1-1. Great response from them, but it was a little scary late.
The ball was in the blue half. LJ and Hoxer had full tanks. They team bumped, and no one really had a call of who was going to jump up and get the ball into the air. I know it was going to be tough. I'm hearing some great psychotic laughter over there.
If you've got both streams up, what on earth is happening over there? Because we have T-Bates screaming in our ear. He's currently chanting Daniel. If you're unaware what's going on, we got Gen G.
Coming for our jobs now.
He is. I don't know. I don't know about T-Bates in the casting booth. Let us know how he's going, though. We got Gen G vs G2, of course, the El Clasico of NA at the moment, the new one. And we've got T-Bates and we got Dazarin in the booth as well, obviously, for obvious reasons. If you know, you know. But over here, we've got a series now. Furia, great response from them. It was that early goal, and look at the setup from Yan. The best part about this game so far is the two players to watch coming in. We talked about Yan, and we talked about on the other side LJ, and they've been the real playmakers for their sides.
SSG's only goal was off of fantastic teamwork of all three extending and really going for it. and you need everyone from SSG to peak now that Furia are getting confident. Because once Furia get confident, they get aggressive, they get in your face, and you won't be able to play on your back half without them trying to 50 you.
Yeah, that's their motto. I guess that's what they've always brought to every single event. And there's a kickoff goal off the bat. The demo was huge. Yan just hunted down Chicago, and they strike first.
Oh, jeez. A demo? Yan, what a selfless guy. I mean, even in the last game, I think there was even a pass to Jorfinho. Like, Furia are not afraid to go for those passes. It doesn't have to be a solo play. 1-0 for Furia, getting the first goal even in game 2 of a tie series. Let's look at how Furia are trying to 50 them in SSG zone half. They better watch out.
I mean, they're a confidence team, aren't they, Furia? So you don't want to give them an inch. They just keep on pushing forward, keep on growing in confidence, and they are really a snowball sort of team. I know Fairy Peak spoke about Team Secret in a similar manner, even Gentlemates. When they do get a lead, when they do get a sniff that the other team is perhaps feeling the pressure, they can really put 2 or 3 goals on in a short period of time, and right now they look to be in control of this game number 3.
More boost being stolen out of SSG's half, but they're still trucking away. Jorfinho popping it up, buying time for Lost to get the clear. Yan isn't downfield, he's got no boost, and LJ in Chicago, you're gonna overwhelm Yan, send him packing. Jorfinho to the corner. Yan wants to make sure it doesn't bounce out. And Yan, now it's a heavier touch, because I think lost it. Now Furia can't really get an offense really pressed until now. It was a decent pass to Jorfinho, but too many cooks in the kitchen.
I love this right now. Yan's playing the third man. You can see the half rotation from Jorfinho as well. They might get some reward for it. They're just playing safe. They're not overcommitting. They know they've got Space Station where they want them. Look at this. LJ and Chicago both with low boost. There's a mid, but Chicago can't get to it. Lost is going to scoop it up. Once again, Furia able to just tighten the clamps a touch on this attack. If they can get a second goal, it'll be huge for this game 3. Space Station get room to breathe downfield though. Nice 50, but once again, Lost able to deal with it. Send it somewhat downfield. Chicago's ready, however. He gets a lovely 50. He can get a follow-up with a bump. He has found Lost. It's Hoxer with limited boost. All he can do is hand it to that man once again, Lost.
Yeah, that's the issue with SSG is they can't keep Furia pinned because Furia have control of their own boost. LJ spends his entire tank just to transition, and he's the big playmaker, and I'm not discounting what the other two can do, but SSG, it's a one-and-done offense, and Furia's defense, I mean, put up double-digit saves against Vitality, and we watched it live. And once again, SSG now have 2 members, Chicago and LJ with boost, and Chicago doesn't need any of it!
How on earth has he dunked that, and how has he got the angle on net? You could see Lost on the backboard. Chicago just followed up his own work and has got a ridiculous dunk on it. Space Station somehow have tied this one up. A little bit of fortune, a lot of skill involved as well. Chicago stepping up.
Wow. And he was the big question mark of he has these high peaks and these floors, and you question his star power, and I don't think you need to anymore, not after Regional 3 and not now. And this is awkward for Hoxer. Decent 50 though, and Chicago picks it up to the corner. He goes, he's gonna have no boost against Jorfinho and Lost. Yan has the send away. Lost is getting bumped by LJ, so Furia can't even get a good counter attack until Jorfinho catches this. Yan with a full take down to Jorfinho. Hoxer forces the 50, and it doesn't happen.
It's important now for Space Station just to stabilize. They've done well. They've got themselves back into this game. Don't want to overcommit and force anything now as, once again, Chicago stepping up. Yan trying to get to work here, but met by Hoxer in the midfield. Jorfinho looking to control. It's a heavy first touch. Chicago keeping the ball in. He's been huge so far this game. So here goes Yan with a little bit of space. He's got 2 to beat. The reset comes through. Hoxer awkward. Able to get it out of trouble though and find Chicago back post.
Yeah, now 2 members of Furia without boost. They're still stable. SSG were a second late on the counterattack just to really press Furia when they were low, and Lost just gets a touch to slow it down. He's retreating. Yan with not much. Backboard open, but no one from SSG to capitalize. Minute 12, and no goal scoring for a little while, not until the start of the game. Yan pitches it, oh, it's off the post, and Hoxer gets it out, and Yan gets a demo on Chicago, but SSG will not be pinned.
LJ almost with a chance as well. We had no boost. We almost saw some fortune on the side of Furia. We saw the dunk from Chicago, but nearly. What a shot, what a save. LJ just put his car in the way. So awkward when you drive up that near post. You don't have a flip to work with, or you only got one. Unable to jump, however, trying to get the solo play. He's cut the angle. He's got the air dribble, and he somehow hit it backwards off the backboard. It was a perfect chance. Just over 30 now left. Double commit Space Station. You can see the panic. They're low on boost. Chicago. Now Hawks are scooping up 100 as well. Great poise from the vet, though. Chicago again scored the goal, but defensively so impressive. Hawks are now. They're trying to set something up. Drafinio's lost boost. Lost a bit of control on this as well. What a pass, LJ. Wants to get involved. He has faked out one. Still has boost to work with. Teammates back post as well. It's a phenomenal pass to Hoxha. 9 seconds left. Chicago to Hoxha. Or LJ, should I say. Phenomenal play from Space Station.
LJ's an angel. You know how much time he spent off the ceiling and all the time in the world to walkie-talkie Hawkster about the pass. And Fury only had one in the net. Can't handle the 1v2. Can they handle the next 7 seconds? Or it will be match point for SSG. Drafinio and Yan locking together. Yan wanted the ball because he had more boost, and now Lost can't get the touch to keep the ball up. Wow. SSG have done enough in game 3 to go to match point.
And once again, Furia, 30 seconds, anything under 30 seconds, they're really looking shaky. It's not something that Furia is known to be. They're usually a team that is full of that clutch factor. But we are seeing some subpar performances coming through from Fury, and just another late goal where they fell apart defensively.
Yeah, you're seeing these, I don't want to use hot and cold again, but that's kind of what I'm seeing out of Furia. There's moments where Yan starts with 100 score and then does way better in the next game. Now Drafinio was that second man, and now he's just not even on the field. This is Furia just feeling the stress of how long this Swiss day has been. And SSG, they don't have the most convincing wins sometimes. Today has been a good day, but the competition, that plays a factor. SSG won a lot of their games by 1 goal, and it makes you question them, but all they care about is going to playoffs.
I mean, look at LJ again. We talk about the 2 playmakers, LJ and Yan. That game, Yan, very quiet. He did manage to get an assist on Fury as a sole goal, but LJ getting to work, finding that crucial winner there, and once again, late in the piece, Furia, they just really look shaky, and perhaps the demons of that Vitality Game 4 coming back to bite them there. They've got to step it up. This is not the map that they love based on the previous series, but can they force Game 5 this time?
Furia have been good at adjusting against their competition before, especially when Vitality started the series off high. Lost not with the double, but maybe the fake to Yan, and Drafinio just gets a touch with no boost to keep SSG with no space to work with until LJ breaks them out. Now Hawkster with a full tank, LJ with the steal, Hawkster going for the solo play before Lost gets the save. And Fury are running on fumes, and LJ, he feels it!
Once again, who else but LJ for Space Station? A massive game as well. You can see Yan, he's worried about the bump from Hoxha. Chicago's getting involved as well. And LJ just finds a pocket, finds a little bit of space, and he's just so clinical in front of net.
Everyone on SSG is playing it so well. Furia fans have to worry. The coach tried to rally Furia between the games. Furia gotta send it, they gotta be aggressive. Remember, we talked about how they're a confidence team, and we're not seeing that level of harassment until Lost just shoves LJ into a locker. Drafinio receives in a 1v1 against Hawkster until LJ recovers and goes for the demo. But Furia in these 2-on-3s buy so much good time to find some peace.
I mean, if you're looking for some copium for Furia, perhaps they prefer to be at a deficit and chase that lead, because when they were in front, they're pretty easy to hand it up, but we've got a lot of time here to try and equalize this one. Right now, we're still lacking that killer punch right now from Furia. We're not seeing the offense. We're not seeing Yan get that time, but It's a credit to this Space Station lineup. So well drilled. There's a chance here, though, for lost save. Double save coming through. LJ once again. And manages to get the follow-up. Yang tries to keep it in. He had 100 boost, but he's been demoed. Skim comes through as well. But once again, every time Fury are looking to push forward, there's someone there. Yan throws it on. Guess who? It's LJ with a double save. Lost wants in as well. Yan turns. He's got 0 boost. It's going to be a weak shot. And SSG just keep fending them off.
Fury are taking big risks, though, extending all 3 into the offensive third. They're throwing everything at SSG, and they're saving it all. Fury are facing the frustrations of an almost perfect defense, just like they did against Vitality. SSG are okay, leading by 1. Yan with the double, he won in the corner, and Lost can't get the cleanup.
How many saves? How many saves has LJ had this game number 4? We're only 2 minutes 40 in. 2:20. And right now, this is ridiculous. LJ now tries to get it to work. He's got 0 boost. Yan able to keep it close. Chicago involved as well. Lost pre-jump it. He's going to be a tough double. LJ, every time he's in defense, you feel so confident if you're a Space Station supporter. It's Lost now, has to track back. Hoxer does have the boost in this situation and tries to find a teammate. Fury, once again, they look panicked. They're trying to link up downfield, but they don't have the boost to do it.
And now that Furia have boost, they just need a good clear. They have their first man playing downfield, but first it's Hoxer you gotta worry about. And Furia pinch it out. They're still on defense, though. When can they get a clear that finds that front man where he can find Yan to make the play happen? As Lost an awkward touch and Trevino can't get a hand on until Chicago slots it right into him. Yan now with Trevino by his side. It's high and it's down low. Furia tie!
Insane pre-jump pass play. That's the Fury we know. We need to see more of it. It's Yan once again. Trevino, he had 20 boost, but he still managed to find top bins. Furia, this time, getting it done. They bring it back to 1-1.
Furia found the right tempo. They needed to just sync up on these passes. And SSG won't know what hit him. You said they were a fast team. Lost, what a beautiful setup. Who is home? Yan! Not clocking in at the right time. Less than 90 seconds. Match point for SSG. They're on the retreat. Yan with the bump. Well, Lost can't get the tap in, and now he's on Hoxer's tail. Trevino misses the 50. Yan will get it to Trevino. He's trying to recover, but Chicago's too good.
He just got a hand on it. That could have been huge for Fury. It was a go-ahead play. Lost, they're trying to clamp down. You can see how aggressive Yan has been playing even third man now. They're really trying to put the clamps on. Trevino doesn't get the touch. Chicago, great positioning. Low boost, though, for Space Station. You can see it there. Everyone with 30, it's almost in. LJ still manages to get a touch with 20 boost. Chicago finds 100. Tries to get a solo play. Goes low. Hox is there, saved out by Yan. LJ, redirect, bang!
A lead for SSG. Everyone involved forced to the right. LJ the last to step up. And he's the guy you can depend on to pull through for North America. 43 seconds for Furia to respond.
Wow, what a play. LJ has been just about the individual MVP of the tournament. Once again, a phenomenal shot. Lost off his own post. Perhaps took it a little bit too comfortably than I would have liked there. LJ takes it up. Does he get a double? He misses this one. He probably wanted to find Hoxer. Trying to go for that tight angle as, yeah, now off the ceiling. Looks for a dunk, finds it, but not on target. Lost follow-up. All he can do is find Trevino in behind. Fury, they have to go right now. 10 seconds left. Yan fakes. Does he have anyone back? Lost is in the corner. He's got 100 boost off the ceiling. Chicago's ready. He's been faked. Drop down. Furia, they have to try and keep this up. Is it going to be Space Station through to the playoffs? You betcha! SSG! 3-1 through the Swiss. You'll be seeing them in the top 8 here in the Copper Box.
The pressure gets to Furia again, tripping over their laces at the finish line. Something they may remember from their last series. Lost, who had a full tank coming from their back third, using it all, but getting too high on the ball, expecting the challenge. It was faked, and Gen G just outthinking them in the most crucial of moments. And Furia falls short, but they're not out yet. It'll have to be a round 5, and there's some stiff competition waiting in round 5. We'll let you guys know the matchups. I at least know that BDS are in round 5, so that's not a fun spot to be in no matter what, but North America was guaranteed a minimum of 1 team with G2 and Gen G facing off. With Daz screaming,
there's so much going on.
Well.
There's so much going on the alternate stream, but SSG, as you said, that's them locking in number 4 seed as well going into the playoffs. So they will be on Vitality's side of the bracket if they are to meet them in the semi-final. Obviously, still got to work out who will be that number 5 seed to take them on in the quarterfinals. But what a performance from SSG. They just keep on stepping up and really exceeding my own expectations. 3-1 out of the Swiss. That's a phenomenal performance from them, and to take down a team like Furia in that fashion.
LJ's been the GOAT, but now he has a team behind them. What a showing out of SSG. They'll be going to playoffs to have a showing. And let's go and say hi to Leaf.
That's right. I've got SSG's Hoxer here. Congratulations, top 8. That's got to feel amazing.
Thank you, it does.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about the explosion of emotion there and like maybe what you talked about before that let you guys stay focused in and not let that energy out too soon.
I mean, we just talked about just staying composed. When we weren't like making forced plays, everything was working out for us.
Right.
So once we just slowed down, controlled the pace together, it ended up like working out perfectly. Every goal we score is a team play. So
right.
When we were able to find each other, it just things are way better. So that was really what the discussion was.
Right. And now last top 8 you got was quite a, well, time-wise quite a while ago. How do you stay over all that time locked in, I guess, mentally? It's very easy to like miss out on a LAN and say, this sucks. Like it could be a bummer.
Well, I did a shift interview earlier, and my answer to that same exact question was that after missing LANs for so many years, I can't take it for granted again. I'm never gonna let that happen again. And if I do, then I'm just gonna, call it quits and.
No, don't call it quits.
No, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, right. It is hard though.
Yeah, I'm never gonna let it happen again, and I don't think either of my teammates would either. So
yeah,
it's just one of those things where, also we knew we could make the LAN and even like make top 8, go make top 4, whatever.
Right.
Even last split. So
right.
It was just a matter of putting the pieces together and figuring out what we needed to do.
Right, and you did. Now that you knew it was there, you guys stayed focused and locked in. I mean, coming into this with Furia, this is a team that a lot of people, I mean, anybody here, but Furia specifically is a team that so many people are going to hold in regard of, you got to watch out because they can creep up on you quick. What's kind of the game plan going in such a fast team as Furia?
Well, the number 1 game plan is to not play as fast as them because,
really?
Well, if you're going to match their pace, they're going to do it better. That's not really our thing. So we just, we bait them in. We make the play after they make the play. We're not going to be the first ones to bite on stuff that's stupid, quite honestly. But they're a completely dangerous team, and I mean, you see what the goals they scored.
Right.
Some of it's just obscene. So.
Do you ever find it easy to let that creep in and forget what you're supposed to be doing in a match this intense?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. That's generally the way we lose games. Is
right.
We play to them, and it just makes it very easy for them to catch us off guard with the things they like to do. So. As long as we stick to our game plan, as cliche as it is, it works out for us.
Yeah, hey, and again, you can't tell me the game plan. I'm not even going to ask, but congratulations, top 8, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys after the break, because there's some more Rocket League coming your way. We're getting close to the end, though. Swiss is almost complete, and we almost have our bracket ready for tomorrow. See you on the other side of the break.
Of it. All I know is in your net. 1-0. Beast Mode does what he does. Gen G's in trouble.
I respect it. That was.
We don't want your respect. You're being a hater.
I mean, I'm still a hater.
Okay.
I respect
stay a hater. As long as you stay a hater, that means we keep winning.
Yeah, because you're gonna score that and you're still gonna lose.
Look, FK just trying to go for it. He tried to knock. He tried. And listen. Mimicking is a form of greatness. That means people like doing what you're doing.
He didn't invent the shot. He just scored it.
He didn't invent it. No, I don't care about if he invented it. I'm talking about this game number 5.
Oh, that's great. That's
Who's scoring this game number 5? Beast Mode did. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Listen.
There's still a lot of time.
Halfway through the game, Appjack still hasn't shot any balls at the net so far. He's got a couple demos, though.
you and this propaganda. Appjack, please get him with the double. Thank you. Nope. Oh, and Beast Mode had to just barely make that one. That was halfway in the net.
Oh, halfway in the net. If it was halfway in the net, you know what that means? It wasn't fully in the net. Beast Mode still by 1. And Chronic had the challenge early, losing a lot of boost to make sure that G2 Stride doesn't score. Listen, I understand the game plan, Coach Chrome, but Chronic, he can't sit back there with low boost for too much longer. Get the 50-50. Oh, he gets a little fortunate. We don't get the boost grab. Chronic gets away with some boost just for right now. And I think that's going to stem me this tide from G2. Actually, no, it won't. We're just going to get some demos. And Atomic's already up in the sky, floating, ceiling, looking for one more.
Why are we talking about Atomic? Stop. Thank you. Abjack to first killer. Beast Mode has to jump up because he respects greatness. I know it every time I see it. Chronic, great beat into Atomic. Oh, gosh. Had to get that clearance just so he could buy his team some time. But guess what? Abjack is up and it's stuck. He's trying to keep that one close.
It is stuck. It was stuck in the middle of the field because there's nothing materializing from that. Look at FK just disrespecting first killer. Oh, never mind. That's Atomic. My apologies, Massimo. Chronic.
You just said FK disrespecting first killer.
No.
That's what you just said. No!
Listen, maybe you're focusing to the game instead of trying to get on me. Maybe you would have scored right there.
Maybe you should focus on talking. You're going a million miles a minute. Shut up! Come on, Chronic. Atomic, sitting on that one. Oh, gosh, toodaloo. See you later. Daniel, wait, Daniel got bumped there.
Wait, no, Daniel,
wait.
get back.
Oh, Jack just tried to turn around, but he couldn't turn around in
He's the only
time.
thing he can do all series. Hit and bump, demo and bump.
Oh, Daniel tried the musty, but couldn't get enough power
Beast,
behind
get
it.
back. Beast, I don't like this position, Beast.
First
Beast, I
killer
don't like this
shot.
position, Beast. Big save from Mode. Looking for Daniel on the sidewalk. Daniel, put it away. Give me some comfortability.
Yeah, you're not getting that.
Nothing there just yet, but FK, he's a little bit scared on the back line.
He's staying close to the ball. I like that.
I like that. Make Jack utilize his boots. It's just Chronic. Daniel looks to bump him. We're under a minute left in Gen G. They've shown nothing. They've only had one attack. G2 Stride looking to close them out on Champions Field.
If you can win by that one beast mode goal, honestly, you can have it. With that being said, Gen G, they're gonna
win by 2 goals right here. Fake right here from Daniel. Oh, he said he didn't want to score. It's okay. We didn't need a score.
You're gonna let a counterattack for free? You better watch out, count your lucky stars. As we get to the final 30 seconds, all we need is one and we're back in it.
Watch out. You are not Santa Claus. Anyways, the 30 seconds left. Apparently, Jack's still looking for a goal. Wait, no, not the monkey.
Get there, Chronic! Yes! All that! Just to drop it right through your hands! 22 seconds left, and I haven't seen the defense! I'm losing my voice, but I'm not losing hope! Gen G can still make playoffs!
What just happened? That's not what you want to see! No! FK's got the demo!
FK! Oh!
No, we need overtime! We need overtime! We need to take a deep breath!
Nope, end this right now, Gen G!
No, I want overtime! Just give me the... Where you gonna boost?
Whoa. Calm down. Okay, maybe I do one overtime too. Wait. Oh, no one's there.
Put it down. Overtime. We need to take a deep breath and compose ourselves.
Yep. Everybody calm down. Let's see the kickoff.
We don't want to lose off the kickoff.
Oh, that's a great kickoff. Yeah, did you just lose off the kickoff? Oh.
Why y'all messing with me like this? Okay, Daniel slows it down right here. I like the pace. I like how we slowed it down right here.
Look at Chronic. Oh, you seem to get a good challenge there. Beast Mode in that boost. I like that. That's great. Take him out to play. Don't give him time for a solo. No one else has been great on the solos except for Mode.
Atomic, pop by one. Chronic, some boost. He might be able to get back to this.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely getting back to that. Beautiful 50. Beautiful 50 again. Oh, where's first killer? He's sitting back. And he got the...
Oh, no. I'm taking a boost too. Wait, no.
Yes.
It's so
Chronic. It's a race.
It's so fortunate for him. It looks like G2 was going to capitalize and somehow Abjack gets away. We get lucky again.
First killer to win.
No. He can't shoot right now when the pressure's on him. FK. Beast Mode challenges right there in the corner, right there. FK.
Good job, FK.
Atomic no
He's
boost.
got Jack. Play the 50. Good 50. Where's Chronic? Oh, he can get that one for free because Beast Mode doesn't have boost, just diving and got the ball.
I love it when Chronic plays too far back. Keep playing back, Chronic. That's what we want to see. That means I don't have to worry about y'all scoring. Abjack up early. Bad touch. Why is nobody playing the ball right?
Because first killer's there. That's why. Watch the game.
Oh, gosh.
Good touch out. And look at this. They're going to play it toward the sidewall. They've been doing that. Chronic. Oh, he's got it. Oh, Atomic
slams the door on Chronic's bottom right. That's what you need.
This is a defensive masterclass for G2. Have they played offense? No, they're just waiting for a counter.
Listen, we don't need to play offense no more because now it's a golden goal. Golden goal. Next goal wins. We don't need to play offense. It's all about making sure that we don't make the mistake.
Oh, you just let the ball get away from you if you're Beast Mode Chronic. Get on him.
Get away from him?
Yeah, he did. Look at that.
Look at that.
Now he has to go back. Even Atomic has to turn around.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look, Chronic used all that boost, do absolutely nothing.
Oh,
absolutely
good pinch.
nothing. Whoa. Beast. Leave the ball alone now, bro.
He's doing too much. Look at him. He's overheating.
Wait, over one. Atomic, double touch.
Oh,
right corner. Oh, my God. The Beast, with absolutely no boost to his name, gets it by one, and then Atomic, he's a shooter. He's a shooter. Say it with me. G2 Stride comes out on top against Gen G Mobile One Racing. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your boy T-Bates. Just want to hop on the mic one time to give y'all this absolutely great casting. G2 Stride going up against Gen G, the new NAL Classico. Had my boy Dazzler to my right. He might have just fainted. But I tell you this, I didn't faint though, 'cause I was just watching greatness. Gen G struck with 22 seconds left, and you thought maybe they had a chance to win this game, but I knew that was never going to happen. G2 was going to come out victorious this time around, and that is exactly what they did. G2 Stride beats out Gen G Mobile 1. G2 moves on to Saturday. Gen G Mobile 1, we'll see you playing later. Thank you.
Can we go to break?
Where are you at?
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment, here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow. No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
I mean, London this time around is a little bit different. Third time that we're here. You've all got very different qualification stories coming into this LAN as well. Oski, I'll start with you. On a brand new team, on Oxygen, how is it feeling coming here and how did you get to London?
It's a team that I wanted to build right after last season. So it was a free, I think, in my opinion. The best players outside the Frenchies. From the start, bro, we were just we clicked like that. It felt so good. And obviously the 4 French teams were so strong. Mm-hmm. So it was hard, but I mean, we knew we could make it. We knew we were better than a couple of them. Not going to name names. But.
And we're going to get into what's happened in Europe, of course. Maxi, obviously you've had a completely different journey to what Oski's described. How did you get here?
Didn't really go to plan, to be honest. We reached the grand finals against, I guess you can call our rivals, Elevate. And we lost 4-0.
Yeah. 4-2, please. 4-3.
Yeah, 4-2. Yeah. Regional 2, Regional 3. Regional 2 is pretty close, to be fair. We were quite nervous because obviously if we didn't win that regional, there's very low chance that we're going to make this major.
I mean, you guys obviously then not having to go through tiebreakers. Looking to come, over in North America, OG had quite a journey, I think, to make the third London.
Felt like, well, for the split, I mean, we started off kind of slow. We were slow in Copenhagen. We just weren't playing how we knew we could play. Started off, I think we get 8th, so 5th through 8th, lose to SSG, team that we want to be able to beat consistently. So then we go to the next one, we play against SSG again, then we lose to them in semis. And then we're like, okay, finally, we gotta get together, we gotta figure out what's wrong. Obviously, we know something's off, we can't play together well, everything's just not feeling well. Going to third regional, we put in a ton of effort, a ton of work, and we finally got everything to click. Go against SSG again, finally beat them. I think we also beat Gen G, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we beat Gen G in quarters. And then we also beat SSG, finally overcame them. Lost to G2 there in a series that we definitely could have won, but we just made some mistakes that shouldn't have, which then led us to the Shopify tiebreaker because they ended up making it through grand finals. I'm just saying, if we play Moist in semis, I think there's a good chance we're in the grand finals there, but props to them. They went 3-0 in Swiss, so they get Moist in semis and we get G2. To be honest, we didn't really doubt that we would win that at any point. We just, it shouldn't have gone to 7, to be honest. Like, we just, again, like, we're having moments where we're just not doing what we know we should be doing. And went to 7, and, like, that's the most, like, nervy series I think I've ever played. I think the experience showed through. I think, like, all of us are super experienced with that, so we held our nerve well, but 0-0 game 7, 5-minute OT for 2 LAN qualifications is pretty crazy. But yeah, happy to have taken that.
Yeah, that was, by the way, one of the best series. Like, just exciting, edge of the seat. Like, I don't know if you guys were watching, like, at the time.
I watched it. It was crazy, to be fair.
It was like watching it live as well, when like obviously you don't know the result, and it was like amazing saves, like amazing shots, like stunning throughout.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the RLCS Coaches Roundtable, where we'll discuss coaching in Rocket League. And I'm lucky enough to be joined by 3 of the best in the very game.
I've got Eversax, a major winning coach. I've got Jimmer, a 6-time this season regional winner, multiple major qualifier as a coach. And then Torment, a world champion as a player, transition to coaching. Now you've got OG to the last 2 majors. So huge achievements from each and every one of you in the Rocket League scene. And I think we wanted to just give you guys a chance to talk about coaching, about what you do. Because Torment, I think that in the Rocket League world, people don't really know specifically what it is that you each add.
You can't see as much on the field. It's a very fluid game, so there's no clear-cut like plays and strategies you can write up, like you know, CS, Valorant, League of Legends, whatever. So obviously, yeah, without hearing insight from players or actually being there in the room with us, you know, you would have no idea what the coach's like input is, I guess.
I think that's one of the main things I want to talk about in this. And Eversax, I want to talk to you about that first, because I feel like Gentlemates, our former major winners, they're known as being a team who are so much more than the sum of their parts. For some reason, when those 3 brilliant players come together, they elevate each other even more. How much of that has been through what you discussed with them, and how much of that is a natural synergy?
When the team is created, I let the players play together, and I observe to see how it is going on the field. And then I'm gonna try to like change stuff in their gameplay, so everyone is doing what they're really good at on the field, and what they like another one is taking care of it. Like asking ourselves, are we doing the good stuff? Should we change that? Should we change that? And then we come to the tournament and hoping for the best.
Do any of you have an example of what Eversax is talking about there, where something maybe wasn't working, and you, as the coach, said, we should try this, or this player should tweak that, and it being successful? Is it ever that direct for any of you? Have you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we had like a documentary as well, so you technically can see that insight. But like at our first major, obviously, didn't go great, but we had like a play style we kind of weren't confident in, and like people started voicing their opinions almost like too late, obviously, but we've gotten better at that. And yeah, like we'll like try to do something, and then this player's like, I feel uncomfortable here, and then we go in the replays usually, and you know, obviously try to tweak something so they can feel more comfortable. So yeah, definitely.
Was that tough for OG? Because the start of this season, you were 0-3 in the first Swiss, and in the second 0-2, and then suddenly things clicked. What were the conversations like?
When we were down 0-2, it was more just trying to turn the vibes around at that point. Sometimes as a coach, it is like just reminding your players, and like this is just clearly not what we tried to execute. And
yeah.
There's like so many things obviously we don't know is going to be the iconic thing that happens at this London event. Looking towards your origins that each of you have, I think there's those different stories coming from an emerging region that I want to touch on with you, Maxi, where it's a different story. From North America and Europe, they've always been able to compete. That's always been regions that you're able to grow from. You can look at the RLCS as, all right, if I'm good enough, maybe I can work to that point.
No.
How different is that coming from now competing in APAC, and you've not always had that opportunity?
I mean, so I started playing like, I could say good, super fast. So I went GC like within a couple months. And I still remember the first announcement when RLCS was coming to Asia. Like, I think it was announced at like 4 a.m. my time. And I just like spam called my ex-teammate LCT. And bro, I was nearly crying. I was in tears because
awesome.
I was at I was still one of the top players for about a year or like 2 years before RLCS came in, and it was like probably the happiest thing like I could ever imagine.
And of course, well, we've got Europe and North America who've been in it the entire time. Oscar, I'll throw it to you. Where did you grow up watching much of the RLCS and looking at the players that were representing the region, like your K-Dops, your Turbos, etc.?
I mean, I started playing the game when I was 8, like in 2015. Oh. So deep in it, it's like half my life.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm 17, I started when I was 8. Like I was just like school, football, Rocket League. That was basically it, to be honest.
Yeah. Colin, were you similar kind of vibes?
Personally, I've been playing. Yeah, I'm ancient 20.
Yeah.
Um,
All of you were born after 2000. You're not allowed to call yourself ancient.
Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, I remember watching, being in North America, like everybody's favorite team, like it was Cloud9, like watching them, like everybody was watching Squishies like that. So going then to team with Torment and Gimmick after that, being like my first pro team was a crazy experience after watching them for so many years.
And being able to then play with JNAP, such an iconic.
JNAPs too is crazy, yeah.
Like, and then him being your
Every once in a while I have to like remind myself of that. I'm like, JNAPs is like my teammate. That's crazy. Or like Tor is our coach. Like, like, that's crazy to think. Just like if I take myself out of it for a second, I remember like back when I was in school, like I'm 14, 15, watching them play, watching them win the world championship. Like it's or talking about Tor rather, like winning. It's just crazy to me.
an electric end to round 4. Furia and Space Station going at it. Space Station able to pull the upset here. And on the other side of things, G2 in a thrilling Game 5 overtime, able to take down Genji. Genji will have to play in round 5. We have one more round, 3 more matches left to go, and 3 more teams to eliminate and qualify through to the playoffs tomorrow in the Copper Box in front of all of Rocket League's best fans. This is going to be a crazy final hour or 2 of Rocket League action. It's nuts that we're still just getting started, it feels like, here in London. It's been like 10 hours of gameplay.
Yeah, the games are ramping up. I mean, we got 2 quality teams coming up on this stream. Oxygen versus Furia. I mean, Oxygen world implications. Furia, one of the best teams in the world. You want to see them play in the bracket, but you also want to see Joyo playing from the crowd.
But what a moment for North America, not only for obviously Space Station and G2 to qualify, but the Dazzer and T-Bates cast. I want to just give it up.
Yeah.
That was a great cast. That was a lot of fun to listen
Greatest
to.
cast of all time.
Of course, it goes Game 5 overtime, right?
It was ridiculous.
How does it feel to have the unequivocally best first cast of anyone that's ever casted RLCS?
Objectively.
Like, just like for first cast standards, the standards is very low, and you were up here, so.
I just want to say thank you for an amazing team that I work with. I've been watching all y'all, so yeah, there you go. And I also have a great great homie, my great best friend who casted with me, so that was great. That's not about
I'm surprised you got any words left. I thought you used them all up during that cast.
I used up a lot of words. I was talking at a rate faster than I ever have, but I didn't even watch the series, but I'll tell you this.
So I'll tell you about it.
Talk me to me.
It's LJ. It's always LJ.
beautiful.
We knew that coming in. I said he's the best player on the field in this, and we're going to see every highlight package has LJ a part of it. He began that play. It turns into a Hoxer assist, but LJ is part of it. We saw it earlier, the late game pass as well, LJ to Hoxer. Furia did fight. I expected a little bit more fight out of them, but LJ was just too much.
Yeah, Gibbs, well, here's the thing that you don't understand about Furia and watching this team is that 3-0 in Copenhagen, an anomaly. All right, they love round 5, okay? They love making their fans sweat. They love sweating it. I mean, Hoxer, we talk about CJ being the South American kryptonite. LJ and Hoxer just loves killing South American teams, and LJ definitely helping them out in that respect, but you gotta put the respect on Space Station. They were insane in this series, and major props to them. I've been impressed with Chicago all day long. Not just in this series.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is what LJ does. He's just going to be a highlight package. And unfortunately for Furia, they do get, I think, the toughest 1 and 2 team, and that is Oxygen in this next round.
We'll get to see that match here in just a moment. The players are getting ready as we get round 5 set to go. Again, both streams still up and running. There will be one more match over on the alternate stream, and we'll have the other 2 matches of round 5 here on the main stream. So only 3 matches left to go. These are those 3 matches we will see. So Power will play against Genji Mobile 1, BDS will play against Team Secret, and Oxygen will play against Furious. So I believe we have BDS versus Secret on the alternate stream, and we will have Genji versus Power as our second match here on the main stream. So make sure you got both streams pulled up. That'll be the last match of the alternate stream from this point on, or from that point on. Once the BDS versus Secret is over, they will wrap up shop, and it'll be all twitch.tv/Rocket League for the remainder of the weekend.
Yeah, remember of the weekend, I'll tell you this, Team Secret, they're blessing the lucky stars because they've already qualified for the World Championship. If they had to win one more matchup going against BDS right here, would be a lot of pressure on them. And now they're just playing basically carefree.
I mean, Brad got his tears out during that interview.
He sure did.
He's feeling great. He's racking up the points on my fantasy team, and I'm pretty happy about that. I'd love to see a no-pressure Secret here against BDS. Obviously, they're the underdog, but I'm really excited to see what they can do.
But we got 10 matches left. Every single one, elimination. There's 11 teams left in this tournament. Every single match, win or go home at this point. This is what these teams play for. 1 match away from playing in front of that amazing Copper Box crowd.
Well, let's start to get into it. Let's send 3 more teams home. Starting off, Oxygen versus Furia. One of their roads ends here. Big stories, big hopes for regions, for countries. Joyo carrying the title of Copper Box defending champion on home turf. You know he wants to be in front of that crowd again.
Joyo always gets the conversation. He always gets the talk, especially when we're going to be here in London. But to me, the star of this team that has been pulling his weight the entire Swiss stage, Oski. That man right there, Big Oscar. He has been insane. And if Archie gets it going like he did late in that last series, I mean, this Oxygen team, they showed what they can do in Europe during the regionals, Gibbs. They can be absolutely insane if they're the 3-headed monster that we know they can be.
The first 3 matches here, and Archie had 0 goals. That does not happen ever. Like in an EU regional, like at any international land, he shows up normally. Finally, it was game 2. Hit a big goal, and then after that, every highlight play was coming out of Archie, and he was looking great. So finally, he's unlocked, and that's what Oxygen absolutely need, especially now going up against Furia. Because also for Oxygen, we say it's a bad matchup for Furia. I don't think Oxygen wants Furia either. They probably didn't want them in BDS, or probably the two they did not want. So Oxygen coming out, they know they were going to get a tough opponent. They were coming through the lower bracket, basically. But it's now put up or shut up at this point. Like Daz was saying that a lot to you, Bates, in that last cast. But here we go, Oxygen. It's now or never.
He sure was. And listen, Archie, he started balling out. And that's why we talked about on the desk. We said, like, let him get a goal, let him get a taste, let him just see the net. That's just what you need to do sometimes. Get your confidence up. And he started playing better. Same went for Joyo, honestly. In game number 2, hit a nasty redirect against Twisted Minds that ended up unlocking him. And then Joyo started playing a little bit more free-flowing, a little bit more carefree.
And really quick, Oxygen, they're 3 matches away. 3 wins away from making the World Championship.
Okay, can they do it? This is a big one. If they lose this one, there's no more chances on the other side of things. But Furia, a team that played incredibly in the Swiss in Copenhagen, now here in round 5. They didn't want to have to be in this spot, but in this spot they are. They gotta find a win here.
Man, it's pain. It's pain being a fan of this team. All right, I'm just gonna get that out of the way, okay? But then, when they are good, they are great.
They're the best.
And that guy right there, Yan, he can take over a lobby. You saw him do it against OG at the beginning of Swiss. Drufo, you see him going nuts. Lost, he can take over the lobby. All 3 of these players are capable of being that guy. And they just have to put it together. This has been a difficult Swiss for them. They've lost games that I know that they feel like they should have won. That guy right there, it lands on his shoulders. Yan has to be Yan.
Yeah, Yan does have to be Yan, but listen, it's going to be a testament to Furia and all 3 players and themselves. Okay, they're coming fresh off a loss. It's only been about 15, 20 minutes or so, and they got to relock in against the Oxygen team that's coming off a W. They're feeling more confident. They found themselves. Furia, they've had tough series the whole entire time, but yeah, they got to just relock in, and they got to play one more.
Yeah, Swiss is tough because you go 2-0, you're feeling good, but now you're only going to play teams that make top 8, right? Because if they beat you, they're in it, right? So they take down the Mates. That's a huge result. Mates go through 3-1 as well. So you know that's a quality win. They run into Vitality. Okay, that's fair. They have Zen. Fair enough. But then you run into Space Station. They have LJ. It seems like when there's that one key player, Fury right now, they cannot stop that key player. So that's what I'm worried about here, because if Oxygen, if they keep up what Archie was doing in games 2, 3, and 4, if he pops off, if Fury can't do anything about that, then they're in trouble.
Yeah, so Archie is the player for you in this one, you think?
I think it has to be. Like, Ossie's going to do his thing, right? But Archie has to be that catalyst. And then, of course, Joyo with the ice. Like, I do worry where Furia, like, are they icy? Do we know that for sure? Because last time around, that quarterfinal run, they fell apart, right?
It does feel like it depends.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about Moist versus Furia in Fort Worth, and you talk about Furia. This isn't their first date with round 5.
It's true. Yan's been here plenty of times before, so.
They've been able to overcome it, but they've also fallen at this stage. It's been boom or bust with this team.
Jorby, who are you looking for Fury to step up against his Oxygen squad? Is it all Yan, or are you looking for Drew Lost?
I'm looking for Lost. I want Lost to step up. I've seen Drufo make some great plays. Lost, he's had some good moments, but he's been able to take over lobbies. I don't think Yan is going to be able to do what he did against OG. He hasn't been able to against any of the other teams that they played. So Lost and Drafinho, but Lost for me in particular, he's also a mechanical maniac. He's got to showcase some of that against this other mechanical powerhouse.
Yeah, Lost has a low floor, I feel like, but he has a very, very high peak. There are times when he's trying to do a little bit too much and gets lost on the field, no pun intended, but they need him to do well to facilitate that offense, because if he causes chaos, that opens up space for Yan and, of course, Drafinho, and they will do wonders. But if he doesn't, then they could be in trouble.
Hashtag FUR for Furia, hashtag OXG for Oxygen. Jorby, they've been struggling here. You sticking with Furia?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I think this is the exact matchup that they feel confident in. They're up against a mechanical team. They know how to play against mechanical teams. Yan's like, I'm better than all of these guys. And that's the kind of confidence that you need going into a game like this. I got Yan.
I'm going Furia. I think they are the better team. I had Oxygen missing my top 8 when I did predictions. I'm going to keep to that. I am going Furia.
I think if both teams could have won and slept in their beds and then woken up, I think I would have won Furia, but Furia's coming fresh off a loss. Oxygen's coming off a win. I think they found themselves in that last win, too. Give me Oxygen over Furia. I'm taking them in 5.
That's fine. Every time you pick Furia, they lose, so this is good.
Every time they fix Furia, they lose. I've been going with Furia all day, and Furia's what's on this list. But a part of it was that, like, going off of them, like having that kind of like M80 Swiss merchant type of vibes from Copenhagen. And I don't know. I'm going to stick with Furia. I'm going to stick with Furia, but Bates going the other way. Bates is leading predictions right now, by the way. I'm just going to spoil that.
Ooh.
Currently leading right now.
That.
And I kind of just wanted to copy his homework.
He's
but
just jinxing me.
I don't know.
He's just jinxing me now.
I got to do something out here. I got nothing in my power because it has not been going my way. We'll see how the coin feels about it, folks. Oh, it's going to go Furia. Furia, the Tiger, the Cougars? Cougars of Furia?
Panthers.
Panthers, Cougars, I'm pretty sure. No.
No,
I'm not going to walk into that trap. I've done the research myself anyways. They're the favorites in chat as well.
Let's go, chat.
Joyo having to work an uphill battle if he wants to play in front of that London crowd again. But they've got 5 games to prove it. Can they make it there, or does South America have a team in the top 8 here, folks? It's finally time, as Dazrin would say, to put up or shut up. Furia versus Oxygen for the playoffs.
Europe versus South America here in London, and lots on the line. We're going to try and match what T-Bates and Dazrin did. We're probably going to fail miserably. It's myself, it's CJ. We're going to do our best, but buckle up, buckle up, buckle up, buckaroos. It's going to be an absolute belter. I reckon Oxygen here, personally, Mr. CJ.
There's a lot on the line.
It, because bear in mind the form that Fury have had during the Swiss so far.
Yeah, they're on the verge of getting reverse swept out of the Swiss, but that's the best possible start. Drafinio, he's been a little bit quiet in the previous series, coming up against Space Station, but there you go. Oxygen getting tested off the kickoff. Kickoff goals are a big story so far this event.
He had a stunning little pre-jump in the previous series as well. Space Station Gaming did manage to get the better of them. But you're right, talking about them getting reversed out the Swiss. They're not gone to game 5 yet. Neither have Oxygen. So there's going to be new ground for both these teams, but 3-1s or 1-3s all the way down the line for Furia. This, though, do or die. If Oxygen make it, the chance for Carmine Corp to still get eliminated from Worlds hangs Oxygen to make it, but Furia can do it over Oxygen this time. KC, welcome to Fort Worth.
I feel like everyone knew the scenario going in. They need that top 2 to make Worlds over K-Corp, but I feel like no one expected them to potentially not make it out of the Swiss, as they are in round 5, but Oski responding, tying it up.
Another little pass too from Joyo, taking control with Jan belting in midfield. Lost it, managed to read it, and Oski somehow doing it a little bit quicker.
Lovely little response, 40 seconds into this one, and well, Oxygen, haven't they had a topsy-turvy Swiss stage so far? As I said, I feel like top 2 was possible. We're thinking, maybe they're a chance, maybe 25% chance of getting there, but I mean, to struggle as much as they did, and it started with that round 1 matchup against Power. It was a massive upset. I certainly didn't see it coming. I thought maybe Power could bring it to 4, but after that, Oxygen, as you can see, they got a nice win over Gladiators, then they dropped down to Gen G, and then they get the win over Twisted Minds. So they haven't exactly beaten, top 8 contending teams so far, but this would be a massive scalp.
I mean, Oxygen realistically need to look at their first series against Power and think, we should be 3-2 right now. We should have done it in round 4. Unfortunately for them, they cannot turn back time. And Oxygen do need to face off against South America's #1 team. But you know a thing or two, CJ, about defeating South American teams, especially Furia. Is there a certain knack to it, or is it just sort of have your opponent massively underestimate you and think you're rubbish?
Thanks for that. No, it's all about confidence. It's all about mindset, mentality, and Oxygen. I feel like they've been lacking a little bit of that confidence. Not quite the team we saw online back in Europe, but a team that's also lacking a little bit of confidence is a team that was 2-0 to start the day, and are now in round 5. Furia, having said that, they dropped down to Vitality. They dropped down to Space Station, who look phenomenal. Space Station have only lost to Falcons. So the losses that Furia have been pretty quality. It's not the end of the world for them, but what does it do to their mindset?
Yeah, mindset, I think, definitely the key. And your mindset's going to feel a lot better when all of your players have then scored. That's happened very recently with Archie finally getting a couple of goals in their previous series versus Twisted Minds. Going to want to get a couple more going through into this one, but Drafinio removing that pest in Joyo, trying to remove any of the players from their side of the pitch. Jan, free ball, lots of boost. He's going to use that boost space time. A lot of ingenuity, but couldn't quite work it past that final defender in Archie.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Archie online. He said it himself. He's become a bit of a tap-in specialist, the finisher for the team. But, I mean, up until that previous series, Stumpy, the only thing he was going to be tapping was his train ticket on the way home. It was really slow start from him, but he's on the board now, and they're right into this game #1. 2 minutes left. And we get the response early. Yeah, now 100 boost. It's dunked there by Archie, the man we're just talking about. 0 boost for him. Lost, almost getting the beat, but Joyo, he has been a little bit quiet compared to his online form. Pretty much the entire team hasn't been at that level just yet.
It's been a long time since we've seen Joyo attend a major as well, and I think there was a lot of hopes and dreams resting on his shoulders, especially coming into this, as the 3 Lions. And Archie the Lion does roar, managed to send that ball away from his own net. But Joyo, he's definitely got a lot of those, I think, land jitters after not attending for a long time. But if they manage to make it to the crowd, they are 100% the team that will be receiving the most energy and the most applause from their home side.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure on them as well. Obviously, they know what's at stake with Worlds, but for Joyo as well, obviously the last time he was here, well, he's the defending London champion, if you would. So there's a bit on the line here as Archie almost. Great bump, though, from Furia. Joyo gets the pinch. Archie downfield. He can turn on this. Doesn't have Oski in support. He has pre-jump. That's the confidence we like to see from Oxygen. You get anything to work. Joyo's underneath. There's the handoff. There's the shot. Lost with the pre-jump save, though. Keeps it at 1-1.
Joyo, quite a safe shot too, going centre of the net. Not a huge amount of power. Just wants it on target, realising there is only one defender left. But didn't try and sneak around in any particular way. Final 35 now, ticking down. Midfield with Lost, trying to go for that redirect that B-Mode had in the G2 Gen G series. Oski up high, low boost, can't dunk on Yan, the last man.
Joyo just gets dunked out. Early challenges coming through from Furia. Oski scoops up the 100. He's been beaten, though, by Lost. Who's back? Who's there in time? Oh. Joyo just gets there. Archie now with the counter-attack, but he has thrown it away. Really nice poise from Yan. Sets up the solo play, tries to find Lost. The pre-jump comes through. The dunk. Oski, he's been bumped out of the way. Where's the finish? Lost has saved his teammate's shot. 5 seconds. They've got one more chance. What can he do? He's trying to find Trofino. Back post blocked out. Will we get OT? Does Yan want to keep it up? You betcha. Off the corner. Does beat one. Joyo with 0 boost finds the ground.
Dangerous last 15 seconds or so with Oxygen. Furia putting on the press, but that Vice-like defense holding firm for the 3 Lions. Lost back corner. Goes mid. Archie's going to be there to meet him. Who's up first? It's going to only be Yan on his own, rather Drafino on his own. Joyo to receive, tips it just past the halfway line, but not past Yan, finally defending that pass. Drafino time boost space, shut down rapidly by Archie. We're seeing Oxygen turn it around early into this overtime compared to what they were facing at the death of that previous game. That's a doink over the top. Who's there? No one but Oski.
Oh, it was a great chance there for Fury. They had the 2-on-1. The overcommit came through in the midfield, but they weren't able to capitalise as Archie doesn't land the bump. Lost hanging around like a bad smell. He doesn't get anything for it. Joyo's trying to carry it all the way in. Oxygen 1-0.
London dreams alive for Joyo. Far down the pitch. Gets it past Lost, and an air dribble dancing like a ballerina with a boxing glove. Sends it home, game 1 Oxygen.
Lands the killing blow. Joyo are asking him to step up. He's a highlight reel kind of player. Every international event, every major, every world championships he's been at, he's always featuring in the top plays of the day. Not just yet so far for this lineup here at London 3.0, but that is a fantastic result, clutching up in the overtime, and really something that Oxygen need. I feel like their mentality can be questioned at times, their mindset, so starting strong is crucial.
Joyo, standout player too on the side of Oxygen, managing to secure just over 600 points, or rather 500 points himself. 6 shots, assaulting that back net of Furia, putting up a fierce fight against them. Lost, tipping their table. 664 points himself, 5 saves, same amount of shots.
Something as well you asked about, how do you beat Furia? Well, winning game 1 certainly helps. You know, Furia, they're a team that's very snowbally. They're relying on the offense and the confidence. So if you can win that game number 1, you can go a long way to getting the result.
All right.
I've been asking people how the bow tie looks.
I love it.
There's only one person that's complimented me so far.
Was it me? Because I put it on you.
It was
you were
you.
asking me to.
It was you.
I tightened it around his neck a little bit earlier today. He said, Stumpy, please, let's have a little hand, because I can't quite figure it out. And I did it. Chat, give him a compliment. He deserves it.
Thank you. I'm putting it away. It's never coming out again. But
okay, that's fair.
Speaking of putting it away, Joyo put that one away in overtime. It was a beautiful goal. Solo play coming through from him, and probably just what Oxygen needed. A little bit of magic from that man. And, well, Furia, they started strong. They struck first, but Oxygen. This is more like the team we're expecting. This is more like the online form from this European team.
It's what we thought we were going to be getting in rounds 1, 2, and 3, realistically, thinking that they might be going through into just not round 5. They earned their spot here. In the end, over Carmine Corp. It's going to be disappointing if they don't make that top 8, but their season could end in about half an hour.
Well, I mean, both sides, there's so much on the line. We were expecting both of them to be in the top 8 in the playoffs here in London, but Fury had the potential, the fact that they woke up today 2-0, Stumpy, with a series to go perhaps first or second seed through to the playoffs, and now potentially getting reverse swept out of the Swiss. Lost though, he doesn't want that. Almost gets the follow-up. You can see Yan, he's got 0 boost, he's tracking all the way back. That means Archie, he can get to work with the double, but gets bumped off.
Yeah, not enough boost to make sure they can rocket back down onto that to get the nice block. Force it into the net. Oski opting to jump off the backboard instead of going from the ceiling. Probably the great shout. Manages to get it past the halfway line, but shut down by Jofinho. Joyo up high. Is just going to kiss the ceiling onto the backboard, but Jofinho tracking back, shadowing his second man. Something that we're seeing develop in the last year or so is not necessarily challenging the ball straight away, but just waiting. Just a couple of seconds, letting another teammate in, forcing a touch. And a long shot.
Bump Joyo.
Stopped on the line. It was put on the plate for large Oscar.
Look at this guy, Joyo, just being a pest in Furious net. He turns, he bumps Jofinho. He backflips to dunk the ball as well. Doing absolutely everything on the goal line. Oski walks it in. But that is just pure brilliance from Joyo.
Perfect placement, I would argue. And Archie with a secondary loaded perfect placement. It's 2 in 2 seconds.
I mean, what happened here, Furia? What are we doing? The close cheat, Lost goes the wrong way. They try to go back right. He cheats close left. And the gap opens up for Archie.
That's what you want then at Oxygen. You get one, you can get the second one before you've even taken that next breath. Minute and a half elapsed. Yana does have to track back, but with more than enough boost, he can catch it. Can't get it around Joyo, however. This is going to leave an opening for Archie. The backboard again covered. Jofinho defensively has been demonic.
Start to realise perhaps I am also still a curse for Furia. I've cast their previous 2 losses. This is the 3rd Furia match I've done today. It's not looking good so far, but still a lot of time to be played here. Yan off the ceiling with a reset, tries to get one more. Goes low and just beats everyone.
That's what he's there for. Yan does it completely himself. Ceiling round 1, floor round the other. And no problem with Oski giving it a little tap.
Just dips it underneath the last man, and that's a 1v3 play. That's what they need. This is a quality lineup that they're coming up against here. There's a reason why a lot of people had, I believe even at the start of day 1, chat had a 50% chance for Oxygen to get top 2, to take that spot off K-Corp. So this is the kind of opposition that Fury are contending, and they need Yan to step up. Here we go again, Joyo this time. Nice read off the backboard. But Fury are trying to just clamp down a little bit off this offense.
We are in that final life territory, which is so exciting. And Archie has him sent long, and Jofinho has him sent to the scrapyard.
Almost a chance again. Oski, though, with a bit of space, goes backboard. Nice early challenge. I like that from Fury. The confidence in defense when they do hesitate, a little bit questionable as Joyo wins the 50, and look at the aggression shown again. He finds a bump. Shot off target, but Joyo scoops up the 100 off the corner, and I mean more attack here for Oxygen. Jofinho, the only man with boost, but, well, he's flailing in the midfield.
I think he might have expected a challenge there, and so then played for the block, but then because everybody was playing in front of the ball from Oxygen very aggressively, nothing actually managed to come through and make contact. Archie goes up, back down, and then up again, does get the block away. Joyo uncontested in the sky. You can't do this. You cannot leave him on his own. This time, though, shepherding that ball back into the orange half. Under 2 minutes now. Furia chasing a goal.
Yeah, and again, though, shot on, shot in, bottom corner. You felt like it was covered. Everything there. 3 back for Oxygen. But he saw a pocket of space and made the most of it.
No one expecting that to go so perfectly bottom corner. Joyo backboard, Archie below the crossbar. Oski, yeah, he dived and made contact, but the positioning is sublime.
It's just a last-minute change-up. He saw Archie pre-jump at the last moment, and that meant that bottom corner was free. Here's another chance, lost this time, falling in front. It will help out Yan. He can get a play going, but Joyo dunks. Archie can throw it on net, no boost to work with. As again, this is much better from Fury. It was looking deadly. They were 2-0 down just a short minute ago. Right back in this one.
Jaffinho again, I think, trying to, just assuming there's going to be more blocks coming in, but a lovely fake leaves Archie open for the ball. Backboard again from Jan, seeing a few more cheeky players coming through for Oxygen, using each other and also using that negative space where a player isn't to form some passes.
Oh, massive reset coming through there from Oski. As now, what can Oxygen do? Can they respond? Can they find one back? More 50s coming through. I mean, Joyo has been a bit of a 50 specialist. Lost this time. Tries to get a solo of his own. It has been the Yan show so far. That's a beautiful dunk, though! Just when we asked for him to respond, to do something, he steps up.
Leathery jump corner on the block. Gorgeous air draw, then completely leaves the ball alone. He reads the defender to perfection. Lost with the third for Furia, and saving them from going so early on to series point.
His fantasy coach Gibbs is pretty happy with that one. I'm not sure he learnt it from Mr. Randy himself, though. What can Yan do? Can he get one more? He's looking for a pogo. That time, Joyo said, I've done that a million times. I know exactly what you're doing. Oski with space. It's the reset, but his defense has been really impressive from Furia. They're able to challenge instantly, not give too much time for these solo plays to be set up.
But the way that that does manage to get blocked is by making sure that you bump them out the way as often as possible. Jaffinho backboard, any bumps coming through? Nope. Joya with boost from defense to offense. He transitions like a maestro.
Almost getting it to work, but yeah, falling on the ball again has been huge here in game 2. 12 seconds now. What can Oxygen do? Oski trying to get it to work. It's Archie in the back corner. He's got no boost. The bump's going to help, but Lost can just hand it back to the support of Yan in the back corner. They want the ground. They've done so well to kill this last 10 seconds.
Yan, man.
And they tie it up.
Yeah, brilliant game management too. I love seeing Lost pass it back. Players realizing, look, we don't need to always be offensive to win these games, especially if we're going to lead with 10 seconds. Why is it in their half? Just send it back to ours. That's where we're from.
Just phenomenal poise there from Furia, and that has come into question, Stumpy. I'm not sure how closely you've been paying attention to these couple of losses from Furia, but late in games, 30 seconds and under, they have looked very shaky. In the Vitality series, they were, I think, they were a goal up with 30 seconds left. They conceded 4. So
that's a lot of goals.
It was a lot of goals. And then again in the previous series against Space Station, it happened. They conceded a late equalizer. They lost in overtime. So they've looked a little shaky.
It's worth mentioning too that Oxygen, they scored 2 so fast off the back of each other, a minute and a half in. It was a kickoff goal following that first with a Joyo dunk, and Furia scored then 3 in regulation, 2 coming from Yan, the final from Lost. Brilliant play from Furia, as you say, to make sure that they don't let the early game dictate how the late game goes, and they're learning that now. It didn't go that way earlier, as you were saying, versus Vitality, but if they can learn it for Oxygen, you make it through the Swiss, you get to top 8, prize money goes up, you're happy with your placement, and you can make sure that you have a little more of your eye set towards that trophy.
Yeah, and obviously they're going to look at the World Championships as well, but speaking to apparently Jack, these events, these majors, they treat them like the World Championships. You want to win every international event just as much as any other. I'm sure Furia have the same mindset here. They tie this one up. Fantastic way, considering, as you said, they were 2-0 down, to respond like they have.
Yeah, everyone getting involved too. But now it's Oski, Joyo, Archie all pushing down. Archie tried to slam on the brakes and brake check Yan. They managed to swerve that one away. Oski, midfield, sends it long. That's on target. There's no one back. Large Oscar with an eye for a goal.
You could just see he faked out the reset and just stonked it over the top of Jaffinho. Lost trying to get back in time. He pre-flipped, but he couldn't reach it. And this does feel a little bit, well, game 2 didn't exactly go Oxygen's favour, but another early goal for them.
Pinch, Oski, wanting to try and relive the glory days of some of those European teams. Jaffinho off that backboard, reset, halfway line. Look at the boost for Oxygen. They're going to be able to defend this one pretty handily, I believe. Joya leaving that boost. It may well come back to bite them as Lost does pick it up, and this attack can continue at the hand of Yan.
Yeah, 0 boost for everyone on Oxygen. This is bad. Archie has 11. There's 11 across the board here. This is real trouble. You can see them pre-flipping, lunging across goal. Lost goes to the infield. Joyo, though, the positioning over boost was huge. And that's massive for Oxygen, who finally scoop up a couple of hundred.
This first minute has been very clearly on the side of Furia, though Oxygen do have that lead after Oski just punted it long. Back corner pinch for Oski, does read it so well off that corner bounce too. They can be incredibly awkward. Jaffinho, a miss. Archie with a miss.
not exactly the tap-in specialist in that situation, and now they've been beaten, they've been dusted. Archie doing so well to transition in time. The redirect could be a fantastic counter-attack as well, as Oski jumps, has Joyo near post, gets bumped off it, but does scoop up the 100. Going to be able to control this, has bit 2 Fury defenders. Now to keep this ball in, Oxygen. Oski tries to go quick, lost back corner, scoops up the 100, able to take it right across net and out of harm's way.
We should say as well, bear in mind the B stream is going on the alternate side. So far, BDS lead over Team Secret 2-0. Me, being Monkey Moon's fantasy coach, I'm very proud of the performance that they're putting in, and I hope that they continue to do so.
Thanks, Coach. Particularly considering the last time these two got, I don't know if it was the last time, but in London, they got swept by Team Secret out of the tournament.
Who didn't BDS get swept by in that tournament, in fairness?
Yeah, Pioneers. The results aren't great, but Joyo's positioning and his placement on the shot is nothing but excellent.
Joyo steals our eyes straight back to the mainstream. It's an Oski Joyo link-up. The 4-letter teammates can make it 2 for Oxygen.
There we go. It's 2-0 again. I mean, I was confident after game 2 for Oxygen, but we saw what happened there. What can Furia do? Is it going to be a rinse and repeat? Or can Oxygen hang on to this lead? Drafinio with boost. Takes the 50 to the wall, finds Yan. They're trying to do a quick 1-2 pass play. Lost is waiting as well. It's very awkward. Oski has to read it. Saves the flip, gets it out of way.
Players becoming so strong at those backwall reads as well. They can be so awkward, and that is a very awkward touch from Drufo. Archie can receive it from Joyo's pass. Nice composure I'm finding from Oxygen in this backside of things too. Previously, maybe sending it a little bit long, just giving the response on the ball rather straight back towards Furia. But now they're transitioning quickly or taking a low touch and forcing Furia to challenge them and giving their teammates a bit more time to collect themselves.
Yeah, they're looking like perhaps having 5, or this is their 5th series now, is doing them a world of good here, Oxygen. They're certainly looking better than at round number 1 of the Swiss yesterday, as Yan now reset, no boost. By Joyo, who, well, he has Archie and Oski with 100 boost. It shouldn't be too threatening, and does find the dunk downfield. Much better from Oxygen. They haven't given up a cheap goal to give Furia a little bit of hope. And when you do give the Panthers a little bit of life, it is quite intimidating for everyone. They're so aggressive. As I said, they're so snowbally as a team. It's lost now. Tries to get it to work with Yan. There's a pass across as Drafinio does find a 50, but once again, Oxygen building the wall.
Joyo for his own backside too, going for those musties. We know how confident he can be. Archie nearly finding him on the punt skyward as well. And Furia, let's see if they can recreate some of that Game 2 magic that they got to bring it back to 3-2 in regulation.
They've got to go though, they've got to go right now. There's only a minute, there's a lot less time than there was in Game 2. As Yan looks for a sideball, he's going to go the skim, misses. It's going to help Drafinio, who tried to snipe the top left and just didn't find underneath.
I mean, the angle was there for him, just a little bit too much beans on it. 1-2, Joyo with another save. Defensively, Joyo is putting up a masterclass, sends it long as well. The transitions from Oxygen from defense to offense are superb.
You can see Furia there. They try to set up a barricade in front of Oxygen's net. They couldn't land it. Now Oski wants more. He's got no boost, almost gets it to work. Joyo has got to keep this one in. Let's see how professional Oxygen are in this last 25 seconds now. Lost with boost, trying to control it. Archie just being a nuisance, does find Oski, and that is killing a lot of time.
If there's one thing that Archie's good at, it is being a pain in the backside, and he is making sure that Furia do not feel confident on theirs. Lost, however.
Hang on.
A little bit of a pass central, a little bit of a tap in, and Furia working around an otherwise stalwart defense, and 10 seconds for them to do it yet again to Oxygen.
And it's all about this kickoff. We've seen some South American magic off their kickoff. What have they got in store? It's single diagonal. It's hugely to the back corner. It will go to Drafinio with 100, but Oski, he's just hanging around like a bad smell. Archie's there as well. Oxygen want the ground. Furia want anything but. They're going to get possession. They've handed it to Yan, who has a reset. Oski with 100. Just has to stay behind it now. Drafinio, he's low on boost, and he's low on everything as Oxygen get the 2-1 lead in the series.
Right now, I know there's going to be a certain streamer from a certain French org.
Yes.
With a certain teammate.
Yes.
Who is with a certain former teammate of this team. I'm talking about Vatira, sorry, on Carmine Corp.
Those were eyes.
Yeah. And there's also that, because they played together.
Oh, okay.
And there's also Oski and then Atto.
Are they hate watching?
Yes, that's what I was going to get to, so just give me a sec. Okay. They are going to be hate watching this stream right now, wanting the downfall of Oxygen. So far, it is not coming. The one thing they want, more than anything, is for Oxygen to lose. Whenever Oxygen have had a loss so far in this entire tournament, all I've seen is both Vatira and Rise tweeting, "Let's go," their opposition.
And there is a bit of history between, you're looking at Rise and Vatira. Back in Moist, the Moist Furious series, looking back to the World Championships of 21-22, what a series that was, just quietly. But this time, they're not against them. Vatira and Rise sitting at home. Obviously, K-Corp cheering for Furia, but as of now, it is all Oxygen. Looking fantastic. Love the way that they iced out that last 30 seconds, even on the 0, just keeping that ball out of harm's way. Here we go, game number 4. We are yet to see a game 5 from either of these teams so far. Furia have lost their last 2 games on this map, Utopia Dusk. Can they break the curse?
It's going to be a battle in the Colosseum. Oxygen fighting to get through to that top 8. And Archie, you know what, slangs it goalward. It's not going to be an early opener for Oxygen, but it will be pressure.
Yan was massive in their 1 win they've got so far in this series. He needs to be big again. They do not want to go home here. Furia as Archie tries to control it, dunked out. Oski's awkward and lost is right there, but he's underneath. It's awkward. He wanted a better shot. He didn't find anything.
30 seconds gone with Joy now, sending it straight towards the net on their side. It's another 10, and it gets returned straight back onto the blue half of the pitch. Oski going for the bump instead of the man, or rather instead of the ball. Joyo sealing, caught out by Jaffinio, who again, pre-jumping. They can be abused, those pre-jumps. You can fake them out a lot easier. So far, Oxygen haven't really done that, but Jaffinio has to be careful of showing his cards too early.
I wanted to see those earlier challenges from Furia. It was huge in that game 2 that they won. The aggression, you saw Yan just stepping up the pace, which caught out Oxygen. They need to bring it back. But when they have been under this kind of pressure the previous 2 rounds, they haven't found it. Nice pre-jump. Joyo, 0 boost. They've just thrown everything. And Oski can walk the ball in. If he just wanted to put it on target, the big goblin. Joyo shot over the top, saved.
What? Huh? Huh? How? Huh? Yeah.
Huh? I've got no words. And they still might be able to get one here. Shot saved again. Furia, they've got a little bit of luck. That's what you need, fortune. Sometimes desperation.
Oski did that in the open qualifiers too. A fully open net, they scored quickly after. But my word, they need to get a goal soon. Otherwise, Oski is going to stew on that moment.
Oh, he's tilting underneath his desk at the moment. He needs to recompose. It's still 0-0. It's fine. Jaffinio, though, trying to stop that. What's Yan got? He wants bottom corner. Arching pre-flip. He had 0 boost. That's heroic from him.
Oski does get that save in the end, then can try and shepherd the ball away from that ever so dangerous blue goal mouth. Joya right-hand side. Who's middle? It's Archie. Tries to receive, fakes it out, but Lost gets back as Archie gets not the best touch.
Loving the speed so far from Furia, but Oski has space. He wants to make up for that previous effort. He's beaten 2. Archie with the shot!
One.
That's better for Oxygen.
That's a confidence maker right there. Oski, reset backboard, bump, no problem, bobs your uncle. A lead after a shocker of an open net miss.
That's the perfect mindset. Getting them through here, Oxygen. Half a game, have to hang on. Playoffs on the line. They know they want to play in front of this home crowd here in London. Joyo has just been dunked in front of net, however.
It's Lost again. Every goal that he has managed to get has been off a dunk. And Joya plays straight into his path.
Lost, known for his pre-jumps, his all-out aggression. He's so offensive. And in that case, it paid off. They needed to, as well as you said, they get the fake kickoff, land the 100 boost as well. Archie throws himself, but it will be possession 1 for Furia. It's massive. It's everything. And Yan has a free double bang!
We said bish bash bosh down one end. This is nothing but a Yan masterclass. Catches, sinks it, no drama.
Massive from Yan on land. Back at London here. 2-1 now for Furia. They want Champfield. They've been here before. They've been in the lead before. And that's a huge pinch that somehow Archie was ready for.
Using every drop of his boost to do so, however. Now Yan with the ceiling and a touchdown. Lost there yet again, wanting to snipe another one past that backline defense. We're now under 2 minutes and a potential Game 5, a debut Game 5 for both these teams in London.
They probably forgot what Champions Field looks like. You wouldn't think Joyo would have, as we know what their record was back with Moist on that map. As Drafinho, 0 boost, probably able to take it back corner. Lost, happy to track back and secure possession for now as Furia. Now they're in an interesting position because they've been here before with Vitality. They had the lead. We know what happened. Have they learnt from that experience?
It's 80 left to tick down, and Backboard sees all 3 Oxygen players hanging around on it. Oski will be taking charge of the ball. Thinks there's a dunk coming in, but Trifino somewhat shies away from it, so it just falls straight back into the Furia defensive play. Joyo, a very brave third man dive in, and Lost with a poor touch through, or a poor jump through rather. That pass from Oski to Joyo, intercepted again by that defense. Archie, the third man is diving in so quickly for Oxygen, and it means that Fury just can't work out with their own half.
Yeah, they've got to go though, 50 seconds now for Oxygen. I know they don't want to be there in Game 5 on Champ Field. As Yan with 100 boost off the corner, able to land on it. No, he's left it for Joyo, who's got a lot of space. Drafinho's pre-jumping, but Archie! No, again! The shooting woes continue for Oxygen. It was the perfect chance, the perfect setup. They did everything but find the net.
This time, though, it's just that dented post. And the third man coming in, Lost, wants to snipe one home, doesn't manage to. Midfield, Yan up high. First to receive it, there will probably be an Oxygen defender. Instead, it's Yan again receiving off his own pass. With Oski, leaves it to Archie, up high. Who's challenging? It's Drafinho. His pre-jumps have been monstrous.
Here we go, 10 seconds. Oxygen have to go. It's in the right end. Archie's trying to do everything. He's trying to find a bump. Yan's got 0 boost. Drafinho's pre-jumped. They've overcommitted. Joyo, he's faked everyone!
What's just happened?
It was Oski, and Joyo just sent Lost packing. Drafinho tried to scramble, but Archie the only one ready. And Oxygen might be able to steal it. Furious say not again.
And Furious say, give us a minute, ref.
Wow.
Give us a sec, lads. Let's see if we can figure this one out.
And it looks like, based on the player cams, it's going to be a timeout for Oxygen. Oski,
it's an issue on Oxygen's side, sent through his headset potentially.
He might have broke it celebrating that goal. As we nearly
punched
broke
himself
ours.
in the side of the head.
We nearly broke
Come on!
Quite barbaric from large Oscar.
Yeah, but if there's one way to intimidate your opponent, it's standing up and punching yourself in the side of the head. Surely. And we can confirm that Oski's headset is having a little bit of a malfunction. This doesn't really benefit anybody in particular, I don't think. Both teams now can calm down and maybe get back to a base level, because I know that I was going ballistic at the end of that.
I mean, it was just so unexpected, and the problem is, we spoke about it off the top. Game 4 has not been Furia's best friend. It was yesterday. They've actually, every series that Furia has played so far has ended in Game 4. The first 2, they were able to get the job done, but today, well, we saw a couple of, well, I'm going to use Rise's terms here, collapse the classes from them, as, we know what happened in Vitality, a similar story in Space Station, and now, once again, they have just handed up the lead, this time right at their death.
We know as well that Rise is going to be watching, Vatira is going to be watching, Atto, I'm sure Kometo is tuning into this as well. Hopefully just thinking, all right, let's see what happens on this overtime. One that Oxygen, they fought tooth and nail for.
You can tell they definitely didn't want that champ field, but at the same time, we saw a double commit coming out from Furia. The panic, Joyo just completely sending Lost to the shops. He had 0 boost in the meantime, Joey. He couldn't do anything, but the pressure, they know what has happened before previously from Furia in Game 4, and now they get their chance just to settle down a little bit, settle the nerves as we head into overtime here. As we said, if you've just tuned in, you don't know what on earth's going on. The winner of this will be through to the playoffs, to top 8 here at the Major. The loser, well, they'll be going home, and if that team is Oxygen, there's going to be some happy K-Corp players and fans right around the world, or maybe in France.
I'm sure that right now as well, we're seeing lots of Oxygen fans hoping that they're going to be able to see their 3 Lions play in front of the crowd tomorrow. Quarterfinals kick off tomorrow. There's a few teams that have already locked their places in. We, of course, have got Vitality, Space Station, G2,
Falcons, and Gentlemates. One of those quarterfinals matches, by the way, Space Station versus G2.
Wow.
An all USA matchup on that side, or rather all North America matchup on that side, to play for a semi-final spot. London's shaping up, by the way, to just have even more magic. Like every time we come here, it's like there's a spell put on the place.
Yep.
And just more and more storylines develop. There's always crazy things happening. And Oxygen want to be one of those teams that are part of that craziness.
I mean, just look at our top 4 at the start of the day. We had a team from every region. We didn't have a single region with 2 teams in that 2-0 stage in the Swiss. And as you said, it is shaping up to be a fantastic playoffs. Cannot wait to see all of you who are attending here at the Copper Box Arena.
One in chat, I reckon, if you're attending.
One in chat. I reckon there'll be a couple of ones that aren't actually going, but like to just join in.
You can press 1. And if you're not going, just press 1 anyway.
No, well, no, because then we don't know.
Yeah, I reckon so. Okay, if you're not going, press 2. Yeah. Go on, be different.
And if you don't like us, press 3.
No, if you don't like us, press 1, and then we just go back and ignore the first part.
I like what's going on here. But
yeah,
the important thing, getting back into this one, is we are just going to wait a couple more moments here to make sure Oski's all good with his headset.
We don't want them to pause during the overtime with another headset issue. We want to make sure that we are all sorted, that it can go through smoothly.
Well, importantly, this will be overtime kickoff. This is next goal. Obviously, next goal wins. It's overtime. You guys watch enough of this. But there's enough time now for both sides to discuss just exactly how this kickoff is going to go. Looking at it, it looks like we've got ourselves a double diagonal as well. I'll give you a little exclusive insight. And well, so far...
That gives you lots of tactics for a kickoff.
So far this series as well, Oxygen the only team to score a kickoff goal. They were able to capitalise off a bit of a misplay, a misstep. I believe it was lost close cheating the wrong side. Will we see a similar strategy employed again from Oxygen? Or do you go defensive? Do you try and set up a strategy here to win? Are you trying to win it, or are you just trying to nullify and get into the game?
I think, considering what we saw Oxygen tweet previously, or at least Oski tweet previously, when they lost against Power, he said they played not to lose. And I don't think they're going to go into this mindset thinking, okay, let's nullify this, let's chill it out. I don't think you can do that. When your mindset so far has been so geared towards that aggression and that play moving forward down the pitch, and not just thinking, all right, we'll get a couple of counters, we'll get through this series. It's not a series that you just get through. This is a series that you fight for and that you need to battle versus the Panthers for.
Well, I know with this kickoff a double diagonal, I know that Johnny Boy will be sitting in the green room at the moment, hoping that no one goes for the kickoff. The old double back corner fake, everyone grab boost with a close cheat as well. So that could be I'd love to see it. We saw Gladiators pull it off, score a goal earlier on. I believe it was yesterday. But we will have to see what happens here. Right now, you have to say that Oxygen have the momentum. Getting that 0-second goal, and Fury, as we said, I mean, game 4, they're going to have nightmares about this map if they lose again. And just to reiterate, if Furia are to drop this game right now, to be eliminated, they will have been reverse swept out of the Swiss. Pretty rare to happen. Haven't seen it happen in a while. I know Twisted Minds back in the wildcard at Worlds last year were on the verge of getting reverse swept. They couldn't get the job done, or they did deny the reverse sweep, should I say. But here we go, Furia. Just about to get into this one. This is everything on the line. Win and you're in. Lose, well, it's a flight home for at least one team.
Yeah, the other ones have got a nice public transport ride home somewhere in the UK. And Oxygen, as we've been saying, they go through here and their dreams of Worlds are still alive. If they lose this game and then one more, that is going to be them having an absolute nightmare. A nightmare scenario where their season is going to be ending here and now. Furia, regardless of what happens right now, they've got Worlds to look forward to. They are the #1 SAM seed, no matter the result. Even if I believe they were 0-3 in this event, they were going to Worlds anyway. They've been so phenomenal in their own region in South America. But regardless, lots and lots on the line. We're going to be remaking the lobby right now. So that does mean, CJ, the kickoff positions may change, interestingly.
Oh, that is true. That is very, very true. And
I hope we get another double diagonal so everything we spoke about doesn't just go for naught.
Yeah, it could. It
That'd be nice.
very well could. But I want to know, with you guys at home, who do you have? Give us a 1 in chat. If you've got Oxygen taking this one, give us a 2 if you've got Fury. I just want to know where everyone is sitting at the moment. You have to say the momentum is with Oxygen, obviously. Right now, scoring the 0-second goal. And so much pressure on Furia. They're coming off 2 losses. Oxygen coming off a nice win. And, well, I believe we're just getting tested again. So the double diagonal has resumed, but it might not be it again.
I was really excited. I pointed at the screen. I did a little hand signal to CJ to say double diagonal.
It was a nice hand signal.
Thank you. I thought it was like
I
really.
thought you were trying to hug me, but
really clear. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot barge pole, my friend.
I'll take it.
Okay, that's fair.
Beautiful. As yeah, we're just going to get tested. Make sure everything's
Little
all good.
test
The worst
lobby.
thing that we could have is restart this and then making sure that the server's all good and we're getting clear audio issues from both, or audio from both sides. So looks like Oski's pretty happy with his current setup. He just said, "Come on, I can lips." I'm a professional lip reader, actually.
Okay.
Bit of a side gig for me.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Can only read one word though.
Can you? Is it what's that word?
Oh, just like if they only say one word, I can. Just
You can nail that one though.
If it's a sentence, I'm in big trouble. But we're about to get into it. Here we go, ladies and gents.
Get yourselves amped back up.
Sit up in your seat. Stand up if
slumping.
you're in your living room.
Fix
Whatever
that
you're
box.
doing, whatever time it is around the world.
Get your mum back in the room.
Get your grandmother back in the room as well if she's fallen asleep in the armchair, because we have overtime. Here we go, game 4.
Shake her awake. It's game 4 OT. The double diag kickoff. It's going to be going pretty neutral, going forward back towards that side of the blue. Oski to receive it on that backside. Now Lost challenging. Drafinio dives in. Joyo ceiling. High past one, but lost backboard again.
Archie!
Hi, that could have been on target. Is Oski there to receive it? No, Oski plays it safe at the back.
This is fantastic for Oxygen, though. Archie, another shot on net. Yan this time, pre-jump save. Comes through. Oski's been beaten, but he does find the demo on Yan. Really strong start here from Oxygen. The pressure, the aggression already into this overtime. Again, it's next goal wins. If you just tuned in, what's going on? Winning you're in, losing you're home. Almost the dunk from Yan.
Definitely some heart skipping there in the Oxygen camp. Archie can't sneak it past Drafinio. Yam for the backboard with boost time space. How many times have I said that this series? Need to shut him down a little bit quicker. Joy to challenge, but with zero. Drafinio to shoot. It's in. Game 5!
Finally, we get Champfield. Finally, Furia break their Game 4 curse. And in round 5 of the Swiss, London 3.0, we're going the distance.
How nervy was that minute, though? In that overtime, both teams, Oxygen, they had 2 clear-cut chances to score. Archie above the crossbar. The other one, I don't even remember it, but it happened. And we're going to show the scoreboard, but bear in mind it's not that representative.
Yeah,
That was only an overtime that we played.
Yeah, Oski and lost with a disappointing 6 points. In,
Yeah, but Yan, 209. I've seen players finish a game with that amount, and he got that in an overtime.
He's been huge. He was enormous in regulation as well. He probably had 1,200 points if you include the regulation stats, but phenomenal there from Furia. We do get that Game 5. Yan's been enormous. Oxygen, as you said, Stumpy, had a chance. Archie had a chance to slot it to send the South Americans home. He couldn't get the job done. And we go one more time around the clock.
Tell you what, though, it was this 0-second goal that really felt like it summed up that series. Joyo and Lost fake each other out. Archie, you see how much that means. How often do we see, genuinely, Archie screaming for his life? Normally, he's so much more composed. But there, he went ballistic.
We just saw the pressure there from Furia. Joyo committed for the challenge in the corner, but all he did was smash the ball off the wall and pass it straight to Yan. Certainly would want his time again on that one, but Game 7 has been a bit of a playground for Joyo here. Oh, sorry, Game 5. Champions Field, should I say, is a playground for that man, Joyo. Can they get the job done here, though? Here we go. Everything on the line.
Joyo and Archie tripping each other up, being very polite in English over that side boost. So it's going to be falling over towards Joyo. And this is where Oxygen need to make sure that in their first Game 5, and Furia's first Game 5 of this entire event, that they're going to be the ones taking it home.
It does feel like Game 7. It's been that kind of series. It's been a long one as Yan, well, the hero of previous game. He doesn't get the reset this time. Challenged out. Drafinio able to catch. Opts to just throw the ball around. Somehow finds the demo. Oski goes low, pops over the top.
Oski freestyling on the ball, not quite realising what he wants to do.
Look at Yan, though. He's just controlling this pitch at the moment, looking like the best player on it. Oski does find the 50. Lost doesn't want to get in. There's low boost. This is awkward. Archie, tap in special. What do you got? Wide again.
Yeah, it's a great pass central, though, from Oski, and it's Archie with another great chance He's not going to be played with them, but a fake from Lost. The net relatively open, and we're seeing as well a player taking a little bit slow for Furia in the air, and then one on the ground playing recon and bumping anybody out of the way.
And Oxygen resorting to just banging the ball downfield. They were low on boost. As Oski, Wifty comes through. Joyo meeting Yan. Lost on a way back corner. And to deal with that one, send it downfield. Look at Yan with the redirect off the corner. Joyo's got no boost. Jaffinio wants in. Oh, it's so awkward now for Oxygen. Able to scoop up the 100 infield pass. And Lost opens up game 5.
Lost the man to receive. And Yan the one going central. And it was a Jaffinio with the first pass to Yan, sending that keeper away. Joyo bullied from a safe position, and Furia open our scoring.
And it started with that Yan redirect in midfield. He half rotated, he cut the rotation of Furia and got a huge win. They had boost, they had control, but Oxygen now, what have they got? Archie takes it up, Lost gets the clear. His third man job has been phenomenal so far. Strafinho tries to get the dunk onto Oski. Archie gonna leave this one as Lost now. Can Furia get two? It'd be huge for them. And Yan again, so confident third man.
It's 2 minutes and that one goal being the only one scored. And Joyo backboard needs to work out as Yan has been doing so beautifully on the other side. Yan again wanting to be that pest sent long. Jaffinio, can he get back to it? Yes, he can. More than enough boost to do so. Oski wanting to go for that block. Jaffinio does get booked by him. I think both these sides too playing such high octane Rocket League. Must be feeling exhausted at this point in the series. Joyo's up for it. Another block. Not seeing too much extended offense in favor of Oxygen so far. And they will need to change that should they come back into this game.
I love this. Both teams jump first, ask questions later. That's the play style, the aggression. It's going to suit Furia so far. Oxygen have to find a way back into this one. Strafinho leaves it for Yan, who only can find Joyo. Low boost, though, coming through from Oxygen. Joyo on 0, Oski as well. He can wall dash down the line. He does get a touch. Great follow, Archie, though. Here's a great chance. Oski leaves it. Joyo dunked and blocked by Yan. It should have been a goal. It's going to be open down the other end. Oxygen through everything, and they've been punished for it.
How was no contact made? Joyo came in on a relative open net, like 90% open, and again, it just stood too firm. Oxygen, they fear no man, but that thing, it scares them.
We're just seeing these half chances go to waste again for Oxygen. How much will those misses come back to bite them here? Joyo trying to wait, trying to control the pitch, but it's going to challenge us having strong. That's a great demo from Joyo. Pop over the top, but every time they find an angle, they find an opening. There's just that last guy from Furia that has been the biggest nemesis of this Oxygen lineup.
One Lost goes up to challenge both Oski with or rather Archie with a pre-jump. Final man back, Archie with a catch. Instead, a snapshot. Tries to challenge Jaffinio with 100 boost, mate. He knows the answer.
Just looks like they're forcing it a bit at the moment. Oxygen is, this time you can see Archie jumping again, but he was nowhere near it. Lost was there in time. Nice from Oski into the corner. But a huge clear downfield. Look how easy that is. They just lose that pressure.
Oxygen playing some real scared and nervous and then tetchy offense here, getting control of the ball, then immediately giving it back towards Furia. A minute left for Furia to take it in 5.
They've got to go now. They've got to do something. We saw what they did before. We saw what Furia did when they were 2-0 down. Minute to go now. Archie, redirect, blocked out.
How do you block that?
They're just ready for everything. Furia, they're one step ahead. They've read Oxygen's playbook. Yan's blocking everyone. Can he get the open net? That might just be enough.
Yan reading like a book. He checked that one out the library months ago. The final man back gets beaten by the Brazilian beast.
They might just have stolen a spot in the playoffs, in the top 8. Here in London, in front of the crowd tomorrow, 45 seconds. What have you got, Oxygen? Can you throw a single punch? Anything to give yourself a chance here. Just over 30 seconds left, but Furia, they are in fine form right now.
30 seconds ticking down. Joyo with a shot towards target, blocked out by Jaffinio again. Oski, not enough boost to challenge it. And it's Archie wanting to work out from the back.
But they're just throwing the ball away. They're not keeping it at the moment. Joyo's missing. They're panicking. Oski, he's trying to control the ball. They need it down the other end. Look at the positioning, though. Everything, every touch. The structure right now from Furia, it's perfect.
Midfield is going to see nothing develop on the side of Oxygen. It's on target. It's not enough. Furia eliminate the all-English super team.
Coming Corp, welcome to the World Championships, because Furia are through to the top 8. And they'll be there in the playoffs. Goodness me, what a series. 2-1 down. They gave away the win. They gave away the lead on 0 seconds in Game 4. They took a timeout. They took a tech pause, came back, got the win, and then dominated Game 5.
2 chances in that Game 4 overtime for Archie individually to score. He was so on it in the previous series as well. Finally got his goals. We thought that would be the turnaround moment, and it was for 4 games. As soon as it hit that overtime, however, they were down, they were out. And who stood in their place? The Furia.
Devastation for Oxygen in particular. Joyo will not have a chance.
One of the favourites to win the event.
Joyo will not have a chance to defend his London crown here. Obviously winning last time over Falcons in the grand final.
And confirming, therefore, that we will have a different winner on the roster of the London 3.0 Major. No Rise, no Vatira, no Joyo.
This playoff bracket is shaping up to be an absolute beauty as we do get South America there. Obviously, we get Falcons in as well. Space Station, can they play upset? You just know we're here at the spiritual home of Rocket League. There's gonna be upsets. There's gonna be magic. Make sure you get yourself here. We cannot wait to see everyone tomorrow.
We can also confirm as well that Gentlemates are going to be taking on Team BDS. We said about the All-NA quarterfinals. We've got an All-EU one kicking off as well, and I love seeing that we have a MENA team in there in Falcons. We've got a South American team in there for Furia. It's a global esport, and we're getting that this time.
A massive result for Furia. They deny the reverse sweep out of the Swiss. They make the top 8, and we do now head to an interview.
That's right, some big celebrations at the end there for Furia, and now I have Yan alongside me to answer a couple questions about that victory, and also a congratulations to KC for making it. I was just informed the Lost, I'm gonna ask you actually first. Yeah. Lost is friends, I guess, with Vatira, so they must be really happy right now.
Yeah, Lost and Vatira are big friends, and we even talk about like saving KC words, and it's gotta be us.
Right, exactly. Now to Yan here, I gotta ask you about that. What a crazy series that was. It must have been exhausting, a lot of resilience to get through that. How do you guys keep the energy locked through the whole series?
Foi uma série muito exaustiva e teve que ter resiliência, tá ligado? Como que a gente consegue manter esse momento, essa energia desde o começo até o fim?
Pô, por mais que tava dando tudo errado, assim, tipo, pra gente tava tentando sempre se ajudar mesmo dando errado, um apoiar o outro, manter o hype, que é o mais importante pra gente. E isso que você falou também, né? A resiliência. Então acho que esses foram os fatores principais pra gente ganhar.
Even if everything going wrong, we try to keep us calm, hyped, focused, because that was the goal. And like you said, resilience, that's the main word for us.
It seriously was, especially OT at the beginning and then going down by 2. Now for that, there was in the middle of there was a tech break. Did that help or hinder you guys, do you think, towards your victory?
Aquela pausa do Oscar atrapalhou ou ajudou você?
Atrapalhou.
Not good for us, not good.
Can you explain why that's not good for you guys? It just you like to just keep going?
Você pode explicar por que não foi bom?
Pô, tipo, a gente tava no meio do overtime, tipo, era a partida, pô, se a gente perde, a gente tá fora, se a gente ganha, a gente leva pro último jogo. Então, pô, a gente tava pegado, tipo, aquecido já, tava no hype, aí, pô, pausa o negócio, tipo, fica muito tempo sem jogar, esfria tudo, e isso, querendo ou não, né?
Yeah, last game, if you lose, we go home, and we're trying to like play, and suddenly it's a huge pause, huge break. Not good for us, but we try to keep us calm, chill, and let's go.
Again, I'm not surprised. The play style shows it to you guys, like momentum and speed, that's for sure. Now, I don't want to keep you too much longer here. I just want to say Team Secret was over there watching, cheering you guys on. They wanted you guys to know that. Is there anything you have to say to them for locking in Worlds? Any congratulations as well for them?
Você não sabia, talvez, mas a City estava vendo a gente lá. Eles estavam hypando a gente, torcendo. Tem alguma mensagem pra eles, que eles estão no Worlds agora também?
Porra, eu amo vocês. Amo muito.
I love it in Secret. Love it so much.
Hey, congratulations again on the victory. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
And I believe Ladies and gentlemen, that leaves one more to go before we have our top 8 filled in. So please, one last stretch, one last glass of water. Come on back on the other side of the break. One more series of Rocket League.
Come on, Jack, get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow! No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front! We are going to Champions Field!
One touch was enough, got you thinking of 3 words that you can't say. Too soon to be real, things you shouldn't feel, got you walking my way. Hey, you didn't see it coming, surrounded, I got you spinning out. Inside, you know it's too late now, too late to let me go. Tell me, is it fun here under my sun? No sense testing your fate. With every turn, the lesson you learn is there is no escape. Hey, you didn't see it coming. Now I'm all you ever think about. Inside, you know it's too late now. Too late to let me go. Hey, you didn't see it coming. Now I'm all you ever think about. Inside, you know it's too late now. Too late to let me go. Too late to let me go. No. Too late to let me go now. You know, it's too late to let me go. It's too late to let me go.
And just like that, 3 rounds of Rocket League have flown by, and we have one more match on the day. Oxygen, celebrations moments before disaster. Furia ends their run, and Furia is going to be playing in the bracket.
And we're going to talk a lot about that game 4 of Oxygen, where they did wind up scoring, but they had a wide open miss by 2 of them, basically. They do score later, but then there was, right after that play, it felt like there was many opportunities for Oxygen to capitalize on these plays, and they just didn't in games 4 and 5. And Fury's like, you are gifting us goals, and we will gladly take them. It seemed like Oxygen ran out of steam just a little bit too soon.
Yeah, they ran out of steam, and they had so many opportunities. You got to end up converting on some of them. My boy Archie was not shooting the best of his ability, and you're right, Gibbs. In that game 4, they had the opportunity to just put them away early, hit a couple open nets, and they didn't, and it all backfired.
Well, and I mean, you got to think of at this late in a tournament, Jen, like a tech pause like that, like how does that affect a player's mentality?
I think that was good for Furia because they looked really boomed. They started off 2-0 on the really in Swiss, and then they lost back-to-back. And I might have been casting both of their losses, though. And I saw,
we found the card.
I saw the implosion, the collapse live. It was not that great. So I think the tech pause allowed them to really calm down, because I saw kind of how frantic Furia was, and their third man playing not as far back as you would like. And Oxygen, although you guys are, sad about them, they started off rougher and they got better. Like OG started scoring, so they ended on a higher note.
And the buzzer beater in game 4 to force the overtime that then the tech pause had to happen for, Like, it was like they had so much momentum going into that. That tech pause was a disaster for Oxygen. This moment right here, the fact that this goal goes in at all.
Chaos.
Yeah, look at the height.
Lot of chaotic
and then you go roll with that momentum going into OT. Then you had the longest pause. Look at the reactions from Furia. Furia would have had to bounce back for that, but no, they got a chance to recollect themselves, pose themselves, and came out in game 4 in that overtime, struck, and then in game 5, Oxygen had their chances. They didn't capitalize on them, and Furia, they put them away.
Yeah, like this game, it was a lot of just wide open nets by the end. We'll see a play here from Archie where it's just a miss hit, goes right to Yan, and he's like, all right, it's wide open net. There's nothing left.
I heard when Stumpy said, oh, Joyo missed the open net just like that one time, my jaw was on the floor. I was like, no way he spoke that into existence. And then they missed more and more and more. So I'm blaming Stumpy personally.
But like, it hurts extra for Oxygen, and I don't want to pile on to them, but obviously, World Championship hopes are gone. It's also 3 Englishmen, going in front of the crowd. So feels bad, but we have to play the games. We can only get 8 teams in front of this crowd. Furia definitely deserved that win. They've been lights out at least through 2 rounds, and then they fell back down, but it's because of that tough competition. So it's good to see them in, because I think they have a shot to win this major.
I mean, day 2 at this format, I feel like is the most emotional day.
Yeah.
From both sides, teams with elation going forward to the bracket, teams being eliminated. We've sent 8 teams home. Well, actually, we've sent 7 teams home so far. It's time to send 1 more home. We got 1 more match to go, folks. So we'll be getting to that here in just a moment. The teams are getting ready to play. If you haven't been watching, let's get you caught up on what has happened so far in round 5. We had Oxygen beaten by Furia in game 5 on the alternate stream. That stream is now done. They have finished. They have wrapped for the London Major. Team BDS took out Team Secret 3-0. Secret's run ends here, but South America 1 out, 1 in here in round 5, which leaves 1 singular match left with 2 teams still hoping to play in front of the crowd. Power, the last hope of Oceania, going up against Gen G, trying to make it, what is that, 4 for 4? 3 North American teams in the bracket.
3 North American teams in the bracket, indeed, and Power are right back where they were in Copenhagen. This time they're playing Gen G rather than G2. NA stands in OCE's way from getting another top 8 since getting their first top 8 since, was that the Chiefs a long time ago? Yeah, a long time ago. So yeah, OCE, they're still right here. They have a quality win against Oxygen, but now they're going up against a Gen G squad that just played an absolute doozy of a series against G2 Lemon.
I really love watching this team. I think I really underrated them coming in. And for them to go to round 5, this is incredible. I have Torsos personally on my fantasy roster, so I've been paying extra attention.
How's he been doing?
Could be doing, he's got saves. So, that's what's important. But hey, the rest of this team, they bring such great vibes. It's the powerhouse.
Yeah.
But they're going up against North America's powerhouse. So.
It's really tough for OC, for Power. We're like always power ranking them maybe like anywhere from 10th to 13th, right? So realistically, to make a top 8 run, they have to get 2 upsets. They got the one versus Oxygen way back in round 1. Then they faced 2 North American teams. They faced G2. They gave up 14 goals in 3 games. Then they faced Space Station, gave up 17 goals in 4 games. NA has destroyed Power. They did beat Gladiators, but again, when it levels up to that new competition outside of Oxygen, they haven't shown up.
And that's, all eyes were on Power ever since the first match of this event where they upset Oxygen. Yeah. So I think people have to pay more attention to this team, and Gen G can't underrate this.
Well, let's see how Gen G is feeling coming off of the match of the day for many, many reasons. G2 versus Gen G, game 5 overtime. G2 comes out on top, and now Gen G has to bounce back, play another game, the longest day possible they've had here. Okay, we said they were on a slump coming into London. How do we rate their current state?
I want to ask Bates, because it was probably a fever dream, his cast, but they played J2, and it was toe-to-toe, right? It was
It sure
Game
was.
5 overtime. How good do you think they looked in that? And do you think that Game 5 overtime loss is a detriment to them going into this round?
I don't think it's a detriment. I think they'll be just fine. They've been playing good the whole entire time, and even in that series, they look solid. I do think they did change up their game plan a little bit, playing against G2. Abjack was definitely looking for way more demos, way less shooting opportunities, and FK wasn't as prominent as he has been against when they went against Vitality and Oxygen earlier in the days. So you want to see what type of Gen G we're going to see against this power team.
I'm worried if the series goes long, and I think Gen G need to go out strong or start out strong because Gen G have lost 2 Game 5s. They almost reverse swept Vitality. That was 1-0. That was very scary. I know there, Bates, you were part of the yappening of 2024, where that Game 5 also didn't go the way of Gen G.
The yappening of 2024, I kind of like that. But regardless, Jen, you make an excellent point. I'm kind of worried if it goes long, too, because that means I'll be here till 12 o'clock, and I won't be here till 12 o'clock. So I need this series to figure it out. But FK, he's been great. I think he's been one of the best players in the land so far, Gibbs.
He is top 5 in goals per game. That's what First Killer always does. He shows up all the time. He's always in the octane rating. You know, he's normally #1 in NA. Finally, he wasn't for a whole split, but First Killer, you know he's going to put up numbers. And again, against Power, who has given up a lot of goals to NA, I bet First Killer will farm here.
Yeah, Bates, didn't you say something about FK to First Killer? Like, he could be 2 people on the field at the same time?
Yeah, he's playing. And not only is he two different names, but he's also playing for 2 different teams. FK is playing for G2 and First Killer is playing for Gen G. So that was the interesting aspect of that. But I think he was really playing his best ball. I don't think he played it against G2 necessarily, but just going off his in-game form right now, I think he's been great.
Well, folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag PWR, hashtag GGM1 in the chat. It feels like there's a clear favorite here, but I mean, we've had upsets before. We had Power creating the first upset of the tournament. Can they do it again? Jen, who you got?
I did go with Gen G.
Okay.
I wouldn't go with Gen G if this went to 5, because you know the stats aren't favoring them there. But it's about how they bounce back against G2. I think Gen G are, I wouldn't say they're used to losing to G2. That sounds like really like I'm flaming them. But Gen G, I think, can understand that loss and not let it get to them, because they know they can beat Power, but they understand if they lose to G2.
Okay.
We said Power beating Oxygen was a huge upset. This would be a bigger one. Oxygen obviously didn't look that great throughout this entire weekend. We saw that now. And Gen G is the NA #2. Not only that, but the LAN power that team brings. I can't see it happen. I think Gen G win this and they win it quick. I'm going to go 3-0.
Oh, he wants to, hey, win it quick. He wants to get out of here. I respect that. B, banana, nana, hey.
You going
B,
Power?
Banana. No, I'm going Gen G. I just wanted to make sure that everybody got a little taste of what the B banana head chant might be, because it won't be there tomorrow. I do apologize for that, Power. You're going to have to lose right here to Gen G. And I'm trying to get out of here, so I'm going to predict it in this week.
You make me sad. We've been waiting so long for Banana Head to get in front of a crowd.
I love the team.
You talking about like having experience with long, grueling days. Nobody's got more experience that's left in the building still competing than Torsas does. Can he make it there? I don't think it's going to happen, though. I do think Gen G is clearly the favorite here. How does the coin feel about it, folks? It's going to be Power. The coin's believing. The coin's been going underdogs all day. Can the coin be right in this final moment, final match of the day? How does chat feel about it? Has OCAE woken up? Not quite enough to get behind Power here, but you know, I think they've got enough energy at this point. They are literally a powerhouse. Let's see how they do in the final match of the Swiss before the crowd. 2 teams with hopes of playing in front of the best fans in esports, but only one will earn the honor. Power versus Gen G to close out the Swiss.
It's one more match for the Swiss, and then we move on to the playoffs. OCE have been here before, but they haven't gone further than this in the Open Era Stumpy. This is what they want. This is the ultimate goal, really, after they make it into top 8. I think that's where they wake up and it was all a dream. But let's see if they can make it happen here. Gen G, the final boss.
Power coming through, bear in mind as well as the overwhelming #1 seed in OCE. They didn't lose a single event, Johnny. They went 6-0. A couple of different grand finalists that they managed to beat on their way there too. But if you're completely right, going up against Gen G, the #2 team in North America, is going to be a completely different caliber of fight.
Well, the last time that these 2 teams played in Copenhagen, Power came out and scored 6 goals in the first game. Banana Head tied the all-time record for most goals in one game. And then they lost the next 3. So Gen G have shown to date that they can do that. They can bounce back from tough game 1s. They have been slow starters, losing a bunch of game 1s in series they've played this weekend. Power, early chance to get the ball center. Not a lot of boost in the tank to follow up with. Gen G had plenty to defend with. For Power, the question mark for me is their defense. Can they keep their discipline? Can they make the hits that they need to make? I mean, this is not disciplined defense, but somehow it's going unpunished. Gen G are not there to make anything of that bouncing ball.
Yeah, Gen G going to be going full offense, I'm sure, in this matchup, because you know that when you see OCE play, typically, they are sellotape down the boost button and send your Bukara at that ball as fast and as hard as you can. Typically, it works out because a lot of teams aren't actually expecting you to really go for that challenge or really go for that dunk. But Chronic, he has turned everything on its head, and yes, he really went for that challenge.
This is just not where Fever wants to be. He's in no man's land. Banana Head gets dunked on. You've got no boost in defense. You've got to get behind the ball. Low 50 is the name of the game there. Not getting dunked on straight into your net. Gen G with a very easy goal to go up by 1. And a shake of the head for Power. They know that that's a pretty easy goal to give away. If they're going to lose here, they don't want to lose by giving away a bunch of cheap goals. They want to show what they're really made of.
And as Chronic's fantasy team coach, I'm very happy with that goal. Good work, mate. Keep them coming. Let's keep me on top by some clear margin. I need to beat others at something that involves none of my skill, but Banana Head, she's running below the crossbar. Apparently Jack going to be earning a save for that one. And Power, they are absolutely not without their offensive prowess.
Good cover on the infield pass here from First Killer. Now tries to go the other way with the flip reset. Torsos has been bumped and First Killer finishes it off, but it's the physical play from Gen G capitalizing on the 2v1.
There's definitely the thought, I think, in the Gen G camp where they could succumb to what happened with Oxygen at the start of this entire tournament, where they played not to lose. They thought, all right, let's look to the next series. Let's see where we're going to end up after we get through Power. That gave Power a door through, and they beat them 3-1. And Gen G, they're going to know that that happened. They're going to be acutely aware that they cannot underestimate anybody. You are in round 5 with them. You have as much right to that quarterfinal spot as your opposition. And respect is going to be the name of the game, but a reset going just wide and First Killer no contact.
Yeah, how they got here, in some ways similar. They've both taken down Oxygen 3-1, but it's the losses that are worrying for Power. They've lost 0-3 to G2, they've lost 1-3 to Space Station. Compare that to Gen G's losses, Game 5 against G2, Game 5 against Vitality, who swept Swiss, so they really have looked like the quality team. And Power have unfortunately let a couple of series get heavily away from them. They've been blown out when they have lost to other NA teams, and now they're up against an NA team to try and qualify. It's not going well for them. It isn't going well for them right now either.
Wonderful couple of saves coming out from B-Head, though. And I can see just inside that inside wall, staying a little bit sneaky in the net, and a 50 from Chronic, going to bounce over towards a fully boosted First Killer. Chronic rockets it above the crossbar, receiving an infield pass and on the open net. The plague that came from Oxygen, the residue still on the pitch, and Chronic's going to be there to return the favour down the other end.
It's a 2-goal miss from Torsos. He did have to place that to the right side of the goal, but not that far to the right side of the goal. And an easy double tap for Chronic down the other end. Well, easy for a player of his caliber. I could definitely do what Torsos did, the other end of the pitch. Not sure I could do that.
I've seen that happen in our ranked games.
Yeah, more often than not, but yeah, I'm not sure I'm quite as automatic as Chronic is with a double at the other end.
3-0 for Gen G, and looking that somewhat routine vibe that the desk were alluding to. Gen G may be already looking forward to that quarterfinals and a date with Destiny as apparently Jack returns to his homeland.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind it. And they've been so convincing throughout Swiss with their win-loss. They're already +2. So if Gen G win this with any score, 3 games to 0-3 to 1-3 to 2, doesn't matter. They'll play Falcons in the quarterfinal.
That's a screamer of a quarterfinals as well.
It really is. And if Power are to win, it does matter. You know, they need to sweep if they're going to play against Falcons, but more likely if they win in a longer series, it would be Vitality who wait for them in the quarterfinals. But we'll talk about that a little bit more if Power actually make this into a series. Right now, Gen G just look like they're going to be too strong.
A very clear favourite here coming into it, and looking like in game number 1, a very clear favourite coming out. Torsos though above the bar. First Killer is going to wait and prowl, maintain that control, and a pinch off his roof with Torsos. Fever in a good position that time for the save. The 0 boost means that there can be full advantage taken by apparently Jack. Push it down, Banana Head back forward. 50's it, it's a low 50. He does maintain control, then gets sent to the scrapyard. Torsos high, a bump that does not land on First Killer, who can clear it away, and then round that final defender, Abjack, to just about squeeze it home.
And Abjack beating his demons there, actually hitting the open net. He's going to be thrilled with himself there, but It's all first killer on that play. Just effortlessly reading the defensive bounce and then setting up his teammate at the other end. Can't really blame Power for overcommitting on that play, but it's the earlier plays in the game that really got them in trouble. It seems like it's been a theme of the day, and it's becoming more of a theme every day in modern Rocket League. You cannot leave an isolated defender at the back, 2v1, 1v1, whatever it is. You just cannot play threes these days with one player in defense.
Yeah, completely prone to being taken advantage of, and especially when you then find yourself in a 2v1 situation, it's just too easy for teams at this level. And a long send by Fever, intercepted by one. Gen.G taking game number 1 relatively routinely with a 4-0 victory.
Yeah, it's a bad game 1 for Power. Gen.G picking up a win in game 1 is definitely going to be a worrying sign for them. So I'm not mistaken, if Gen.G lost every game 1 they played, they lost to Team Secret in game 1 in the first round. They definitely lost to game 1 and game 2 to Vitality. Started the day today, they lost game 1 to Oxygen, and against G2 as well, they lost game 1. So this is the first time that Gen.G have actually won game 1 in any series this tournament. And they've been able to come back and turn their losses into very close series. They've come back and won 2.
I mean, they've turned around half their series.
Yeah, so they know how to come back. Well, now they're in front. So Power, they don't know how to come back, really. You know, they have really struggled. The heads went down against G2. You know, they did get one back against SSG earlier, but they got completely blown out in the next game. So I'm very worried for Power here. If they were going to have a chance, I feel like it came off a strong start, which they haven't had.
Power definitely needing to rethink their rule book, make sure that they're going to be able to think of something, anything it feels like, to really battle against number 2 in North America. And I'd also like to make sure that we say to Jimmer, get well soon. He's standing behind Power at the moment. He's been in hospital early hours of the morning. He was saying he might even be able to be here in round 5, but he's managed to muscle through. He is standing behind the boys. He's fighting to the absolute death, potentially, of their tournament. So get well soon, Jimmer. Drop some hearts in chat for him. But Gen.G, they're going to want to make sure that he gets a nice long rest as they want to try and finish this series in a nice quick 3-0.
I know, how kind of Gen.G just to give Jimmer no more stress for the weekend. Just
nice.
Take it easy. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Well, they would love nothing more than to make it into a top 8 for the first time in the Open era. They've been so close so many times. They've been reverse swept in the final round before top 8 many times, and we're not headed that direction right now because Gen.G are more likely to sweep them from this position. It's an easy finish for Chronic, but it's a quality flick that set it up in the first place. Power not doing enough in the defensive end.
Seeming like right now, Power, whenever they get that control in their own back half, their back third, they want to get rid of the ball as soon as they can. They think immediately, okay, let's go. Let's attack. Let's make sure that we push into the orange half. Gen.G, they will pre-jump you, and every single day. But Arhead wanted to be a nuisance on the back wall, isn't going to be able to. And Applejack sending it, rotting it central, up high above the bar. Chronic jumping for his own net, an impressive touch to clear it away. But maybe that aggression from OCE not quite catching out these North American teams.
And Gen.G have just picked their challenges exceptionally well. They are not letting Power outplay them. And when you've got wave after wave of Gen.G players to try and get past, it's going to be difficult. As they almost score another one. It's a great pass in field by Jack, but this time a miss from Gen.G. But Power are in real trouble. They can hardly get the ball into the Gen.G half as the pressure keeps on mounting.
Minute gone so far, with Chronic getting the only goal. Fever, that flip reset not going quite as far as he would like, and so Torsos has to pinch it from the corner. Finds Fever again, full boost.
Oh.
A lot of ambition, but not quite the angle to secure anything from it. B-Head actually passing it back, but first Killer staying grounded and sends the veteran packing.
I mean, that's just so smart from First Killer, driving straight into the player, not even bothering with the ball, because if the player's got no momentum, they're not really going to do anything with the ball. You could just bump them away. They're not moving. Smart defense from First Killer.
Yeah, 2 foot the man away from it. Chronic, this right-hand side with very little boost, is still going to make sure that he works in the way. And again, you send one player to it, and it means that then the defender or the attacking player with the ball, they're going to be able to get it a little bit far, but then you've then got your teammate working around behind them. Fever, left-hand side, decent boost. Great time that he's worked out from it to a 50 central. Banana Head is going to make the next contact, but it does then pip its way out towards apparently Jack. Chronic up. It's a lovely flick central and the second for Gen.G.
And they've just got the passing options ready, don't they? As apparently Jack advances down the pitch. Chronic's over there in the wide position, giving him the option. And when we compare that to Power's advance, it's just a different level. I mean, Gen.G are playing for each other here off the ball. And that's, you know, not just in defense, it's in offense as well. Power have not been able to match that synergy at any point in this series.
Fever, though, an opportunity, but not enough boost to have that dream make itself into reality. Halfway through the game, there's 2-0 so far. Power yet to score. 7.5 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, it's looking worse and worse with every passing minute. Power, if they weren't already doubting themselves, they will be right now, as their offense has been shut down. They have no answer for Gen G's plays at the other end. And the only positive they've got to take away from this game is that they are getting a little bit more into the Gen G half of the pitch, but not any closer to scoring, really. They've maybe had that one chance for Fever, which he got the first touch shot wrong with. So he tried to go for a backboard double, and he more cleared it. You know, even when they're getting those half chances, they're not clinical with them.
They're getting decent blocks, I feel, in the midfield, but then where does it go after that? Typically towards Gen G. They're the team that benefit from a lot of these 50s. Torsos, though, getting a flick towards the middle. Chronic backboard can save it away. Chronic, a first killer, will chuck a paper bag over him. They occupy the same postcode for a brief moment, and apparently Jack is still left with the ball. First killer up for a double tap and cleared away by Fever.
Yeah, no dribbling control from Power. None to match Gen G, at least. We've had grounded plays from Gen G that have really caused Power problems. Power seem more interested in trying to hit the ball to outplay Gen G. Banana Head now attempting a double tap own goal. He's going to send it to Gen G's half.
Nice.
Of course, he's not attempting an own goal, but with how things have been going for them, I was worried for him there for a second. However, he did get a beautiful yeah, he did get a good clear on the end of it all. So well played, Banana Head, but it's just so easy for Gen G. Honestly, they're at a half pace right now, and they're still scoring at will. Again, that wide position, receive the pass, and it's just working every time.
No one able to challenge them. Banana Head, yeah, he had the idea to, but unfortunately for him, he was going to be about half a second too late to it. And that third one sunk home for Gen G. 7 unanswered goals for one of North America's greatest teams. And as we enter the final minute, Bauer, we said we needed you to rethink what you were doing, but you're stuck with the same old whiteboard that's been collecting dust.
Yeah, can Power get anything here? You're right now, they just need one goal for confidence, for momentum, just something to celebrate about.
Mostly, I think.
I mean, when you're only fist bumping to celebrate the other team's goals, it starts to get pretty old. Now, this is a real chance, though. Fever, 1v1, but a huge 50-50 by Jack. Puts a stop to that attack before it can get really into a threatening position. Final 20 seconds. Power just looking for a consolation goal.
It's been relatively scrappy, I think, from both teams. It's not been a huge amount of perfect plays. I don't think that we actually need any perfect plays. Apparently, Jack, you scored the opener earlier, and then you sent it postbound on both of them. Who's got Outjack in their fantasy? Because they're going to be screaming right now.
It's a rare moment, honestly, in Rocket League Esports history where I think we could have put Stumpy in for anyone in that play, and we would have no idea who you were. You could have been any of them. What was that? But they didn't need to do it. Obviously, Gen G were already up by 3. They don't really care if they get a goal there. Power, they know it's over, so they're probably, you know, only really letting the clock run down. But Gen G have just completely stomped them so far. It's been a gap in skill, and that's the problem. Power have not been able to control the ball. They've not been able to see Gen G's passing plays coming. And really, they're just lacking any kind of flair or creativity. They've got to step up here massively if they're going to have any chance to come back.
Currently, Gen G on flat, perfect sweep on land. We don't get them too often. BDS, I know, have been the victim of one in LA in 21-22. I'm literally about to ask when the last time was that we had a perfect sweep on land. I don't know, Johnny, if you know, just off the top of your head.
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Couldn't tell you that. Maybe a genius in the chat can tell us, but this could be it. It really could. It feels more like a perfect sweep than it does Power, you know, winning a game, that's for sure. Because I'm more confident in Gen G just winning, keeping this the clean sheet than I am in Power getting a goal. It's just been that hopeless at times. But come on, Power, give us something. Give the Aussies back home something to cheer about. I think they're probably all waking up right now in the morning to see our Power still in the tournament. Well, they are for now, but for how much longer?
And you know what, Johnny? Apparently there were 2 at Copenhagen.
Oh, I love that.
Which is great. One of them was Power. Power were perfect swept by G2.
Oh, it was in this
the other
round.
North American Titan.
Was it in this round as well? Was it round 5? I think it might have been. Oh, no, that's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign at all.
Oh, no.
You don't want to go to round 5 and get perfect swept, but First Killer takes the inaugural shot on target. A
Here we go.
chance. Go on, Banana Head, he's lurking, he's waiting, he passes it central. Torson is there!
Oh!
It's a block from FK.
Oh, no, wait,
The Fun Police and Fever, he sends it away. We stay 0-0. Right now, Power battling to not relive their Copenhagen woes.
Can Power get a goal? Can they start something? I mean, if they get a goal, they better celebrate like they've won the tournament. Just try and confuse Gen G. Because Gen G are coming forward again, but they're getting a little bit complacent here. These are risky attacks. It's going to work, but they are leaving some gaps in the counter here. We're talking about not leaving one player alone at the back. I mean, there's definitely one player alone at the back there for Gen G. Power can't get the ball clear to punish him.
That's my fantasy player right there, mate.
Tap in.
Tap in, Merchant. Middle of the goal. That's all it counts for. And apparently 4 of the 7 perfect sweeps on LAN have been by an NA team. Which is outrageous, and Gen G wanting to join that illustrious group, making it 5 out of 8.
Yeah, who were the opponents? How many of those were OCE is the question I want to know.
Copenhagen, Power and Pioneers.
Oh, for goodness sake, it's not looking good,
Come on,
folks.
OCE!
It's really not looking great.
Put up a fight!
Please give us the positive statistics now, because these statistics are adding up to make this seem even less winnable, even less scoreable. 1-0 Gen G. Power,
I'll give you a positive statistic. It's not a statistic, but Banana Head has got the best name in Rocket League.
He does.
I would argue. It goes into the most number of charms.
It does. We've
One
got
day
so
we'll
many.
hear them in front of a crowd.
Well, they've had some chances courtesy of Gen G stretching it a little bit on the offensive end here. I mean, at this point, Gen G feels so confident. They're playing crossbar challenge, though.
They just double commit on that one, too. Is it going to lead to a goal? Banana Head picks it up, a reset. That's actually dangerous.
Oh.
First Killer had to really stretch for it. Fever up, the second is not there. Not enough boost to rocket himself back down.
Oh, there's definitely a clear difference in Gen G's discipline. They have left it loose in the midfield, whereas before, it just seemed like all Gen G players were behind the ball at all times, and you had to outplay all of them if you're thinking about getting a goal. Now it seems like you might just have to outplay one, as Gen G are already feeling like they've made it into Saturday, made it in front of the crowd. Here comes Torsos to the reset. He chipped it into the post, but Chronic's there to clear it. Still, I feel like a goal could be happening here. This is not pure hopium. Gen G looking to lock it down again. It's only 1-0.
Oh, dearie me.
Back pass.
Johnny, I'm going to be Power's Grim Reaper here.
No, not again.
I've got another number for you.
Oh, for goodness sakes, you've got to stop this.
This would be Power's 3rd perfect sweep against them. V1 have perfect swept them. G2 have perfect swept them. Potentially Gen G are going to perfect sweep them. And all of them had Torsos and Fever playing for Power.
Boys!
They've had almost half of all perfect sweeps on LAN against them.
Just get a goal, boys. Just any goal.
Just
they all
score.
count. It doesn't matter what the goal is. An own goal, whatever it is.
Just
a
anything.
tap in, any goal. Just get a 50-50. Just a kickoff goal. Anything. Here we go.
Pina!
Banana!
Banana! Banana does it! He ends the drought! We can feast tonight, ladies and gentlemen!
Bang! What a finish!
It's raining bananas!
Unbelievable! They're right back in it as well. It's a relevant goal. Can you believe it? It's 1-1.
a relevant one. It means something.
Here comes another. Torsos.
It's going to be 2.
Banana again.
Yes! They've got a lead.
2 in a row. They're winning.
They can't be stopped. What a demo! Torsos, he comes in, says, no, not again, Gen G. I have had it with you North American teams. I'm going to score on you. We're going to get a game.
No one perfect sweep.
Chronic!
Just give us a minute, for goodness sake.
Grow up.
Can we not enjoy the lead for a few seconds more?
Grow up.
No one perfect sweeps Torsos and Fever 3 times in a row. It doesn't happen. No region's done that. Only twice in a row.
Perfect sweep me once, shame on me. Perfect sweep me twice, shame on you. Perfect sweep me thrice, no thank you, Gen G.
But they're only a minute away from a game win. Hang on a second here. Gen G have been completely flawless so far. But this game, it just felt like they loosened it up a little bit. And now, with 1:05 on the clock, Power are in this with a real chance to get a goal. They've had some physical plays. They've had some passing plays. They've had some life in offense, but now they've got to stop Chronic. Banana has got no boost. Gets a key bump onto Chronic, though. That brings Zapjack into the play. He's going all the way himself, but he misses the ball. Banana Head, barely any boost. Manages to get it under control.
Clear boost advantage, though, here for Gen G in the final 45. All total, chilling at about 300 for a second. Torso shot towards target. Chronic with more than enough to clear it away, finds Appjack. High in the sky with nobody challenging him, still gives that ball away towards his longtime teammate. The Fever with 0, only clears it as far as FK. Central, B-Head gets in high.
This is huge for Fever. Can he get a quality touch here? Yes, he can. He's past one. Looking to chip it middle. That's a miss from Gen G, a rare miss. Are they starting to feel the pressure in the moment? Did they let this one get away from themselves? Because they definitely had this one in the bag. But they went for more aggressive stance. Now they're in a tie game scenario. Still, could go to Championship Saturday with just one goal. Is this it? There it is. 2 seconds ago, Gen G have put themselves up by 1.
Chat, do you hear that? Do you hear the sirens? Because the fun police have arrived. Gen G below the crossbar. It's Appjack vying for a spot in the top 8 at minimum. A date with Falcons is on the cards.
Banana Head's got to keep this up here. He tries to lob it towards Torsos. He doesn't make any contact. It's Gen G who will move on to the quarterfinals. They'll play Falcons. That confirms that Furia will play Vitality in the quarterfinal. A 4th matchup between those 2 teams. But Gen G just had far too much. Power didn't get online until far too late. And once again, OCE fall at the last hurdle before playoffs.
They've come so close so many times, Power. And OCE in general, Torsos, how many times have we seen him on the absolute cusp of another crowd? Of another time where they're going to be able to have a lot of fans, by the way. In the UK, massive fans of Aussies. Weren't able to do it here. But the good thing for them, because they were so dominant in their own region, we will be seeing them at Fort Worth at the World Championship.
Yeah, they've still got the big one. They've got to just think about that now. I mean, they've come so close. It'll be painful right now. They didn't perform. I think that's probably what they're most upset about, is they just don't seem to perform in these situations. It always falls apart, either at the start of the series or at the end of it. There's just never been a good series on the last match before top 8 from an OCE team in the Open era. But there's one more event at the end of this season, and it's the big one. So if you're going to do it somewhere, it might as well be there. They've got a win against Oxygen to look back on proudly.
Stunning win.
Yeah, they've got plenty to learn from their losses, because they were handed some tough losses by NA's top 3 teams. But Power, you know, they are the next team. They're definitely in that pack, looking at the top 8. Can they make that jump, though? They've got some time to figure out how to. They just need to figure out how they can get as much of what they did at the end of this game as quickly as possible in a series. Can't wait this late.
And you know what? As you said, Power have got a lot to look forward to. World Championships for them. But tomorrow we see Gen G take on Falcons. And who better to speak to about that than homeboy Appjack?
That's absolutely true. Mr. Appjack here after a long day of Rocket League. You feeling it?
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a long day, but, you know, we got through, and that's all that matters.
That is what matters. Top 8. First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
Again, it was quite the journey to get here. Can you just walk me through, I guess, the whole experience of Swiss so far across the 2 days? Because it was long.
Yeah, so we started off against Team Secret, and, you know, we keep losing game 1 in all these series.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah, we need to fix that. But, yeah, we lost game 1, 3-1 in the end, and then we played against Vitality. Had a little bit of a rough kind of, you know, start against those guys, 2-0 down. We almost brought back the reverse sweep, and not quite. We got a little bit over-aggressive in the last game. And then we played Oxygen, which we were really confident for. Again, dropped the first game. Didn't turn out too good, but again, another 3-1. And then we played G2, and I wasn't too good in that series, honestly, especially the kind of latter half of the series. And we ended up losing that in Game 5 overtime. You know, it's always back and forth against those guys. You know, they deserve the win that time. I'm sure next time, hopefully, we can deserve a win. But and then we got into round 5 and we played Power, and it was a 3-0.
Right. I was going to say, though, you let the perfect sweep out of it.
Yeah. Oh, that was my fault as well. I'm so tired right now. I'm not going to lie. It is, what time is it?
I don't even know. We're inside right now.
We were first match on today.
I've lost track.
And we were first match on and last match out. We keep getting kind of like slightly unlucky with timings of things, and yeah, it happens. I guess someone has to do it.
You know, I'm not going to keep it, honestly, for production, for Desk and all of them, I'm not going to keep us much longer. For you, though, just let me know. I mean, you're ecstatic about top 8 again, yeah?
Kind of. I mean, yeah, we would have liked to beat G2, honestly. We really had back game 5, honestly.
Yeah.
Couple of troll goals.
Those were good teams still.
Of course, fantastic teams. You know, no kind of shame in losing to teams of that caliber, but we want to be beating them. We have to be beating them if we want to get to that kind of next tier. So, yeah, a little bit disappointed in overall, but we did the job when we needed to, and we got through just fine. So, yeah.
That's wonderful. I'm going to let you go now. Go get your shoes on, go back, go sleep, get prepared for tomorrow. And Desk, he's already pretty much done your whole recap for you for at least their game. So we'll send it over. Let's get out of here. Tomorrow is top 8.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jack. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
I like that. We're out of here. Toodaloo. Jack recapped the whole entire Swiss. Listen, he went through all the matches, and now it's time to get on. Now let's go.
And we talked about it. You know, it's 3-0. You know, that's what we expected. Power did battle back a bit, but at the end of the day, Gen G, full control.
We heard screaming despite the fact that it's 11 p.m. and we're sure it was the casters or the Aussies. Either way, Power at least went out with a bang, and that's what's important. Despite, Gen G being tired, they still had a clean 3-0.
Yeah, they had a clean 3-0, but listen, I do want to say something about this Power squad. You can't take away how much they work, how much preparation, how much time, how much passion they put into the game. They're here weeks in advance to get prepared, to be in the best position possible in order to represent their region, and they are so close. 2-3, 2-3, back-to-back lands. They went up against some of the best in the world in a G2, in a Gen G, and both of those closeouts. They're right there. A little bit more work, OCE, and I'm sure you'll be there. So you just got to give that to them, tip your cap to them.
I'm excited for Gen G in playoffs, especially after Copenhagen. I feel like they didn't get enough respect for how well they played in playoffs. They went to 7 against Gentlemates. And I feel like there was, no other team or very little teams that were able to make the champions sweat that hard. And Gen G went out in quarters to the champions. Then G2 went to finals. Mad respect for G2. But Gen G, I think they could have gone further if it wasn't for Gentlemates. So I wonder how far they can get this time, depending on the matchups.
Yeah. We'll see how Gen G does. They have a date with Falcons yesterday, as Stumpy said, so we'll get to talk about that here in just a moment. But the Swiss was electric. One of the better Swisses we've had as far as upsets and drama and Game 5 overtimes. It was a great event. I mean, looking back over the entire thing here, Gibbs, is there one match? If you had to send people back to watch one match, which one is it, and why is it Gen G versus G2?
Yeah, it's clearly Gen G versus G2. Just watch the excellent casting that happened there with T-Bates and Dazarin. Outside of that, I'd like to see Gentlemates BDS. If you're going to go back and watch and see how these teams are in form, obviously BDS, they were the favorites coming into this tournament, and they had to go to the 2-2 round to advance.
There is a bunch of upsets in Swiss, whether we already mentioned the Oxygen Power, but also Secret having a very good showing. What was it, against OG knocking them out? So that's painful for NA, but exciting for Sam.
Yeah, but also Space Station, I think that was a huge result for them. Everyone had them outside top 8. They were that one team that possibly could, but not only did they do it, they did it in the 2-1 round versus Furia. So Space Station coming up big.
Yeah, big.
Go to cameras.
That's for the cameras.
Can I get my cameras, please?
A Space Station hat on the desk, folks. The merch is here.
Thank you for verbalizing it, because I never stopped believing.
There it is. There it is.
I never stopped believing in SSG, okay? Yes, they didn't get to Copenhagen. They're not really tested on that international stage in terms of this season. But I always believed, okay, they went the distance against Falcons. They gave me this hat, so they bought me.
Okay. That's how hats fit my big head,
LJ
too.
is the code, okay? Bates started convincing me more and more about LJ, and I casted LJ, just put on a stellar performance.
He honestly might be the MVP.
He's the MVP.
Yeah.
He's the MVP so far in my estimation. He has been such a big difference maker for his team. Nobody so far this weekend has made his team go as much as LJ has. Every clutch moment, when they need him, he makes it.
We've been talking about Zen a lot of it's like the Zen V3 show or whatever, but no, the truth is LJ.
Everyone told me I was coping for thinking SSG could take series.
I don't know.
There's 3 NA teams, more than Copenhagen.
That's true.
When are we going to get respect?
Yeah, where do we get some respect
when they win quarterfinals?
Okay.
Let's take a look at that bracket we're talking about. We've been talking about one of those quarterfinals a number of times. Let's show you all 4 of them so you can get it kind of locked in your mind. These are the matches we will play tomorrow. Furia will take on Team Vitality yet again. We will see G2 take on Space Station yet again. Can Space Station finally get past G2 at a time when it matters the most here? Falcons versus Gen G Mobile 1. We'll see that one again. And then Team BDS versus Gentlemates. We saw that match today.
I just said, yeah, like go back and watch that one. That one should be very, very close. Again, I do feel like Falcons, everyone is saying in scrims, they are destroying everyone. They're not even losing games in scrims. So Falcons have been looking fantastic. We do have some regional rivalries, but yeah, they're all spicy.
Big matchup, Furia versus Team Vitality. That's a rematch from the quarters that I literally casted where they went back and forward last time where Furia won in Swiss, Vitality won in the quarterfinals. And I don't even know how that's going to go. BDS and Gentlemates is a question mark for me because Gentlemates aren't winning regionals, but they're winning majors.
Yeah.
So where do you rank Gentlemates? They've had their first series loss, so less pressure on them now. But now when the matches matter more, everyone's going to peak more.
And online, obviously, BDS has owned them, right? So we'll have to see.
Not at LAN, though.
Not at LAN. Not at LAN.
Yeah. Gentlemates kind of reminded me of Gen G last season. Like struggling on the line. Showing up amazing on land here, folks. Here's how the fantasy's going. Let's see. Stumpy's still on top. That's gross. We don't like it. Get it off the screen. Let's see.
with Johnny.
I'm up on the second row. I'm up on the first row this time,
second row. Look at you go.
I'm caught up right at the end.
Wait, where's Gibbs at?
It's
down there.
No. It's been a rough day. I blame Archie 100%.
Okay, well, I don't know if Archie wants to hear that right now, but I mean, this is the fantasy. We've been having a good time with that. Oh, and looking at the predictions.
Wow.
Check it out.
Hey.
Check
Look
it out.
at this.
Chat.
Chat, pat yourself on the back, chat. You're up there with
And
some
Section 104
of the brightest
too.
yeah, but they're not 26. They're not tied for first.
Sure,
Gibbs
yeah.
and Bates. Section 104, you're doing great.
But the public and the desk is looking fantastic. Lemon as well at 25. She won Copenhagen picks last time. I gave her a medal off camera as well, so she already has one. So it's going to be anyone's race. It really comes down, it seems like to me, Bates, Lemon, or Jorby. It's going to win it all.
No.
Or Chat. Or Chat can win it, and I'll give a lot more medals.
Listen, I'm always feeling like the King Coin hit perfect 50-50. We've had 33 matches. 16 and a half would be perfect 50-50, so they're about as close as they can get there. Just got to love that.
You look confused at the bottom, Wave.
I'm a little confused, but you know what? We're learning, we're gaining. I was second to last yesterday. We've now bumped up to tied for... we're going to say this is like tied for fourth, okay? I want to put it that way.
How did the coin pick a champion?
I don't know how.
I thought they're making stuff up sometimes, but yeah. That was the coin pick the champion BDS. It was just the odds in its favor.
We'll keep an eye on those results as things move on, folks. But if you wanted to be here in London, maybe there's still some tickets available, but you're probably struggling to get a train ticket or a plane ticket to get here in time. So make your plans for Fort Worth, folks. The World Championship coming up very, very soon. rl.gg/RLCS Texas. It'll be an electric, incredible event. Always love getting to go and watch the World Championships. So we got 2 more shows to go here in London before we are done. 4 matches. The quarterfinals you saw yesterday, we will be playing tomorrow in front of the audience. Section 104 is going to be in the house. Ooh. We're going to start things off with G2 versus Space Station. We're going to end things with Furia versus Vitality. Lemon.
Oh, I was just excited because I have that match. And I casted the quarterfinal.
There you go.
That exact quarterfinal
do homework.
in Copenhagen. Different duo, but I think it's going to be the same hype. Vitality took the big win. There's going to be a loud crowd. It's my first time in London, so I don't know how much louder it's going to get, but it really hypes these teams up.
I'm excited to see if the Furia fans and the Vitality fans show up. Both have sent very loud sections of fans
that
in
should
the
be
past,
fun.
and they're facing off against each other at the end of the day. So lots to look forward to tomorrow, folks. Starting a little bit later in the day, where we have the free show at 4:15 British Summer Time. So make sure you are here wherever that is for your time zone. We'll be starting about 3 hours later than we started previously. It's only 4 matches. Also, if you watched all of today's action, you're like, I think I know a little bit better than those guys, make sure you check the Rocket League Esports Twitter account. They are going to be put up a polls. You can vote on who you think the MVP of the day was. We'll talk about that MVP on tomorrow's free show. LJ's a good vote there, folks. Don't let him influence you, though, here. We had a great show. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the playoffs.
Come on, Dad, get me.
Nice play. All right, you go. There you go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
You see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger.